I have given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike, please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Will things change? Bye. 2 brown eyes. 3 months since I last held or kissed her. 3 months since I had watched her sleep. 3 months ago, I did the hardest thing I have ever done. I left my angel, my love, my soulmate, my Bella. The only thing that kept me from running back is the belief that it was for her safety and for what was best. Who was I, but a monster that kept her in constant danger for my own selfish need to be with her? She was an angel that deserves everything that is good in this world, and I was far from that. I curled into a tighter ball as I dried sobbed in the corner of some dingy attic in Rio. Not long after I left my Bella, I realized that I could not stay around my family as well. Being the odd person out never bothered me more than it did now. I had love and I lost it for the rest of my eternity with only myself to blame. Soon after I left, I tracked Victoria first down to Texas and eventually to South America, where I lost her. I let out a small whimper and ran a hand through my bronze hair as I realized that I failed my angel again. Victoria was James's mate, and he was killed by my family and myself last spring when he decided to hunt my mate. It was my fault he decided to go after Bella, and now it's my fault if Victoria wanted to hurt Bella for revenge. I prayed I was wrong, and Bella will be happy and safe now that I was out of her life. I recalled in my mind how her beautiful brown hair framed her heart-shaped face. I could stare into her deep warm brown eyes for hours. In fact, her chocolate brown eyes haunted in me now. The heartbreak when I left. Suddenly, I was jolted from thoughts by a voice inside my head. Alice said we would find Edward here. I hope he does not give us a difficult time. I don't want to fight him. She said it was important that we need to get Edward home now. Crap. He can probably hear me. My brother, Emmett, was here. Quickly, I got up from my spot on floor and headed to the window for an escape. I was faster than my family and would be able to make an escape. I reached the window to jump just as a tall, lean blonde figure stepped through, blocking me. My brother, Jasper. I turned around. Emmett stood towering in the doorway. Please at least listen to us, Edward. We came all this way for a reason. Jasper stated cautiously, looking at me. We tracked you down because said it was emergency. I could feel him sample my emotions with his emphatic abilities. Poor guy is completely heartbroken. I am sure Bella isn't any better. This all my fault for being so weak. Stop blaming yourself, Jasper. I don't blame you, neither would. Why are you here? What did Alice see? I said quickly, changing the subject. I couldn't bring myself to say her name out loud. Alice says she saw us receiving a package that would affect all lives, and it was vital that we all need to be there to deal with it. That is all the information she gave us. Please, just come with us to deal with this. I don't want to fight you, neither does Emmett. After we deal with whatever this emergency is, we promise to leave you alone, pleaded Jasper. At the same time, I could feel waves of calmness being sent my way. Trying to escape both would be difficult with my current state of mind. I searched both brothers' heads for more information before I answered. They didn't have much more to go on, but whatever it was upsetting Alice. I will come, but I'm not making any promises on staying for long, I answered him sadly. I couldn't really leave my family alone if there was trouble ahead. No bags. What have you been doing here? Why does it look like you have not hunted in a while? Questioned my burly brother, looking around and appraising me. No, I don't have any bags. I answered the first question, not bothering with the others. Out of corner of my eyes I saw my brothers exchange a worried look. Let's get going for the airport. Alice has already bought us tickets. We will be heading to our house in Ithaca, and we all should probably hunt before getting on the plane, Emmett said as he led the way out to the rental car on the street below. We arrived at the mansion shortly before midnight that my mother, Esme, was currently restoring. As I walked through the door, I was hit with all their thoughts. Welcome home, son. Your mother and I missed you. Please, son, don't leave us again. Stay. I need all my family with me. This better be good. Emmett and I were on our honeymoon. Trust me, this is important to everyone. What have you done to your clothes? I gave a small smile to my parents and gave Alice and Esme quick hugs. I decided to ignore Rosalie. The sooner we dealt with the package, the sooner I could leave again. Maybe, I thought I could swing by Forks and peek in on Bella, but I then changed my mind faster. No, I'm not going to break another promise to her. Even though I changed my mind fast, it was not fast enough for Alice not to catch. I saw her raise an eyebrow to me and I shook my head. Okay. Thank you all for getting here. This package arrived the other day and it was marked urgent for Edward and the rest of us. All I can see that it is important for all to be here for it. I haven't been able to see an outcome of this, so I don't know much more than any of you. I saw her vision. We were all sitting around reading from a book with 3 others sitting on the table. I glanced at my pixie-sized sister and she shrugged and handed me the box. It was addressed to me, so I opened it and pulled out 4 books and a letter. I cleared my throat out of habit and read the letter. Dear Edward and the rest of Cullen family, you don't know me, but like your Alice I see the future. The visions come to me as I write. Recently, I began write about your family. Normally, I wouldn't pass on my visions to keep myself protected, but this story I felt need to be shared. I hope you use it wisely and you don't need to worry about me leaking it out. I suggest you may want to read Twilight individually first since that information has already happened. I would then read New Moon, however, I would read that and the rest together. I know some of you will need the emotional support to read the whole thing. The following books should be read: Eclipse, then Breaking Dawn. I hope that in reading these books, you can make changes to save yourselves from any further heartaches and for the better. Sincerely, SM. Well, who would like to read Twilight first? I'm sure if we start now, we can finish the first book and start the New Moon tomorrow afternoon. Yes, we all are reading it. If it affects all of us, then we should take it seriously, stated our patriarch. Are you sure we can trust this person? Questioned Jasper, concerned for his mate and family. What harm can come from just reading? Answered Esme. Jasper and I will read first, then Emmett and Rose, then Carlisle. And Esme, and finally Edward. If we read as couples it will go faster. Squealed Alice as she grabbed the first book and her husband and ran off to start the book. No looking in any of our heads, Edward. You must wait like the rest of us. I sighed, wishing I had my angel to share it with. I wondered what could be in that book. I sat down on the couch to wait alone. I closed the book as I heard Alice unnecessarily shout, "He has done everyone to the living room." I crossed my arms and thought about what I just read. I finally got to see inside Bella's head. My Bella loved me despite that I was monster, and possibly from the moment our eyes met in the cafeteria like I had. But, I am sure she was over me by now. Everyone joined me in the living room. Alice sat in Jasper's lap in the other chair. Emmett and Rosalie sat on the love seat. Finally, Esme and Carlisle sat down on the couch. I looked at their faces and they all appeared to be somber, but Emmett. To my surprise, Rose was the first to speak. Edward, I owe you an apology. I see now that Bella would have never shared our secret, and she does truly love you and our family. You two belong together, and I'm sorry for trying to tear you apart and not respecting what you had. I was surprised by her statement. Rose didn't like Bella and rarely apologized. I was glad the book was able to show my sweet angel for what she truly is. Well, what are we waiting for? We should go get Bella, shouted Emma, jumping up excitedly. I saw Alice and Esme also with huge smiles on their faces. No, I growled out. We left her to keep her safe from our world. But, Edward, she is your mate, whispered Esme. She is never going to get over you. She is your mate. She will never love anyone more than you. Just as you will never love anyone else but her. You want her to move on, but she will not be able to. Not truly. I felt the strength of the bonds of your love for each other. It was stronger than any relationship I felt before. Jasper said softly but seriously. What kind of relationship can we have if it kills her? I whispered. Maybe we should read the next book before we decide anything. Carlisle spoke up. Everyone nodded in agreement. I'm going first. Alice grabbed book and opened it. A.N. There's the beginning. The rest of the books are going to be read out loud, book in bold and my story in regular face print. I wanted to get Twilight out of the way and not have to drag though it. I think New Moon will be more important for them to read. However, I think most others had to get Bella's paw from Twilight, specifically Rose and Edward. They started reading Twilight on December 21st, just before midnight, and will start reading New Moon on the afternoon of December 22nd. Chapter 2. I do not own Twilight series or the characters. They belong to Stephanie Meyer. Note: you may be confused if you haven't read the books. I'm not going to copy the books word from word, but I will follow the order of things in the books. Chapter 2. Preface and Party, third person. Okay, the story starts out with a preface, so listen up. Alice spoke to everyone as she settled herself in Jasper's arms. She started reading about a girl who soon seemed obvious to be Bella. Great, Bella is running, this won't end well. Emmett already interrupted, laughing until both Alice and Edward started to glare at him. Alice could barely read more before Emmett started again. Run, Bella, run, chanted Emmett. Ow, Rosie, as he rubbed his head from the smack he received from his mate. Stop that, Emmett, or we'll never get through this, Rose huffed. Edward frowned and ran his hand in his bronze hair roughly. Bella in the story seemed to be in a hurry to save someone. He was hoping Bella wasn't risking her life because of him. Though he found her lack of grace endearing, he still didn't like for her to get hurt. It wasn't long before Edward was alarmed by something Alice read, and he wasn't the only one. What? Edward and Jasper shouted together, turning to stare at Alice. Both clearly did not like that their mates were risking their lives. Alice just shrugged. Why am I not with you? How is it you could possibly not survive and you didn't have mine or anyone else help? Jasper was starting to panic. Why are you involving Bella? Growled Edward. Don't look at me. I can't see the book's future, but I have my guesses. Alice stared back at Edward as everyone joined in with her. Just read, please, grumbled Edward. Jasper shot him a warning look, clearly not liking how Edward was speaking to Alice. Sorry, Alice. Bella in danger just does not sit well with me. Edward sighed, then apologized. This girl never has it easy, does she? Grimaced Carlyle. Nope, pure danger magnet, which is why she needs her own personal guardian vampire protect her. Emmett laughed. Go back to my little sister. She needs you, he added in his head. Edward just sighed and looked away. It was clear that Bella was running to save most likely Edward in the sun. That meant none of them would be of any help to her or Edward. This sounds like Volterra. Why are you there, Edward? It would be a very dangerous place for a human, let alone Bella. Carlyle mentioned in his head for Edward alone. Edward didn't answer him, though he knew possibly why. No, sweet angel, I'm not worth it, whimpered Edward at the conclusion of the preface. Yes, you are. Esme glared at him, wishing her son could realize how good he was. Alice continued on to the first chapter. After hearing the title party, Jasper immediately started to frown and look uncomfortable at the mention of Bella's gran during her dream. Once again Emmett tried to keep the mood light for everyone. I see dead people, cried Emmett dramatically. So, doesn't everyone in room, considering what we are? Rose said, rolling her eyes. I'm just trying to keep it light, Emmett pouted. Don't worry, Emmett, we find you funny. Jasper smirked. Everyone started to chuckle with the exception of Edward, who had smiled just a bit. Everyone is taking it so seriously. Hello. Anything too bad we can change, right? These are books of the future. Emmett added, putting his arm around his Rosie. There were a few hopeful looks around the room contemplating that. I starting to think that it isn't really her gran, Carlyle said thoughtfully, reflecting back to the book. Always has a ton of questions. Edward sighed, reminiscing with a small smile as he listened to Alice. She's always such a sweet, thoughtful girl, Esme said, smiling. She brought out the best in you, Edward. I never have seen you as happy as you were with her, she added, looking her youngest son straight in the eye. Here comes Edward. Emmett starting to bounce to Rose's annoyance. Knew it, shouted Emmett when it was confirmed. No one doubted you, Emmett. Now stop interrupting me or I am going to make you future wardrobe options all pink, complained Alice. Emmett quietly started to pout. When they reached the part about Edward walking out to them in the sun, the interruptions continued. Don't worry, Gran. Edward just uses sparkly body lotion, smirked Jasper, who then had to duck the pillow Edward threw at him. No, throwing things in my house. Esme shot Edward a glare. Sorry. Although, if her gran reacts like Bella, she probably won't freak out about it. Alice giggled. Gran will just start asking endless questions. The others joined in laughing. She wants me to hear her thoughts? That's a first. Edward chuckled. Though, I guess I get my wish and I'm able to hear thoughts now through these books. Esme sighed. I for one would like to see you really smile again, dear. Esme glanced over at Edward, hoping he would go back to Bella soon. Edward just sighed and closed his eyes. It had been so long since he really smiled. How he wished things were different and he could have Bella here in his lap cuddling into him as they read. When they reached Bella, realization of who Gran really was, his eyes opened with a snap. Why can't she see that I love her forever and age does not matter? The way she thinks of me is ludicrous, and she does not even see that she's the one that is truly beautiful, moaned Edward, pinching the bridge of his nose out of frustration. Because she loves you. She wants to be what she thinks is supposed to be your ideal girl, someone your age and species. If you had stayed together, she would only continue to get older. She would start looking like your mother or grandmother, instead of your girlfriend. You would never be able to have public relationship without judgment. And all the negative thoughts would be directed towards her. She already has a poor self-image. Something like this would only make her feel worse. Rose answered Edward gently. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Look, I still don't think she should become a vampire, but that doesn't mean I don't get where she was coming from. Don't worry, Eddie, I know you're not perfect. Emmett threw in for another effort to lighten the somber mood that had been created. Don't call me Eddie, Emmy, he growled back. Ooh, touché, Emmett challenged. Enough, we need to finish this, interrupted Alice. She does seem to have a lot of interesting dreams, Carlyle murmured to no one in particular. When Bella in the book mentioned the summer, Edward smiled and looked off, reminiscing about all the fun they had together. Alice started to bounce a little, remembering all her makeover sessions and the shopping. Edward was jolted out of his daydream when Jasper spoke up. It isn't an ambush if you know when it is coming. Jasper started laughing at Bella's thoughts of her approaching birthday, then sighed. He wished he could have gotten to know her better. But that probably would not have been safe. Her birthday proved it. Edward looked over at him, mouthed, "Sorry," with regret written all his face. Jasper just shrugged his shoulders and leaned his head on top of Alice's. I can't say that I wouldn't have been the same way, if our roles were reversed. Edward gave him a small smile in response. Could she be any more melodramatic? Rose rolled her eyes. She defiantly could give Edward here a run for his money. Emmett said, laughing, and nearly everyone joined in, with the exception of Edward, who just scowled, and Esme, who shook her head sadly. Alice continued reading about Bella meeting up with Edward and Alice at school. Emmett started laughing, so hard that he fell out of his seat. Can you control yourself, please? Rose asked him angrily. Sorry, but Adonis. Emmett gasped from laughing. Can you imagine how red Bella's face would be right now if she knew we were hearing her thoughts about Edward? That got a laugh out of everyone. Edward then sighed. He missed her blush. He missed even more being the cause of her blush. I'm the lucky one, love, to have you, Edward stated sadly, commenting on Bella's thoughts of him in the book. Here's an idea. How about you call Bella and tell her that, rather than tell the book? Alice said, looking up straight at Edward. You know I can't do that. No, you're being stubborn. You know that the two of you belong together, and these books will only prove it, Alice sighed exasperatedly. Hey, Emmett, I have a bet for you. I bet Edward here won't be able to last through the books and will be back in Forks for Bella before we can finish reading. I will wager $100. Okay, I'll take that bet. He is really stubborn, so I think it will be at the end of all the books before he is ready, Emmett stated confidently. Their wives just rolled their eyes at the betting. Edward contemplated silently. Should he go back? He missed his angel so much. The books were a help in some ways, but only made him miss her more at the same time. He decided to wait. At least, this book would show him how she is doing without him. He can make his decision then. She doesn't mention my clothes, Alice said with a frown, continuing on breaking Edward out of his sullen thoughts. I'm sure they were the envy of all the girls at school, darlin'. Jasper gave his maid a quick kiss on the head, causing Alice to smile hugely back at him. Hearing the mention of Bella's heart picking up from just him taking her hand, Edward started to frown. He missed the sound of her heartbeat. He was so in tune to it at one point he could easily find Bella miles away by it. Alice broke through his loathing. I should have listened to her. Alice regretted forcing a party and presents on Bella. I didn't listen either, it's more my fault for not stopping you, murmured Edward. Bella does seem quite adamant about not celebrating her birthday. She was trying to make her feelings clear and you both ignored her. Had I have known how strongly she felt, I wouldn't have allowed the party. Carlyle reprimanded his youngest children present. The two in question just hung their heads. "How many times has she seen and read Romeo and Juliet?" asked Jasper curiously, trying to change the subject. "Not as often as she's read Wuthering Heights," answered Edward with a chuckle. "Bella is a romantic. Of course she loves stories such as those." Esme offered, defending her youngest daughter. She feared that currently Bella was even more unhappy than before. "Edward, you are going to go back to her, right? She does love you and will forgive in a heartbeat." Edward didn't know how to respond, so he just hung his head slightly. Emmett found the description of the next character amusing. "Looks little Mikey wants to be just like Eddie. Guess there is nothing stopping him now to go after Bella." Emmett roared with laughter and Jasper joined in. Edward growled and clenched his hands at the thought of vile Mike Newton going after Bella. "Edward, stop it before you break the furniture. You have no say anymore if Bella dates anyone else. Not that I think Bella is or would be in the near future. If it bothers you so much, go to her. I don't have to use my visions to know that she will take your sorry butt back." Alice looked him square in the eye. Things continued without further interruption until Bella's confession over Romeo. First Adonis, now Romeo. Someone has it bad for Edward. Jasper shook his head, chuckling. Emmett, however, leapt forward and knelt before Edward. "Romeo, O Romeo! Wherefore art thou Romeo?" Without any warning, Edward tackled his brother to the floor. They started wrestling, not caring if they started bumping into things. "That is enough. Both of you back to your seats and act your age. Alice, please continue," Esme yelled. Jasper sent waves of calmness to try to help things settle down. Both boys returned to their seats muttering apologies. Everything came to a halt once again, with every head turning fast towards Edward as he shamefully tried to look away. No one spoke for few minutes. The women all were fighting back dry tears, and frowns marred all faces, including Emmett's. Finally, Carlyle spoke calmly but firmly. "Son, I understand your fears about losing your mate. But, to kill yourself, do you not realize the rest of us will miss you as well? So, not only will we lose Bella, but you too. I certainly hope you will keep that promise to Bella. We will stop you if even try to go to Volterra." Emmett and Jasper nodded at the last statement. "I think I can speak for Emmett and myself when I say there's no way in hell that we will help you end your life," hissed Jasper. "I really like to move away from this topic now," Esme said softly, moving closer into Carlyle. Alice picked up where she left off. This time there were no interruptions until they arrived to the start of the party. Rose let out a giggle and spoke for the first time in a while. Her face was priceless when she saw the box was empty. Those that were also there at the time laughed lightly. "Darn, I wished I could have seen it," pouted Emmett. The mood quickly became somber as everyone knew what was next. Alice finished the chapter and put down the book. "I am so sorry, Edward. I wish I was stronger." Jasper buried his head behind Alice. Alice turned around and hugged him tightly. "Jasper, no one blames you. I know you would have never intentionally tried to hurt Bella. Our world is dangerous for her. That is why I decided to remove her from it before something worse could happen. You shouldn't have had to. There has to be other solutions. She could be." "No," shouted Edward, seeing where Alice was leading the conversation. "Well, that was the end of the chapter. Who would like to read next?" Alice said, looking a little dejected. Carlyle picked up the book. "I will be next. Does anyone need a break?" Everyone shook their heads. "Let's just get this part of the book over with. We know we cannot change this event anyways," Edward answered, trying to prepare himself, because he knew there was worse to come. Ending here for now, more to come. Again, I am not going to copy the book down, because mainly I have seen it done before. Although I enjoyed those interpretations, I wanted to try something different. Hopefully, the flow is easy enough to understand where in the book they are. Chapter 3. I do not own Twilight or the characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 3. BPOV, Back in Forks. I stared out my window from my rocking chair, trying not to think. It will be a while before Charlie, my dad, would be home. I would then have to put on my brave face and pretend nothing was wrong. I have already done my homework and I will soon make him dinner. So, Charlie couldn't complain. Afterwards, I could come to my room and return to try and ignore the hollow feeling inside. Try and not to let my thoughts go to him. I still couldn't think of the day or his name without feel a pain in my heart. Or where my heart used to be, I was not quite sure that it was still there. It felt more like a hole was there. There was a knock on the front door, but I chose to ignore it. I didn't feel like talking to anyone. The knock came again, louder and harder after a minute without it stopping. I got up and headed down the stairs. My foot caught the last step and I landed hard on the landing. I got up and didn't even bother to adjust myself before opening the door. The knocking had stopped when I had fallen down. When I opened the door, no one was there, much to my irritation. However, there was a box addressed to me. I picked it up and headed back up the stairs to my room, walking carefully this time. I noticed the box was marked urgent, which is what prompted me to open it, otherwise I would not have bothered. Inside were 3 books, a group of papers bonded together, and a note. The note read, "Bella, you don't know me, but I have a special talent similar to someone you know. All my writings are tales of future events. Normally, I would not share this, but I feel it's something that I must do. Please, don't ignore these books. I know it will be hard to read, but it can lead to possibly changing events for the better. Start with Midnight Sun, the bonded papers, then move on to New Moon, Eclipse, and Breaking Dawn. Unfortunately, Midnight Sun isn't finished, but you will get the main facts out of it. Sincerely, SM." I sighed out loud, reading, something I have not done since he and his family had left. I used to think of them as my family too, but they left without a goodbye. Family doesn't do that. My best friend up and left then too. I can't say I really blame them. I was only human, and since he refused to change me, I knew it was a matter of time. Why would he want someone as plain and ordinary as me for all eternity anyways? Before I could decide what to do, I glanced at the clock. Time to start dinner for Charlie. I made a quick meal of broiled fish and baked potatoes. As I was finishing a salad, I heard the front door open. Not long after, Charlie came into the kitchen. "How was your day?" he asked me cautiously. "Fine," not wanting to speak any more than necessary. I tried to keep from Charlie how not fine I really was. It would only hurt him to know I wasn't doing well. "No school tomorrow due to the snow. Guess a lot of kids will be happy that the holiday break will start early." My father went on, and I nodded in response. We ate our meal in silence. He then got up to go watch whatever sport was in season. Not that I paid attention anymore. After finishing the dishes, I went upstairs to my room. I changed into my pajamas and sat down on the bed. I had 2 choices: read or go to sleep and just have the same nightmare over again. I picked up the book and started to read. I let the book drop out of my hand before I could even finish the first page. These thoughts were his. This was back when I first came to Forks. Tears filled my eyes and the hole in my heart tore open even more. Now I know why SM said this would be hard to read. I wasn't sure if I had the strength. However, curiosity in what he was actually thinking back then interested me for the first time. What was the date anyways? I looked at my computer. December 21st? When did that happen? Where had the time gone? Then I felt tears come again. It's been 3 months since he left. He isn't going to come back. Wait, SM said I could possibly change the future. Maybe, just maybe, I can get my angel back. I took that thought back quickly. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I picked the book back up. I read it eagerly over the next few hours. When I finished it just before midnight, I sat back and reflected over what I just read. Edward loved me. I knew it was true now. So, what did this mean when Edward left? Was he lying to protect me? He said in the cafeteria that day he could be strong enough to leave to protect me, because he loved me more. Inside he was just as insecure as I was. Only he able to hide it better. He thought he was a monster and he was trying to protect me from himself. That's why he ignored me, and was so cryptic at first. He was torn between being with me or keeping away to keep me safe. He was afraid of hurting me or changing me, causing me to hate him for it. I was his mate and he was mine. If I understood correctly, vampires only fall in love once and have only one mate. I sighed as I wiped my eyes. So where did this leave me? What if I found Carlisle, better yet Alice, and appealed to them for help? However, they left without a word, so maybe they agreed with Edward. That's when I decided to continue the books. Perhaps they would have answers or clues to what I could do next. Glancing at the clock, I figured I should at least try and sleep. I was going to need my head on right if I was going to read further. I did not know where the second book would start. My guess it would be closer to current time. If had to do anything with the dark day back in September, I wasn't ready for that. I laid down, pulling up the covers, and closed my eyes, praying the nightmares would go away for at least tonight. I awoke with a start. Judging by the light in my room, it was still early. I hadn't slept well and I tried to decipher my dream. Similar to my other dreams, I was running in the woods looking for something, or should I say someone. Only this time I heard Edward's voice calling my name. How I missed that velvety voice. No matter how far I ran, the voice never got closer or further away. But it was his voice and was a small comfort all the same. I was grateful. It was the first time in a long time I did not wake up screaming. I got out of bed and looked out the window. We did get a lot of snow last night. Charlie had already dug himself out and was gone. I went to the kitchen and grabbed myself a granola bar, then headed back to my room. I got myself comfortable on the bed and picked up New Moon. I flipped open to the preface and started reading. What in the world was going on? First, it seemed like the book was in my point of view. I was slightly disappointed not to have Edward's views anymore. Second, I was running to save something or someone. What was Alice thinking? I can't run without falling, and apparently she is unable to help me. Third, what was I trying to save? Edward. Then the fact struck me that the preface usually gives a look into a later scene in the book. So, by the sound of it, I at least see Alice again. That gave me sudden hope. If I see Alice, I will beg, plead and reason with her for her help to convince Edward that he was wrong to leave. I grimaced when I hit a realization. It would probably be a promise of makeovers and shopping, but if Edward was with me it would be worth it. If that what it took to get him back, I would handle my end of the deal without complaining. At least I would not complain out loud. I turned to the first chapter and cringed. Party, I read. I recalled my dream of Gran now. It seems insignificant as I looked back. I don't have to worry about looking older than Edward anymore. I wished I have been more grateful to Alice. She tried so hard to make my birthday special, because she cared. She didn't recall her human life, and you can tell she regrets not remembering events of her life like birthdays. She was trying to make sure I didn't have regrets I saw. Now, instead of being grateful, I had acted ungrateful and horrible. I wish I could turn back time and change the events on my birthday. My hope was I got a chance in the future to make things right. I looked down at the book and froze. Not 2 days before he left, Edward was talking about finding some way to off himself if I died. How could I have forgotten that so quickly? He said he couldn't live without me, as morbid as that was. I remember making him promise that he couldn't find way to go kill himself if I died. I wonder if that was just another promise he intended on breaking. I was so hung up that day in the woods thinking I wasn't good enough for him. I didn't remember our conversation that would prove he lied when he said he didn't love me. How could I have been so blind? I shook my head and read further. Alice went all out for my birthday. I frowned when I realized that I did not even say thank you once. I didn't notice I was holding my breath until I was gasping for air. I had come to part where I was opening my gifts. I started reading faster, so I could get through it fast. Poor Jasper. I hope he wasn't still feeling guilty. It was my fault for trying to rush and not being more careful. I let out a sigh. How many times has Carlisle had to fix me up? Going back through Carlisle and mine conversation, I remember the fact Edward feared taking my soul. That, combined with what I read in Midnight Sun, led me to believe he thought if he changed me and took my soul as he believed, then I would end up hating him. That might be his real reason not wanting to change me. I still believed he had a soul. How could he love without a soul, or try and do what was right for others, or just be selfless without a soul? No, my Edward has a soul, and a very good one at that. When I get him back I will convince him of it if it is the last thing I do. Listen to myself. When I get him back. I hope I was not getting too hopeful. Ugh, Mike, really, Edward. I couldn't help but exclaim out loud. How can he be trying to force Mike on me? After hearing Mike's thoughts through Edward in the last book, I wasn't too sure I wanted to be his friend still. Although, it seems Jessica's thoughts was much worse. I started to read faster and tensely, knowing what was coming. I definitely wasn't looking forward to what was coming. I started to skim read once I began the 3rd chapter. The end, it was called How Fitting. The tears started flowing from my already swollen eyes. I was surprised that I had any left at this point. A few things Edward said stood out. First, he was talking about how he and his world not being right for me. When I resisted, he switched it around. He never said he didn't want me, he said he didn't want me to come with him. I changed it around and he agreed with me. He had also said he would always love me, but in way. He then went on how he couldn't pretend what he wasn't anymore. ending with asking me to keep myself safe. It almost seemed he threw Charlie in as an afterthought. Was that a subtle meaning that he loved me, but was afraid he could not hide his true self, the vampire? I pulled myself up into a ball and started to cry. I wish I knew where he was right now. I would go to him and confront him on lying. There had to be a better way of keeping me safe as I could be and still have each other. I would willing go anywhere or do anything he asked. Bubbles or padded suits or padded rooms if that meant he would stay. Okay, maybe that was extreme. It angered me he didn't tell me the truth, so we could work it out. Instead, once again, he decided what was best for me without any of my own input. I guess I shouldn't be surprised he did get carried away when came to protecting me and would think I would be too stubborn to be reasonable about my own safety. What was I thinking chasing after him in the woods? He probably was long gone before I even took the first step with vampire speed and all. I really did not remember clearly doing this. Definitely forgot I heard an animal nearby while laid on the ground. I wonder what was. It's surprising with my luck the animal did not attack. Thank goodness Sam found me when he did. Poor Charlie, I put him through a lot that night. I grumbled when I was reminded that he stole my stuff. Did he really think I could forget he existed? I let out an irritated laugh and looked over my clock. I decided to take a quick break and make myself a sandwich. So Bella got the books as well. She already discovered that Edward was lying and loves her. So we will eventually see what she decides to do. Not sure yet if Jacob will read the books. However, he will not read it together with her if he does. For those who have not read Midnight Sun, it can be found on Stephanie Meyer website. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 4, I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does Chapter 4, Stitches and the End. The whole room was tense as Carlyle started the chapter. Edward hung his head ashamed how his overreaction caused even more harm than a simple paper cut. Since Jasper was still upset with himself, he neglected to help with the mood of the room. Jasper, could you try to help us out here? You know that Bella wouldn't want anyone blaming themselves. Carlyle spoke to his newest son, glancing at him, pausing in his reading. In the next few minutes, waves of calmness and serenity spread through the room. Thank you, son. Alice grabbed Jasper's hand and gave it a squeeze. Bella thinks Carlyle is the only one who stayed calm, but she seemed pretty calm herself. In fact, she only seemed worried about Edward, Jasper and the mess she made. Emmett chuckled, trying to bring some humor to a bad situation. She sent me away, mumbled Edward. All he had wanted to do was support her while she was getting stitched up. Instead, he felt useless to his angel. Bella saw that you were in discomfort. She didn't want you to suffer at her expense. You would do the same if the situation was reversed, Alice gently told him. She was there and knew Edward worrying over Bella while Carlyle was trying to stitch her up made the atmosphere only tenser at the time. The family listened calmly while Carlyle explained to Bella about Edward's fear of changing her because of his belief that vampires were soulless in the book. How Edward didn't want to take Bella's soul from her. Edward soon got upset. She asked you to change her, even though Bella had only hinted at it. And I refused, telling her it was between the two of you, answered Carlyle evenly. You know, at first I thought whether Bella being changed into one of us didn't concern me. But, if you are going to kill yourself if something happens to her, I'm considering changing her myself, Emmett retorted. You will do no such thing. I won't allow her soul to be taken. Edward hissed, getting to his feet, towering over the still sitting Hulk. Emmett rose to his feet in response. If Bella wants to be a vampire, then why not change her? She believes we have souls. Doesn't she have a right to decide her own fate? What gives you the right to decide for her? She only sees positive things about being changed. She doesn't know about and understand the struggles and negative aspects of this life. That is why she can't make a good decision. Edward's anger flared and was nearly nose to nose with Emmett. Well, have you ever tried to explain it to her, or did you keep her in the dark to shelter her? Asked Rose, coming to her husband's defense, although Bella should stay human. This coming from you, who didn't want Bella to have anything to do with our family. Of course, I didn't tell her everything, it would have given her nightmares. Edward answered, taking a step back, but not relaxing. Please, this is Bella we are talking about. She has taken everything else in stride. I doubt that if you explained your fears that it would send her running. It's better to be in the know than clueless. Jasper spoke up, trying to break up the argument. Edward sat back down with a huff, contemplated what his siblings were trying to tell him. He knew they were right, however, he couldn't help but try and protect Bella from everything negative, including himself. Carrying on then. Carlyle spoke up as he started reading. Jasper couldn't be, but touched about Bella's concern over him. She worried about me if I'm okay. She's the one who got hurt. Alice silently yelled to Edward. She could tell right away something is wrong and that you were about to do something stupid. Edward just looked over at the couple and nodded his head. He continued to run his hand through his hair, tugging at it. Well, I'm glad she enjoyed her gifts after all, Esme said, sighing, thinking at least one good thing happened that night. Edward, you do know that Bella was crying, because she loved the CD, not because she was pain? Alice asked, his shaking her head. I guess I was a little too distracted to notice, Edward answered sheepishly, while he was a bit nervous on his family's reactions of him taking the gifts. Hearing about his last kiss with his angel just wanted to make him cry. She had known something was up and she was worried. She was also trying to hide her pain in order to make him feel better. Carlyle finished the second chapter. Who would like to read next? It should be Jasper, answered Alice, leaving no room for discussion. Jasper grabbed the book and opened it. Chapter 3. The End, he read. This isn't going to be good, he immediately thought. Jasper read the chapter without too many interruptions. Even Emmett was no longer in a joking mood, listening to his baby sister's pain. Edward was hunched over in his seat, gripping the bridge of his nose, refusing to look at any of his family in the face. He tried to block their thoughts. He knew it would not be anything good. She was looking for me, desperate to talk to someone. I let her down, Alice said softly, breaking down in tears. She turned and buried her face into Jasper's chest for comfort. He gently rubbed her back with one hand as he continued to read. Rose started to get more visibly angry as the chapter went on. Through the days, Edward had started to ignore Bella more and more. What the hell, Edward? Why are you prolonging this? You're only hurting her more and more. Are you happy now you officially have her scared? Edward just took her yelling, but didn't respond. I think Edward was just as scared to let her go, Esme whispered sadly. Then the scene came where Edward was breaking up with Bella. There was barely a sound in the room, but Jasper's voice and the sound of dry sobs. Jasper barely finished about Edward leaving Bella, when Emmett leapt to his feet and pulled Edward up by the collar of his shirt and started yelling. What the hell? Why would you lie to Bella like that? You tore her down and broke her. She deserved the truth, not some bold-faced lie. She also thinks we all didn't want her, not just you. What do you have to say for yourself? Emmett, fully enraged, shaking Edward hard, as he yelled louder and louder. Edward just stared blankly back, unable to say anything. Jasper was out of his seat trying to restrain and calm down the Hulk, but he couldn't help staring angrily at Edward as well. What would any of you have done if the situation was reversed and one of you were me? If you thought it was you who would kill your mate or take their soul? If I told her the truth, she wouldn't have listened. She would have hung on to me and the possibility of us having a future together. Edward anguishedly sobbed out. I wanted her to have a chance at real life. One where she could have children and grow old, and I couldn't give that to her. I realize I'm a monster. I don't need anyone else telling me that. He fell to his knees, a broken man sobbing. Esme got up from her seat and pulled him into her arms, tried to comfort him. The room was quiet for a long time. Jasper sat down, slammed with all different emotions of his family, and forced more calming waves out to the room. His own thoughts drifted to what if Bella had been Alice. He might have had the same reaction as Edward. I don't know what I would have done, but bro, there had to be a better way. You're a mess and Bella is a mess. There just had to be another way, Emmett answered more calmly, but feeling lost at what to do. He sat down and pulled his own mate into his arms. Jasper, let's get this over with, please, Carlyle asked him, but he was not a few sentences in before Edward moaned out. She followed me into the woods. Why, Angel? That wasn't safe. You could have gotten hurt. He tugged at his hair until Esme pulled his hand away, stopping him. She wasn't going to give you up without a fight after all. How could you haven't hurt her? Asked Alice tearfully. I didn't go all the way into the woods. I went to the Volvo. I got away fast as soon as I could before I broke down. I didn't know, Edward answered, so softly that even vampires had a hard time hearing him. Thank goodness, she was found, Esme said, rubbing Edward's back in an attempt to calm him before getting up to rejoin her husband. Yuli? Wasn't that one of Wolves from before? Rose turned and looked to Carlyle, who nodded. Are you telling me a dirty wolf found her? She shouted incredulously. She was more nervous then. Grateful that a wolf found Bella. Even though she was not going to admit it, she was starting to care and like her other sister. This wolf seems concerned we might have hurt Bella. It seems they were looking for a treaty break. Jasper looking closely over what he just read. Bella seemed to pick up on that too. She could have thrown us to the wolves literally. Jasper continued. Bella would never do that. She loves us, all too much. Alice glaring at her mate. Jasper immediately looked apologetic. I know that, darlin', I was just making a point. I know Bella would never betray any of us. Jasper continued reading, glad he was near the end because it was the hardest chapter so far, emotion-wise. He understood now why Alice said he had to read. When Jasper got to the part where Bella noticed the gifts were missing, Edward was finally able to look up. He wondered if Bella found the gifts yet or if they were still under her floorboards. After everything, you took her gifts? How is that going to help? You don't seriously think she could forget you, do you? Asked Esme. No reminders. Was all Edward saw back. Son, the human mind isn't that much of a sieve, as you think it's. I highly doubt that after everything you and Bella shared and been through that she could ever forget you. Carlyle told his son, feeling lost as to how to help him. He was really hoping that Edward would return to Bella soon. Edward just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in his hand. Jasper looked back at the book. This is odd, October, November, December, January. He said, turned each page per month looking confused. That is all it says. That's the end of the chapter. So 4 months have gone by. Guessed Emmett. That would be my guess. Jasper answered his brother. Who's next? I'll read. Emmett said. Jasper tossed him the book which he caught in one-handed. I sure hope Bella has dreams in this chapter. Her dreams are always so weird. Edward growled at him. Oh, don't get you panties in a twist. I didn't mean any harm. Edward just sighed, picked himself up and sat back in his chair. All right, Belzy, let's see. What is in that brain of yours now? Adonis flown the co-op. Ow, Rosie, cried Emmett, clutching his head. Quit being a jerk. Rose glared at him, crossing her arms in front of her. Ending here for now. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 5. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 5. Waking Up, Cheater and Friends. Emmett, behave yourself please if you're going to read, Esme scolded her son. Yes, Mom. The chapter title is called Waking Up. Emmett settled down and started to read, which started with Bella's conversation with Charlie. Oh dear, Charlie is clearly unhappy. He probably doesn't like our family anymore, Esme sighed. I wouldn't worry, it's probably just me he's mad at. Charlie hasn't been too pleased with me since Phoenix. Edward sighed to Esme to make her feel better. Though he was worried about his angel, she was so depressed that Charlie wanted her to see a shrink. From the sounds of it, she was barely getting by. All he wanted to do was curl into a ball like in Rio. Jasper glanced over at him and tried to send some comforting waves to him, so that he no choice but to feel better. Poor Bella, she's still keeping our secret. Oh, she feels like there is no one she can really talk to, Alice said tearfully. I should be there to help her through this. She needs someone. Actually, no, she doesn't need me. She needs you, Edward. Please tell me, you're going back now. She looked over at the sad boy, pleading for an answer. Edward shrugged. He wasn't sure anymore. It killed him to see Bella still hurting over him this much. Part of him wanted to run to Forks and beg forgiveness, but he still wasn't sure if that would be right. At least, that wasn't a no. I'm surprised Bella doesn't want to leave Forks and go to Florida. I thought she missed the sun, commented Rose. Yes, but she misses Edward more. She's still holding up hope that he will return. Alice replied, looking directly at Edward. She will always love you and forgive you if that is what you are worried about. A small glimmer of hope lit Edward's eye. Emmett continued on and they listened to her current life at school and work. As a doctor, I'm concerned for her, skipping meals and how she's acting in general. She says she's being the model daughter, model student and model employee. But it sounds like she's going through an act to hide her true feelings. Sooner or later it could catch up with her and have bad results. She's heading for a breakdown if something doesn't change. I'm not surprised Charlie has noticed. He's right to intervene. Carlyle spoke with much concern in his voice. Esme nodded in agreement with eyes filled with worry as she laid her head on his shoulder. Well, on one good note, Edward, it seems even though Mike hasn't given up, Bella's still not interested. And of course, it appears Jessica won't replacing me anytime soon, Alice mentioned with a small smile. She tried to hide from Edward in her mind all the shopping trips with Bella she wanted to do. However, she wasn't quick enough as Edward just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. She killed it. Emmett sputtered. I all but welded the stereo in and she tore it out with her bare hands. As he looked down at what he just read about Bella tearing the stereo out of her truck and was now sitting in her closet, Jasper broke out into laughter while the rest of the family looked at him as if he had just lost it. I'm sorry, but just the image in my mind of Bella clawing that thing out with her bare hands. I never took her as the violent type. He started to laugh again, sending his mood to rest family until he even got a chuckle out of Edward. He could see the look on her face in his mind alive with the angry kitten that he always found endearing. Why Jessica over Angela for going out? Asked Rose, curious to why Bella would choose Jessica to go to the movies with. Easy, Angela would actually care about Bella and would want to talk about it. Jessica only cares about herself. Bella is avoiding thinking about Edward, replied the pixie. Edward listened on with a frown. Bella was avoiding first romance novels, music and romantic movies all because of him. His leaving has hurt his angel more than staying might have, he worried. If it doesn't started getting better he was going back, he decided. Alice's face immediately brightened. Edward gave a quick warning glance to her not to say anything until he made his final decision. Edward was brought out of his thoughts when Emmett reached the part of the book where Bella noticing the group of men outside of the bar. What is she doing? Those men better not lay a hand on her, he said with a hiss. The family grew concerned as the book revealed Bella walking toward, rather than away, from the men. Rose was shaking with anger and worry. Are those the same men? Why didn't you take care of them the first time? She glared at her brother. However, it was Carlyle who answered. Those men who attacked Bella in the previous book were taken care of. I did it myself. I drugged them and left them for the police. Although, I never told Bella that. I never wanted her to think of those men again after that night. Edward added on the edge of his seat with worry. The family sighed in relief when Bella heard Edward's warning her to get out of there. It was short-lived when they realized it was just his voice that she was hearing. My baby sister has gone quackers. She's hearing voices, Emmett said as he paused in his reading. Bella had been thinking that she has either gone crazy or her subconscious was letting her know Edward still cared what happened to her. Let's be glad she did and that she listened to Edward's voice. In a way he saved her again, Esme said, smiling toward her youngest son. I'm not so sure it's a good thing. Jasper spoke up solemnly. In the beginning of the book Bella said there would not be anything she wouldn't do for his voice. Hopefully, I'm wrong, but I get the feeling that now that Bella has heard Edward's voice she's going to be trying to hear it again. Edward froze at the thought of Bella purposely putting herself in danger just to hear him. Bella would do just that too, he sighed, wishing his angel had more self-preservation. Please continue before I go crazy, Edward asked his brother. Too late, Emmett replied in his head before picking up where he left off. Emmett finished off the chapter with no further interruptions. She's finally healing. Edward sighed, not knowing whether to feel relief or be sad. No, she's not, she said. She was no longer numb. That she was still in pain, but she could manage through it now. There's a difference, Rose retorted, rolling her eyes. Well, my turn is done, announced Emmett. I'll read, said Rose, taking the book from him. Rose opened to the next chapter, Cheater. After she read the title out loud, Esme sighed. She hoped Bella wasn't turning into some sort of cheater. She was a good girl. They listened to Bella's day at work and her run-in with Mike. Edward was quite amused by Mike and Bella. Maybe Mike finally gave up and Bella has not even noticed Mike at all since he has been gone. Ah, figures we leave and I'm going to miss out on giant bears. Emmett pouted as if he was 2 years old. Hate to break it to you, but I don't think those are bears, replied Edward, rolling his eyes. Wolves, hissed Rose, and everyone else frowned. Carlyle and Edward nodded in agreement. Edward grew anxious. His angel was a danger magnet which could lead the wolves right to her. He shuddered at the thought. It was mostly quiet while they heard about Bella's breakdown in the truck. See, she's still hurting, you idiot. Rose silently sent Edward a message before reading on. "I think I changed my mind about hearing about her dreams," whispered Emmett, wincing at the description of Bella's dreams. "What is she looking for?" the gentle giant asked with sad eyes. Nearly everyone gave him the same one-word answer: Edward. Edward just looked at his feet ashamed. Rose continued reading where Bella was contemplating on breaking promises. Edward's head shot up and he started growling. "She's purposely going to put herself in danger just to break a promise to me, in hopes to feel better, because I never kept mine. That makes no sense." He gripped both hands in his hair, tearing at the roots. "Well, then go back and stop her then. Don't sit here and whine about it," snapped Rose and returned to the book. "Bella, who can't even walk across a flat floor without tripping, wants to ride a motorcycle. Doesn't she realize she needs balance for that?" Jasper said in disbelief. "What are the chances of her getting them running?" "Dowling's is going to be too expensive," reasoned Carlyle. "This is Bella. If she determined, she will find a way," Jasper pointed out. "Oh, yeah, I'll bet you bro that she doesn't," Emmett challenged. "Normal 100 smackers." "Your money," chuckled Jasper as they quickly shook on it. Edward ignored their betting as he lamented to himself his actions didn't just cause Bella to break her promise to him, but to Charlie as well. Rose went on reading until she got to the part about when Bella decided to go to Jacob Black. "Another werewolf," she groaned. It almost seemed impossible at this point for Bella not to get involved with them. She was growing increasingly worried over a girl who days before she could not stand. "Why can't Bella stick to normal human friends?" she whined. "I'm starting to think she wasn't meant to," Carlyle answered thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Edward asked, furrowing his eyebrows. "Well, the more we read and see her inner thoughts, it seems she never fits in with the human world. She easily accepts our world. The way you two are drawn together is extraordinary. I'm starting to believe that Bella was fated to not only be your mate, Edward, but a vampire as well," spoke the senior vampire. "I have gotten that impression as well," Jasper nodded in agreement. "No one should be fated to be a vampire," Rose snarled and started reading from where she left off before anyone could argue with her. The family listened as Bella headed off to La Push, a place they were not allowed to go even if Bella ran into trouble. Young Jacob Black easily agreed to fix the bikes and obviously was showing interest in Bella. "Ugh, I can't believe that Mutt thinks an '86 Rabbit is a classic. Her decrypted truck is more of a classic," Rose said with a shudder as she finished the chapter. She placed the book down on the coffee table. "What I can't believe is Bella is lying to Charlie and being so reckless," Esme said with a frown. "Ah, little Bella finally acting like a real teenager. Sneaking around, lying, and blowing her money on worthless junk. Happy now, Eddie?" Emmett said, trying to rouse Edward. "It is exactly what you wanted, isn't it?" Edward just snarled in response. This isn't what he expected of Bella when he left. She was always level-headed and mature, but this Bella in the book described someone different. He worried that it was his entire fault. His anger had also flared with a mention of date with his Bella with anyone but himself. Edward picked up the book and opened it. "I'll go next," he announced. "Are you sure, son?" Carlyle asked him. Edward just gave one quick swift nod and read the title out loud, Friends. "Well, that is a good thing. Bella needs a friend," Esme said cheerfully. "Yeah, but it's probably with a werewolf. That won't be good," grumbled Alice. Her siblings all nodded in agreement. "So he's better off being lonely without anyone?" Esme asked, wishing Bella a little happiness. With that, all the younger Cullens looked slightly ashamed. Edward started to read again, tersely. This Jacob clearly liked his Bella. Possible this Quill character did too. He read on, scowling about the Charlie liking the idea of Jacob and Bella. Edward had just gotten to the part where Jacob commented on the damage to the truck. Poor stereo." Emmett dramatically sighed. "Let it go, Em," chuckled Jasper. It was no match for Bella. The family joined in laughter. They settled down and went back to listening to Bella and Jacob get the parts for the bikes. "That was too easy for them to get those parts," Emmett grumbled. He didn't need to be Alice to realize he was going to lose his bet. That dog was too good of a mechanic. He had a feeling Edward would go back to Bella sooner than later as he eyed his brother. Another bet he will probably lose, that one he wouldn't mind losing. Feeling a little unlucky, Jasper smirked. Bikes aren't fixed yet, Emmett grumbled, and Jasper laughed harder. Edward growled through the sentence of boy, Wolf holding his Bella's hand. Edward, I'm trying to help, but you need to calm down before you tear that book apart. If the idea of a guy touching your mate bothers you, so much go and get her. And I'm not just saying that because of my side of the bet. Jasper sent a silent message to his brother. Edward looked up to see his family with similar looks of concerns. He read the tenor of their thoughts to only discover they were similar, with the same conclusion: he needed to go back. Edward was still on the fence about it. She looked to be getting better, although he wished she didn't go through this zombie period, as Bella called it in the book. He read on as the family got a glimpse of what Bella must have been like during the past few months. I'm glad he's still in touch with Renee. Her poor mother must be so worried about her. Esme smiled slightly at the guilt Bella felt about lack of awareness she had of her mother's emails during her zombie stage. Not that I'm glad that it happened, but what happened in Port Angeles, it seems to have been a wake-up call for Bella. I'm sure it was a combination of Edward and an adrenaline rush. She's back to being her perceptive and observant self, incited Jasper. Wow, she was really out of it. Her teachers don't bother with her anymore, neither do people who used to be friends, and she never noticed it before now. Emmett voice laced with sadness for his baby sister. He missed the girl with the witty comebacks and lack of grace. That brought a new form of entertainment to his sometime boring existence. Edward read to them about the conversation of the bears at the lunch table. I don't like it that there is so much reference to the big bears, aka wolves. Something isn't right if the wolves are so active. Carlyle frowned, looking at Edward. Are you saying there are vampires in the area? Jasper questioned, looking concerned. Possibly, admitted Carlyle, not wanting to look his youngest son in the eye. Edward just pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping that Carlyle was wrong. Edward sped up his reading, wanting to get his turn over with. She's talking to Angela again. I'm glad. She's a good friend. Maybe she won't need Jacob after all. Alice sighed. She didn't mind being temporarily replaced by Angela, but the thought of Jacob replacing her as best friend bothered her. No one is going to replace you, Alice. Edward smiled over at his petite sister. Nor would anyone replace you, dear brother. So get your butt in gear and go back, she replied back with a sweet smile. I agree. Now I believe I'm next to read. Edward, pass me the book, please, Esme said in agreement. Edward handed Esme the book and leaned back in the chair with a sigh. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 6. I do not own Twilight or its character. They belong to Stephanie Meyer. Chapter 6. BPOV. I laid back against my pillows and closed my eyes. I had read for a majority of the day, stopping shortly before making Charlie's dinner. I had also gotten dressed, so he did not think I spent the day in bed. I had eaten my dinner quickly to get back to reading. I read a few more chapters before bed. Unfortunately, I had to work tomorrow. Since it was 2 days before Christmas, I couldn't really call out. I reflected in my mind about the chapters I read today. The last chapter I read was called Killer. What in the world was going on with the girl, or should I say myself, in the book? I guess part of it's true. I don't remember many details of the last few months, so saying I was in a zombie state probably is not far off the mark. Charlie must be so worried about me, I thought as I tried not to cry for umpteenth time today. Has it gotten so bad that he's going to try and send me to Renee? However, I agreed with my book self. I was staying in Forks. Why oh why did Book Bella think it was a good idea to approach those men at the bar? Luckily, they weren't those men, but what if they were? I wouldn't have only endangered myself, but Jessica. Then there was the discovery that when Book Bella, was about to do something dangerous, she heard Edward's voice. I have been saying Book Bella or Bookself to myself, because after reading this book, there is no way I could do some of these stupid things. Why was Book Bella hearing his voice? He obviously wasn't nearby. Had Book Bella gone crazy? Or was it because on some subconscious level, Book Bella knew he would be mad or concerned if she was in danger? Of course, that leads to the motorcycles, which lead to Jacob Black. Now Book Bella wasn't only breaking a promise to Edward, but to Charlie as well. Would breaking a promise really make me feel better? No, I decided I would only feel guilty in the end. However, maybe I only felt that way now, because I was sure that Edward left to protect me. That is why he broke his promise. I understood why Book Bella was probably doing it though. Mainly, the discovery of Edward's voice. Book Bella was hanging onto to Edward the only way she knew how. I knew I would do anything for that voice. Would I resort to motorcycles though? I shook my head. I'm not going to put Charlie through anything more for one. Secondly, this was me. Even if I got a motorcycle, I would probably not end with the same results as the book. I most likely would not hear Edward, and even more, I would probably end up killing myself after hearing about the close calls in the book. This brings me back to Jacob. I let out another sigh, rubbing my eyes with the heels of my hands. I didn't know what to do about him. Sure, I would like a friend to talk with right now, but Jacob obviously wanted more than that. My bookself kept him close, even though she knew better. She knew he wanted more and tried to distance herself. But when Jacob didn't want to back off and said it was his problem, not hers, if he wanted more, she continued the friendship, not wanting to lose the only connection she had with some sort of happiness. I'm not too sure about that. I read enough books to know that won't end well. Especially, if and when Edward comes back. I will only end up hurting Jacob regardless what he says. This would mean that there was a good chance Edward would get hurt as well. Although, being his friend would have some benefits. He's going to turn into a werewolf soon. I felt slightly guilty even though it has not happened yet. I hoped that the conversation where Book Bella turned him down did not trigger the change. I can't believe I missed all the signs for the wolves. Both Book Bella and myself. You would have thought one of us, when Book Bella thought of Jacob when she looked at the wolf in the meadow, would have figured it out. No, it took the not so subtle hinting from Jacob in my dream. Why, I never thought the second part of Quileutes was true until now. The benefit of having a werewolf around is what I read about in the meadow. Book Bella found not only the meadow, but Laurent as well. What is even more worrisome is that Victoria is out there even now, planning on killing me. Not just killing me, but torturing me, then killing me. Thankfully, the wolves took care of Laurent in the book and were working on Victoria. If Edward and his family weren't around, I could go to the wolves for help possibly. So if I'm to be friends with Jacob, I have to set limits. Obviously not visiting maybe once or twice a week opposed to every day. No holding hands that meant something to him apparently. Book Bella lead him on by doing that. Watch how I phrase my words, like date or break up, number coming through my bedroom window. Watching for signs like trembling to keep my distance. More importantly, I'm not giving out any information on the Cullens. If Jacob thinks I'm going to be an informant, he has another thing coming. I can't believe Book Bella slipped about Edward's mind-reading abilities. Alternatively, maybe I could just go to Sam or Billy. Especially, if friendship with Jacob might not be in the cards. Tell them about the situation of Victoria and Laurent. How will I get them to believe me though? I'm not too sure I'm willing to let them have the book. If they read the part about the party, they might think Jasper broke the treaty. I could not let that happen. Although, I got the impression from Billy that he knew that I knew the truth. However, if they did not know Jacob was the one who told me, then they might think the Cullens broke the treaty. Now that I thought about where is Alice? Could she not see the incident at Port Angeles, motorcycles, or the biggest one, Laurent? That made me second guess why they left. If she saw, wouldn't she try and help? That there was no real danger thanks to the wolves. Or was there another reason? Arg, I ran my hands through my hair. This was so complicated, I was beginning to get a headache. Was I really supposed to figure this out all by myself? I wished I could question this SM person. What if, maybe Edward received the books as well? After all, why just me? If that's the case, hopefully he would be on his way back soon. He would not be able to read this book and not coming rushing back. Right? Because, if he left to protect me, it backfired. I'm sure SM would want him to know that. This conclusion cheered me some and calmed me down long enough to drift to sleep. In my dream once again I was running through the forest. I heard Edward call my name. Just when I thought it was same as before, Edward stepped out from behind a tree looking as godlike as ever. He pulled me into his arms and kissed me. When he pulled back he told he was sorry. In case of any questions, yes, Bella is ahead of the Cullens. She started reading hours before them and she did not have to keep making pauses to discuss it with anyone. I figured since she's an avid reader, to begin with a few chapters ahead would be plausible. I have reasons why I want her ahead as well, but you will have to wait to find out why. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 7. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 7. Repetition, Adrenaline and Third Wheel. Esme read the title in her soft, sweet voice. Repetition. The first line was barely out of her mouth when Emmett interrupted. I don't know what the hell you're doing anymore either, Bella. Ow. Why did you hit me? He turned to pout at his wife. Emmett, watch your language, scolded Esme. Bella said it first, he whined. Bella isn't here, nor could she control us reading what her thoughts were in the book, admonished Carlyle. Edward winced at the constant void he was feeling every time he thought about Bella being so far away. Esme continued on with the reading, feeling saddened about Bella's trip to their house in Forks. The rest of family's faces reflected similar aspects as well. No one wanted memories of their time with Bella to make her feel sad and that she felt healthier with werewolves. At least, she's trying the déjà vu approach rather than instant danger, Rosalie said. She's looking for a way to stay connected to you. She only thinks it's unhealthy, because she thinks you don't love her anymore. She probably thinks she's only setting herself up for more hurt, since she believes you're not coming back. I know now she belongs to you and in our family. Please, go back to her. Edward looked at his sister in surprise of her thoughts. He didn't really expect her to accept, or like, his Bella. Esme read on about trips to La Push and Bella's work. Well, sounds like Mike finally got the guts to ask Bella out again. Alice said in sing-song voice to Edward. She told Mike she didn't date. That is would only be a friend thing if she did. Edward corrected, feeling relieved. Now Jacob thinks he has a date with Bella, Emmett smirked, but his humor was short-lived. Bro, you do realize you just lost your bet. Jacob was talking about riding the motorcycles together. Pay up. Jasper stuck his hand out in Emmett's direction. Emmett took out his wallet and grumbled as he handed over money to his brother. Esme was soon interrupted again. No, Bella. No. Edward was frantic that his angel wanted to go cliff diving. Even if she was a vampire she couldn't hear from here. Jasper chuckled, still in a good mood from winning. I can't believe that Mutt agreed to take her, muttered Rose, tossing her blonde hair behind her shoulder. The others nodded in agreement. The book talked about how Bella listened to Jacob talk about his concern for his friend Embry and how Sam was looking at him funny. That would put the wolf count at 5 and seems almost definite Jacob changes, Carlyle murmured. Actually, I would figure 6 wolves. The Quill Boy sounds like he a direct descendant of one of the originals from when we were here last. Rose spoke up in disgust. Is it just me or does it seem like Jacob is playing on Bella's symphony for attention? Edward complained. It's possible that he really is worried. It doesn't seem like they have any warning before they change. Jacob thinks it's a gang-type thing and that Sam's not exactly a good guy, Carlyle answered. Bella, such a sweet, caring girl, of course she's going to show concern for a friend, Esme said, complimenting the young girl. Exactly, my point. Jacob knows she is sweet and caring and is taking advantage, Edward hissed. Esme turned and looked at Edward sharply. She deserves a friend, young man. Would you prefer Bella not to be the sweet girl she is? If it's another man getting close that bothers you, get your butt in gear and go back and tell her the truth. Beg if you must and prove to that girl you will never leave her again. There is still time, but not a lot, so stop procrastinating. She raised her eyebrow to challenge him. You're right. I'm sorry. Edward sighed softly. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back. Does that mean you're going back? Jasper asked carefully with Alice bouncing in his lap. I don't know. Edward whispered so softly that even the vampires had to strain and hear him. Please, continue, Mom. Esme paused then nodded, as she opened the book again. She finished the chapter without further interruptions. Porcelain doll. I love it. That will be my new nickname for Bella. Emmett was laughing, so hard he was shaking Rose right along with him. It's rather fitting. Jasper was laughing too. The others, -1, laughed along with them. Edward on the other hand was finding it hard to be funny, when Bella was about to go on a motorcycle and possibly get hurt. We are back to me. Alice announced with a bounce. Collect the book and got back in her spot in Jasper's lap to read. This chapter is Adrenaline. Wait a minute, Alice. Jazz, I bet that Bella sends herself to the hospital for the motorcycles, Emmett challenged. Interesting bet. I could definitely see Bella try to find some way around going to the hospital to avoid Charlie finding out, Jasper theorized. Could you refrain on betting on Bella getting hurt? Edward injected scornfully. Rose and Alice glared at their husbands. They waited until their wives were no longer looking before they exchanged a look and a nod. Edward growled loudly at them. Alice and Rose glared back at their husbands, who just shrugged. Alice narrowed her eyes and started to read about Bella learning to ride. "Ah, she's hearing Eddie boy again," Emmett commented slyly. "Great, I just wished she would listen to me and don't call me Eddie." Edward clearly exasperated. He wanted to hear more to make sure Bella was okay. "This is what I feared." Bella's starting to realize that putting herself in danger equals Edward's voice. Jasper said, clearly concerned. Edward looked tortured, while everyone including Emmett looked concerned. He quickly spread calm over the room. Everyone was on their edge of their seats as Bella took off on the bike. "The moron didn't teach her how to turn," shouted Rose. Esme was too concerned for Bella to reprimand her. "Not that brake," the boys shouted. "Ouch, wipe out," shuddered Emmett. "Alice, is she okay?" Edward cried, panicking. Alice looked up and rolled her eyes. "Real Bella is probably fine, that is if you would let me look. The Bella in the book. I could tell you if I wasn't being interrupted every other sentence." Alice answered, getting aggravated. "She's conscious. That has to be good, and Jacob is taking her to the hospital," Esme surmised. "She should have been wearing at least a helmet," Edward stressed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Jacob should have brought her right away to the hospital and not waited for her to change. Plus, Bella should be more honest on how she got the injury, so they do the proper tests." Carlisle sighed, shaking his head. "Ooh. Bella thinks Jacob is beautiful. That's kind of girly. I guess he doesn't match up to Adonis here." Emmett smirked. "Oh, by the way, Jazz, I win." He held out his hand for his money. "You two idiots bet anyways?" Rose yelled and smacked Emmett of the top of his head. "Boys, I am ashamed of you," Esme scolded. "Sorry," they mumbled. Alice continued on, while Edward's head was in his hands as he heard about Bella's second ER visit. His head shoot up with a growl when he heard that Bella and Jacob were going to try and find the meadow next, to take a break from the motorcycles, so Charlie didn't get too suspicious. "She's going to take that mutt to our special place. I don't want him there, he could never appreciate it." Edward looked as if someone kicked his puppy. "Maybe she won't find it," Alice suggested with a shrug. "Leave it to Bella to go into the woods regardless of the big bear sightings," Jasper chuckled. "Nothing will stop Bella when she gets determined," Edward sighed with a sigh. Alice was soon able to finish the chapter, but not without making everyone grimace. No one found the comment of Bella being tasty to be amusing, however, no one was going to comment. "Same order?" Alice asked as she handed the book to Carlisle, who took it from her. "Okay, this chapter is called Third Wheel." Carlisle unnecessarily cleared his throat. Edward was contemplating that even after 5 months later she felt like a lost moon with its planet gone. Something told him that he was that planet. The thought made him cry tearlessly for the pain he's causing his angel. He didn't know whether to feel relieved that Bella didn't think or want Jacob as boyfriend, or angered that Jacob kept guilting her to keep him around and being his Valentine. She will be no one's Valentine, but mine, he decided. Alice, seeing his decision, started to smiling, and he gave a small smile back. It was the first smile of any type in a while. "Looks like Mikey is going to get his date," Emmett boomed, and Edward's smile fell. "She said no to dating, it's a group outing," Edward snapped. "Uh-huh." Emmett rolled his eyes. Alice continued on about Bella planning for a big group to see Crosshairs, with her trying to prevent Mike from turning into what looked like a double date. "Bella really wouldn't be interested in a movie like Crosshairs, would she?" Esme asked, looking a little taken aback. "She's still avoiding romances, because it still hurts," Jasper replied. "Oh yay. The mutt got his car running. I'm not surprised Bella likes it considering the truck," Rose said condescendingly in response to Jacob showing off his finished car. Carlisle read further on about everyone canceling on Bella with the exception of Mike and Jacob. "Oh, poor Bella must be really uncomfortable," Alice cried, feeling bad for her friend. All the Cullens got a laugh at Bella's description on the boys' hands being bear traps. Edward couldn't help but feel smug that she had no interest in the boys. He couldn't help but finding it funnier at Mike's weak stomach. Poor Mikey can't stomach a movie. Way to impress the ladies, running away and throwing up. Emmett howled with laughter. At least, He had the decency to go to the bathroom and didn't get sick right in front or on Bella. Jasper laughed. Rose and Alice wrinkled their noses at the thought. The book moved on to where Jacob was confessing his feelings for Bella. Edward let go of the chair. Esme isn't going to be happy if you break it. The psychic pixie warned her enraged brother. Edward let go immediately and got up to start pacing. He sighed with relief when Bella told Jacob she didn't feel the same way and maybe they need time apart. But that was short-lived when Jacob said it was his problem and he would just deal with it. Which prompted Bella not to stay firm on sending him away, but to be happy to still have her friend. Ugh. Alice and I are going to have to help teach Bella how to deal with guys. Especially, on how to tell a guy she's not interested and not to feel guilty about hurting his feelings. She's just too nice. Rose stated looking over to her sister. Sounds like an excellent idea. Alice chirped with a sly smile on face. Edward wasn't sure to be glad of Rose's acceptance and willing to help Bella or be scared of what she would actually teach Bella. It didn't help that both Emmett and Jasper looked wary of the glints in their wives' eyes. Carlisle read on, shaking his head at the thought that this boy knew he was getting sick and that he just exposed both Bella and Jacob. He read further on as he furrowed his brow at Bella's growing concern of Jacob getting sick. When Billy came to the phone and was curt with Bella, he came to a pause in his reading. So that it then, Jacob just changed, didn't he? Jasper asked the older vampire. I'm no expert, but that is what it sounds like. Hopefully, he has the sense to stay away from Bella for a while. Young werewolves aren't known to control themselves, Carlisle replied. Even if he knows to stay away, doesn't mean Bella will. If she continues to think he's sick or something was wrong, she will try to help him. Edward groaned, collapsing back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. The entire family got nervous. They knew Edward was right. Bella would put someone she cared about above her own safety, especially as she didn't realize there was danger. Carlisle picked up the story again only for them to find that Bella did in fact get sick. I'm going to pound that little punk. How dare he get my little sister sick? Emmett snarled, clenching his fists. You will do no such thing. He didn't do it on purpose. Esme responded. She liked to think that there was good in everyone. Edward was relieved when Carlisle read that it was only a 24-hour bug and that she was better. He may have gone to medical school twice and knew that would happen, but it didn't help that he didn't like to see Bella sick or hurt. Carlisle finished the chapter and handed the book off to Jasper. At least, Jacob is trying to keep Bella away right now, Carlisle said, relieved. Yeah, well, I don't think Bella is going to listen, Alice added in. Well, let me read and we can find out, Jasper said, giving Alice a quick kiss before opening the book. N. Up next, the meadow. I wonder how Edward will take Victoria's plans and Lawrence's attempt on Bella's life. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 8. I do not own Twilight and its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 8. Meadow and Decisions. Moving on. The title to the chapter is Meadow, Jasper announced. Edward immediately had a flashback of Bella and him in the meadow. That day had been a turning point in their relationship. His favorite memory of that day was their first kiss. He interrupted from his thoughts when Jasper cleared his throat and raised an eyebrow at him. Edward gave him a sheepish smile in return and turned his head. Emmett glanced at Edward and started chuckling. He opened his mouth to say something when Rose elbowed him to be quiet. The chapter started out with Bella being still concerned over Jacob. They listened as Bella's perceptiveness wasn't buying what Billy was telling her. I think it's a matter of time before Bella figures out the Quileutes' secret. She is too far into her investigative mode. She isn't going to rest until she figures out what is going on with Jacob. Alice giggled, thinking how Bella was relentless to find out about how Edward and the rest of them were vampires. I just hope she doesn't go running over there on some preconceived rescue mission and gets herself hurt, Edward sighed nervously. She seems to be regressing into depression again without Jacob. Carlisle pondered while Edward scowled at him. They all listened how after a week Jacob wasn't sick, but off with other friends. Everyone was a little worried when Bella felt hurt about being blown off and not get a phone call as she sat there worried about him. What is Bella thinking? Going into the woods alone and with Charlie thinking she's at Jessica's. What if something happens? She should have listened to her father and not go. Esme said, shaking her head disapprovingly. She was worried for her daughter and the look on Carlisle's face seemed to share that feeling. He wouldn't let her go, because of the bears, And she probably thinks they're nothing to be concerned about since she has not seen them yet. Jasper pointed out. The family listened attentively as Bella made her way through the forest until she found the meadow. She found it. Good going, Bella. Alice started bouncing. Edward couldn't be but a little proud and happy that Bella found the meadow on her own and that she was glad Jacob wasn't with her. The others seemed to be happy as well for Bella. Everyone's good mood was brought to a standstill when Bella spotted a vampire. "It's not one of us, is it?" Carlyle asked, already fearing the answer. Jasper shrugged and read on only to freeze when Bella mentioned the vampire in question's name. Loud growling coming from its inhabitants shook the walls of the house. "Relax right now, I can see him in Denali." Alice immediately looked for Laurent. "I won't relax. At some point he's going to be too near Bella," snapped Edward, trying to unsuccessfully fight Jasper's calming waves. "Well, if you let me watch Bella, we would know when. According to the book it would be either late February or early March," Alice shot back. "Let's just see where this goes before we get out of control." Carlyle spoke loudly, ending the argument. The Cullens were on the edges of their seat with worry and anger as they read about Bella's confrontation with Laurent, who was clearly digging for information on the Cullens. "She wasn't ever or will ever be a pet," Edward hissed, upset about the insult to his angel. Emmett's eyes narrowed as he decided he was going to pay a visit to Laurent whether he was in Denali or not. He deserved a pounding for insulting his sister. Alice and Edward smirked evilly and Edward nodded in Emmett's direction. The notice of Laurent's red eyes sent hisses throughout the room, which grew into growls as Laurent informed Bella of Victoria's plans. Jasper was struggling to adjust the mood of the room, before he accidentally lashed out at something in anger. "She won't touch my Bella," Edward spoke though clenched teeth. "Please try to calm down for now, it's not really happening yet," Jasper asked in a painful voice. Edward finally stopped fighting Jasper for the time being. Everyone, with the exception of Jasper, had their eyes close as he read. Jasper reached the part where Laurent was about to kill Bella and he had froze looking off into the woods. "Why did he stop? One of us finally?" Esme timidly asked. "Probably not, since I wouldn't have been looking at her future," Alice answered sadly. There was a sigh of relief when the wolves appeared on the scene. "I thought I would never say this, but thank God the wolves are there," Emmett said with vigor. Edward had to agree. He did owe the wolves more than gratitude for saving Bella in time. "Laurent doesn't stand a chance. 5 wolves against him," Jasper said joyfully. "I'm surprised Bella did not realize right then about the connections of the Quileutes and the wolves, as soon as she thought of Jacob when she saw the wolf. She did hear the full legend of us and them," mentioned Carlyle, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I think Bella was a little too concerned about becoming a snack for either the wolves or Laurent to be thinking about that," Emmett answered. Everyone got a small chuckle of Bella telling Charlie about the wolves and the idea that the wolves may now be hunted. Carlyle was amused that Bella imaged the wolves taking care of Laurent, but still didn't put the pieces together. Edward grew increasingly angry again when he realized Bella was afraid of Victoria and Laurent coming for her. The words from the book, "If you knew what she had planned for you," set him over the top. "Victoria," growled Edward, getting to his feet. Jasper and Emmett quickly joined him and the book hit the floor with a thud. "Now let's not be hasty, we can't be sure," Carlyle said, trying to calm his sons down before they could do anything. "No, Carlyle, you don't understand." Edward sawed through his teeth. "Victoria was James's mate. She will want revenge and I'm sure she will use Bella to do it." "Then why did we leave Forks if you thought she would go after Bella? We should be there to protect her," shouted Alice, now on her feet as well, starting to panic. "You know why. I was handling it. When I left Forks I tried tracking Victoria, but I lost his scent in South America," Edward snapped back. "Hold on. You were tracking Victoria without at least Jasper and me? We would have helped you." Emmett looked at Edward incredulously. "I didn't want to concern anyone else. Concern us? She's like a sister and a daughter to this family. If she's in danger, of course, it's our concern. Would you just sit back if it was Alice or Rose?" Jasper tried to reason with Edward. "Of course, I would never sit back if they were in danger," Edward sawed through his teeth. "Then, it's settled. The 3 of are going together," Emmett decided. "Not so fast, I'm going too. I will be able to find her easier," Alice stated, glaring at Jasper as he started to argue. I'm going too. No one is messing with my family, Rose said with venom, getting to her feet. That witch won't touch a hair on my daughter, Esme snarled. Well, then I guess we should start making plans. Or do you want to finish the book first? Carlisle spoke up. He opposed violence, but he knew they needed to protect Bella. He was hoping the books would show another way. The books will have to wait. I won't let Bella be in danger a moment longer. Edward declared, crossing his arms. He had decided. First he will take care of Victoria and then he was going back to his Bella. He will beg her if he has to. All this book was showing was the torment he had been putting them both through. He would have happily suffered if she was happy, but that clearly wasn't the case. Well, it's about time, dear brother. Alice looked at him with anger wiped off her face and a smile in place of it. She was happy that Edward had finally come to his senses. She looked at the rest of her family, who were looking at her for answers. She started to giggle. First, we take care of Victoria and then we go back to Forks, where Romeo here will try and get his Juliet back. Good, but if you hurt Bella again, Jazz, I will play tug-o-war with you and then toss your body parts to the wolves. Emmett declared as he pulled Edward into a headlock, which he quickly got out of. Don't worry. I will never leave Bella's side again, Edward vowed. Alice, can you locate Victoria for us? Carlisle asked her. Alice closed her eyes and searched for a moment. She's going to be in cell tomorrow. It looks like she has another vampire with her. He might be a newborn. Alice said, opening her eyes. We will have to drive. With it being so close to Christmas, it would be hard to get us on a plane. Plus, the one possibility will only get a delay because of snow. All right. Everyone go pack and be down here in an hour, Carlisle decided. Oh, we will have to make a quick pit stop. I need to shop, Alice announced. Alice, I'm sure shopping can wait, Esme told her. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. We have to have Christmas gifts for Bella. Yeah, because gifts went over so well the last time, Emmett said, rolling his eyes. Don't worry, if I see her giving us a hard time, we can tell her they're from Santa, so she can't argue, Alice chirped, determined that no one was going to stop her. She closed her eyes and opened them. It will be no problem. She will be too happy to see us to argue. Alice then blocked her thoughts, singing Jingle Bells in her head. Alice, what are you hiding? Edward looked at her curiously. You will see, Alice said, skipping up the stairs, dragging Jasper with her. I suggest we get a move on. Carlisle spoke as he headed for the stairs as well. And so Edward is finally going back. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 9. I do not own Twilight or It characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 9. Not going to wait. BPOV. I closed the front door behind me and was glad that I was done with work for the day. Work was long with all the last-minute shoppers and Mike pestering me since he noticed a change in me. Luckily, Newton's carried fishing equipment, so I had bought Charlie a new tackle box and a few lures. I knew I had time to take care of Renee and Phil, since they went to his family for Christmas and wouldn't be home until after the new year. I kicked my shoes off and grabbed a slice of pizza from the kitchen. All I wanted to do was go to my room and read more. I went into the living room and placed my gift under the tree. I wasn't sure when Charlie had put up the tree. I felt rather guilty of not helping him decorate. I'm going to go read in my room, Dad. Have a good night. I was trying to make a better effort than I have been. Hold on, Bells, he called, looking up from the TV. I'm working a double Christmas day and I was hoping to exchange gifts tomorrow. Sure, Dad. We can pretend tomorrow is Christmas morning and I can make us a nice dinner, I said, starting to leave the room again. Dinner wouldn't be necessary. We have been invited to the Blacks for a Christmas Eve celebration. The Clearwaters and a couple other families will be there. I usually go every Christmas. He looked at me closely. I could see the hope in his eyes. Dad, I'm not in the mood to go being around a bunch of people right now, I said softly, knowing it was partly true. The other part, I wasn't sure what to do about Jacob or the wolves yet. Bells, Dad, please don't start. I know what you're probably going to say. I'm working on it. But, being around a group of people who would only gloat and are happy the Cullens left, will only depress me, not help me. Please go, don't worry about me. I will just do a big breakfast or brunch instead for us. How does that sound? I pleaded with him. Okay, Bells, but maybe I should stay. he said after watching me for a few minutes. No, Dad, go. Please don't let me ruin your good time. I will make you a lasagna to take with you, I said, trying to escape the room for a third time. If that's what you want. Charlie sighed and turned back to the TV. I ran up the stairs, tripping on the top step onto the landing with a thud. I'm okay, I shouted. I swore that I heard Charlie chuckling from the living room. Like the night before I got in my pajamas and jumped into bed. I grabbed the book and settled under my covers to read. Several hours later, I still couldn't sleep. It was 3 a.m. I couldn't read anymore. I was too scared to find out what happened next. I kept thinking over and over in my head what happened to Book Bella. First, Jacob takes her to meet the rest of the pack and she almost gets attacked by Paul. I shivered. Another reason to keep my distance from the wolves. At least, Jasper didn't mean to attack me, I thought with a huff. Apparently Book Bella had Jacob to thank for tackling Paul before he tackled me. One other wolf, Brad, no Jared, wanted to use Book Bella as bait for Victoria. I was glad Jacob and Sam vetoed that idea. It was hard to stay appreciative to Jacob when he tried to pry information out of Book Bella about the Cullens. She apparently told Jacob about Alice's and Jasper's abilities to avoid getting hurt when Jacob was losing control in the car. Which would mean all the wolves would soon know, due to their wolf-mind connection. At least, one good thing about it would be that they would also know about how Edward and the Cullens saved me from James, including Edward sucking the venom back out of my bite. I thought as I absent-mindedly stroked the scar on my hand. Not long after, Book Bella made her stupidest move yet. She jumped from the very top of the cliff. She clearly had lost it, in her desperation to hear Edward's voice. Thankfully, Jacob saved her once again. The thought of contemplating him as Paris was just silly. I didn't want to settle, I wanted Edward. If he didn't come back soon, then I'm going to find him myself. One big turning point, Alice did come back. Granted, Book Bella scared the hell out of her. Her vision made her think that Book Bella was dead. She apparently couldn't see the wolves. So she never saw Jacob save Book Bella. It was listening to her and Charlie talk. I found out that Charlie was even more concerned than I thought. The fact that Book Bella was being so careless and was worrying Charlie made me incredibly guilty. If he knew the things that Book Bella was doing, it would probably give him a heart attack. I found from their exchange that Charlie didn't want Edward back in Book Bella's life. He wanted her to have a relationship with Jacob. I wonder how he will react right now, if Edward came back. By Alice's retort, which sounded colder than I ever heard her ever talk to Charlie, it sounded like Edward wasn't happy and was in South America. Why in the world was he there while most the other Cullens were in Ithaca, or technically Denali at that point? Apparently, Alice returning caused Jacob to stay away. He claimed that Book Bella couldn't be friends with them both. This means trying to strike a friendship between the two groups could be pointless. Alice wasn't to please at the wolves either, but she wasn't going to make me choose. God, I miss her. I hope she will help me if I went to her right now. It made me doubtful she hadn't tried to contact me. She must have seen my decision to find her. None of the other things were what was keeping me awake. Edward in the book was heading to the Voltry. Rose apparently called and told him Book Bella was dead. She didn't wait for Alice to confirm it. I couldn't understand why she would do such a thing. Tears filled my swollen eyes. I know she hates me, but to do that to Edward, someone she considers a brother. Jacob didn't help either. He first tried to kiss Book Bella, then answered the phone and refused to give it her. He told whoever it was on the phone that Charlie was at a funeral. Unfortunately, it was Edward and he thought it was Book Bella's funeral. I was hyperventilating at this point. He just can't go kill himself. I clutched my shirt material over my heart. Why does he have to break all his promises? I knew that none of this happens for a few more months, but I was scared. Okay, this doesn't have to be, I thought. I'm not waiting for Edward to come. Alice isn't looking, because she promised not to. And trying dangerous stunts will probably end in disaster. I could go to Ithaca. Alice is probably there. I will show them the books. Hopefully, they will help me go get Edward before something bad happens. I will leave tomorrow. After Charlie leaves for La Push, I will go to an airport and catch a flight. I glanced back at the clock. 4 a.m. I should try to get some sleep. Now that I had a plan, I fell into a dreamless sleep. It was late in the afternoon when Charlie had left for La Push and he was staying the night. I hurried upstairs to pack a quick bag. We spent the morning together. I made a huge breakfast and afterwards I started on the lasagna. While it was cooking and Charlie was busy in the garage changing out his old tackle box for the new I gave him, I called the airlines. I couldn't get any flights out of Port Angeles, however, I could get on standby in Seattle for Ithaca, NY at about 9 p.m. tonight. That was my best option. I was hoping that my truck would make it to Seattle. I was hurrying, throwing clothes into a duffel bag as a carry-on. I didn't want to worry about luggage. I could just imagine Alice's face when I arrived with only a duffel bag. I was throwing in my toiletry bag when the contents spilled out on the floor next to my bed. I bent down to quickly pick it back up. I was grabbing my shampoo when I noticed a loose board. How have I not tripped on it before is beyond me. I jiggled it and seemed like it would come out. I pulled the board off out of curiosity and my breath caught. It was my stuff from my birthday. I put the tickets with my wallet. Maybe I could exchange one or both for a ticket to Ithaca to save on some money. I placed the CD in my stereo and hit play. My lullaby came out of the speakers and I teared up. I glanced in my hands at the pictures. I stared at the picture of Edward in Charlie's kitchen months ago. He was smiling and his eyes were filled with love and humor. I traced his face with my pinky and then I glanced at the other picture. It was both of us that Charlie took and neither one of us looked happy. I placed that photo down. My tears fell a little faster. How could so much change after one day? I took the photo of Edward and placed it in my spot in New Moon. I placed the books in the bag as well. Hopefully, the Cullens will believe me when I say these books are about the future. I was sure at least Alice would. I hoped in the back of my mind SM did send the books to the Cullens as well. I finished zipping up my bag and headed downstairs. I had to figure out what to tell Charlie. He won't be back until late tomorrow night and I knew I probably would not be back by then. I would have to leave a note. I felt bad about lying in the note, but at least in a note I wouldn't be caught as easily. I quickly wrote that Alice had called me with a life and death emergency and didn't give me any details. I left to help her and would call when I could. I figured Alice was safer to say than Edward. I sighed and hoped it would be enough. I glanced at the clock and realized I had to get a move on. I ran out of the house, threw my bag in the truck and took off toward Seattle. A few hours later, my truck was dying. Smoke was pouring from the hood and it was sputtering. I was almost there. Just a few more blocks. I managed to pull into a YMCA parking lot before it completely died. I grabbed my bag and decided to walk the rest of the way. The parking lot was nearly empty, except for my truck. Many people were elsewhere celebrating Christmas Eve, I thought. Just as I got the edge of the parking lot, I heard a voice that sent me whirling around. Bella? I turned and recognized the speaker to be a vampire that I knew all too well. Yes, a cliffhanger. I had to do at least one at some point. Now is it Victoria or one of the Cullens? I won't leave you hanging for long. Thank you for all reviews. I'm glad, so many like the story. Chapter 10. I do not own Twilight or its character. Stephanie Meyer owns them. Chapter 10. Seattle. EPOV. I sighed as myself. My father and brothers leaned against the cars waiting for the girls. They said they would be quick. Since Alice knew what she wanted, she would make it quick for once. I know my nerves were probably driving Jasper up a wall. He was leaning against Carlisle Mercedes with his eyes closed. Vampires don't usually get headaches, but I'm sure all the different mood swings of 6 other vampires were nothing but unpleasant the past few days. Jasper opened his eyes and looked at me. Don't worry, Edward, we will take care of Victoria. With the 7 of us she won't get away. Leave the newborn to me. That's right, Victoria will be done existing before Bella even knows she was in danger. Emmett added menacingly. Carlisle flinched, but didn't say anything. He has always been a peaceful man and I knew violence goes against his very nature. Carlisle spoke up to change the subject. Have you thought what you're going to say to Bella? She obviously deserves the truth. I just hope she's willing to listen. I'm willing to beg for forgiveness and do anything to prove how sorry I answered without hesitation, praying that my sweet angel could forgive a monster like myself. Anything? So you're willing to change her then? Carlisle inquired with both eyebrows raised. The selfish part of me wants to. To keep Bella with me forever as a vampire would be almost everything to me. But to take her soul, I can't bring myself to do that. Idiot moron. Oh, Edward. Bro, she isn't likely going to change her mind on being changed so she can be with you. If she believes she has a soul still, doesn't it count for anything? Emmett asked. Before I could speak, Jasper put his 2 cents in. I think you should think it over and decide together with Bella and not for Bella. Her opinion should matter. If you decide for her, you only hurt her again. Did you not understand that from the book? I knew he was right. If I was lucky and Bella took me back, we would always be at odds over her being changed. I didn't want to argue anymore, but we were both stubborn. We were going to have a long talk. I decided the best way would be to tell Bella all my concerns. Maybe that would sway her not to be changed. I was brought out of my thought by the women returning with their packages. Bella is going to love her gifts. I don't know why I didn't think of them before. I know they are perfect. One gift is from all of us. I saw her thinking that it was too much, which is why we are going to say it is from Santa. Alice was bubbling over with excitement. She spoke so fast even we had a hard time understanding her. Slow down, darlin', Jasper said, chuckling, enjoying her mood. Alice went to hand Jasper her bags when she froze and almost dropped them. Her eyes went a bit hazy and unfocused. No, Bella, no, Edward, I'm sorry, she must have just decided. She was in her room in my other vision. I was watching Victoria so closely, I thought she was the bigger concern. Alice was panicking. Alice, please say we will make it in time. I begged her. What is going on? What's wrong with Bella? Emmett asked, pulling Rose close to him. She is going to be in Seattle tonight. If we don't leave now, Victoria will find her first. Then why are we still here? Let's go, Rose growled. Everyone piled into the cars. Carlisle and Esme in his Mercedes, Emmett and Rose is in her BMW, and myself, Alice and Jasper in my Volvo. I'm so sorry, Edward. Nothing happened in the books yet, so I wasn't watching. What change? Alice was thinking from the backseat, while Jasper spread some calm throughout the car. It's not your fault, Alice. I had asked you not to watch her. I mumbled back to her, all my thoughts on my angel. Why was she in Seattle that late on Christmas Eve? She should be with Charlie. We need to strategize. Jasper pulled his phone, so Emmett and Rose could be in the discussion, while Alice pulled out hers to call Esme and Carlisle. Easy, I will handle Victoria. I said her name through clenched teeth. I will destroy her for even thinking of harming a hair on Bella. I don't think it will be that easy. She seems to be good at escaping. Alice spoke, looking at possible futures. I saw that she was right. Jasper will take the newborn with Rose as backup, which he probably does not need. Alice paused to kiss him on the cheek. Edward, you will mainly take Victoria on, but Emmett, Carlisle and I will help surround Victoria, so she won't have a free place to break away. With my visions and Edward being able to read her mind, it should all work. Jasper and Rose will also help us to circle her once they are done. Esme will stay in the background protecting Bella, Alice announced with confidence. Well, Alice, we all know not to bet against you. Jasper hugged his wife close and kissed the top of pointy hair. I pressed down on the gas to get to Seattle and to my love. BPOVI froze as I stared at a red-eyed vampire, her wild red hair flowing free. Victoria, funny seeing you here. Merry Christmas. I sputtered, trying to stay calm. She looked at me funny and then smiled evilly and laughed. Ah yes, I believe it will be a Merry Christmas for me now, wouldn't it, Riley? It was then I noticed the young blonde boy behind her. He had to be about the same age as me. He just smirked and gave me a once-over that made me shudder. Bella, where is Edward? Did he really leave you all by yourself? She cocked her head, enjoying the moment. I'm actually about to go meet up with him. His plane comes in tonight. Lying the best I could, taking the advice from the Edward in the meadow scene in the book. I briefly wonder why I wasn't hearing his voice. I'm glad I didn't try one of those stunts just to hear his voice. Apparently it wouldn't have worked. That's a shame that I'm going to have to kill you before his plane lands. Victoria smirked. He will know it was you. I tried desperately to stall. No wolves were coming to save me in the middle of the city, and no one else was around this cold night. I hope that he does. I have a score to settle. She smiled menacingly at me. Don't worry, I will make it slow and painful. I took a step back. In the same moment I heard the screech of tires. Then I heard the most wonderful sound as something flashed before me. Victoria. My angel bellowed. My eyes opened wide as I beheld my angel crouched before me facing Victoria. Before I could decide if he was real or if I was hallucinating, big strong arms yanked me back and I was back against my truck. Then Esme appeared beside me, wrapping her arms around me, holding me back. Emmett was a few paces away, his arms crossed, looking eager for a fight. I realized he was the one that grabbed me. Alice and Carlyle helped form a circle, trapping Victoria inside with Edward. I looked for the boy, Riley, that was with Victoria. He was about a yard away from the circle. He was wrestling with Jasper. Rosalie standing nearby ready to help him. Riley had already lost one arm and Jasper was just pulling off the second while I watched. I winced and looked back to the circle. Victoria was looking like she wanted to run, but Edward met her every move before she could make it. "Breathe, Bella, it will be all right," Esme said as she tries to soothe me by rubbing my arm. I watched as lightning-quick Edward striked, pulling off an arm. He then sent her hurtling into Emmett, who all but happily relieved her of the other arm. Emmett then held her as Edward swiftly put his teeth to her neck and her head fell rolling towards Alice, who picked it up to toss it on the fire that had been built. Now that Edward was safe, I looked over and saw that Jasper and Rosalie had joined the circle and the only trace of Riley was in a fire. I let out a sob of relief and Esme pulled me into a hug. "We missed you, sweetheart," she said, pulling back. I looked around and everyone was smiling as if they were happy to see me. Yet they were keeping their distance. I looked at Edward last. He was looking at me with worry, fear and finally love in his eyes. "You two should talk. We will meet you back at the house." Alice was smiling as she bounced over and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. My truck has broken down. I need to call a service," I said distractedly. I felt as if I was in a cloud. Maybe I was dreaming all this. The books too. "Don't worry, I'll get it towed to the house and I will take a look," Rosalie said softly, offering me a small smile. I felt very confused by Rosalie's demeanor towards me. It seemed to be a 180 from when I last saw her. "Thank you, Rosalie," I said gratefully. "Family calls me Rose, Bella." Her smile got a little bigger. She grabbed Emmett's hand and turned to leave. Emmett turned to wave to me before following. When I looked away I noticed I was left with just Edward. He hadn't said anything yet and that made me nervous. My heart started thumping harder. I bit my lip, not wanting to be the first to speak. He took a slow breath and walked carefully over to me. He started to lift his hand to grab mine, but stopped and let his arm fall back to his side. "Bella, are you okay?" he asked gently. I nodded, praying that I could stop the tears that were coming to my eyes. "We should go before someone notices the fire." He went and grabbed my bag and turned back for me. I stood frozen to the ground as I started to shake slightly. I couldn't will myself to follow him yet. "Bella?" He flew back to my side at vampire speed. Are you really here or have I completely lost it now?" My voice shook as I spoke. Tears started to fall. "Please, tell me, I'm not dreaming and hallucinating." A sense of dawning lit his eyes as his features softened. This time he took my hand, cradling it against his chest. "I'm very much here, love." He kissed my hand before he pulled me along until we were down the street where his Volvo was waiting. He paused outside the passenger door, turning back to me. He was suddenly on his knees before me, taking my other hand in his. When I met his golden eyes I saw them bright with emotion. "Edward, what are you doing?" I tugged on his hands to get him to stand, but I might as well be pulling on a statue. "I need to beg for your forgiveness," Edward answered me with his voice shaking. "Edward, get up, you don't need to beg. I have already forgiven you," I told him, honestly touched by the sentiment all the same. "Ow, Bella. I lied to you. How could forgive me so easily? Please don't interrupt, let me finish," he pleaded as I tried to speak. "The worst thing I have ever done was to tell you that lie that day in the woods. Bella, I love you. I love you more than my own existence. I was trying to protect you by leaving. I was afraid that my world was too dangerous for you. That I wasn't good enough for you. Can you really forgive me for all that?" He searched my eyes for answers. Instead of speaking I slowly leaned in and kissed his cool marble lips. He hesitated at first, but soon returned the kiss with more passion than we have ever shared before. My hand slipped into his hair and pulled closer. I felt one of his hands on the small of my back and the other slip into my hair and rest at the nape of my neck. After a few minutes we both pulled away breathless. I gave him another kiss on the cheek before answering him. I know you lied. I was pretty sure why, you only just confirmed it. I love you, Edward, and of course I forgive you. The tears slipped down my face, leaving cool tracks. I started to shiver. You're cold. I should get you into the car before you get sick. He swiftly got to his feet and opened the door. His face was still beaming from my answer. I paused before getting in. Bella, what are you thinking? He suddenly looked nervous again. I gave a nervous laugh. It'd been a while since I'd been asked that. I know you left to protect me, but are you staying or are you just going to leave me again? I asked, unable to bring myself to meet his eyes. All of a sudden I felt myself in his strong protective arms as he held me to his body. He pulled slightly back and lifted my chin with his fingers until our eyes met. Isabella Swan. I will never leave you again, not unless you want to send me away. Is that what you want? I shook my head. Then I promise that I will never leave your side. My eyes teared again. I wanted to believe him, but it wasn't that easy. But you break your promises. I bit my lip. He frowned, before smiling sadly. I lost your trust. I can't blame for that. He sighed. I will earn it back if you let me. I nodded, trying not to shake from the cold. Please, love, get in the car, so you can get warm. We can talk more in the car. I nodded. He helped me in, shut the door and was beside me in a split second. He leaned over to give me a quick soft kiss on the lips. I leaned back in the seat and turned to look at him. My memory or the photo has not done him justice. He started his car and pulled into the street speeding. He then grabbed my hand, brought it to his lips and kissed it. He then took my wrist up to his nose and breathed in. He lowered our hands and laced our fingers together. Are you okay? She didn't hurt you, did she? I asked now that shock of the situation had worn off. No, love, she barely touched me. Between myself and Alice she didn't stand a chance. The others only increased our odds. He answered softly. He was quiet for a moment before he looked at me. How and when did you know that I lied? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes appeared a little confused. I'm not sure if you will believe me, I answered, looking away. I could see his reflection in the glass still. He raised an eyebrow. I received a package a few days ago with 3 finished books and 1 unfinished. The 3 finished are supposed to be of our future. The unfinished was a book of the past. The unfinished book was during the time when I first came to Forks, from your point of view. Seeing things through your eyes and your thoughts, I knew that you really loved me. It also made me recall our conversation in the cafeteria one day where you told me you care more, because you could leave to protect me. Then in the second book, which I guess is combination of present and future, I recalled the conversation during Romeo and Juliet, how you said you wouldn't live without me. That would have been only a couple of days before you left. Because of these things it made me realize that you had lied and you loved me. I took a deep breath and peered at him out of the corner of my eye. His face was thoughtful and all of a sudden he started to laugh. What is so funny, Mr. Cullen? I asked, a little hurt, thinking he was laughing at me. I'm sorry, love. I'm not laughing at you. We should have figured it out. We received books as well. Only we got 4 completed books. Our first was about you moving to Forks from your point of view. When you say we, my family and I, so you all have been reading about me and hearing my thoughts. I started to blush. The thought of his family and him reading about me, especially in New Moon, was embarrassing. I really missed that. He took his hand and ran a finger over my cheek, which caused my blush to darken. Don't be embarrassed. The books helped us understand you better. I know that I learned that my decision last September has only hurt you more than if I had just stayed. He picked my hand up again and kissed it. His eyes filled with regret. How far did you guys get in the books? I was curious to what made him finally decide to come back. We finished a chapter called The Meadow. When I nodded, he continued. I was not about to allow Victoria to get close to you. We have not decided what to do about Laurent yet. Alice is watching him in case he leaves Denali. His eyes clenched slightly as he spoke. So you only came back to take care of Victoria? I felt nervous again. Once Victoria was taken care of, I would have been back for you. I saw that you were hurting without me, and that is what I never wanted. He started rubbing soothing circles on the back of my hand with his thumb. How far did you get in the books? I got further into New Moon. I just finished the chapter called Funeral in New Moon. I avoided his eyes as I saw them tense. I think we should finish the books. We don't know if there is any more information that might be important. I agree, love, but for now I think you should sleep. It's late and you look exhausted, he agreed with me. I don't want to sleep. I pouted, afraid to close my eyes and have him be gone when I woke up. For once please don't be stubborn. Go to sleep and we have tomorrow and every day following to catch up and talk about the books. He pleaded, turning to look at me with eyes in full dazzle mode. Am I correct in assuming that Charlie doesn't expect you back tonight? I nodded. Then I will bring you back to our house in Forks. I'll be by your side when you wake up. I sighed and got comfortable in the seat. He started to hum my lullaby. Edward. Yes, my Bella, Merry Christmas. I love you. Merry Christmas, my one and only love. He started to hum again. I slowly drifted to sleep. A.N. Yay! Edward and Bella are reunited. Victoria is gone. They will continue with the book. What to do about Laurent in next. Chapter 2. Sorry if the fight scene is too short. I'm not great at writing them. Plus I thought all Cullens, especially Edward and Alice, at once against her when she is caught off guard would not have been much of a fight. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 11. I do not own Twilight or its character. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 11. Cult, Intruder, Killer, EPOV. I pulled into our driveway in Forks. I glanced at the sleeping angel beside me. I was thankful that we arrived in time. I was even more thankful and amazed that she forgave me so easily. I knew we had plenty to talk about still. I knew the family was waiting, so I got out her bag and moved to the other side of the car to carry Bella inside. I didn't want to wake her up. As I pulled her warm body into my arms, she snuggled closer and spoke, I love you, Edward. I had missed her sleep talking. I kissed her hair, so my cool lips didn't disturb her. As I approached the door, Esme opened it and stepped aside. I headed for the stairs when Alice called me back. Lie her down on the couch in here, that way we can continue reading and you can keep her near you. Besides, the rest of us missed her too. Alice spoke softly. I looked at the couch, it was covered in a couple of blankets. I was heightened. Bella needed her sleep and we haven't exactly been quiet when reading. Everyone will have to talk softly, so they don't wake her. She needs her sleep. I informed them, looking directly at Emmett. I looked back at my angel. There were clear dark circles under her eyes from sleep deprivation. I could tell when I was carrying her, that she has lost a lot of weight. She looked even frailer than before. Hey, I can be good. Emmett pouted and looked down at Bella. Wow. She looks like something the cat dragged in. I growled softly in response. Emmett responded by putting his hands up in the air as to surrender, then hid behind Rose, who looked at him curiously. She should be fine. Jasper can influence her to stay calm enough for her to stay asleep. Carlisle spoke up. I glanced at Alice and she nodded. Shouldn't we wait for Bella to read? Jasper asked. Apparently, Alice had let the family know that Bella received the books as well. Actually, Bella is a couple of chapters ahead of us, I told them. How did she, a human, get ahead of us? Emmett looked confused and I shrugged, since I didn't think to ask her. We weren't reading at vampire speed. Bella also was a strong reader, so I wasn't too surprised. She didn't have anyone to slow her down. Jasper smirked and Emmett punched him in the arm. Edward, get settled on the couch with Bella. Emmett, you read, and Rose and I will decorate the tree as you read, Alice announced. When did we get a tree? I asked, walking toward the couch. Emmett went out after we got back. We won't have time to decorate the whole house though, Alice said, already placing colored ball on the tree's branches, while Rose placed some tinsel. I sat down with my back against the arm of the couch. I lifted Bella enough to place a blanket between us before settling her down, so her head was on my chest and her legs were resting against mine. Esme came over and covered the both us, then kissed us each on the head. She looks so at peace in your arms. Everyone else got into their seats. Okay, this chapter is called Cult. Emmett began to read. Before you start, you lost the bet. Jasper held his hand out to him. You know it was one bet. I'm not sorry I lost. Emmett forked over some bills as he glanced over at Bella and myself. The chapter started out with Bella being terrified of Victoria. Her jumpiness was concerning Charlie. Well, it sounds like Bella is finally scared of vampires, for once, Carlisle said with a sigh. Of course, she's scared, because Edward isn't there to protect her. She was never scared before, Because of how much she loves Edward and knew he would always protect her, Esme said as she looked at the two of us fondly. I wrapped my arms around her a little bit tighter. I was glad we got rid of the threat. As if to confirm what Esme said, Bella spoke in her sleep. I love Edward. First time, I get to hear her sleep talk and that's what she says, Emmett thought before continuing on reading. I gave him a huge Cheshire cat smile in response. Poor Bella, she really is coming unglued. Between worrying about what is going on with Jacob and Victoria and or Laurent coming for her or Charlie. She isn't strong enough for it. Jasper said, shaking his head. Though, I'm glad she's very calm and happy right now. Emmett read on about Bella appealing to Charlie about Jacob. Being concerned that he was forced into Sam Yuli's gang. Charlie wasn't taking her too seriously. That is because it isn't an actual gang, Emmett chuckled softly. Jacob, I thought with a sigh of irritation. I wondered if Bella was going to want to be friends with him or had she started a friendship with him already, since she was reading the books too. I didn't want to talk to her earlier about it, I wasn't sure if I was ready for the answer. If I had my choice the answer would be no. Jacob clearly liked my Bella too much for my liking. That and I would always be concerned for her safety when she was in La Push, since I wouldn't able to help her if she was in trouble. I sighed when Emmett read that Bella was heading to La Push for some answers. Of course, she would do that, I thought. Well, it sounds like there is going to be 6 wolves. Carlyle indicated from Bella's description of Quill. That is 6 wolves too many. Muttered Rose from behind the tree. The rest of us nodded. We didn't want any trouble with them. That boy is so rude. He should know better than to talk to a lady like that. Esme said, irritated that Jacob was extremely rude talking to Bella when she was confronting him. I was less than pleased. The only thing that kept me from growling is the sleeping angel in my arms. I didn't want to wake her. I'll be willing to teach him some manners. Bella doesn't deserve to be talked to that way. She's only concerned about him. Emmett hissed, as he read more about Bella's confrontation with Jacob. Get in line. Jasper, Rose and I whisper yelled. That mutt is blaming us for them changing. How dare he? Rose nearly yelled and Esme hushed her. While Bella is even defending us after everything she thought. Glancing slightly at my angel curled into my chest. Sorry, but she does look like she's been to hell and back. He does have an interesting theory. I would like to look more into it. Carlyle looked interested and able to research it. If he wasn't going to be friends with her anymore, he should have just gotten on the phone when she called and told her himself. He knew she was worried. Did he think it would go away if he ignored it? Jasper was clearly irate, which was mostly due to everyone else's emotions. Inside his head he was trying to think of ways to deal with Jacob that didn't break the treaty. Vampire Bella against Werewolf Sam, that would be an interesting match. Emmett mused, picturing it in his head. I sent him a glare. Again, Alice and I need to talk to her. You cannot break up with a guy if you're not dating him, Rose said while rolling her eyes. Perhaps it was a déjà vu experience, since Edward broke up with her in the woods too and then left her. Alice offered from her area of the tree. I flinched at being compared to Jacob. Sorry, but it might be true. But why worry when it's your arms she's in right now? Alice thought to me alone. Stay, please don't leave me, Edward, spoke my sleeping angel. Never again, I'm here to stay. Love. I leaned down and kissed her cheek. She sighed and snuggled herself closer to me. The women all had small smiles on their faces. I held her as Emmett went on to Bella telling Charlie about what happened and then Charlie defending his daughter to Billy. I agree with Charlie. Bella never intentionally led Jacob on. She told him she didn't feel that way. Hasn't she been suffering enough without them putting this blame on her? Esme whispered in concern of her newest daughter. She has lost too much weight. I'll have to make something nice for her to eat later. She looks like she could use about a month's worth of sleep too. I sighed and ran my hand through Bella's thick mahogany locks and nodded in agreement to Esme's thoughts. Well, they're dogs. What else is there to expect? Rose smirked. Emmett was reaching the end of the chapter. Ooh, I get a Bella dream, he said excitedly. Wow, in her dream she morphed Jacob into Edward. I think it was trying to tell her that she was using Jacob as substitute for what she really wanted. Jasper said thoughtfully. I hissed softly. I wasn't going to let Jacob become remotely close to Bella as he was in the books. That's the end. But who is at her window? What if it's Victoria? Quick Rosie, start the next chapter. We need to know who it is. Emmett started panicking. Hush, Emmett. Bella is right there. Don't wake her. Even if it's Victoria in the book, we don't have to worry about it happening. We just killed her earlier, remember? Rose said, sitting on Emmett's lap in a huff, taking the book from him. The title of the next chapter is Intruder, Rose started. She read as my family and I stayed tense to find out who the intruder was. They were relieved when they found out it was Jacob. Who does that mutt think he's coming to my Bella's room in the middle of the night? What was so important that it couldn't wait until morning, or that he couldn't use the phone? Can't he tell she doesn't want him there? I hissed softly. A small part of me seemed relieved that she wasn't happy to see him. He says he keeping his promise to be a friend. Sam probably didn't want him to see Bella, so he probably snuck out. Although, it does appear he's trying to get her to figure out that he's a werewolf. Carlyle spoke up. Dumb dog can't even speak full sentences. Rose commented on Jacob's struggle to tell Bella something. Must be irking the dog that Bella only sees the vampire portion on the legends as important and can't remember the wolf protector. Emmett said with a smirk. The poor girl, so tired. He should let her go back to sleep. Esme admonished. What he needs to do is to stop touching her. I said, try not to growl with Bella in my arms. She was mine and the dog had no business in her room, no less touching her. I was hoping I could talk Bella out of being friends with the wolf. But after what I had done, I was not sure I was in the place to ask that of her. Rose went on about Jacob finally leaving and telling Bella to call when she figured it out. The book moved on to Bella's dream, where she finally figured it out. She's having almost the same dream as in Twilight, when she figured us out. Carlyle mentioned. In his mind, he was thinking how prophetic her dreams were and wanted to do more research about dreaming and the human mind. Rose continued on how that after Bella's conclusion, she was ready to go talk to Jacob. Maybe Bella is right that she isn't supposed to be in the human world, because the only person she related to at all when I was gone was a werewolf. I was brought out my thoughts by Emmett and Jasper's laughter. She actually believes that it's the wolves that are killing people. I would love to see the wolf's face if she asks him to stop killing people and follow a path like ours. It would be priceless. Jasper laughed as everyone else joined in softly, trying not to wake Bella. Alice? Can you see if Bella is going to be friends with Jacob or not? I asked carefully. I can't see anything. Maybe you should talk to her yourself about it. And talk to her, don't order her. I raised my eyebrows at her, but she blocked me from see anything. Rose interrupted us by saying it was the end of chapter. She started to hand me the book, but I didn't want to let go of Bella. Esme, why don't you go next? I don't want to disturb Bella, I asked her. Of course. She gave me a smile. I'm glad you came to your senses. Esme took the book from Rose and got started reading. The title of this chapter is Killer. Alice, who had finished with the tree, came and sat with Jasper. Oh man, she really is going to confront the wolf on being a killer, not a protector. Emmett was chuckling. God, I love this girl's feistiness. He was thinking, and I had to agree, except for when it got her into trouble. I was nervous if she started yelling at the wolf he might hurt her. Ah, looks like it's Jacob's turn for a rude awakening, Alice said, giggling. Before Esme continued, Bella spoke again from her sleep. Alice? Yes. Bella? Alice answered, eyes twinkling with amusement. We need to get to Italy. Bella sighed. Sure, Bella, we can go spring break. Tons of stores for shopping, Alice continued. No now, Volterra, Edward. Bella said, furrow her brow, her sleep. Everyone froze in alarm. What did you do? Carlyle asked me in his thoughts. Bella, love, I'm right here. I told her, kissing her cheek. Please, stay. She whimpered. Always, love, I answered. Bella stopped talking after that and snuggled further into me. Why does she want to go to Volterra? Esme asked nervously. I shrugged and shook my head. I had a feeling, and I was hoping I was wrong, because Bella in Volterra was a bad combination. There was a feeling of unease in the room as everyone remembered the prologue. Let's get back to the story, perhaps we will find out, Alice offered. Esme started reading again. The book went on about Bella's confrontation with Jacob at the beach. It was slightly amusing to see they were on separate pages. He was upset that she didn't accept him as a monster, but had accepted us. However, Bella was trying to convince him not to be a killer. She didn't care he was a monster. What wasn't slightly amusing was his need to hug and keep touching Bella. Careful, Edward. Growling will only wake her up. She's in your arms and she's happy. Jasper sent his thoughts to me, feeling my mood. I then felt the calmness he sent to me. Well, it's good to know those dogs made themselves useful and took care of Laurent. Speaking of which, we need to decide what to do about him. Jasper spoke. We can't just go to Denali when he technically has not done anything yet. He might be Irina's mate. We could cause problems with our cousins. Esme mentioned. How could he be Irina's mate, if he just up and left to do something for Victoria? He better not be messing with her, Rose snarled. I could go for a short visit and find out what their relationship is. If he's her mate and Victoria is gone, he might not be a problem. Jasper offered. I still don't trust him alive, I said, not liking any possible threat to my Bella. I will keep an eye on him, especially if he thinks of Bella or Forks, Alice said decidedly. I agree for now, it would be best to wait, Carlyle decided. Esme continued reading as Jacob mentioned Victoria and Bella then told her that Victoria was after her, which had excited Jacob and he decided to take her to meet the rest of the pack. He knows the other wolves aren't going to be pleased to see Bella and he's taking her to meet with them. What if one of them loses control and hurts her? I said bitterly as I rubbed Bella's arms and she let out a little sigh. He certainly seems more concerned about a hunting vampire than her well-being, Rose huffed. Seems to me he was keeping her in his sight in case Victoria showed up, Esme said hesitantly. So all the wolves' minds are really interconnected? Asked Jasper. It's interesting looking into their minds. I remember it from that time, I told him. Oh. Bella let him know about Edward's mind-reading ability, Alice said worriedly. I'm sure she didn't mean any harm in it. The Bella in the book seems a little lost from her normal self. She probably thought if Edward wasn't coming back they couldn't use it against him. Carlyle defended her. I wasn't worried too much about that, it's not like they could use it to their advantage much. I was more concerned with the fact that it hurt her to hear my name. Seems like Bella caught on fast to her mistake. She doesn't want to be an informant on our family. In fact, every time the dog insults us, she defends us. Jasper said a little bit odd that a girl we up and left would be so loyal to us. When Esme finished the chapter, Bella in the book was about to meet the pack. The only thing that was keeping me calm was my angel in my arms. A.N. For anyone wondering why Bella's not in Edward's room while sleeping, I have my reasons and the sleep talking was only one of them. But don't worry, she will wake up soon. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 12. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 12. Family, Pressure and Paris. EPOV. Alice picked up the book. I guess we are back to me. This chapter is called Family. The chapter started off with Bella and Jacob meeting up with the rest of the pack. It was soon apparent that the wolves weren't happy to see her, especially one named Paul. I was starting to growl as soon as he called her a leech lover. Jasper was trying to calm me down and he increased the calmness and serenity he was sending to Bella. Alice quickly read ahead and then spoke up. Bella will be fine. I saw our growling waking her up, so everyone calm down. She will be fine and she doesn't get hurt. That didn't comfort me at all. Paul does lunge, but he has stopped. So stay calm, please. I tried to calm myself by looking at Bella and running my fingers through her hair. I tried to avoid listening to Alice, by repeating the mantra over and over, she is fine, and started humming her lullaby. Thank goodness, Jacob was able to defend Bella fast enough. Esme sighed when I realized the worst was over. If Paul steps one paw out of line he is mine, Emmett sneered. You know technically I'm not on the treaty, Jasper started, but he was cut off. No, although, maybe it would be wise to make sure the treaty is updated. We probably should have contacted the tribe's elders when we first got here, Carlyle interrupted. I don't see why Jacob needed Bella to meet with the pack. He could have relayed the information just as well. Or at least, brought Bella to only Sam, since he probably has the most control. I mumbled. The book had confirmed one of my worst fears of Bella being near werewolves. I was thankful that in the book she wasn't hurt. Jared and Embry sound a little like Emmett and Jasper with their betting, Alice commented with a roll to the eyes. She read on about Bella arriving at Emily's. I just can't believe that they are all so rude with name-calling, Esme said unhappily. Yeah, but Bella gives it right back. Emmett snickered. I was thinking about what Sam accidentally did to Emily even though he loved her. How guilty he had felt. Yet she still loves him and they are happy. I knew that feeling. I hope I made the right choice by coming back. The chapter continued as Jacob, Paul and Sam came back and they were discussing Victoria. There were several low growls to Jared's suggestion. My head snapped toward to Jasper's thoughts. Bella will never be bait, I said through clenched teeth, holding her closer. I didn't mean it like that. Jasper shifted uncomfortably now that all eyes were on him. I was thinking more likely her scent, clothes and such. We don't need to worry about setting a trap for Victoria. Anyways. I would never put Bella in danger, Edward, she is like a sister to me. I know you wouldn't. My nerves are just shot. I answered his thoughts. Trust me, I know. You know if you had let me look in on her every now and then, we would know she was being stalked, Alice said sadly. You're right, Alice. I see that now, but at the time I thought I was doing the best thing for Bella. I was wrong. Happy now? I groaned. Yes, a little. Alice smiled and went back to reading. The wolves were planning on protecting Bella and Charlie. Bella told Charlie she was wrong about Sam. Well, if we weren't here at least Bella would have had some protection, Carlisle commented. Something that struck me was that Bella was contemplating whether or not she would love me no matter what type of vampire I was. She realized rational or not she would have loved me anyways. I wasn't sure to be happy or sad. Then immediately after that, the comments of waiting for her wolf to come home in her dream bothered me. Could I be losing my Bella in that book? Carlisle took the book from Alice and opened it up. The title of the chapter is Pressure. The chapter started out with Bella spending most her time in La Push for spring break. Poor Bella, doesn't seem to have the best spring breaks. Last year she was being hunted and now this year she would have been hunted. Jasper commented. I will have to take her somewhere nice this year if she lets me, I answered as I looked down and stroked her hair. Alice was looking at the visions in her head of possible scenarios. You will have to get on Charlie's good side, she said looking at me. I sighed. I knew that Charlie wasn't going to be pleased with me, to say the least, and I couldn't say I blamed him. Though I couldn't see why Charlie would like Jacob, with all the dangerous things he encouraged. I was getting irritated that Jacob was holding her hand again and they wanted alone time. I picked her hands one at a time and kissed them. Mine. Kiss. Mine. I said with each kiss. Yours? Bella mumbled in her sleep and I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Jasper smirked at me clearly amused. It's really interesting here about the wolves. The healing rate is remarkable. Carlisle spoke thoughtfully. I wish could do studies on them, they sound very intriguing. That idiot dog. Why does he think Bella want to watch him cut himself open like a moron? Rose snarled. He is trying to impress her, like most teenage boys, Alice giggled. That boy definitely likes to play the pity me card to Bella, Jasper said shaking his head. Perhaps, he really feels that way and is reaching out to someone. Esme wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Doubt it. My siblings and I said together. Carlisle read on as the book talked about Bella's attack last year and me saving her twice. I could feel in the tenor of my family thoughts everyone was nervous, as Jacob was shaking in a small car. He then was asking for more information on any of our special abilities. Oh Bella, if it's getting hurt or telling, Jazz and I won't blame you for saying anything. Alice said worriedly while trembling in Jasper's lap. He nodded in agreement. After listening to the information Bella gave him, Jasper smirked and said, she made it sound like Alice's visions were not entirely accurate and I can only do good emotions. Seems like she downplayed them on purpose to appease Jacob, but not to completely betray us. No one was pleased to hear how much pain Bella was in when our names were mentioned. I was more pained to hear Bella call herself a wolf girl. Bro, she is completely in love with you. Would you like to feel the strength of her love? I nodded. This is the strength of her love on her first visit nearly a year ago. I was hit by a wonderful warm feeling that was stronger than I thought possible for a human. This is the strength of her love. Now, I was hit by an emotion much stronger than before. Her love clearly matched my own for her. How is that possible? I didn't think humans could have emotions that strong, I asked Jasper. Well, you should know, Bella isn't your average human. It isn't surprising that the power of her love for you matches your own for her. None of us should have ever doubted it. He answered with a side glance at Rose who hung her head. I looked down at my sleeping beauty, as Carlyle continued with the story. These wolves are talking their sweet time catching Victoria. It's a good thing we came back to take care of her, grumbled Emmett. Victoria might have had some gift of self-preservation. She seemed to be good getting out of tough situations. With Alice's and my gifts we were able to figure out what she was going to do, so she couldn't escape. Plus, catching her off guard helped. She was so focused on Bella, she ignored the warnings to run as we approached. I told them as I took a loose wisp of Bella's hair and placed it behind her ear. I had to bite back a growl when the dog promised to take Bella cliff jumping. Edward, calm down before you wake Bella. I wrapped my arms around my love protectively. I was relieved once I heard that Jacob was out hunting Victoria when Bella arrived to go cliff jumping. Good, now she can't go. However, once again Bella surprised me. She had decided to jump alone, during a storm no less. Oh, baby sister, a bad storm is coming. Do you not realize that? Emmett said frantically, his voice rose slightly. Bella shifted a little in my arms. She's too focused on hearing Edward again. She has grown desperate, because his voice makes her feel better. Jacob seems to be only a temporary fix. Jasper was frowning and looking very worried. Oh, darling sister, don't do this. It won't end well. He held Alice tighter in his arms. Carlyle read hesitantly along as Bella reached the top of the cliff. Esme was dry sobbing into his shoulder. Okay, Bella, you heard his voice. Now listen to it. Rose was pleading, looking worried. I was getting tenser and tenser. Even though I knew my Bella was currently in my arms, I couldn't help getting scared of what was going to happen next. I was sobbing as I held her to me. My angel was trying desperately to hold to me to these extremes. Thank God, Edward, you came back when you did. At least, we know Bella's not going to do anything that dangerous now. Carlyle had to pause in his reading to get his bearings. He didn't get very far. Bella had jumped. No, everyone shouted. Poor Bella's heart jumped and sped up. She sat up so fast that if I hadn't been holding her she would have fallen off the couch. BPOV, I was dreaming I was in the meadow with Edward. All of a sudden, I was jolted awake. No, I heard several voices around me. I tried to sit up, but something prevented me. I looked around, it was Edward. My heartbeat slowed and I looked all around and saw the Cullens looking at me frightened and wide-eyed. My heart started to speed up again. What's wrong? I asked, trying to hide how frightened I was. What's wrong? Emmett bellowed. What the heck were you thinking? Huh? I don't understand. Edward, feeling very confused from being awoken with a start and being screamed at. I looked at Edward and he was looking at me as if he saw a ghost. Somebody, getting more anxious. Finally, Jasper spoke and I felt myself calming down. You just jumped off the cliff in the book, he explained. I felt more relief. No, you mean book Bella jumped off a cliff. This Bella has no plans, whatsoever, to jump off a cliff. I explained to them and saw relief on their faces. I felt Edward's body relax and he pulled me into a long, deep, passionate kiss that left me gasping for air. He buried his face in the crook of my neck and whispered in my ear. You better not. Do you know how crazy I would go if you did such a thing? I might not be able to save you in time. He kissed my tender pulse spot on my neck. My heart sped and I heard chuckling. I instantly started to blush. I had forgotten everyone was in the room. Edward had never really kissed me like that in front of anyone before. Next thing I knew I was out of Edward's arms and being hugged tight. Can't breathe, Emmett. I managed to gasp as I heard Edward growl. He loosened his grip. Sorry, but I missed you, baby sister. Now promise me no dangerous stunts. I can't lose you again, little one, he said with a frown. I couldn't remember ever seeing him looking so sad before. No worries, big brother. I realized that most of the stunts book Bella does were crazy. If I tried to those stunts, I probably wouldn't be so lucky. I haven't intention on doing them. I hugged the big bear of a vampire. Bella, I missed you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't say goodbye. Alice hugged me. I missed you too, Alice. And I forgive you. I know why you didn't say goodbye. I hugged her back. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Edward flinch. Esme pulled me into the next hug. I missed you, sweetheart. Would you like me fix you something to eat? She asked kindly. I'm not hungry at the moment. Maybe, in a little bit. What time is it? It's a little after 6 in the morning, answered Carlyle. He got up and gave me a hug. You need more sleep and to eat more, young lady. He was looking at me disapprovingly. I saw Edward frowning as well. All I could do was nod in response. I really didn't want to get into all the details. I figured the books told him enough. Surprisingly, Rose hugged me next. Bella, I'm sorry for being so awful to you before. I was unfair and jealous. I realize after reading your thoughts that you love and would protect this family, as much as any one of us. That and you're definitely Edward's true mate. I meant it when I said call me Rose, she said with sincerity in her voice. I understand and thank you for saying that, Rose, I told her. Jasper approached me last. Darlin' sister. I need to Stop, right there, Jasper, if you're going to apologize to me. I don't blame you for what happened. I saw Edward flinch again and look upset. Or anyone else. I shot him a look before continuing. I was the one. Now you stop, it wasn't your fault, Bella. Jasper told me. I missed you, little sister. Hopefully, we can get to know each other better. But for right now at least, forgive me. I don't think hugging you would be wise. I missed you too, Jasper. I would like to know you better as well. I gave him a big smile. Edward stood and pulled me back into his arms. Should we finish the chapter and see what happens? Asked Carlyle. Everyone nodded and returned to where they were sitting when I woke up. I sat down next to Edward, but he immediately pulled me into his lap. Is this okay? I really need to hold on to you right now, he asked nervously. I knew this would be a hard chapter for him. In fact, I'm not sure if I read an easy chapter yet. Like I would ever say no to being in your arms. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and snuggled in. He brought a blanket up back around us. Carlyle took a deep breath and started to read again. He read how Book Bella survived the jump, but the current had caught her. Swim, Bella, swim. Listen to Edward, please. Emmett was shouting, gripping onto Rose, who looked terrified. I had to have seen this, right? Oh, Edward, you should have never asked me not to look. Alice was whimpering. I'm sorry, Alice. Edward's voice came out in a tremble as he held me tight. I stroked his hair with my hand and he started to relax. They did realize that this part of book hasn't and won't happen, right? Poor Jasper looked shell-shocked with the emotions. He looked over at me. How are you so calm? Easy. I read this chapter and it's a book of the future. These things can be changed. I answered. Carlyle read to the end and I heard a few sobs as Book Bella said goodbye to Illusion Edward. Edward was stroking my hair, my face and my arms, slightly rocking the two of us. Carlyle handed over the book to Jasper, who looked slightly pained. Would you like me to read since I know what is going to happen? I asked him. Sure. I'm having enough trouble holding on to the room's emotions. He passed the book to me as I opened it to read. This chapter is called Paris, I announced. Geesh, Bella, first Italy and now Paris, you must want to travel, Emmett commented. It's not Paris, France, and I'd rather not go to Italy. I averted all their eyes. Emmett was about to say something else when I started reading the chapter. The chapter started out with Jacob saving Book Bella's life. Most everyone in the room relaxed once Book Bella was safe on shore. Finally, that dog has done something right, muttered Rose. Glancing at the other faces, I could tell Jacob didn't have any fans. Edward looked torn between grateful and pissed off. I continued on about Book Bella and finding out about Harry. Carlyle, is there anything that can be done to prevent Harry's heart attack? It's hard to say without an examination. It could be simply his diet, which could be helped. But if it's hereditary, it might be more difficult and require medication or even procedures. If there was a way to get him to see a doctor, he might have a chance. He answered me. I went back to the reading about Book Bella making her realization of careless and reckless she was being and how it would affect others. It seems like you came to your senses finally, Jasper indicated, looking at me. You mean Book Bella came to her senses? I answered. I saw eyebrows rise around the room. I tried not to blush as I continued. Book Bella realized at that point. However, I came to my senses earlier while reading these books. After reading Midnight Sun, I realized how much Edward loves me. Then while reading New Moon, I realized how desperate Book Bella was to holding on to Edward any way she could. I could see by reading how Book Bella was affecting Charlie and others around her. She was too lost and hurt to realize what she was really doing. I stated before turning back to the book. Edward stopped me before I could start. Whichever Bella, I'm glad that she or you came to your senses before me. I couldn't handle any form of you in any more danger. His eyes were pleading with me. This Bella isn't planning anything, but I can't promise what the books hold. However, I'm sure anything can still be changed. His tightened his hold on me at the mention of the books and he leaned in to kiss me on the forehead. Was Midnight Sun? I don't think we got that one? Carlyle asked, looking to the books on the table. It was about when I first came here in Edward's point of view, I answered. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Emmett light up. No, Edward saw Ed looking at him. Emmett started to pout. I continued in the books, with book Bella's Dream and then her contemplating Romeo, Juliet in Paris. As I read I felt Edward slowly start hissing, then it grew to growling. I shut the book and took his face in both my hands and stared him straight in the eye. Are you ever going to leave me again? He shook his head and went to speak, but I covered his mouth with a finger. Then I'm never going to have to force myself to settle for someone else. You realize that what book Bella is doing right. She believes you're never coming back and you don't love her. She realizes trying to hold on to something that isn't going to happen is hurting others like Charlie. She is thinking of forcing herself to be with Jacob to make him happy. She also knows that she could never love anyone as much as she loves you. She couldn't even make a decision on it, because part of her must realize it's wrong. I know it would be wrong to let someone believe that I love them, when there is someone that I will always love more. I love you, Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, and no Jacob or Mike would ever be able to take your place in my heart. I finished and tears were running down my face. Edward's eyes were glinting with so much emotion as he crushed me to him and kissed me hard with more passion I had ever felt. I was so caught up that a clearing of a throat made me jump. I tried to pull away blushing bright red. I forgot they were all there. Rose and Alice were giggling. Edward held me tight looking ready to kiss me again. As I love you. He breathed leaning in again. Before he could kiss me again Jasper spoke up. As happy as I'm that you two are back together, you need to cool it if you want to see Alice and I stick around for the rest of these books. He tried to say without snickering. I went to grab the book only to discover it was no longer on my lap. It's on the floor, Bella. Alice said giggling. Edward reached down and handed it to me then gave me a swift kiss on the cheek. I turned red again and tried to ignore Emmett laughing. I started reading again. About Jacob bringing book Bella home and the discovery of Carlyle's car. I returned? Carlyle asked me and I shrugged not wanting to give it away. No, it's probably me. Eddie probably gotten on my nerves enough that I decided to go get Bella, Emmett announced. Don't call me Eddie, Edward growled. Actually, it's probably me, Alice said excitedly. I brought the book up to my face to hide my smile. I was touched that they were arguing who came for me. Please, tell me it's not Victoria, Esme asked me nervously. I shook my head. I closed the book, everyone still looking at me expectantly. Sorry, that was the end of chapter. I giggled. N. Bella's awake. She finally got a proper reunion with everyone. More reading and Christmas to come. I'm probably going to be updating every other day. Every day was getting too hard with getting the chapters edited. Chapter 13 I do not own Twilight or its character. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 13. Visitor, Christmas, and the Funeral. BPOV. Jasper reached over and took the book from me. I should be okay to read now. The following chapter is Visitor, he announced. Wait. It has been a while since we made a bet, Emmett shouted rubbing his hands. I bet it is me who comes for Bella. Okay, I think it will be Alice. Jasper decided. Of course, it will be me, Alice said with a smile. It could be me. Edward saw Ed looking at me smiling. I gave him a sad smile back. Oh, he said frowning, while Jasper and Emmett shook hands closing their deal. Bella, would you like me to fix you breakfast? Esme asked. Oh, I can get it, I said starting to stand. Nonsense, I can hear from the kitchen, sit. She stood and floated into the kitchen. Jasper opened the book to start again. It didn't take long to find out the winner. I knew it was M.E. Alice shouted jumping up and pulling me out of Edward's lap. She started to swing me around in a circle. Emmett handed Jasper some money. Alice, careful, I heard Edward yell. She let go and I wobbled until Edward's strong arms caught me around my waist. You okay? He whispered. I nodded trying not to giggle. Alice, she mentioned your eyes were black. You should know better than to visit Bella like that, Edward criticized her. I would never purposely put her in danger. I must have been in a hurry, she huffed. I know you wouldn't, Alice, I told her, as Edward settled us both back on the couch. Jasper waited until everyone was settled and started to read again. Everyone chuckled at Alice's comment in the book about Book Bella being exuberant after watching her display. However, I watched their reactions go from shocked to confused when Alice questioned why Book Bella was still alive. I stayed silent since I read it before. Everyone was quiet, as they listened to Book Bella try to convince Alice in the books she first felled and tried to tell her that she jumped for fun, not to kill herself. Then Bella explained that Jacob saved her. Okay. First, you're a bad liar. Of course, I didn't believe you about the falling and would have questioned jumping for fun. Second, why did I not see you get saved? You can't see werewolves. You'll figure that out later, I told her. She frowned and pouted. Why? She whined. I don't know. I shrugged my shoulders. Jasper continued on about Book Bella telling Alice about the werewolves. Alice is right, they are extremely dangerous. I don't like the idea of you around them. Edward told me, rubbing my arms. I narrowed my eyes at him. The werewolves are the only reason why I am still alive in the book. What other choices would I have had? I snapped and he winced. I got from his lap. I'm sorry. I know they saved you in the book and I am grateful for that. And I know they would never intentionally hurt you. But Emily is a prime example of what could happen. They can't control themselves and I wouldn't be able to protect you if you were with them. Plus, if Alice can't see them, then it makes me more nervous. The thought of you in any sort of danger would drive me crazy. He pleading at me, his staring eyes dazzling me. He stood up and tried to pull me into his arms again. I sighed, closed my eyes and leaned into him. I really didn't want to start a fight at the moment. Especially, when I was still undecided about the wolves myself. Here, sweetheart, eat up. Esme brought me in a small stack of pancakes with bacon on the side and a glass of orange juice. It looks wonderful, Esme. Thank you, I told her and moved to the floor using the coffee table for my plate and leaned against Edward's legs for back support. You're welcome, dear, she said as she sat back down with Carlyle. Jasper started to read again. About how Alice asked how I was doing and Book Bella convincing her to stay. Is there any reason you would skip over the motorcycles and the hearing voices? Jasper asked. Didn't want to sound even more pathetic. And it was voice, not voices, I said with a shrug, looking down at the plate. You probably didn't even have to ask me to stay. As soon as I heard about Victoria, I would be telling everyone to get their butts back to Forks fast. There is no way we would have left Victoria's fate to the wolves, since our whole reason to leave was to protect you in the first place. Especially, since the wolves can't seem to get the job done. Alice said while glaring at Edward. Yes, but Book Bella didn't know that. I'm still surprised I didn't go to check on you when I found you could have died. Emmett pouted. I probably was the one who wouldn't let you. Sorry, Rose told him, looking sincere. If I didn't feel so guilty, I probably would have joined Alice, Jasper added softly. It's okay, you are all here now. I gave them a smile. The story went on with Jacob being rude about Alice visiting. Then, I noticed it was very quiet as Jasper went through the scene with Alice and Charlie talking about my zombie stage, and Jacob. I had stopped eating and was staring at my plate trying to fight my tears. I rather that they didn't hear how bad I got. I especially didn't want it to hurt Edward. It took a while for me to notice that Jasper had stopped reading. All of a sudden, I felt Edward's cool strong arms wrap around me and cradled me on his lap. I should never have left. I messed up big time. I'm sorry, love. I'm so very sorry. He sobbed into my hair. I noticed everyone else looked very sorrowful too. Hey, Bella, what show tunes would you whistle? Emmett asked suddenly. Huh? What are you talking about? I asked through my sniffles. Well, you asked Alice in the book if she thought she would find you whistling show tunes and skipping. Well, skipping is clearly out of the question, so what tunes? Everyone was looking as if he had lost it. Jasper then spoke up. I think it would be Phantom of the Opera or maybe West Side Story. Really, I was actually thinking Beauty and the Beast. Emmett said back to him, then got a huge smile on his face. He grabbed Jasper from where he was sitting and they started singing and dancing around to Be Our Guest. After a few seconds I couldn't help but to start giggling with Alice. What were they doing? Rose had her lips pressed together, looking like she was trying not laugh. Carlyle and Esme were just staring at the two with amused expressions. Edward just looked at them incredulously. They stopped dancing, faced back at us with their arms around each other's shoulders. "I will be Ludmire and you can be Cogsworth," Emmett said, gesturing to Jasper. "Obviously, Esme is Ms. Potts," Jasper said. Esme laughed and just shook her head. "Alice can be Chip. She is hyper." Emmett pointed at Alice, who stopped giggling. "Hey," she shouted, obviously not pleased. No, Alice is the wardrobe. She likes dressing people," Jasper said with a wink to her. "My dear Rose will be Babette, Featherduster, now for Carlyle." "You can leave me out. It's okay," Carlyle spoke up with a chuckle. "He can be the stove. He does get Ms. Potts hot after all," Jasper said slyly. I giggled harder and noticed Rose lost her battle and was giggling. "Of course Bella will be Belle. Do we even need to mention who the beast is?" Emmett said with a smirk. Edward growled at him and the rest of us were laughing at this point. "Don't worry, a kiss will turn you into my prince." I gave him a kiss on the cheek. He gave me a crooked grin and then turned to his brother. "Are you two lunatics done?" His velvety voice was filled with amusement and a little irritation. "Well, Bella is now laughing and smiling. I say mission accomplished." Emmett bowed and took his seat. "We do love you, little sister, and none of us would want to see you hurting. We are all sorry you went through that alone," Jasper said solemnly as he picked up the book again. It did feel good to laugh again. I don't know when was the last time it was that I laughed that hard. I was dreading going back to the book. I moved back to the floor to finish my breakfast. "Maybe we should finish this chapter and then take a break. It seems like we all might need it," Carlyle mentioned. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jasper went back to the book where Alice was telling Bella about the family and herself. I saw her flinched at the information she received about herself and Jasper rubbed her shoulder. "Did you know that stuff yet?" I asked her softly. She only nodded, so I could tell it was a touchy subject for her still. Her eyes brightened when she heard about Charlie's suit. "Ooh. I need to go shopping for Charlie now. He is going to need a new suit." She was back to her bouncing pixie self. "What was that, Alice?" Edward looked at her curiously. "Wouldn't you like to know?" She gave us both a huge smile. I looked at him with one eyebrow raised. "I'm not sure. She is blocking me now," he told me. Jasper finished the chapter where it was confirmed Alice couldn't see the werewolves. She wasn't happy about that in the book or here sitting in front of me. "Alice, for the record, I agree with Book Bella. You can stay if Jacob doesn't like it, he is the one who has to leave." "So you plan on being friends with Jacob then?" Edward asked. I had been dreading the talk. "As close of friends like we are in the book? Definitely not. If he likes me the way he does in the book then it will never be possible. I don't want to unintentionally lead him on. That would only lead to hurting him. And I wouldn't want to hurt you either. But, not having some sort of friendship might be just as hard, considering how close Charlie and Billy are. It is complicated and I haven't figured it all out yet," I told him, rubbing my forehead with my hand. Edward took my hand and kissed it, but he still looked worried. "There may be benefits to Bella being friends with Jacob. It may lead to better relations with the werewolves," Carlyle suggested. "However, we have time to figure that out, plus it should be Bella's decision." "Break time?" "Yay, it's time to open Christmas presents. No complaining, Bella," as Alice hopped up and made her way to a beautiful decorated tree that was probably 10 feet tall. "But I started." "Yes, you do. We give gifts as couples. So all your gifts for us are from Edward and you together." I looked over at Edward a little confused and he shrugged. "Alice shopped, so don't look at me," he told me. "Of course, I did. I was out shopping and knew what you would have got, so I bought it," Alice said happily as she was pulling gifts from the tree and passing them out. Before long there was a small pile before Edward and I looked hesitantly at the wrapping paper and bit my lip. I didn't want a repeat of my birthday. I saw Jasper frown slightly. "Well, who first?" I asked, putting a smile on my face, not wanting him to feel bad. "These 3 are joint gifts, so you 2 open them together," Alice sang. I had a feeling the joint gifts were a way to get around me refusing gifts for myself. I picked up one of the packages and handed it to Edward. "You can do the honors of tearing," I told him. He seemed to take the hint and shredded the paper. The first was a photo of king-sized bed with a black iron frame. It was from Esme and Carlisle. The bed will arrive tomorrow. We figure it was about time Edward had a bed in his room for when Bella sleeps over. Alice announced. I blushed bright red and then even redder when I saw the huge grin on Edward's face. We both thanked them. The next gift was 2 heated mattress pads. One full and the other was a king, from Emmett and Rose. I assumed one was for my bed at Charlie's and the other for here. I thanked them and Emmett gave me a big wink. I heard Edward growl a bit. The third gift was electric blankets. Again, one full in blue and one king in gold from Jasper and Alice. Before I could thank them, Emmett made a comment. Well, Eddie, maybe now you can heat up a bed with Bella. He wiggled his eyebrows and I blushed and hid my head on Edward's shoulder. Rose gave him a smack on the head. Ow. Rosie. Shut it and don't call me Eddie, Edward warned as wrapped an arm around me. You still have more gifts, Bella. Alice said. I looked down and picked up a gift bag that said it was from Edward. I looked at him. I don't have anything for you, I said softly. Apparently you do? He held up a gift. I looked at Alice and she winked at me. I reached in the bag and pulled out a small stuffed baby mountain lion. Something you can snuggle with the nights I'm away hunting, Edward sighed sheepishly. Ah. He is cute. He is going to need a name. I clutched the animal to me and gave Edward a simple kiss on the lips. How about Adonis? Emmett snickered, which caused me to blush again, and Rose smacked him. I was thinking maybe Debussy, I said, and Edward smiled. He took the wrapping paper off a small long wooden box. He opened it and inside was a silver fountain pen. I remembered seeing it one day shopping with Alice last summer and thinking about getting it for Edward. I looked closer and saw that Shish had it engraved with his initials. I mouthed, "Thank you," to her and she winked. I love it, Bella. Thank you. He leaned down and kissed me. You still have one more gift, Bella, Alice said, pointing. I read the tag on the bag. It was from Santa. Seriously? Who is it from? I asked. I had a feeling I was either being tricked by the pixie or Edward. It is from Santa, Bella. You do believe in Santa, don't you? Emmett was looking at me in a way that I didn't want to challenge him. I pulled out a small jewelry box. I opened it to see a charm bracelet with 12 charms. I looked closely and the first charm I noticed was a police badge which must represent Charlie. I checked out the other charms, figuring out what charm equaled which person. The apple must be for Renee, baseball for Phil, painter palette for Esme, caduceus. Medical symbol, for Carlisle, bear for Emmett, car for Rose. A credit card for Alice, a horse for Jasper, lion for Edward, a sheep for me, and lastly the Cullen's crest. Tears welled in my eyes as I looked at it. It is pretty, please help put it on, I asked as I handed it to Edward. He helped me place it on my wrist and then kissed my hand. In about an hour or so everyone was done opening gifts and I excused myself for a human moment to change and get cleaned up. I put on a simple blue V-neck sweater and a pair of black jeans. I joined everyone and took my place back in Edward's lap. Let's get back to reading. We still have a lot of the books left, Carlisle mentioned. It is my turn again, Emmett said. This chapter is called The Funeral. Such a cheery title. Just read, Rose said, rolling her eyes. I was trying to calm my nerves by running my hand through Edward's hair. He looked at me with questioning eyes and I shook my head. I was sure everyone would figure out soon enough why I was talking in my sleep about Italy. I was hoping no one blamed me. I snuggled a little closer to him and breathed in his scent to help me relax. The chapter started out with Jacob arriving. Emmett was already laughing. That is my baby sister calling a werewolf a chicken. Apparently, he is so scared of Alice he needs 2 buddies with him. Hey, I could take all 3 of them, Alice announced in a huff. Jasper hissed. I said I could, not that I would. Maybe you should have come too, if you were going to be so worried about me. She looked at him angelically. Seems that as soon as he changed into werewolf the great a-jerk gene came too. Why would Book Bella not tell Alice everything? Especially about Victoria, I said, very disgruntled. I wasn't the only one apparently annoyed with Jacob and his checking out and relaying the information of what was happening. Bella wouldn't only be safe a push. I would protect her, thank you very much. I would have done a better job of it too. I would be able to see Victoria before she does anything. Plus call in reinforcements that actually get the job done. Humph. Alice said, seething and glaring at the book in Emmett's hands. Poor Emmett actually shrank in his seat away from her. I know you would, Alice. You would have been better company too, I told her with a smile. She calmed down as if nothing had happened and gave me a smile back. Emmett hesitantly started reading again. Jacob was apologizing to Bella and telling her they could be friends again once Alice leaves. Another reason I'm thinking being friends with Jacob won't work. If he isn't going to be willing to accept Alice in my life, I can just imagine what that would mean about Edward. Edward gave me a small smile, but started frowning as soon as Emmett read about Jacob try to kiss me. The dog was only trying to stake his claim on her. He was afraid Edward was coming back and he would lose Bella, Rose sneered. There is no part to stake. Book Bella's heart obviously still belongs to Edward or she would not have hesitated, I announced, staring into Edward's golden eyes. He grabbed me and kissed me hard until I could not breathe and started kissing down my neck until giving a final kiss again on my mouth. Mine. You're my Bella, not his. He growled possessively. My heart fluttered and I kissed him back. I couldn't help but find the possessiveness a bit of a turn on. Kiss her like that in front of guys and I'm sure they would pick up the hint, Jasper said with a raised eyebrow. Edward smirked but was looking thoughtful. I certainly wouldn't complain if you keep kissing me like that, I told him, looking up through my eyelashes at him. I know you wouldn't, he chuckled. Emmett continued on about Jacob answering my phone and speaking rudely to whomever was on it. Telling the person that Charlie was at a funeral, who he thought was Carlisle. Then Jacob leaving rudely, even causing me to fall and not seeing if I was okay to help me up. That dog is more than just rude. He has no manners. He should have made sure you were okay after you fell, Esme announced bitterly. Book Bella should have made him give her the phone, I said, shaking my head. All the trouble that would have saved. Why do you keep saying Book Bella? Jasper asked. Because as I was reading by myself, I realized that the me in the book was making decisions that I would not normally make it in normal situations. Being on the outside looking in, it's easy to realize what would have been a stupid thing to do. Therefore, I started calling the girl in the book Book Bella to separate the two of us. Now, it's out of habit, I said with a shrug. Emmett continued reading about Alice's seeing some type of vision of Edward. Everyone was looking at Edward, who was looking at the floor. I swear if that dog tries to keep me from you when something important is going on, he is going to be hobbling. I would never hurt Bella, Alice snapped. Emmett continued about Alice in the book trying to reach Carlisle, but getting Rose instead. And how Rose did something when she thought Book Bella was dead that she realized too late and now regretted. Rose, what did you do? Esme asked worriedly. She was looking at Edward, who was looking dejectedly at the floor. I was crying and Rose was looking ashamed. I'm not sure and I rather not guess, she said in small voice. The book went on about me telling Alice that Carlisle had called and Jacob told him that Charlie was at a funeral. It wasn't me who called, was it? I would have called Alice, Carlisle asked nervously. I think it was me, Edward whispered, pulling me close. Emmett continued on where it was confirmed that Edward was the caller. Rose had told him I was dead. Then Alice was trying to explain to Book Bella that he left for Volterra. By then I was clinging onto Edward, a sobbing mess. Edward started rocking me and rubbing my back, telling me over and over that it was okay, that he was right there. Edward, Carlisle started. I know, Carlisle, Edward sighed. Do you? I will not sit by and lose a member of this family. Think about it. Carlisle spoke again and seemed to add something in his head for Edward alone. Edward hissed, gripping me tighter. I mean it, was all that Carlisle said. Edward ignored him and was trying to wipe my tears and kissing my cheeks. Edward and Bella, I'm so sorry. I realize how horrible I have been in the past. Please believe me when I say I would never do anything like this now. Rose told us apologetically. We know, Rose, it's okay. A lot of us made mistakes in this book. Myself the biggest and worst one. Edward told her. Emmett picked up the book again and Book Bella was begging for a way to go save Edward, but not understanding why he went. Book Bella and Alice would have to go to Volterra to try and save him, but it would be dangerous. There has to be another way to stop Edward, then taking Bella to Volterra, Alice? Carlisle spoke up. I would have found my way there with or without Alice. There would be no way I would just sit back and wait. I snapped. It was my decision to make. Wouldn't you rather I went with Alice than by myself? Think about it anyways. Bella might be our only chance to stop him. None of us would be able to sneak up on him. If we tried, then he would do something rash and we all might be trapped there in a fight. Bella may be the one to reach him in time. Think of the preface, we would have to run through sun. Only Bella could do that without giving us away. Alice spoke up. She suddenly turned to me. You were headed to the airport. Everyone turned to look at me. Huh? I was little confused, since I didn't know where she was coming from. I mean last night. You were headed to the airport. Where were you going? I only saw you on standby. But you were mumbling Italy in your sleep. She asked again. I started to blush before I could answer. I wasn't heading to Italy. It was the last chapter I read, so that is probably why I had Italy on the brain. I was headed to Ithaca. I found out in the books where you were and I was heading to you or most of you. I considered Rio, but I didn't know where to start looking there. I figured I would at least be able to track Carlisle down at the hospital. I was coming, because after I read that chapter I was scared. I was scared of Victoria and I was scared that things would get so out of hand, that Edward would end up in Volterra, before anyone could stop him. So once I found you all, I was going to show you the books and hope to get your help. I was starting to ramble. Why were you in Rio? I turned and asked Edward. It was something that had been bothering me, but I had not asked yet. If the book does not tell you, then I'll tell you later, he told me, kissing my forehead. I narrowed my eyes at him. He was avoiding telling me. Let's finish this thing. Emmett was getting antsy to get back to the book. The book now talked about Jacob, arguing with Alice and begging Book Bella to stay for him. The chapter ended with Alice and Book Bella driving to the airport. Edward was frowning. What now? I asked him. I'm putting you in even more danger now, he grimaced. No, you're not. You already came back, so this crisis is averted. Victoria is gone. Another thing we no longer have to worry about. If we continue reading, we can fix any other potential problems before they happen. There is no sense of getting upset with yourself over something that will not happen. Try and not to let it get to you. Please. I asked him. I was worried that he might think that bad things in the book would be reason to leave me again. I'll try, love. What has you so worried? He spoke while looking deep into my eyes. I blinked and looked away. I'm afraid that you will hear something in the book you don't like, that you will leave again. My voice trembled. Never again, my sweet angel. I'm not a big enough idiot to make that mistake twice, he told me as he kissed my hand. Anything we don't like we will change in a way that ensures we stay together. If he does leave, Bella, Jazz and I will pull his legs off for you, Emmett threatened and Jasper nodded. I guess that could be very sweet of you, I said warily. If we are continuing on, I guess I'm next, Rose announced, grabbing the book. Hold on, Bella, would you like some lunch? Esme asked sweetly. Yes, please, Esme. That would be great, I answered, and she left for the kitchen. Ending here, nearing the end of the last book. If Emmett and Jasper's stint with Beauty and the Beast seem out of place, I was going for them to try and cheer Bella up from the depressing parts. Hopefully it was not overdone. I do not own Beauty and the Beast characters either. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 14. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 14. Race and Volterra. EPOV. I wish I could find this SM and thank him, her. I have my angel back in my arms where she belongs. I realized now she was safer and happier with me than without me. How she could forgive me for the biggest mistake I have ever made is beyond me, but I wasn't going to question it. It killed me how much pain and danger I might have put her in, if the book had happened as it did. I wasn't thrilled with the idea of her being friends with Jacob. She seemed hesitant about the idea, so hopefully I could talk her out of it. I heard her sigh and snuggle her warm little body close to me, and I felt happier than I have been in months. I got ready to listen to Rose read as she opened the book. The title of this chapter is Race. She informed us. The chapter started off with my Bella and Alice on a plane rushing to myself in the book. I listened to hear that Bella was a nervous wreck and Alice was trying to calm her. A plane is faster than running, Bella, Jasper told her. I'm sure my book self believes that, but it's not going to make me any less anxious to get to Edward in time, she told him with a smile. That reminds me, running, Emmett said with mischievous smile looking at Bella. I bet Bella will fall running to save Edward. Dude, I'm not taking a sucker's bet. No offense, Bella, Jasper smirked. Hey, I'm not going to fall. Belle pouted, looking at the two of them. The whole family was trying to hide their smirks and giggles. All of you think I would fall, don't you? Well, Bella, it's you. Alice tried to answer her with a straight face. Bella turned to look at me. I could see the tears of her getting angry in her eyes. Usually it amused me, but I knew better than to laugh right now. Do you think I will fall? She asked me. Of course not, love. I lied smoothly. Or at least I thought it was smooth, until I saw her eyes narrow. I saw Alice whisper something to Jasper in the corner of my eye. You could take the bet against us. Jasper offered. We can trick her into a new car. I don't exactly have the funds to back that, she answered in a huff. I'll back if you want. I know their terms, I told her, and tapping my head. She looked at me and bit her lip, then turned back to my brothers. Okay, deal. She shook their hands. Esme brought in some awful-smelling sandwich for Bella and she moved off my lap to eat it. Rose went back to the book, where Alice was apparently on the phone with Jasper. She was telling him not to come and that Bella was the only hope and things were going to be fine, only to hang up and admit to Bella why the others couldn't come and that she lied to Jasper. Jasper scowled and looked at Alice. Please, don't lie to me about something so serious, I would want to know, he told her. I'm not going to risk losing you to the Volturi. If I was in danger you would fight. I wouldn't take that chance. Alice told him, giving him a kiss, and he sighed, but still wasn't happy. Bella was curious in the book why Alice was so worried about the Volturi. Ah, thank you, little sister. I think we can kick the Volturi's butt too. Emmett smiled at Bella at her comment about my siblings being strong. Esme hissed at him. I'm not planning on trying. It's just nice to know that we have the support, he commented sheepishly. The Volturi is not someone to mess with. I'm sure the book will explain, but if it doesn't, I will tell you later. Carlisle told Bella and I growled. She did not need to know these things. They would only scare her. Edward, she's part of this family and she deserves to know. Especially to make any future decisions like being changed. I sighed. I knew Bella probably would be bringing up the issue about being changed soon. I wasn't looking forward to it. Rose was reading the part of the story where it explained the Volturi. Bella was biting her lip and frowning. What are you thinking, love? I was curious to see what was upsetting her. You should charge him every time he asks you that? Emmett laughed. I turned to glare at him. If I did, I wouldn't have to work, that's for sure, Bella said with a giggle. I rolled my eyes and looked at her questionably. I wondered if she was going to answer me. She sighed. I was wondering if it was better for everyone if I was changed, so your family wouldn't get in trouble for me knowing, she said in low voice. I shook my head. That is not a good enough reason, I snapped at her. It's only one of many, and don't get upset. You asked what I was thinking and I'm entitled to my own thoughts, she said, sounding slightly hurt. Edward, it would be wise to stop right now. She's starting to feel unwanted. Jasper was thinking to me. You're entitled to your own thoughts, love. We can discuss them more later if you want. I'll try to hold my temper. I'm sorry for snapping. I kissed her cheek and nuzzled her neck with my nose. Rose carried on with the book, where apparently Bella started making contingency plans that Alice caught. I froze. The rest of family was staring at Bella, who was bright red. Dear Lord, the two of you aren't going to be happy until you do end up like Romeo and Juliet, Rose said with a roll of her eyes. Bella, I will stop you. Fool me once like Phoenix, but it won't happen again. Alice snapped. I pulled Bella into my lap. You're not allowed to kill yourself if something happens to me. I held her close. She pulled away and glared at me. That is a double standard. In the book, you're about to do the same thing that you don't want me to do, she snapped, moving off my lap. You're right. I whispered softly, at a loss how to fix it. I tried playing with her hair as she sat in front of me and I heard her sigh. Rose kept reading the book, where the Volturi would apparently tell me no and ask me to join them. Like that would ever happen. I was certainly not going to work with them. I knew that they were shady and power-hungry. Thank goodness, they told you no, Esme sighed, looking frightened. Arrow is certainly going to be interested in you now. He definitely seems to like your talent, Carlisle said with a frown. The book started going on to Bella asking Alice a little more about her visions. Before I knew it, somehow, in the book Alice was agreeing to change Bella and I started to growl. Don't growl at me, It would be my decision to change her if she asked me, Alice growled back. Could you, Alice? Bella spoke up, avoiding looking at me. Honestly, Bella, I wish I could say yes. I truly believe you're meant for this life and to be with Edward. However, I'm not sure I have the control for that. I would be too scared to risk it, Alice answered her. You two really need to talk about this, and I mean talk, not decide for her. Bella, we can talk about this later. However, changing you in the middle of an airplane would never be feasible. You and Alice would scare the other passengers. I told her with a smirk to hopefully lighten the situation. I have kind of gathered that. She rolled her eyes, however, Book Bella is half crazy at this point. Only half? Emmett asked, as she stuck her tongue out at him. Rose went back to the book. Apparently in the book, I was going to force the Volturi's hand. I knew I wouldn't hunt in the city. I wouldn't want to disappoint just Carlisle. I wouldn't want to disappoint any of you. Especially, you love. I told Bella, as I kissed her forehead. She surprised me by crawling back into my lap and hugging me tight. Then don't go and off yourself. I sighed and kissed her nose. I knew I couldn't promise her that. I didn't want to risk breaking. Another promise. Rose reached the part where my decision was to walk into the sun at noon. Bella had buried her head into my shoulder. I could feel her tears wetting my shirt. I just rubbed her back and rocked her. She looked over at Alice when the mention of Grand Theft Auto came up. I can see the need to steal a car, Alice, but a bright yellow one. Was there a problem of finding anything that couldn't be possibly brighter? She asked between sniffles. Who knows about brighter? I would be going for the fastest. I'm sure color had nothing to do with it. Alice answered back with a gleam in her eye. She was picturing herself in the car. When I found out the irony of the date, I could not help but chuckle. Not funny, Edward. They definitely wouldn't like you messing up St. Marcus's Day. Carlisle said gravely. This isn't going to go well, if they get hold of Bella, he warned. I frowned, realizing he was right. 6 months? Bella's voice was barely a whisper, and I saw the tears in her eyes again, before she closed them. I kissed each eye, her tears tasting sweet on my tongue. It's not going to happen. I'm already here with you. No one is going to Volterra. I'm never going to go anywhere without you again. I'm not strong enough to, nor do I want to. I leaned in and kissed her soft lips and felt her warm breath. I tangled my hands into her thick hair, and I felt her hands slip into my own hair, as she pulled herself even closer to me. Her heartbeat quickened. I heard a throat clear and Emmett yelled in my head, "Get a room." When I pulled away, I saw Bella's beautiful smile staring back at me. I laced my fingers through hers with one hand and pulled her tight with the other. The chapter ended where Alice was telling Bella she may have to run through the city center, without her, to stop me in time and not to trip. Most of us have gathered that from the preface that this was coming. The chapter ended with them just arriving to the outskirts of Volterra. Rose held the book out to me hesitantly. I took it. Bella moved to leave me lap. I held her to me again. Please stay. I would like to keep you close for this. I plead with my eyes, which she called dazzling. She nodded and scooted herself back, into the crook of my arm, and laid her head against my chest. BPOV. I leaned into Edward, trying to calm myself. I tried repeating in my head, this is a book, it won't happen. I must have been bouncing too much, because Edward placed his hand on my legs to stop me. This chapter is titled Volterra, Edward announced in his velvety voice. He seemed nervous. He held me tighter, with the arm that wasn't holding the book. In the book, Alice and Book Bella had arrived to the city only to reach a roadblock, where Alice had to bribe a guard. Come on, come on. Let them through. Emmett was chanting, at the edge of his seat. You don't really keep that much cash on you normally? Do you? I asked Alice. You never know when it would come in handy. Plus, who is going to steal from me? She said, as if it was no big deal to keep thousands of dollars with you, at all times. I wasn't going to say anything, because it apparently would come in handy. I was a nervous wreck. Listen to the book. They wanted Book Bella to run across the courtyard, to get to Edward in time. Although, I bet that Book Bella wouldn't fall, I was still worried she would fall at the worst time. I started bouncing again. So far so good with the running. I felt slightly bad for the people that were being knocked over in the book. Run, Bella, run. Emmett and Jasper were shouting. Maybe they forgot they wanted me to fall, I thought briefly. All of a sudden, Edward stopped reading. Bella, love, I need you to stop bouncing, please. he said tensely, trying to hold me still in his lap. I looked at him and noticed his darker eyes. I must be making him nervous. I'm sorry, I whispered, feeling bad that my nerves were making it harder for him. Jasper and Emmett started snickering and Edward growled at them. I don't see how any of this is remotely funny, I snapped at them. Emmett started to open his mouth, but Rose smacked him of the back of his head. She's right. Behave yourself. Rose criticized him. I felt Jasper spread more calm into the room. Edward went back to the book, where Book Bella ran into the fountain in center. You're halfway there, Bella, you can do it, Carlisle was saying encouragingly. Only halfway. I groaned. In the book the clock was chiming and Book Bella was yelling. I sighed in relief when Book Bella finally spotted Edward. However, it didn't last long when Edward in the book could not hear her. Why are you not listening to her? Esme whimpered. Carlisle pulled her tighter. Edward looked embarrassed. He exchanged a glance with Jasper. It's possible that Edward may think he hears Bella calling to him, the same way she did when she was in danger. Mates have such a strong connection, it's possible, especially with these two, that hearing your mate when you're trouble might be similar to you consciously warning each other of dangerous situations. Not that I want to run any test to prove that theory, Jasper spoke up. I melted into Edward, knowing if I lost him again, I would lose my will to live anymore. Can you please read, before I go crazy? I asked Edward. It's not really going to happen, love, remember that. He gave a quick kiss on the lips. Book you or reel you, it still has me feeling sick, I told him. He started to read again and Book Bella finally reached Edward, however now she was trying to convince them they were still alive. But something else stood out to me, when Edward in the book was quoting ironically Romeo. Did he just say, Carlisle is right? I turned and looked at Carlisle, with my head cocked to the side. I do believe you're correct, Bella. A smile formed on the doctor's lips. Could it possibly be that you now believe that you do have a soul and a chance at the afterlife? I fluttered my eyelashes at Edward as he looked at me flabbergasted. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, but no words came out. I heard Alice giggle. Edward? I tried again. I'm not sure. Although, I do know that seeing you after so long would be some type of heaven, he said sweetly. I blushed red as my pulse raced and he chuckled, taking his free hand and placing it on my cheek. I heard Alice and Rose sigh in the background. Thank you for saving me. He gave me a sweet soft kiss. Hey, Book Bella didn't fall. Ha, I won the bet. I suddenly got excited that I proved them all wrong. Congratulations, Bella, you just won a new car, Emmett said in game host type voice. What? No one said anything about cars. I thought you bet with money. I don't need a car, I have my truck, I cried out. The thrill of winning was gone. Actually you did. I told you I knew the terms and I would cover you. Plus, the truck has broken down. It would be much better if you had a more reliable car. Edward saw he'd trying to dazzle me, but I looked away from him. I wasn't going to look in his eyes at the moment. Rose said she would fix the truck. I looked at her pleadingly. I'll try, she said. I really didn't like to be tricked, so I wonder if this would work. I made a decision in my head and soon got my answer. Yes. Alice squealed. It's a deal. And Edward groaned. What just happened? Jasper now was confused. The car, more specifically the 911 Turbo, yellow, goes to me and I let Bella off of not having to go shopping with me for a month. Alice was practically dancing. Especially since Rose will be able to fix her truck. I smiled knowing my plan worked and obviously the boys backfired. The boys in question looked dumbstruck. Let's get back to the book, shall we? I do believe Bella was trying to get Edward to realize he was still alive, Carlisle spoke up with a chuckle. Edward scowled and started to read again. In the book, Edward realized he was alive just when two members of the Volturi joined them. I felt him tense underneath me. In the story, Edward was trying to talk them out of going to see Arrow, or at least for Book Bella not to go. When Alice joined the group, I saw Jasper tense and pull Alice closer to him. I saw Carlisle pinch the bridge of his nose, as I often saw Edward do, when Jane came on the scene and lead them to Arrow. What can she do? I asked. Jane is probably one of Arrow's most ruthless guards. She can shock a person by glancing at them. Don't let size fool you. The situation isn't going to be good if they are leading her into the palace. Keyes will certainly be against Bella knowing. Marcus probably would not care much about it. He has cared about little since his mate has died. Arrow, I'm hoping my friendship with him will allow you a chance, but there would probably be a catch. Carlyle informed all of us. Worry was written all over his face. Esme was biting her lip and leaning into him. Edward kept reading. His voice was tense and hard. Bella, of course I would catch you. Do you actually believe I would let you get hurt? Alice rolled her eyes. No, but Bella couldn't see you, and I'm sure she was so scared at that point that she wasn't thinking clearly. Edward was rubbing the back of my hand was his thumb, trying to calm me, and he glanced quickly at Jasper. In a moment, I felt more calm spread through me. Everyone else looked calmer as well, which didn't last. I let out a sob and buried my head in his shoulder, thinking of the reunion the book described. Being able to hold one another, but not being able to really talk with him. I clung to him. I felt his lips softly in my hair. I listened to Edward's voice as the chapter ended. That room is to lead humans into a false sense of security, Carlyle said grimly. That way their visitor doesn't feel like fleeing when they are being brought in to be eaten. Will someone else read for me? I need to go put dinner in the oven for Bella. Esme asked. She looked very nervous. I'll read the next chapter, Alice said, taking the book from Edward. Do you need a break, love? Edward asked me. I rather get this over with, I said with my voice muffled into his shoulder. An ending there. Thank you for all the reviews. I was asked if I was doing the other book. I plan on doing Eclipse the same way. But I'm toying with doing something a little different with Breaking Dawn. Jacob will come into the story at some point. I have 2 different ideas for him, and I'm not sure which way to go yet. Chapter 15. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Myers does. Chapter 15. Verdict and Flight. Esme was in the kitchen as Alice opened the book. The title of this chapter is Verdict, Alice announced. Jasper whispered something to her and she gave him a kiss. I shivered a bit and Edward pulled the blanket around me. Alice started the chapter. The trio was being led further into the palace. I lifted my head away from Edward's shoulder when the chapter reached the receptionist. Wait, a human works for them? Isn't that a double standard? I asked. They will either let her join or she will become a meal, Carlyle said darkly. A human receptionist would be another false sense of security set up. Oh, I shrank back against Edward. I listened more, as the group was getting closer to their destination. Felix apparently called dibs on me and I flinched. Edward and his family were growling. Going to have to get through me first, buddy. Emmett spit through his teeth. I bet he was quite eager to see how his strength matched the other colossal vampire. Oh, Edward, he is trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it, Esme said worriedly as she came back to sit down next to Carlyle. Alice read on. Apparently the trio were led into the final room. It was then that I swore. I heard Carlyle muttered something that sounded like a curse. I assumed I was right when everyone else's eyes grew wide in shock. What is wrong? I asked nervously, biting my lip. Edward brought one finger up to release it. Carlyle sighed and looked at Edward. Then at me. The chamber you're in the book is their feeding chamber, where they would go for their meals. The drain in the floor is in fact a drain. However, it's not used to escape to the streets, he said cautiously. It didn't take much to guess the rest. I heard Edward growling softly behind me and pulling me tight to him. The book went on as the trio met Arrow, who seemed thrilled to see them, if you ask me. How does he know so much already? I asked, thinking Edward would never give information on any of his family or their talents if he could help it. Arrow ability is similar to Edward's, only he has to touch your skin with his hand. He can then see any thought you ever had. Carlyle said. I gulped a little. I didn't like the sound of that. Marcus and Keyes entered the room and apparently Marcus found something with his ability. Whose relationship is he talking about? Emmett asked. Well, Bella and Edward's relationship is remarkably strong. I'm sure they have not had a human-vampire relationship like theirs before. Then, there is Edward and Alice. I have seen other covens, but they don't have brotherly, sisterly love like ours does for each other. So my guess is both, Jasper said. What is la tua cantante? Rose asked. I was curious myself. It means singer, or in this case Bella's blood sings to Edward. Carlyle told her. Edward brought my wrist up to his nose to breathe in and then turned my hand over and kissed it. I tried to pay attention to Alice. Wait, he can smell me as you do, through your thoughts. I looked at Edward. Apparently. He shrugged. In Midnight Sun you said your thirst was bothered when you read Jasper's thoughts. Is that right? I asked. He nodded, looking at me curiously. I turned to Jasper. Are you affected by other vampires' thirsts when they are around you? Six heads swiveled in his direction. I don't know. I never thought about it that way, he said, looking caught off guard. That would be something to look into. Carlyle was looking thoughtful. I knew you're stronger than you give yourself credit for, Jazzy. Alice kissed him on the cheek. You know it's good thing Bella is on our side with how perceptive she is. Emmett said, chuckling. Edward smiled at me and started playing with one of my strands of my hair. Alice started to read again about Arrow's interrogation and Carlyle interrupted her. I have to agree with Arrow. Everyone looked at him in shock. He held up his hand. I meant Edward's self-control. It took me nearly 2 centuries before I could work so close with humans. Yet, here you're with your singer on your lap and you're able to kiss her without what seems to be much of a struggle. He gave us a smile and gestured to Alice to continue. The family was quiet when Arrow tried to use his ability on me. We discovered that Arrow couldn't hear me either. Everyone let a breath out they seemed to have been holding. Edward's face grew into a big grin. See, it's me. Nothing wrong with you. I giggled and kissed him on the cheek and ruffled his hair. Edward's smile immediately fell when he heard Arrow command Jane to test her power on me. No, he was shouting. He wrapped his arms around me protectively and started growling. I barely could move, but I was able to place a hand on his cheek and tried to calm him. It's in the book. No one is going to hurt me here. For all we know, it may not work on me if Arrow and you don't. There is that hope. He stopped growling, but didn't loosen his grip. In the book, Edward apparently jumped in front of me and was shocked. I cringed. Oh, Edward. I sighed, placing my forehead against his cheek. I would have to try, love. I could never just stand by and watch someone try and hurt you. He shuddered underneath me. I listened as Alice read that I was immune from Jane too. Something that ticked that evil little vampire off. Edward breathed a sigh of relief and I heard low whistles from Emmett and Jasper. I wasn't too relieved. The trio was still in there. In the book, Arrow asked each of the trio to stay. He definitely meant for you to stay and join the Volturi as a vampire. He is betting that you will have a very special gift. I'm willing to bet it now too. It's a good chance it would be strong too, if it's this apparent in your humans still. Carlyle spoke, rubbing his chin. What do you thinking it would be? I asked, my eyes lighted up. Not sure, maybe my friend Eliezer would be able to tell? His talent is to see others' talents. Carlyle told me. They are going to try and forcing her to be changed. He was now looking at Edward. Edward hissed and shook his head. Alice was reading. I was watching Edward's face carefully. He still was going to fight changing me and I couldn't help but to feel hurt. Join or die. I heard Edward mutter under his breath, shaking his head. Then she came to the part where Arrow told Edward to say he had to choose to change me and mean it to let them go free or they die. Even with Book Bella begging him, he still would not do it. I felt a stab in my heart. I struggled to get out of Edward's arms. Let me go. I was crying, pushing against his arms. Bella, sweetheart, no, please wait, let me explain. He held onto me, pleading. What is there to explain? I snapped, still pushing. I'm not going to let you be changed against your will. I would never want you to be forced into it. I stopped struggling and looked at him. I wouldn't have to be forced. I wanted it before anyways, so I could be with you. I was crying. Bella, love, I can't read your mind in that room. We haven't even talked yet. I wouldn't be sure if you're asking, because you feel like you're being forced, or if you somehow still love me. Even after the horrible things I put you through, to be with me like that. Then there is still the issue. I can't get past about your soul. He begged me to understand. Please, if this is something you still want, we can talk about it, when we are done reading. Please, don't leave me right now. I fell back into his arms with tears running down my face. I buried my head in his chest. I didn't feel like looking at everyone after that fight. I felt Edward kiss my head and run his hand through my hair, trying to soothe me or him. I wasn't sure. I was barely aware of Alice reading again. Apparently, in the book Alice saved us by showing a vision of me being chanced. Thank you, Alice. I muttered into Edward's chest. That's what sisters are for, Bella, she answered before going back to reading. Arrow seemed too gleeful about me being changed and having a gift. Then book Bella was feeling rejected by Edward. Bella, you could never be an immortal annoyance. Death is certainly not better than being alive with you by my side. Edward kissed my head. I pulled away and looked at him. He brushed away my tears and peppered my face with kisses. I love you, Isabella Marie Swan. I love you too. I rested my cheek against his chest. Alice finished the chapter, without any more interruptions. The trio barely made it out, before a group of people entered for the vampire's feeding. I cringed and Edward rubbed my shoulders. That poor woman knew something was wrong. All of those people, my voice trembled. That is something I would never want you to see. Edward whispered. I'm a little worried in the book. Arrow has been called attention to our family. He definitely wants Alice and Edward. He is very interested in Bella. I'm sure he wouldn't mind Jasper joining them as well. He is going to try and be very persuasive for you all to join. Carlyle said with a frown. I hope we can stay more under the radar, in this reality. They already don't approve of our diet and we don't need any more attention put on us. I had enough with Volturi, without having them visit here. That wouldn't be good news. All I could think about, as I leaned against Edward, was that this was the most depressing book I have ever read. I could only hope that it had a happy ending. I mean, book Bella had Edward back, right? Or would he run again in the book? Then there were 2 more books after this, so maybe there would be a happy ending for them. What are you thinking? Edward asked, and I heard a few chuckles through the room. Just wondering if the other books are better than this one. I said, I'm hoping for a happy ending. Edward leaned in and kissed my nose. I hope we have a happy ending too. He nuzzled my neck. My turn, I guess, Carlyle said, taking the book from Alice. The title of the chapter is Flight. The chapter started where the trio was now. In the waiting area, book Bella was falling to pieces. Alice, slap her. Seriously, I could never bring myself to hit her. Edward was looking slightly panicked at the thought. Alice looked apologetic, but she only shrugged. Maybe you should have kissed her. That always seems to distract her, Jasper said with a wink. I giggled and Edward shook his head. He had a tiny smirk on his face. Carlyle continued reading, about book Bella questioning about Gianna. What do you mean? How could she want to be part of that? You want to be a vampire too, or did you change your mind? Rose looked at me with an eyebrow raised. I quickly looked at Edward and he looked guarded. It's not the same thing. Gianna wants to be part of something that is power-hungry and that brings innocent, unsuspecting people in by the busload and kills them. I wanted to be with the man I love for eternity and the family that I have grown to love. If I was changed, I wouldn't want to hunt humans, ever. I want to have the same vegetarian diet. It wouldn't be the same thing at all. I saw Edward's eyes soften and he rubbed my back. Rose didn't say anything else, but she looked thoughtful while Carlyle was reading. Of course it wouldn't be sick for you to be happy at the moment. You survived and you had each other back. Esme gave me a small smile. Maybe, but I think book Bella is worried she is getting her hopes up that Edward is staying. Edward hung his head with a frown. Carlyle kept on reading. Edward took a finger to lift my face until our eyes met. You don't have to fantasize, love. I most defiantly want you. His eyes bored into mine. Our eyes remained locked as I was aware of Carlyle reading still. It was bothering me that Edward and book Bella were not talking yet. In the book, Edward and Alice were talking about plans. Book Bella noticed Edward was thirsty and asked if she should move. Why do you think you're so in control of that side of your nature in the book? I asked softly, placing a hand on his cheek. Knowing what my life was like without you in it and thinking I lost you for good, I would never be able to do anything which would lead to that experience again. He took a strand of my hair and moved behind my ear. Eventually, the trio was allowed to go. Alice had disappeared, making book Bella worried. You know I would be freaked enough in that situation without you disappearing without any notice. I grumbled, breaking my stare with Edward to look at her. She rolled her eyes. I would have been fine, Bella. I probably thought you wouldn't notice while you were with Edward. Plus, someone had to get a car, she said with smirk. Well, sorry, I would care to find you missing again when I just got you back, I told her. I crossed my arms and tried not to tear up again. Alice then looked guilty. She came over and gave me a kiss on the cheek and a hug. Don't be sorry. I missed you too, she told me. Edward doesn't want to drive? Someone call Ripley's. Emmett called, pretending to be shocked when in the book Edward had let Alice drive. I probably don't want to let go of the angel in my arms. I'm probably equally afraid she will disappear. He whispered, never looking at his brother, but only at me. In fact, I think his eyes haven't left my face since our eye lock. Oh, that car sounds great. Remember Yellow, boys? She looked sweetly up at her husband and then Emmett, recalling the 911 Turbo. They nodded. Carlyle chuckled before reading again. The mood seemed to dramatically change for the better in the room. Most everyone seemed to think the worst was over, since the trio was on the plane on their way back. It was still bothering me that Edward and Book Bella weren't talking yet. Bella, love, it would be okay to sleep. I'm not going to jump off the plane. Edward sighed, rolling his eyes. Well, obviously she is waiting for you to start talking. I told him. You're not saying anything either, he tried to point out. You're the one who did the breaking up. You should be the one to talk first, I said with huff. She is right, Alice and Rose agreed with me. Edward looked to his brothers and they averted their eyes. Well, I can only hope my bookself comes to his senses soon. At least in reality, I didn't wait. He stared deep into my eyes and I lost my focus. That is true, I admitted, giving him a smile back. Plus, I think held back on this. He leaned forward and kissed me hard on the lips. When he pulled back, I smirked at him. Actually, I do believe I kissed you first, but nice try, I giggled. He gave me my favorite crocked grin and pulled me into his chest. Carlyle waited a minute, before reading again. The trio met up with the rest of the Cullens at the airport. Edward in the book was clearly not happy with Rose. Book Bella accepted Rose's apology immediately. Rose looked over and gave me a small smile. We probably could hear you, Bella, and it was probably really funny, Emmett said with a chuckle. Book Bella had fallen asleep in the car finally, only to be awakened by Charlie. Charlie was definitely not happy to see that Edward was back in the book. I started biting my lip, worrying how Charlie in reality was going to react. Don't worry, we will figure something out. He kissed my forehead and took one of his fingers to remove my lip from my teeth. The chapter ended with Edward promising not to be far when he left Bella. Rip his shirt, why don't you, Bella? Emmett laughed and Jasper joined him. I stuck my tongue out at him before blushing. I glanced at Edward and he had a goofy grin on his face. I blushed even brighter. Esme left to go into the kitchen. Are you reading again? Carlyle held the book out to me. Sure, I said, taking it. Good, dinner should be ready for you when you're done, Esme said, coming back and sitting down. It smells good. What are you making? Baked ham, sweet potato casserole and mixed vegetables, she answered me. Wow, you didn't have to go to all that trouble, I told her. I felt bad since I was the only one who ate in the house. Nonsense, you can bring some home to Charlie. Maybe, it will help butter him up, she winked at us. A.N. Thank you all my reviews. If there is any questions to Ripley's, I was referring to the Ripley's Believe It or Not, a show that tries to prove fact or fiction on odd occurrences or other things. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 16. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 16. The Truth, and Vote. BPOV. I opened the book to read. The title to this chapter is The Truth, I announced. Apparently, Book Bella thought she had dreamed everything about the Volturi and Edward returning when she woke up and saw Edward was still there. It got bad enough that Book Bella actually thought she died when jumped off the cliff. Well, it is official. Bella in the book lost it. Emmett laughed. I glared at him and Rose hit him on the head. Hey, Emmett pouted. That was for Bella. She would hurt herself if she did it, Rose told him innocently. I continued to read. Now, Edward interrupted, clearly amused. How long am I going to have to convince you that you're awake? I shrugged. And read more, but then I stopped. Please, Edward, if I was dead and you were with me, that would be heaven, not hell. I smiled sweetly at him. He just looked at me thoughtfully. I read more. Book Bella was clearly still out of it. I think Book Bella needs to go back to sleep. You look like you need more sleep as well, Carlyle said, looking at me. I looked down at the book sheepishly. I knew he was right. I know how much sleep you got last night, but how much the night before that, for example? He continued, clearly in doctor mode. About 3 hours. I mumbled, but knew everyone heard me. Edward started to open his mouth, but I cut him off. I usually get more than that, maybe not a lot more, but that night I had a harder time. The last chapter I read was when Edward was on his way to the Volturi. I was a nervous wreck, trying to figure out what to do. It wasn't until I decided on going to Ithaca that I was able to fall asleep. Then I couldn't sleep late because I got up to celebrate Christmas with Charlie, since he has to work a double today. Take care of yourself, sweetheart. You need to catch up on more sleep, Esme said motherly to me. That shouldn't be too hard. I looked at Edward and laid my head on his shoulder. I read on about Charlie banning Edward from the house. I wasn't too happy with that. I didn't want to fight with Charlie after everything, but for Edward, I would. He cares for you, dear. He is your father, Esme reasoned on Charlie's behalf. I know, but, 1, I'm at the age that I should be able to decide who I'm with. 2, Edward may have broken up with me, but that shouldn't warrant expulsion from the house if I chose to forgive him. I went back to the chapter where Book Bella was looking for excuse for being away and Edward had nothing, he suggested, asking Alice. Out of curiosity, where does Charlie think you are now? Jasper asked. He doesn't know she left yet. Alice spoke before I could. As long as you are back before 11 p.m. tonight, he will not know you left. That shouldn't be a problem. I still need to figure out what to tell him about the truck, since it is missing. But, to answer your question, I left a note saying that Alice called with a life or death emergency, that I left to help her out and I would call when I had more information. I answered. I went back to the book and I started to narrow my eyes when Edward in the book was being evasive about answering about what he had been up to. The book went to Edward's apology for Victoria and everything that happened since he had left. Book Bella was trying to stop him, because she thought he went to the Volturi and was apologizing out of guilt. Of course, I should feel guilty. I am guilty. I single-handedly ruined the best thing in my life. I left to protect you and I only made things worse. I should have stayed and protected you. But I know that now, and probably even in the book, I would never return to you out of just guilt. I returned because I love you and we both were worse off without one another than together, Edward whispered, rubbing my back. The book then went into Edward's lies and he was having hard a time getting Bella to believe the truth. Let me get this straight. It's my fault for believing the lies? I asked irritably. Edward was shaking his head no, but before he could say anything, Rose spoke up. You should had never lied to her in the first place. How can she know what the truth is when you tell lies so well? You preyed on her lack of self-confidence that day, Alice said, coming to my defense as well. No, Bella, it isn't your fault for believing me. I realized now I sent you mixed signals when we first met. I sometimes overlook your lack of self-confidence, because I don't understand it. To me there is no girl that could be more perfect or beautiful. Part of me, subconsciously, that day, wanted you to fight to get me to stay, because I really didn't want to leave you, he said solemnly. I didn't fight because I knew when you get that way, there was no arguing with you. Plus, why would I try to force someone to be with me if they wanted to go? You should have just told me the truth. Edward. We could have worked something out, I told him with sadness in my voice. I wish I could go back in time to fix it, but I can't. I will be more honest with you. Edward told me, kissing my hand and bringing it to his chest over his heart. Good. I gave him a small smile and returned to the book. I watched Edward pout when my bookself wouldn't let Edward kiss her in the book, because she thought it would hurt too much when he left again. When Book Bella confirmed that she had not moved on and no one replaced him, he kissed her in the book. Suddenly the book was out of my hands and Edward's lips were on mine. They moved urgently against my own. I felt my heartbeat race and I let out a soft moan. When he backed away, he placed his forehead against mine. Breathe, Bella, he chuckled, and I tried to shake off the haze. I looked for the book. It's on the floor, Bella, again. Alice said, giggling. I looked around, everyone else was quite amused too. Edward handed me the book. Do I have to separate you two? Esme said with a giggle. No, we are fine. Edward sighed smugly. I continued on where Edward in the book was trying to convince Book Bella he was staying, that he was about to head back anyways and he was willing to beg. Ah, Bella, you should have held out for begging, Emmett said with an evil glint in his eye. I ignored him and kept reading. Edward in the book made a sweet analogy of Book Bella being a meteor through the sky of his life, leaving him blind when she was gone. Ah, came from the females in the women. I kissed him on the lips and he grinned and ran his hand through his hair. Sounds like Romeo is making a comeback. Emmett wiggles his eyebrows. When I got to the part of them talking about the holes in the chest, Edward rubbed his index finger over my heart. He then leaned in to kiss the spot over my heart. My heart fluttered. In reading, I finally found out Edward was doing while he was away. I took the book and smacked him over the head for it. Everyone stared at me in shock. Edward Anthony, what were you thinking of going off and doing something like that by yourself? Something could have happened to you, I shouted at him. Bella, she was after you. Was I supposed to just sit back and do nothing? He argued back, eyes turning black. You don't like me doing anything dangerous. Is that hard for me to ask you not to do the same? I asked him. Bella, I was never in any danger. He told me. I rolled my eyes. Why can't Jazz and I help? Emmett asked, looking put out. Gee, sorry, that I care about the two of you, as well. I snapped at him. Guys, pointless argument, the Wicked Witch is dead. Jasper spoke up as the voice of reason. Well, thank you all of you for saving me once again. I'm sorry, I didn't say it before. I said softly, looking at everyone. That's what families are for, and your family, Rose said with a smile. I went back to the book where Bella and Edward were discussing problems on the horizon. I wanted to roll my eyes at the werewolves being a major problem. It would probably just lead to another argument. True, they may not like the Cullens, but in the book they did save Bella. How was that a problem? Jacob, on the other hand, in the book was maybe a problem. The problem Bella thought was second greatest was the Volturi. In the book, Edward was still refusing to change Bella. She was afraid it was because he was going to leave again, not believing it was really her soul. Bella, love, yes, it is your soul I care the most about. I am staying with you, unless you send me away, he pleaded with me, looking agonized. That is bull. You have a soul. Everyone in this room has a soul. Even you in the book started to realize you have a soul. If you do not have a soul, how can you truly say you love me? Because people without souls can't love, nor can they distinguish right from wrong, and you clearly do. He looked shocked at my statement. I saw Carlisle and Esme exchange a smile. The Cullen siblings looked thoughtful. I continued back to the book before stopping again after Edward in the book told Bella he would still love her when she got old. So you want to stay with me even though I look old enough to be your mother or grandmother? He started to speak, but I cut him off. In a few years I am going to look like a pedophile if I'm with you. Did you think of that? It will be against the law, I said, fighting back my angry tears. Bella, then we will go somewhere where we can be alone, Edward sighed. Edward, you really need to listen to her. The situation may not bother you, but it clearly bothers her. Jasper spoke up. I was grateful at least one person saw my side instead of patronized me. Can we talk about this later together? When we are alone? I promised to listen. Edward asked, squeezing my hand. I nodded. I started to read again. Edward in the book was being adamant there were other ways to deal with Volturi and leaving Bella human. She finally had enough and was leaving. Edward looked at me as I was reading with hurt written on his face, so I gave his hand a squeeze. At the end of the chapter, it came out Bella was heading to the Cullens and decided that everyone need to vote. Wait, now we are all getting involved with this? Rose asked with her eyebrows raised, getting annoyed. Well, if the Volturi is going to show up at your doorstep, because I'm still human and it affects everyone, not just me. Yes, I think you all should have a say, I told her. She just bit her lip and looked at the floor. No one should be voting on your life, it isn't right. Edward growled, eyebrows furrowed. I ran my hand through his hair and he relaxed slightly, but his face was clearly still not happy. His eyes were flickering over his family members and I was wondering what they were thinking. Esme got up to go to the kitchen. I looked to Jasper and held out the book. He took it from me, as Esme came back with a plate. Oh, Esme, this look wonderful, thank you. I took the plate from her as I sat at the table again. I felt Edward move, so his legs were touching my back and he was playing with my hair as I started to eat. Before we start, any bets on the outcome of the vote? Emmett looked around. Edward growled and started shouting so loud I had to cover my ears. No one is going to vote or bet on the outcome of Bella's life. Do I make myself clear? No secret bets either. Bro, what is the harm? Emmett tried to speak, but was cut off by another growl. Emmett, no bets. Edward, dear, please calm down, it is only a book. Esme spoke up. I slowly took my hands off my ears and turned around. Are you going to be okay? I asked him. I was concerned. He nodded, looking sheepish. I'm sorry that I yelled, he said more calmly. I turned back to my plate and I felt his hand return to my hair. It still amazed me for someone who doesn't eat. Everything was delicious. Alright, I'm going to begin now. The title of this chapter is The Vote. Jasper spoke with a soft southern twang. The chapter started out with Edward in the book jumping out of the window with Book Bella in his arms. I'm glad you did not jump yourself, Esme said. Like Edward would have ever let me. I playfully nudged his legs. Jasper continued on about Book Bella, getting on Edward's back and enjoying running through the forest, saying it was even better than motorcycles. I sighed thinking about all the times we ran together. Soon, love, I heard Edward say, and that put a smile on my face. You think you like the motorcycles in the books, because they reminded you of riding Edward's back? Jasper asked me. I'm sure that it's a good possibility, I said slyly. Jasper continued on as Book Bella told Edward that it was herself she didn't trust to be enough for him, not that she did not trust him. I felt Edward slide to the floor and pull me onto his lap. He buried his face in my hair. Someday, I'm going to convince you that you're more than enough and I'm the lucky one, he murmured. I turned to face him. And someday I'm going to convince you that you have a soul, I retorted as I rubbed noses with him, before turning around. I heard chuckling around the room as I took a bite. From behind me I heard Edward moan, when in the book it mentioned he was the biggest problem. He really isn't going to leave you again, Bella, Alice spoke up. In this reality I know that, but in the book? She's just so scared, and with his refusal to change her, she can't help but feel rejected, I said softly, turning and looked Edward in the eye. I trust you not leave me. His frown turned into my favorite crooked grin. Jasper tried to continue the story, but Emmett interrupted him. You hid the stuff under her bed. Why did you bother taking them if you were going to put it in her floor? Even though I knew I shouldn't, I wanted to leave her with some reminder, he said sheepishly. You're not surprised? Jasper questioned me. Nope, already found them. I laughed and Alice joined in. The books went into Book Bella telling Edward about voices and her epiphany. I do love you, my Bella. But please tell me you didn't test out the theory of hearing my voice. I could hear the urgency in his voice. I already told you I didn't, because I figured it would backfire. Besides, it did not work anyways, I told him. Wait, I thought you said you didn't try? Carlyle said carefully. I didn't, but when I was in the parking lot before you came. Edward's voice never came to me. I thought in any situations, it would have at that point, I told him. Maybe because Edward was on his way, that is why it didn't work, or because you already knew he loved you, Jasper suggested. I thought about that, as I took another bite. It didn't matter. I didn't hallucinate, he is here now. In the book, Edward told Book Bella that she was better at him in surviving. How after he left his family, he pretty much curled into a ball. My fork stopped halfway to my mouth as I saw Emmett and Jasper exchange an uneasy glance. Apparently, this part had already happened and my heart sank. I whirled around and straddled Edward's lap. I hugged him as tight as I could around his neck. You silly vampire, you should have just come home to me. I would have forgiven you instantly. I hate that you tortured yourself. I kissed him on the cheek and ran my hand continuously through his hair. Alice, didn't you see what he was doing to himself? Why, didn't you stop him? She looked across of annoyed and defeated. Bella, you know him as well as us. He would be too stubborn to listen. We all tried to convince him, not to leave and then to go back. Jasper and Emmett had to sneak up on him and tell him there was a family emergency concerning a package, to get him to come to us to read the books. Don't blame them, love, they did try. In fact, most of them spent most of their time when we were reading earlier yelling at me to go back already and get you. Edward soothed while rubbing my arm. I wasn't trying to blame anyone. I was just upset that you were hurting and there was no one there for you. My eyes were misting and my stomach felt sick from the thought. Jasper spread some more calm and continued to read. The book moved on to Book Bella and Edward, arriving at the Cullens' house. Book Bella was pleading her case to everyone else, saying she would go back to the Volturi on her own. If they voted no, I felt Edward stiffen and growl behind me. Young lady, you will do no such thing. You are a part of this family, and if you think that any one of us would let you go, you are mistaken. Esme scolded at me with a determined look on her face. Yes, Mom, my bookself was on the overdramatic side. I believe she was still feeling a little lost. But please be reassured, I have no plans like that of my own. I smiled meekly at her. Her face had softened as soon as I called her mom. In the book, Edward had his own plan, using Alice for warning, then hiding me and taking on Dmitri himself. In the book, his brothers agreed it could work, and by the smiles on their faces, they liked the idea now too. However, all the females disagreed. Alice and Rose both smacked their husbands off the side of their heads, and Alice came over and smacked Edward too. Edward, that has to be the stupidest idea you had yet. Do you honestly think they would just send Dmitri alone? Not to mention Dmitri would have seen Alice, as well. What if he decides to go after her? I yelled at him. Jasper growled at the thought of that. It was clear he no longer cared for the plan. The book went to the voting, starting with Edward. Isabella, no fair, phrasing the question like that, Edward hissed. All fair in love and war. I answered him, even batting my eyes. Emmett coughed, trying to hide his laugh. The book went to Alice next, who obviously answered yes. Of course, yes. The pixie squealed. We are entitled to our opinions, Edward, we can say if we agree ourselves, she added, cutting Edward off. Jasper moved on, where he said yes in the book. He looked over at me. To answer book use question. I would believe it should be your decision for one. He paused, glancing at Edward. Second, I wouldn't want myself to be a danger to you anymore. I gave him a smile. I was wonder why Edward thought that Jasper should avoid me since he wasn't in control, but with himself he thought the more time he spent with me, the easier it was. I wasn't going to bring it up now, since I could see he wasn't in a good mood over the voting. Rose's vote was next in the book. I'm sorry, but I still agree with myself, she said softly. That's okay, Rose, I understand. I told her. Emmett's vote followed Rose's, and he gave me a wink and thumbs up in agreement. Esme was after Emmett, and she just smiled. Carlisle's vote was last in the book, and the room was quiet as Jasper read it and his explanation. Edward was growling again. Son, I can't sit by and lose two family members at once from this family, especially when something that can be done about it. However, even if this voting happened in the book, I still think there is time for you two to discuss it yourselves, Carlisle told us. What did Edward break? Emmett questioned with eyes narrowed. I don't know, Emmett, the book doesn't say. Jasper answered him. In the book, Bella turned to Alice and was asking her to change her, right then and there. Alice backed out and Edward freaked out in the book. In fact, Edward in the book took hold of book Bella's face rather harshly. I didn't miss Rose sending Edward daggers with her eyes. I'm sorry, love, there is no excuse for me touching you that way, ever. Edward's eyes were wide with shock. Edward, you can't apologize for something you haven't actually done. It happened in the book, not reality. I placed a hand to his cheek and he leaned into it. In the book, Carlisle agreed to change book Bella, but Edward pushed it until graduation. It would be good to wait until a better time than that night, Carlisle spoke up. I agree, I told him, being able to think more clearly than book Bella. A disappearing act like that would not be good for Charlie. He would already be upset enough with everything else. Graduation would be good. I could pretend I'm going to college. The book continued on with Edward bringing book Bella home and was conspiring on how to keep her human longer. After he heard she wanted him to be the one to change her, he was trying to trade years for it. I sighed, taking a sip of my water, wondering if we would ever agree. When Edward asked book Bella to marry him, I immediately started to choke on my water. I felt Edward take my arms and hold them over my head. Edward, how could you propose that way? Esme said, looking mortified. Does it matter? She said. No, Edward grumbled, letting my arms down, since I stopped coughing. Well, yeah, that wasn't exactly romantic. You made it sound like a business deal, Rose said with a sneer. Technically, book Bella didn't say no, she said she wasn't ready for that yet. Renee has ingrained into me that I shouldn't get married until I am 30. I told him. If I change you at this age, you would never be 30, love. Does that mean you'd marry me one day? He asked, trying to sound casual, playing subtly with my left hand. I don't know, maybe one day you should ask me and find out. I shrugged, avoiding his eyes. Jasper continued where book Bella first challenged him to take her to Vegas and then tried to settle on 18 months. Edward decided he was set on the marriage path. I rolled my eyes. In the book, he tried to dazzle book Bella into it. Hey, no fighting dirty. I looked at him. All's fair in love and war. He answered me as he batted his eyelashes at me. I had to fight the urge to stick my tongue out at him. The rest of the room broke out in laughter. Most everyone continued to laugh as Book Bella had shouted, "No rings, waking up Charlie." Edward hid in the closet and Charlie came in and had it out with Book Bella. He forbid Book Bella to see Edward. I flinched at that. She threatened to move out if he didn't accept Edward. I sighed. I didn't want to fight with Charlie, but like in the book I would for Edward. "Bella, you shouldn't have to fight over Charlie for me?" Edward sighed worriedly. "So, she should listen to Charlie? We lie and have a secret relationship, because that is so much better?" I inquired. "We will figure something out for me to get back into Charlie's good graces." He kissed my cheek. In the book Edward didn't want me to argue with Charlie as well. "We don't want you to fight with Charlie, but you would be welcome here," Esme told me. "Only you would think you're safer in a house with vampires," Jasper chuckled. "That would be fun. Why don't you move in now, Bella?" Emmett looked excited. "If I'm trying to get Edward on Charlie's good side, that wouldn't be a good move," I told him. Near the end of the chapter, it was apparent that Book Bella didn't miss Edward's comment that Carlisle was right, and called him out on it. Carlisle and I both snickered and Edward scowled. Book Bella told Edward that as long as he stays she doesn't need a heaven. Forever does sound nice. Edward's velvety voice made my heart flutter. I gazed at him and he kissed me on the lips until I was breathless. "Well, all we have left is the epilogue in this book," Jasper announced, tossing the book to Emmett. One chapter left to end of New Moon. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 17. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does Chapter 17. Epilogue. Treaty, BPOV. I stretched and snuggled into Edward's chest. I was glad this book was almost over. The rest of the Cullens, with the exception of Rose and Edward, were willing to have me changed and that felt good. However, Edward not wanting me to be changed was depressing me. He promised to talk about it. What were the chances of me talking him into it? Part of me hoped that in one of the future books I would get changed and that it turned out to be a good thing. Let's finish this thing. I'm ready for the next book. Hopefully, since we are back, I will have a larger role. This chapter is called Epilogue. Treaty, Emmett stated. Edward rolled his eyes and sighed. It made me curious what Emmett was probably thinking. The chapter started off with everyone getting back to normal. Unfortunately, Book Bella missed a calculus test which had hindered her grade. I scowled. I was trying in that class too. "I'll help you, love. I can show you better methods. Mr. Varner is a horrible teacher," Edward whispered in my ear. I smiled and blushed slightly thinking about those study sessions. Book Bella was looking at colleges, but had missed a bunch of deadlines. "Bella, I would have hoped you would be more interested in college," Carlisle said with a frown. I instantly felt guilty about the applications sitting on my desk at Charlie's. "There is still time. A lot of deadlines have not passed. We can fill out some this week together if like," Edward interjected. I nodded in agreement. Edward managed to get back in all Book Bella classes in the book. "How much do you think Edward is going to have to flirt with Ms. Cope?" Jasper joked. Alice, Rose and I giggled. Edward grimaced. The book started going into how Book Bella missed Jacob and how he wouldn't talk to her on the phone. She felt guilty for hurting him and wanted a happy ending for him. As this part was going on, Edward started growling louder and louder until I couldn't hear Emmett anymore. "Edward, the last time I saw Jacob was at the prom. You have nothing to worry about," I told him, kissing him on the cheek. He stopped growling, but his scowl was still in place. "It's obvious that in the book you have some sort of feelings for him," he hissed. "Only as a friend. Would it be wrong for me to want a friend to be happy? In case you missed it, the book was calling you my prince." I saw his eyes soften at the word prince. "This is Bella, remember, she is going to feel guilty for hurting him and want to apologize. Jacob isn't letting her do that, so she is going to feel bad until he does," Esme pointed out, coming to my defense. I saw Edward's face become more resigned. "Please, that dog has been manipulating Bella since the very beginning. He knows she is easily guilt-tripped and he is playing on it big time," Rose snarled. "What do you mean?" I was confused. Did I miss something in the books? "See, this is why she needs Rose and me to help her. She can't see when a guy is manipulating her," Alice said, looking at Edward. I wasn't sure how to take that. Bella, it's obvious he would use your guilty conscience to make you feel sorry for him. He has feelings for you that he admitted to. Most teenage guys would use what they could to get the girl. He took you when you were feeling low and tried to make you feel better. Then he got you to believe that you were doing the same thing for him, Jasper said calmly. Everyone thinks he was manipulated book Bella the whole time? I asked. I looked more to Esme and Carlisle, since I pretty much have gotten the younger Cullen's response. Both looked hesitant to answer. Finally Carlisle spoke. The way the boy acts makes me wonder what he is up to. He does seem to help you, but he seems to have an alerter motive. He also seems to try and turn you against our family by looking for information or talking negatively. How did me miss this? I asked, feeling a little perplexed. I didn't like to be used. Love, you're a very trusting and caring person. If you thought a person was hurting, you would go out of your way to help them, because you would never question it. At that point in time, you were hurting and easily taken advantage of. Jacob knew this and used it, but not it is your fault. You were just being your sweet caring self. Edward pulled me close and kissed my temple. Emmett started reading again, where Edward in the book said he was probably the reason why Jacob was staying away. You would kill someone that saved my life? I asked him, my eyes widen. I would be very grateful for him for saving your life, however, if I thought he was trying to take you away from me. He hesitated at the end of his sentence with his eyes darken as he spoke. Vampires are very protective and possessive of their mates. They would act out to any type of threat to their mate. Especially, if someone challenged them for their mate. Jasper finished for him. I rubbed my hand up Edward's chest to the back of neck and pulled him into a kiss. No one is ever going to take me from you, I told him. Edward smiled at me and gave me a quick kiss on the lips, and I felt myself blush. Emmett continued the chapter. Apparently book Bella was in more trouble with Charlie. Jacob had dropped off her motorcycle. Charlie is going to kill her. What the hell was Jacob thinking? Is he trying to give Charlie's a heart attack or worse? I was beyond mad, as was book Bella, at the situation. Why would Jacob stab book Bella in the back like that? Bella, dear, you will hurt yourself if you try to punch a werewolf. It wouldn't be much different than punching a brick wall, Carlisle told me. Although, it would be awesome to see you trying to take on a werewolf, Emmett said as he and Jasper laughed. Edward hissed at them. In the book, Jacob had stayed around and book Bella wanted to go confront him. Edward was trying to stop her, saying that Jacob was there for him, not her. Edward calmed her by saying it was only to talk, not fight. Jacob apparently grew more since book Bella saw him again. Very curious. I wonder how big they actually get. Carlisle was looking interested. Jacob isn't bigger than me, is he? Emmett pouted, looking at me. You have the book, you tell us. I rolled my eyes. He looked down at the book, frowning. Will you continue already? Rose asked him, getting annoyed. Emmett started to read more about the confrontation with Jacob. He apparently wanted book Bella grounded to keep her from Edward. Idiot, she was already grounded. He would have known that if he answered the phone. Why is he blaming Edward? Alice said irritably. Actually, he might have known. Charlie and Billy gossip like two old ladies. So, Billy would have known if I was grounded, I said as I thought of the situation. It was now more suspicious of Jacob's intentions. If he did know you were grounded, he might have thought further punishment would get Charlie to ban Edward. Plus, he knows Edward is a mind reader, so he could be more careful with his thoughts, Jasper suggested. I frowned. It would be book Bella's fault if the wolves could use Edward's ability against him. Stop feeling guilty, darling, you haven't done anything in this reality, Jasper told me with a smile. He is right, love, Edward sighed, giving me a hug. Edward in the book was now thanking Jacob for saving me. Well, good. I'm glad one of you boys are using your manners. I'm glad you were at least trying, Edward. Esme commended him. He smiled at her. Jacob wanted Edward to leave as a thank you to him. Edward had told him no, that decision was book Bella's. He knows book Bella still loves you. Would he really believe that she would want you to go away again? Doesn't he realize it would hurt her all over again if you left, and then it would be his fault? I ranted. He is doing it because he wants you for himself. Rose stated matter-of-factly. I had a feeling she was right. In the book, Jacob was reminding Edward of the treaty. Wait, so it is bite, not just kill. So that means you can't change me without causing a war. I was feeling hesitant. I didn't want to cause a war having anyone get hurt or worse. We could always leave first. Then they wouldn't have proof that it was us, Alice suggested. However, Bella in the book told Jacob it wasn't any of his business, so he knew she had made a choice. Jacob instantly was throwing a tantrum which made Bella concerned for him. I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes. Bella, I'm not about to let you go near him if he was shaking, Edward proclaimed, trying to defend himself. That's not what bothered me. You were right to stop me if he was about to phase. I'm upset that he is trying to dig at you for leaving me. That is not his business if I chose to forgive you. That brought a small smile to his face. Emmett caused me to nearly fall out of Edward's lap by screaming Charlie's line. What the hell, Emmett? Was that at all necessary? Rose was pissed that he screamed right in her ear. He just smirked until he got a glimpse of her face. Then he hung his head. So glad I stayed away from the motorcycles now. I shuddered thinking about Charlie's reaction. In the book, Edward asked about Victoria before they turned to leave. Apparently, the wolves still have not caught her. Well, I'm glad we didn't leave it up to them, Jasper said sarcastically. Charlie in the book was getting madder and madder. Bella was trying to say goodbye to Jacob. He was telling her they could not be friends and he was going to miss her. She tried to hug him, but Edward wouldn't let her. I could see Edward's face out the corner of my eyes. His face looked blank, his eyes said fury. I sighed inwardly. I had a feeling when reading earlier chapters, something like this would happen. I never wanted to hurt Edward and I had a feeling that, since Bella wasn't going to let go of Jacob easily, it would happen in at least the next book. I closed my eyes and laid my head on Edward's chest. I felt his arms tighten. The book ended with Bella recounted all the danger she was in as she headed off to her doom. Charlie. But, she knew she could get through it with Edward at her side. The only thing I knew was that I had a huge splitting headache. I felt Edward's hand run through my hair and his cool lips on my forehead. Bella? I heard Alice ask hesitantly. I opened my eyes. She handed me some acetaminophen tablets and water. Thank you, I told her. I then popped the pills in my mouth and downed some water. I saw Edward looking at me with concern. I'm fine, it is just a headache, I told him with a smile and blush rose on my cheeks. Let me get you home so you can get some sleep, he said, kissing my forehead again. Wait a minute before you leave. Are we reading the next book? Carlyle asked. We probably should, in case we miss something. We probably do not want to assume everything is okay just because Victoria was gone. Jasper answered. Everyone nodded. We can start the next book tomorrow. It will be a good time, since school is on vacation and Bella is working Tuesday and Thursday this week for a few hours in the afternoon. Alice announced. I will call a towing service first thing in the morning and have your truck towed here. Everyone started to get up since it was settled, I said. Good night to everyone and thanked them for the gifts again. Edward picked me up, bridal style, to carry me. I can walk, I told him, and he put me down, wrapping his arm around my waist. He slung my bag over his shoulder and picked up the gifts. Esme handed me a container of food for Charlie. We started to head to the door. Alice joined us. Edward raised an eyebrow. Calm down, someone has to drive the Volvo back so you can stay, she told him. He sighed and led the way to his car. A.N. New moon done. Eclipse soon. I do believe that story is important. When it shows Edward that being overprotective, controlling, will backfire and cause problems. Jacob being manipulative of Bella's guilt. Bella trying to make both happy and to have best of both worlds backfire in hurting the ones she loves. Plus the backstories are helpful for Bella to understand her change. Not to mention the whole compromise chapter. Not to mention the Volturi's true intentions. Chapter 18. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 18. The Talk. BPOV. Edward held the car door open for me and I slid in. He was soon beside me and grabbed my hand after he started the car. Alice was bouncing in the backseat. What should I tell Charlie? I asked, breaking the silence. He is going to wonder where the truck is. He is also going to need to know that you are back. Tell Charlie your car broke down and when you went for help you ran into me. We got to talking and I invited you to dinner. Alice said. I can stay till he gets back and help you. This way it isn't quite a lie, so you could probably pull it off. When I looked up I saw that we were already in front of the house. I forgot how fast Edward drove. He chuckled before getting out of the car to open my door. We got to the door and I got the key down from the eave to open the door. I headed to the kitchen and put the food in the fridge. I grabbed the note off the counter and threw it out. I came back into the living room and Edward was sitting on the couch. I looked around for Alice. She is upstairs setting up the blanket and mattress pad, he told me before I could ask. I looked at the clock. Charlie would be back soon. I walked over to the couch and Edward pulled me onto his lap. You're staying tonight, right? I asked him nervously. His face broke up into a huge crooked smile. Of course, my love, I missed your sleep talking. Last night was a pleasant reminder, he smirked. I remember waking up on the couch with his whole family there. I started to blush. What did I say? I asked, biting my lip. He laughed a little harder. Well, Emmett is a little disappointed. You said you loved me, asked me to stay. Although you did have an interesting conversation with Alice. You asked her to take you to Italy. When she started talking about shopping, you told her no. You wanted to go to Volterra. Kind of gave most of us a scare. He said, looking at my lip that I was still biting. He leaned in and started to kiss me. He slowly sucked my lower lip out from between my teeth with his lips. The kiss grew more passionate, and when I was out of air, he moved to my neck and collarbone, making a circuit down, then up. His lips were back on mine again. I was surprised he didn't pull away like he had in the past. He broke away with an irritated look on his face when Alice cleared her throat. She was back in the room looking amused. Charlie is about to pull up. You may want to make yourself scarce, dear brother. She winked. He gave me one more quick kiss and went up the stairs. I heard the cruiser pull into the driveway. Alice sat down next to me and turned the TV to a rendition of the Christmas Carol. I heard the front door open. Bella? Charlie's voice came from the hall. In here, Dad. I answered, getting nervous. I hope this went better than the book. Hi Charlie, Merry Christmas. Alice jumped up and hugged him as he came into the room. He stopped short in surprise. Alice Cullen. What are you doing here? Where is the truck? Charlie asked, looking confused and a little worried. Oh, I gave Bella a ride home, she answered. Charlie looked at me. The truck broke down when I was out yesterday. When I went for help I ran into Alice, I answered, trying to keep my face smooth. Where is the truck now? Charlie asked. A towing service is going to tow to our house tomorrow. Rosalie is going to fix it for Bella. She offered when Bella was at house for dinner. Esme invited her when she found out you were going to be gone all day. Alice answered brightly. I see, and is all your family back then? Charlie asked. Well, Rose and Emmett are only home for the holidays, but yes, the rest of us moved back. Esme hated LA. Plus, a certain other sibling of mine missed Bella here too much that he was making us all miserable. He was definitely less than a joy to be around these last few months. Alice spoke nonchalantly. I saw Charlie's eyes narrow slightly at the mention of Edward. Well, Alice, are you staying or did you need to get heading back? Charlie asked. Oh, I wish I could stay. Esme and Carlisle are expecting me back. I was just keeping Bella company until you got here. Before I forget, Esme sent some dinner back for you. She felt bad you were working all day and didn't have a proper Christmas dinner. She moved toward the door. Have a good night, Charlie, and Bella, I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Alice. We both answered her. I heard the door shut. I clicked off the TV. Would you like me to heat the dinner Esme sent? I asked him. No, that's okay. Hold on though, I want to talk to you. He moved to his chair and gestured to the couch for me to sit. Bella, I don't want you getting back together with Edward. He is bad news. He left you in the woods, for crying out loud. Hold on. I interrupted him. Edward never left me in the woods. I ran into the woods after he left. He didn't know that I did that until recently. Bella, have you even seen yourself the last few months? I don't want you getting hurt again. Please, don't fight me on this matter. Charlie was getting upset. Dad, I am old enough to see who I want to see. You can't stop me. I know how I am without Edward. I also know how he was without me. From what I hear from his family, he wasn't too different from me. We don't work without one another. I tried to reason and didn't want to get into a yelling fight like the book. If he missed you so much, why hasn't he tried to contact you? Or even break up with you in the first place? Charlie argued. His family was leaving, he thought he was doing the right thing. Afterwards, he thought I would hate him too much to take him back. I told him. Most of what I said was true in some sense. Dad, I love him. That is never going to change. If I send him away, it will be my biggest regret. I know you're worried and I am sorry that I made you worry these past months. But Edward is who I want. Please understand that, I pleaded. Bells, I really don't like this. I don't want to see you hurt again. He was looking exasperated and exhausted. You don't have to like it, but please accept this as my own decision to make, I asked softly. You are as stubborn as me. I see I'm going to get nowhere tonight. He sighed. All right. I accept that it is your decision, but I don't like it. Thank you. I got up and gave him a hug. I'm going to bed. Alice will be back early. She wants help unpacking. I headed to the stairs. I won't be far behind you. Good night, Bells, he answered me. I ran up the stairs knowing my angel was there. I stopped in the bathroom to wash up. I noticed Alice had put some pajamas on the little table by the sink, with a note telling me to put them on. I took a quick shower and then examined the pile of clothes closer. The pair of dark blue light cotton shorts and a matching tank top with sweetheart lace neckline. On the back of the bathroom door was a knee-length robe, also blue. I got dressed, in a hurry to get to my room. I opened my door and closed it behind me. I was beginning to think you weren't coming. His velvety voice came from the direction of my bed. I looked over and he was already under the sheets with his arms behind his perfect head, resting against the headboard. Comfy? I asked, liking the vision before me. He wasn't only waiting for me, but in my bed as well. I went over to my desk and placed my toiletry bag down next to the books I received. One of them must have unpacked my bag for me. Almost, the blanket and the pad defiantly make this bed nice and warm, but it is still missing something, he told me with a playful frown. Oh, and what is that? I asked, cocking my head to the side and leaned my back against my desk. You. He answered, giving me a huge smile and held out his arms to me. I took off the robe, hung it on my desk chair and went over to the bed. He pulled back the covers and I crawled in the bed. It was very toasty. He dropped the covers and pulled me close to him. I laid my head on his cool, firm chest. I loved how close we were laying. I had to thank his siblings, or more appropriately Alice, for these. Edward's cell chirped. He flipped open his phone. Alice says, "You're welcome." What is that for? He asked curiously. I yawned. I was thinking of thanking her again for the pad and the blanket. Although I should thank her for the pajamas too, they're very comfy. He looked down at me. You do look beautiful, he commented, making me blush. It was then I noticed he was not wearing what he came in. His pants felt too soft for jeans. Are you wearing pajamas? I asked. Alice left them for me. She said it would be more comfortable for you than what I was wearing, he said sheepishly. I guess that's another thing I need to thank Alice for. I giggled, hugging him close. His arm tightened around me. I missed this. I sighed. We should talk. He tensed slightly. It is late and you need your sleep, he answered and leaned in to kiss me. I pulled away and pouted. He sighed. Okay. What do you want to talk about? He sneaked a quick kiss on the lips. I want you to change me, I told him. He pinched the bridge of nose in his hand. Bella, we have been through this, he started. I don't believe that you will be taking my soul. If I believe I still have my soul, how can you tell me otherwise? It is my life and soul anyways, don't I get a say? I asked him. I took my hand and ran it through his hair. Bella, I don't think you seriously thought all this through. You always seem to glorify being a vampire, but it is not like that at all. He looked down at me imploringly. Then tell me what I am not seeing, Edward. How can I see everything if you are not willing to tell me? I wasn't going to give up tonight. You realize once you change, there is no going back. You will be stuck for all eternity like this. He gestured to himself. When you change, you will always have a thirst for human blood. You'll want nothing more than blood. It will be a constant struggle, especially the first few years. Then it may become manageable, but it will always be there, the desire to kill. You and your family would be there, though, to help me through it. You all managed. I can too. You'll also have to say goodbye to Charlie, Renee, Phil and any other human friends. Never to see them again or talk to again, he told me. What about email or phone? He shook his head. I hesitated before responding. Okay, so that part would be hard, but I would do it. I would have to say goodbye eventually. I need to live my own life at some point. I argued. You promised not to leave, that we would stay together. You'll have to disappear from Forks at some point. How would I explain to my family why I visit, but you don't? It would be easier if we both disappear. His eyes softened, but his face stayed determined. There are human aspects you will miss out on. Like you'll never be able to have a baby. Esme and Rose have that regret by missing that chance. I am not Esme or Rose. I never thought about having a baby. If I were to decide to have a baby, I would only want one with you. Since that is not going to be possible, then I don't want one. I can't go find some random guy to have a baby with. That wouldn't be right, I answered truthfully. I watched a small smile form on his face. He leaned down and kissed me, pulling me tight to his body. I decided to test his rules and I licked his lower lip to plead for entrance. As expected, he pulled back. Oh Bella, he chuckled. You know you wouldn't have to have careful rules if I was changed. I said slyly and rubbed my hand on his chest, which he immediately caught with his free hand. I know. He smirked. I saw something quickly flicker in his eye, but then he frowned again. Bella. Wait. What if we don't decide tonight? Let's hear the rest of the books first. I just want you to tell me you will keep an open mind. You're not completely decided against it anymore. Please. I bit my lip and looked up at him. I was nervous he would be adamantly against it still. He closed his eyes and was completely still. Please, I whispered. He finally opened his eyes and looked at me. I'll make a deal with you. I will keep an open mind if you do something for me, he offered. I'm not making deals until you tell me what that is. I answered him, narrowing my eyes. He suppressed a grin. I would like you to be open to the idea of marrying me one day. Especially, before you are changed. If I changed you before we get married, your parents couldn't be at our wedding. Just be open, no. Yes, or, no, until I really ask you, which I do plan on doing. His eyes melted into mine, dazing me. I thought about it, it was a reasonable request. I wasn't agreeing to marry him just to be open. If it got him to be open to changing me, then it was worth it. I was hopeful the books would show me as a vampire and it would persuade him. I paused and bit my lip. Pausing longer than necessary. He looked at me, one eyebrow raised. Deal. I gave him a big smile and his face broke out in a smile that lit his face. Deal. He leaned in and kissed me softly. By the way, thank you for defending me against you, father. You didn't have to do that. I blushed. Yes, I did. I think it went better than it did in the book. He didn't look happy, but he didn't turn purple either. I yawned as I told him. He isn't happy with me. He is hoping you realize on your own, I'm no good. He isn't going to forbid it at the moment, he replied. Now please, go to sleep. Anything else can be discussed later. We have plenty of time. Okay. Good night. I gave him one more soft kiss and I laid my head on his chest. Good night, my angel. He started to hum my lullaby and I fell asleep. A.N. Eclipse starts next chapter. If seems Bella being too easy on the idea of marriage, I believe she would agree to be open, because she could still have the opportunity to say no, which I do think she would be willing to do if at least Edward promised to be open on his end about changing. Oh, I don't think Charlie would be as mad as the book, because she didn't disappear for 3 days or jump off any cliff, so I think he wouldn't be a hothead causing Bella to be on the defensive. Chapter 19. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 19. Preface and Ultimatum. I awoke up in the morning. The room was light. I felt Edward's hand caress the small of my back. I looked up and his eyes were shining down on me. I lay there feeling completely happy. He chuckled and kissed my cheek, then nose. Good morning, beautiful. I rolled my eyes. Good morning, I smiled back at him. You should get up and get dressed. Alice is expecting us soon. They want to start the next book today. He told me. I slid out of the bed and stretched. It was the best night of sleep I had had in a while. My stomach growled and I heard Edward laugh. He was already dressed. Shall I make the human breakfast? He joked. Yes, please. I'll get dressed in the meantime. He left the room without a sound. I quickly put on a pair of jeans and white t-shirt and blue hoodie. Alice will just have to deal. If we were reading all day, I was going to be comfortable. I packed a quick overnight bag, stopping quickly in the bathroom to wash up, and proceeded down the stairs, tripping on the last step. I closed my eyes before I hit the floor. When I didn't hit anything, I opened my eyes to feel Edward's arms around my waist. What am I going to do with you? I looked at him. His amber eyes were twinkling. Kiss me, I suggested. He rolled his eyes, but pulled me into a kiss. He scooped me up and walked into the kitchen, placing me in a chair. In front of me was a bowl of cereal and cup of juice. Thank you. I picked up my spoon, swirled the cereal before taking the first bite. You're welcome. He had opposite me. I finished quickly, then washed the bowl and cup, leaving them in the strainer. I left a note for Charlie telling him I was at the Cullens and Alice asked me to stay the night to help unpack and catch up. I turned back to Edward, who was now standing, his hand held out for mine. Shall we? He asked. I smiled and grabbed his hand. Wait a minute. I need to tell you something first, I told him. I wanted to have this conversation away from his family members. He looked at me thoughtfully, so I continued. I have a feeling Book Bella isn't going to let go of Jacob as a friend easily in this next book. I'm afraid of it hurting you or him in the book and, then, you here in reality having to read about it. I wanted to make sure you knew in this reality, I have no plans being that close of friends with Jacob. However, there may be no avoiding him at times because of how close Charlie and Billy are, I said in all one breath. You're not the first to think that. A few others, plus myself, have seen this being a possibility. If it happens in the book, it's only because I, at one point, pushed your bookself towards him. He helped your bookself when I wasn't there and it would be only normal for some result to come of that. Because of that, I would be at fault for the situation, not you, as much as my bookself may not like the situation. He told me, pulling me into a hug. Can we agree not to get mad then, with each other or ourselves, about anything in the book? Since it hasn't and will not happen, I asked, laying my cheek to his chest. Agreed. He told me, pulling me to the back door. I looked at him questionably. I was hoping you would run with me to the house, he asked. Or I can go get my car. No, running is fine. I smiled, grabbing my bag, but he took it from me. We walked into the tree line. Up you go then. He helped me onto his back. Ready? I nodded and he took off. I closed my eyes and tucked my head into his neck. I felt the wind whip through my hair and then suddenly everything was still. You can open your eyes now. I heard a light laughter. I peeked and saw we were in his living room and his family was already seated. I blushed. I slid off his back and sat on the couch. Edward ran my bag up to his room and was back in a flash, then settled beside me on the couch. He handed me a blanket. I put it to the side because I didn't need it. If we are ready then. Rose, I believe you're first if we follow the same order, Carlyle declared. She picked up the third book, Eclipse, from that table. All right, this book starts with a preface as well. Like the other prefaces, the story started out with Book Bella in some sort of trouble. I gripped Edward's hand, not liking what I was hearing. By the sounds of it, Edward was about to defend me and he was outnumbered. The rest of his family was fighting too, somewhere else. What now? Rose whined. Why did we separate from you two? Carlyle looked a little confused. Probably we thought it was the best way to protect Bella, Alice mentioned while Edward was frowning. He pulled me into his lap. Who are we fighting though? Emmett looked excited. His smile faded when he saw Esme glare at him. Seems like the candidates are Victoria, Volturi or wolves. Jasper was looking thoughtful. The book did mention wolves howling in the woods, so the wolves are present, Edward added. But I don't think that is what has me outnumbered. Who I'm fighting has black eyes, so I'm fighting a vampire. I shuddered. Why does my existence always put the ones I love in danger? Well, it's Victoria. We don't have to worry in this reality, right? I looked at Edward. He smiled slightly. If whoever it is thinks my attention would be diverted a millisecond from protecting Bella, they're sadly mistaken. His strong arms wrapped around me protectively. I'll move on to the first chapter too. The first chapter is called Ultimatum. Rose spoke. This first bit looks like a note and the first few lines have been crossed out. We listened as it sounded like the note was Jacob to Book Bella. He was telling her they couldn't be friends and it had been her choice. The uncrossed out part said he missed her too, but it didn't change anything. Of course, Book Bella felt guilty of causing him pain. That dog is one for words. How many times did he write different things to just cross it out? Emmett snickered. I wouldn't have put it past the dog to have all those crossed out sections on purpose. Each line was to make Bella feel guiltier. He could have used a new sheet of paper. Rose scoffed. Would have definitely worked too. I mumbled. Now that Rose pointed it out, I could see the possibility. What alarmed me was the next part of the book. Oh, no. What is Charlie doing in the kitchen? I cried. Oh come now, it can't be the bad, can it? Esme asked. I cringed as I thought of the possibilities. Before I could respond, Rose mentioned the jar with a metal lid in the microwave. I groaned, covering my face with my hands. What is wrong with that? Emmett asked, looking a little too curious. Emmett, get that idea out of your head now, Alice cried out. Her eyes were huge and Edward was trying to hide a smile in my hair. What? He asked, trying to look innocent. Let's just say, Esme will probably rip you a new one for destroying her kitchen. Edward sighed with a straight face. What did he do before I moved here? I cringed, thinking of the pasta blob. Do you really want to know? Alice asked with a giggle and I shook my head. Book Bella suspected that Charlie was up to something. Destiny and fate you like. However, fiancé bothers you? Jasper asked with a raised eyebrow. I saw Edward stick his lower lip in a small pout. I know it may seem silly, but seriously, after living with Renee and her views of marriage at a young age, some things have been ingrained, I said with a sigh. I had promised to be open. I kissed Edward on the cheek and gave him a small smile. Charlie still was less than pleased with Edward, but at least he was allowed into the house a few hours of the day. Book Bella was still grounded. At least he's letting Eddie boy in the house, Emmett smirked. He still isn't pleased with me in this reality. I will try to get in his good graces though. And don't call me Eddie. Edward sighed. The book went into Charlie being upset about the murders in Seattle. I saw Jasper and Edward exchange a glance. When I looked at Edward, he just shrugged. Didn't you read Wuthering Heights in the first book? Rose asked. It's a good book. It's one of my favorites, I told her. Edward rolled his eyes. I'll never understand why. The main characters have no redeeming qualities, he complained. Yes, they do. Their love for one another is their redeeming quality. Now leave my book alone, I pouted. In the story, Charlie was finally getting around to his point. He wanted to talk about Jacob. That dog wasn't trying to be responsible. He was trying to throw you under the bus and get brownie points with Charlie. Alice huffed. I had to agree, the motorcycle thing was clearly vindictive. Charlie also seemed to have a concern with Edward. Bella, love, you don't have to defend me. It's understandable why he doesn't care for me, Edward sighed softly. I love you, of course I'm going to defend you, I stated matter-of-factly. By the sound of it, Charlie was going to let Book Bella off grounding early for good behavior, but it was conditional. Yay. You're free. Now we can catch up on shopping. Alice was clapping her hands. I stifled a groan. That condition is probably going to involve Jacob, I sighed as Edward started to growl. Charlie wanted Book Bella to have friends outside of the Cullens. You don't still want to be friends with Jessica anyways, do you? Rose asked. After reading Midnight Sun, being friends with Mike or Jessica won't work. They were never true friends to begin with. Angela, I wouldn't mind getting to know better, but getting too close at this the point in the book. It will just be harder to say goodbye to people in a few months. So distancing wouldn't be such a bad thing, I mentioned, laying my head on Edward's shoulder. I heard him sigh. It's always difficult, one of the main reasons why we usually keep to ourselves. Jasper sympathized. Of course, Bella is the exception, Emmett said with a wink. I felt the heat rise on my cheeks and Edward chuckled. It still would have happened. I mumbled, agreeing with my bookself about reaction to last September. And I will never be sorry enough. Edward's cool breath whispered into my ear. We listened as Charlie was pushing Jacob at me. He even played the "blacks are family" card, which is why I knew avoiding Jacob would be nearly impossible. I was broken from those thoughts when Edward was growling again. Edward, he was her friend who helped when you weren't here. Did you think she would forget all about him once you got back or not miss him at all? Esme reprimanded him. No, but doesn't mean I have to like it, he pouted. Again, the last time I talked to Jacob was at the prom. You have nothing to worry or get upset about. On the bright side, Mike is supposedly avoiding me now that you are back. I smiled at him. He gave me a smile back. Book Bella tried to explain that there was difficulty with Jacob not just wanting to be friends. Charlie didn't see anything wrong with that. You don't have any competition, I told him, and he leaned down and kissed me softly. I tried to deepen it and he pulled back and chuckled. I heard Alice and Rose giggle before Rose continued to read. She is avoiding him. Book Bella is the one who tried the phone and tried a note. What else was she supposed to do? I was a little put out that Book Bella was being blamed. Nothing, since Billy is talking to Charlie, he is probably trying to convince him it was you. To get Charlie to make you feel guilty enough to try harder or get you to a push where Edward wouldn't be able to intervene. Alice commented dryly. She seemed to be right, especially since Charlie was now telling Bella that Jacob was suffering. You need a backbone, Bella. Too many people know to make you feel guilty to get what they want, Rose said. Edward hissed at her. Please, you do it too and you're not the only one in the room. She glanced quickly at Alice. Both immediately looked ashamed. She is right. The true people who love you would be able to accept no once in a while, without making you feel guilty about it. Esme told me kindly. Book Bella agreed to find balance that included Jacob. However, it seems she also got into college in Alaska. College would be a great idea. Edward smiled. I could always go after I'm changed, I told him. But you would miss the human experience, Edward answered back. Like what would be so different? I asked him. Drunken frat parties, it would be funny to see a drunk Bella. Emmett snickered. Don't forget the fraternity boys that would be interested in her. Rose giggled. Edward growled. I bit my lip and pretended to think about it. What are you thinking? Edward worriedly asked. I tried not to feel guilty. Just imagine that in my head, I told him, trying to hide my smirk in my shoulder, and he pouted. I couldn't hold it in and started to giggle. He instantly looked relieved. Not funny. He scowled. I'm sorry. I kissed his cheek and ran my hand through his hair and he relaxed. In the book, Book Bella refused to let Charlie help her pay for college. If money is the issue, we will help you. You are part of our family, Carlisle offered. Thank you for the offer. I will keep it in mind. I told him graciously, even though I didn't plan on taking it. Charlie in the book was curious as to what Edward was up to. Before he could be answered, Edward had arrived. I blushed deeper and deeper as my description of Edward was read. Edward got a big goofy smile on his face. Esme was smiling proudly. Man, I really don't need to be thinking of Edward like that, Emmett shuddered. I have to second that. Jasper grimaced. Alice and Rose just giggled. You both are just jealous, Edward sighed as he grinned even bigger. I even turned redder than before. He kissed my cheek. He took my hand as described in the book and breathed my wrist scent in. Not so difficult anymore, so don't be sad. Edward told me with a small smile. According to the book, Charlie was even more strict. Then Normal and Edward had brought even more applications for me to fill out. We know a lot of loopholes, due to fact that we have to move often and sometimes fast. Carlisle informed me. I nodded, it made sense. Charlie questioned Edward about his plans. In which Edward replied a few big colleges and the same college in Alaska. Trying to impress Charlie. Jasper smirked. Possibly. Edward smirked back. I just shook my head. Charlie was less than thrilled with Edward going to the same university as Book Bella. He reminded me of the curfew before leaving. Why wouldn't I be happy that you're free of grounding? Now we can go out somewhere alone, instead having someone around. Edward's eyes shined and then were looking thoughtful for a few moments. What are you up to? I asked suspiciously. He shrugged and smiled. In the book Charlie got upset once again about Seattle. Bella, since it's you, the chances are about better than none for you to attract danger in Seattle. Remember the other night? Jasper pointed out. If I was in Seattle with Edward or Alice, that would have lowered my chances, I retorted in a huff. All the Cullens just shook their heads. I guess that means you're stuck with me. You're just too much of a danger magnet without me, Edward sighed too smugly. Good, now just convince yourself of that, I murmured, still a little annoyed. If I wasn't convinced before, the books definitely have me convinced now, he told me with his amber eyes burning. In the book, Edward was reading the news as he had Book Bella fill out another application to Dartmouth. Bella, you're certainly able to get into a good college, Esme said proudly. That late in the year. I find it hard to believe an Ivy League school would take me, without some incentive, I skeptically said. You underestimate yourself, my dear. Carlisle said. Although you shouldn't be forced into a college you have no interest in. He raised his eyebrows in Edward's direction. Book Edward was still trying to delay the timetable and force college at me. He is right about those human experiences, Rose spoke sullenly. Shouldn't I get to choose which human experiences I want, instead of having them decided for me? I asked. Yes, no one should force you to do something you don't want to do. Esme spoke up. I could understand Book Bella worried about delaying being changed with all the threats out there. Why do you care if the dog figures out that you've been changed? Emmett asked. Because he will realize a breach in the treaty and I don't want to cause a war, I told him. Well, we don't have any of these worries in this reality, so there is no need for a fast change. Edward replied happily. I frowned. He had promised to be open-minded. I do not like the situation in Seattle in the book. Jasper spoke up. If the Volturi decide to check in on it, they will probably want to check in on Bella while they're here. So, she should be changed sooner than later, Emmett brought up. No, no one is going to be forcing her to be changed, Edward snarled. No one is forcing. She wants it. I snapped back. You are not ready, he pleaded. If it was left up to you, I would never be ready. Way to be open. Edward. I told him as I slid off his lap and onto the couch. He pinched the bridge of nose between his fingers. Rose read more until Emmett decided to break the tension. Never tried penguin before. Can't be much of a challenge though, unless they are wet, then it would be pretty slippery. I gave him a small smile. Grizzly and polar bears are good, but you are going to have to be able to beat me to them, he said with a wink. Who cares if we hunt wolves up there? Rose said exasperated. The wolves saved her life a couple of times. Plus she still views Jacob as a friend, so the symbolism wouldn't feel right, I said softly. Edward, that was out of line of you in the book. She has Tay right to find that idea offensive, Esme scolded. He simply nodded, but he seemed deep in thought. The conversation in the book turned to Jacob. Book Bella was trying to tell Edward she needs to see him, because he's upset. He told her no, she wasn't allowed. Edward, you can't overrule her father, Carlyle admonished. Plus, I don't think she is asking permission, Rose commented. The wolves are unsafe. Edward is right, she wouldn't be safe. That Paul was clearly unstable and almost attacked her for being an ex-girlfriend of a vampire. Just think how he or the others would think of her being a vampire's girlfriend. Emmett defended him. I shuddered at the thought. He could be right. Jacob was probably okay, but the others? Not really worth fighting over. I'm not going to go visit the wolves. Nor am I friends with them in this reality. I said softly to kill the argument. Edward wrapped an arm around me and I leaned into him. In the book, Edward tried to distract Book Bella by picking on Wuthering Heights. The family chuckled as the same argument from earlier was used again. Edward smiled at the comment of mine saying how it was too late to worry who I fall in love with. You're the most selfless person I know, love. You never have to worry about being selfish. It's us vampires who are the selfish and possessive ones. He kissed my forehead. The argument turned to Jacob again. Jacob is going to be a big problem in this book, Alice sighed. I nodded in agreement. I saw Edward's eyes harden. I was starting to wonder if there was a connection with Wuthering Heights in this book, or would it be like Romeo and Juliet in the last book. Did you just blame Bella for the wolves' return? Emmett said with a chuckle. I'm afraid I will have to agree with Bella, that us being near is a more probable answer, Carlyle smiled wryly. Book Bella was feeling very guilty for Jacob's pain. Bella, your book self shouldn't feel guilty about not being there for Jacob. You have tried to reach out and he ignoring it. He wants all his terms, meaning you away from Edward at La Push. If he really wanted to try, there is no reason why he couldn't have come to Charlie's or answered the phone, Jasper commented. Jasper is right, dear. That boy needs to learn some manners, Esme said. I looked over at Edward, his eyes were closed as his face was sad. My book self is right. My leaving you only puts you in more danger. Between the werewolves and the Volturi. I'm never going to be able to forgive myself. He sounded so sad. I reached up and placed a hand on his face and he leaned into it. In the book, they may be reasons for concern. But here in reality, neither are. Plus, you had my best interest at heart, so please don't continue to blame yourself. You are back now and that is all that matters, I told him. He turned his head slightly and kissed the palm of my hand. He opened his eyes and looked down at me. I saw the regret and love in his eyes. He took my hand in his and laced the fingers together. Back in the book, Edward was begging Bella to try and be safe. He was scared of losing her again. "What do you do if Charlie insists you being friends with Jacob?" Esme asked. "I'll cross that bridge if it comes to it. Regardless, I will not be as close friends with Jacob in this reality as my book self is," I told her. "I'm sorry, my book self underestimate your love." Jasper showed me the intensity of it and I realized how wrong I was. He looked me apologetically. "He did?" I asked and Edward nodded. "Would you like me to show you Edward's for you?" Jasper asked. I nodded enthusiastically. An emotion hit me hard. It was warm, powerful, and its intensity made it hard to breathe and was all-out consuming. When the emotion left me, I looked in Edward's eyes that were sparkling. I leaned up to kiss him and he met my lips. "Thank you, Jasper," I told him once I pulled away. He just smiled and gave me a wink. The rest of the chapter concluded with Bella and Edward arguing whether or not she was going to see Jacob. I sighed once again. Emmett's mischievous grin caught my attention. "It's been a while since we bet." He rubbed his hands together. "I bet Bella is going to find a way to go see Jacob." "Please, there's no way she is going to get around Edward, especially if he has Alice watching her." Jasper held out his hand to Emmett and they shook. A.N. Thank you for all the reviews. Chapter 20. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Myers does. Chapter 20. Evasion and Motives, EPOV. Rose handed me the book to read next. I was thinking over Jasper and Emmett's latest bet. Bella and I are both very stubborn. It would be interesting to see how it plays out in the book. I know both our book selves were going to be at odds. In this reality, Jacob wasn't a factor as of yet. I would like to keep it that way. Luckily Bella wasn't interested in being friends with Jacob. However, she still wanted to be changed and I promised to be open. When I said something against the change on the last chapter, she moved off my lap, which upset me. I missed her small warm body from my lap. How I was able to be away from her the last few months I don't know. It was driving me crazy that I was no longer holding her. I gently pulled her back into my lap and she smiled at me warmly. I was happy that Jasper showed her my love, like he had shown me hers. Maybe now she wouldn't question my love for her, as I once mistakenly did of hers. If we are ready to begin this chapter, it's called Evasion, I told the room. The chapter started out with Bella being happy about being free from grounding and the end of the school year. "Oh come on, Eddie is not perfect," Emmett whined. "Edward is perfect for me. And don't call him Eddie," my angel shot back, narrowing her eyes. It's too much fun to get her worked up. Emmett spoke through his thoughts. "Right, it's Adonis. Or is Romeo better?" Jasper threw in with Alice giggling beside him. Bella started to turn red. "Only to her, to you two goons it's Edward and only Edward," I shot back. I read on. "It sounds like I will not be taking Bella to prom this year. She looked so beautiful last year and I really enjoyed dancing with her in my arms." That was until Jacob showed up. I knew even then he had a crush on my Bella. I wanted that promise in this reality too. Bella spoke up, narrowing her eyes. "No tricking me into prom." She crossed her arms. "Yes, love. I promise." I told her and kissed her cheek. She smiled happily. "I already saw you being in the doghouse big time if you try again this year. Such a shame too." Alice sent me her thoughts. "You're so whipped," Emmett snorted. "And you're not?" Jasper smirked back and Emmett looked defeated. In the book, Angela was asking everyone about their announcements. I was glad that Bella could have one great human friend. I understood her hesitancy about getting to clothes. I picked up thoughts from Alice about giving Bella a makeover today. She clearly didn't like what Bella was wearing and the book reminded her of that. I spoke fast and softly enough I knew Bella couldn't hear. "Alice, not today. And would it kill you to ask her rather than force her into it?" "But," she started. "Alice Whitlock, you will not force her," Esme spoke sternly. "She is already planning a makeover, isn't she?" My angel spoke up with her eyes full of suspicion. Clearly the exchange didn't go unnoticed. "Maybe a little one, please Bella?" The pixie pouted. "Whose definition of little?" she asked. The rest of the room bit back chuckles. "I'll be good." Alice was still pleading. "Maybe," Bella answered hesitantly. "Thank you, Bella." Alice got all bouncy. She was running through so many things in her head it was even making me dizzy. "That wasn't a yes," Bella told her, but Alice ignored her. Bella turned her melted chocolate brown eyes to me. "Don't worry, Love. I will protect you from the evil pixie, I told her, and Alice scowled at me, but it was well worth the kiss Bella placed on my cheek. Back in the book, Bella, or Book Bella as she dubbed her bookself, promised to go to Angela's to help her with invitations. That would be sweet of you to offer. That would make Charlie happy, Esme commended to her. Not to mention Edward, since it should be safe, Bella added. I was happy she wasn't going to put up a fight about the werewolves in this reality. Ooh, I agree with my bookself, we should do something fun. Alice got excited. Well, I agree with my bookself too. Testing Charlie isn't on my to-do list. I could work with the continental US. Alice was thoughtful. I was thinking myself this coming weekend would be New Year's Eve. Although we didn't normally celebrate it except an annual hunt, maybe it could be fun with Bella. It has been too long since we did something alone together. I know my voice got tenser as I read about Book Bella trying to find some way to see Jacob. Bella placed her hand at the back of my neck and was combing her tiny fingers through my hair, and I let myself relax. Alice in the book got a vision that Bella caught. Apparently Angela and Ben noticed too, but they easily believed my bookself when I said she was daydreaming. Alice, daydreaming in school, shame, shame, Emmett said mockingly. Alice just rolled her eyes. My Bella's face seemed thoughtful, but she wasn't saying anything, which of course was driving me crazy. I continued to read how my bookself was offering to help Mike fix his car. I fought the urge to grimace. It was obvious I was avoiding talking to Bella, and both versions knew it. I would love to see the expression on that boy's face if my Rosie showed up to fix his car, Emmett chuckled. I'm not touching that boy's car, Rose scowled. Don't even offer my services. I watched Bella eyebrows raise as Alice in the book was talking up a storm in the car. Book Bella apparently didn't miss Alice and Edward's silent exchange. I heard Bella click her tongue against her teeth. When I looked down at her, she just shook her head. She is getting very suspicious and unhappy. Jasper sent me away. Back in the book, we reached her house and Book Bella was waiting for her computer to start up. We should get you a new computer. Maybe a laptop, so you can take it with you to college? If you go, Carlisle spoke up. Well, if I go to college, I will consider it. Thank you for the offer, Bella answered politely. Go Edward. Man, that Bella is feisty. Emmett was shouting in his head about my bookself kissing Bella in the book and her reaction. I could see the blush rise to her face. It made me wonder. I always thought my touch made her cold, which is why she shivered, but she was talking about shivering out of pleasure. The thought pleased me. I was definitely enjoying being able to be closer to her now than before I left. I briefly reminisced about the other day, in her living room. Edward and Bella kissing in the tree. K.I. Emmett was singing until a pillow hit in the face and he appeared stunned for a second. That was for Bella. If she threw it would have hit, Rose. Alice smirked. Bella turned even redder. I leaned down and kissed her cheek, then whispered in her ear. I'm never sorry for kissing you. She smiled softly, although I saw some lingering suspicion in her eyes. Book Bella had an email from Renee. What is Phil thinking allowing my mom to skydive? Is he crazy? Bella cried out. Says the girl who jumps of a cliff during a storm, Jasper snickered. That's different. Bella huffed. The rest of us raised our eyebrows. I'm not scared of heights. Plus, I'm not jumping off any cliffs. The book went into Bella's concern about marrying early. How since Renee felt she made a mistake marrying early. Renee started telling Book Bella at a young age to wait to get married. When I looked at Bella, I knew I wanted her as my wife, as well as my mate. In fact, part of me knew I wanted it since I first imagined her in a white dress on her father's arm. Edward, sometimes children from divorce families are nervous making the same mistakes their parents made. It sounds more like she doesn't want to upset Renee than she doesn't want to marry you, Carlisle told me. Bella, every couple is different. Just because it didn't work for your parents doesn't mean it wouldn't work for you. Some young marriages do work out, Esme told her softly. I know, it's just hard to go against something you've been taught for so long to be true, Bella answered, not looking at me. However, I did see the thoughtful look in her eyes as well as the love. I promise, love, if you were to marry me, you would never regret it, I told her. I was not happy when mentioned how Renee was now asking about Jacob. I couldn't help frowning. I need to find a way to get on Charlie's good side. Maybe if I had his approval it would help my case to marry Bella. Alice gave me a wink. It would definitely help you. What did the poor radio ever do to you, Bella? Emmett pouted in response to my bookshelf finding the radio in her closet. Leave her alone, Emmett. Esme scolded when she saw the sadness on my love's face. It's okay, Rose, Jasper, I'm sorry for ripping out your present. Bella started with sadness in her eyes, her face was deep red. Bella, you don't need to apologize. We understand, don't listen to Emmett, Rose told her. I'm actually impressed you got that thing out. Jasper laughed, making a joke out of it. I reached down and grabbed both her hands and kissed them, recalling she injured herself in the process. In the book Edward was mentioning about Bella not using her plane tickets. Well, maybe she could have used them, if someone didn't hide them, Rose said with a roll of the eyes. My bookshelf was trying to convince Bella to go to Florida that weekend. She didn't want to go so soon, because she was afraid of upsetting Charlie. However, she did want a nice visit before she was changed. She is getting very suspicious of your behavior in the book. Jasper thoughts were sent my way. There you go, guilting her into getting your way again. That is not fair, Edward. Rose was scolding me in her thoughts. Bella in the book changed the subject and was curious of Alice's vision. I told her it was about Jasper. From the tenor of everyone's thoughts in the room, they didn't believe it. Heck, I didn't believe my bookshelf. I looked at Bella's eyes and I saw tears of frustration, not a good sign. Your bookshelf is lying to her. I thought you would be done with lying. Lying doesn't protect me, it only ends up hurting me. Her voice was very small and I flinched. She was right. You're most likely right about the lying. I'm sorry, he hasn't learned his lesson. I promise not to lie to you, Bella. I told her and hugged her to me. I knew I had to stop the lies before I lost her. The book moved on to Bella cooking dinner with my help. Something I thought more of doing recently. I would like to cook for my love. I know she didn't care for a lot of money spent at expensive restaurants, but maybe the gesture of cooking a meal for her would be better received. Excellent idea, Edward, Alice thought to me. When Charlie got home in the book, he was trying to talk Bella into going to a playoff party at La Push. Not that I'm big fan of football, but what would be the harm of going at the same time as Charlie? It's not like the Wolves can phase in front of Charlie, so it should be the safest time. That way I would be both pleasing Charlie and staying safe, Bella asked. I'm sorry, but anything even the remotely unsafe scares me, especially if I'm not able to get to you, I told her. First, it's probably basketball, not football, given the time of year. Second, Edward is jealous of the dog. Emmett added his 2 cents. Edward has no one to be jealous of, Bella exclaimed. Maybe, in this reality, Rose spoke up. Not in that reality either, Bella mumbled. In the book, my bookshelf started a fight between Bella and her father over going to Florida. She won the fight, but now she was unhappy with me. Edward, she told you she didn't want to fight with Charlie, Esme told me. I know, I'm sure my bookshelf had an excuse, I said weakly, knowing my bookshelf was in a lot of trouble with Bella, no matter how good his intentions are. You know, I don't think it had so much to do with Lapu or my mother anymore, as it has something to do with Alice's vision. Bella broke into my reading. You're very perceptive about things. I think you should trust your gut more and not let others make you quick to think otherwise. Jasper told her and she smiled at him. My angel was very perceptive and was usually dead on about things most others overlooked. I chuckled, thinking about Alice and I playing chess. It was interesting. Unfortunately, most people in this family don't like playing against me. Alice is only possibility of some sort of challenge. You know, Bella, with a couple of chess lessons from me and Emmett you could probably play, Edward. He wouldn't be able to cheat playing with you, Jasper smirked. That could fun. She smiled at me. It would make it interesting, I told her. By the book, my bookshelf brought Bella home and wasn't telling her something that was up with Charlie. It ended up being a sex talk. My sibling and I were laughing as I read. Esme and Carlisle were trying to hide their amusement. My poor Bella had her face buried into my chest. I could feel the heat radiating off it. It's not funny. Edward, your bookshelf should have warned me. If I found out you stayed and listened, so help me, she didn't finish her threat. Bella, your father is just concerned, Esme spoke, struggling to not to laugh. Would you have wanted this talk with your father? Bella asked her, her face still in my chest. Well, no, she answered the truth. Charlie in the book brought up Bella seeing Jacob again. I heard Bella sigh. Great, my bookself is a bad person if she doesn't see Jacob, or she makes you mad if she does see him. There is no winning. I'm glad I'm not going to deal with it in this reality. She mumbled unhappily. It pained me to hear her upset, especially if I was the cause. Bella, you could never be a bad person. I told her. I rubbed her back. I continued to read and book. Bella tried to go to La Push that night. Oh, you paused too long, Bella. Emmett commented. Whose side are you on? I asked. Mine. I want to win my bet, he answered with a shrug. My bookself broke her truck to stop her from going. Alice had seen a vision. Bella pulled away from my chest and I saw myself face to face with my tiger kitten. Don't you dare touch my truck. If you do, I will take it out on your vanquish. She threatened, and I was assaulted by a vision from Alice that actually made me gulp. I will not touch the truck, I promised. My family was snickering. What actually hurt more is Bella actually closed her window, too. Keep my bookself out, she was so mad. Even if it was for a moment, it still made me sad. Can you blame her, after everything your bookself did to piss her off in that chapter? Alice told me. No, though I was a bit of a jerk, even if I was trying to do what was best. I felt Bella's hand come up into my hair. I felt myself relax with her soft touch. I could never send you away no matter how upset I was with you, she told me softly. She snuggled closer and kissed the crook of my neck. So, we are thinking phasing is an involuntary reaction. That is why Alice can't see the wolves. Emmett spoke up to change the subject. It's a good theory I had, Carlyle answered, smiling. I handed over the book to Esme. Thank you, dear. Esme told me. I smiled and nodded. I pulled Bella a little snugger to me and she sighed happily. I grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around us. If everyone is ready, this chapter is called Motives. Esme spoke in a clear voice. The chapter started off when our bookselves came back from Florida. Bella was apparently nervous how perceptive her mother was. You must get that from your mother, Carlyle said with a chuckle. Charlie is pretty observant too. It's really no wonder Bella is observant and perceptive as she is, I told him. I noticed Bella was looking a little sad. We can visit your mom for spring break, love, I told her. She smiled at me. Not the whole break. I don't want to make you stay indoors for the whole week, she answered me. I don't mind. I knew she was missing her mom. If this book is right about what Renee notices just from one weekend, she is going to wonder why you don't go outside if you're there for a whole week, she said. She's right, Alice spoke up. I will have to think of something else then. Edward, you should relax. I doubt anyone is going to try and shoot Bella in Florida, Emmett said jokingly. You know, if you agree to change her, you wouldn't have to worry so much and just have fun with her. He had a point, and Bella was adamant that she was still going to have a soul. I wish I could have her faith about it. In the book, our bookselves arrived back at Charlie's and he was excited to see her. However, Jacob had been calling all day wanting to speak with Bella. That caused me to frown. I hoped he had given up in the book. He had called again and Bella tried to talk to him. He is so rude. He can't say hello, Bella said in disgusted tone. I couldn't help but be a little pleased. Seriously, that dog needs to be more polite to my little sister. He never calls her back, but he gets snippy with her. And all of that just to find out if she is going to go to school. Emmett was mad. He would lose his easygoing nature if a female family member was being mistreated. My other brother's thoughts were not too far behind his. It made me happy that they accepted Bella into our family. He thinks I might have been changed, Bella said in a low voice, and the family froze. How stupid is the mutt then? We change you and then allow you to go back to Charlie's or to school, Rose scoffed. Bella came to the same conclusion in the book, and we would have to leave before changing her. That is a fair point, Carlyle thought out. In the book, it turned out that Jacob was waiting for my bookself, not Bella. Of course Bella had to go over to listen to the conversation though. Wonder what he wants. That has to be a neutral setting, Jasper spoke with some concern. I don't know, but I'm willing to bet it has to do with Alice's vision from last chapter. So, Bella is probably going to get the truth from Jacob, Bella spoke up. I growled a little. If you don't want her finding out from the werewolf, your bookself probably should have told her, Alice commented. The confrontation started out with my bookself telling Jacob he could have called. I had to smirk when my bookself told him he could have reached me at Bella's. Apparently over the weekend Emmett could have possibly crossed the line. I wouldn't just cross the line. Though, thank you little sister for automatically thinking I could take out the wolf, Emmett announced. I certainly hope with whatever is going on, the treaty didn't get broken, Carlyle said with a frown. All we need is a problem with the wolves on top of everything else. Jacob in the book was giving my bookself a hard time for not telling Bella the truth. I can't believe that I'm agreeing with the dog, but she should have heard this from you, not him, Rose whined. At this point, I probably don't want to tell her at school. I would have wanted to wait until she was somewhere she felt safe in case she broke down, I hissed. Book, you should have told her when she asked about Alice's vision, not when he was caught in a lie, Bella retorted with narrowed eyes. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. My bookself messed up. When it was discovered it was Victoria making another try for Bella. I felt her start to shake in my arms. I rubbed her back trying to soothe her. Victoria is gone. Love, I calmly told her, even though I knew I was biting back a growl. Calming Bella came first. I hugged her tight to me. I'm fine, it just makes me nervous when I think of all the people I love in danger's way, she said softly. No one would have been in any danger on our side, we would have had her outnumbered. Jasper gave her a wink then sent her some calming waves. Book, Bella came out of her state. When Jacob started showing my bookself images, that was making me cringe. I swear my own, Bella growled before speaking. What is he doing to you? How is he torturing you? She was alarmed and clearly mad at Jacob. She looked at me with concern. It was overwhelming feeling that my angel was trying to protect me, from werewolf no less. Love, I'm fine. He is probably just showing me images that he knows would hurt me. Of what? My little tiger kittens. Anger was still flaring. For once just be honest, Jasper thought. It's only a guess, but probably how you were while I was gone. I told her softly and her eyes filled with tears and her face flushed. I wiped them away and kissed her still damp cheeks. Hey, it's okay. He is not going to be able to do it in this reality, I told her softly. That dog is just an immature jerk. Stay away from him and it can't cause problems, Rose huffed. If that dog keeps making you cry, he will be running on 3 legs. Just say the word, little sister, Jasper told her. By the way, it would hurt me more if Victoria killed you than whatever that dog can think of. I kissed her on her warm lips this time and I felt her body relax and heart race. When I broke away she smiled at me. Jacob was quite pleased with himself in the book with torturing me with images. My bookself was trying to get us out of there before the principal came. Jacob accused me of never letting Bella have any fun. I frowned. She had fun with me, right? I knew it seemed like one thing after another, but she still had fun, I hoped. Bella, you do have fun with me, right? I asked hesitantly. Yes, of course. Just because it isn't dangerous doesn't mean we don't have fun. She kissed my cheek and took my hand in hers and laced our fingers. The dog was trying to get Bella to come and see him, but only on his side of the line. I saw Bella just shake her head. He was trying to get on the infernal motorcycle again. Don't worry, Edward. I think Book Bella likes riding you better, Emmett teased while wiggling his eyebrows. Bella's blush heated up her face. I fought a smile. When Book Bella told him she didn't think it would be possible. He went with a guilt trip, who needs friends? Please, how could my bookself forget about Embry and Quill? Am I supposed to believe they're no longer friends? Bella was clearly annoyed. I was glad she was seeing through his act. He knows you feel guilty and he is using it. His wolf pack are like brothers, he is not alone, Rose added in. The principal came in the book and sent Jacob on his way. Too bad Charlie couldn't see the dog in a bad light, Jasper grumbled, speaking my own thoughts out loud. At least Mr. Green likes Edward. Do you dazzle him too? Emmett wiggled his eyebrows at me. The girls started to giggle. No, I don't dazzle Mr. Green. At least I hope not. I rolled my eyes. Once our bookshelves reached class, they started passing notes. Edward and Bella were passing notes, Emmett whined. Bella's cheeks turned slightly pink, but she just shook her head. Giving the case, I think it was warranted to calm Bella down. And don't be a tattletale, Emmett, Carlyle told him. He started to pout and Rose rolled her eyes. In the note written in the book, my bookself explained the altercation to Bella. So it was Victoria and I almost had her too. Darn wolves, Emmett scowled. We probably should have considered working with the wolves, Jasper was debating. Why would we work with the wolves? Rose said disgustedly. Jasper has a point. We have the same goal, get rid of Victoria, Carlyle spoke up. I agree too. The two groups working together, we could have ambushed her. She wouldn't foresee us working together. I added in. The wolves did do a good job keeping Bella safe, in the previous book. However, I couldn't get past their tempers, which made them dangerous, and that it was obvious Jacob was trying to take my angel from me. Bella, she was after my daughter, of course I wouldn't stand by and not fight. Esme spoke with kindness, breaking me out of my thoughts. And I may be tiny, but I can take out a wolf, Alice grumbled. My bookself doesn't mean to underestimate you, she is just worried about everyone. Bella was biting her lip as she spoke softly, her cheeks slightly pink. I took my thumb to release her lip and gently rubbed it. I could feel her warm breath. Book Bella was also worried about Charlie. She got upset when my bookself brushed it off. I'm sure we were watching out for Charlie. It was a good possibility that Esme might have been watching your dad, if she wasn't with us, Alice told Bella. Well, if that was the case, Edward in the book should just tell her. That would have been more comforting than to just pretend it wasn't a concern, Bella said, looking at me with sad eyes. You're right, love. I told her and kissed her forehead. Following next in the book, Bella told me Florida was a bad idea. Of course my bookself was quick enough to tell the black box wouldn't survive if she had gone alone. The whole family couldn't hold in their laughter. I struggled to hold in my own. Bella's face was less than amused. That is not funny, she grumbled, face bright red. Yes, it's. Emmett was laughing so hard he was shaking his chair with Rose in it. Bella rolled her eyes before speaking again. You know, Bella meant Edward needed to be there. Mainly to read Victoria's mind, to know what she was going to do. But also he would have known that the wolves were close. Plus, if Edward is the fastest and Em and Jazz almost got her, then Edward would have probably been quick enough. The family was quiet, even Emmett was controlling his laughter. She does drive a good point. Victoria was very tricky and elusive. Jasper agreed with her. The rest of the note carried on how my bookself would save Bella from a plane crash. Edward, you have way too much free time, Jasper thought. Is that all you think about? Ways you need to save, Bella? Rose asked. No, I said sheepishly. Bella's safety was always my first concern. However, the 17-year-old boy in me was also an influence, but I was raised to be a gentleman, and there was no way I would ever admit those other things. In the book, my bookself promised Bella to tell her the truth next time. I knew he would. If I saw tears in my Bella's eyes, there would nothing. I wouldn't deny her. I looked down to see Bella looking at me intently. I remember her saying earlier about lying hurting more than her being scared. I'm going to keep my promise, Bella, no more lies. I kissed her softly. The remainder of the chapter dealt with a few boys taking sides on a fight between my bookself and Jacob. Do Jazz and I need to take care of the boys picking on our little brother, Emmett teased. Alice and Rose started to giggle and Jasper was smirking. I even saw Bella cover her mouth with her hand and her shoulders shake a bit. Mike sure is not going to like you. He is going to be fit to be tied when he sees you dropping and picking up Bella from work tomorrow, Alice thought. I can take care of myself, thank you, I said rather grudgingly. Esme closed the book and handed it to Alice. Now would be a good time for a break. The bed is about to be delivered and Bella can eat some lunch, Alice announced, and I heard a truck pull in as she finished her sentence. And I thought it was about time for EPOV. Most of the story will be in Bella's, but every once in a while I will throw in EPOV. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 21. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 21. Nature and Imprint, BPOV. I had just finished a quick lunch and went to the sink to wash my plate, when two white arms snaked around my waist. I leaned back into the owner's chest. Enjoy your lunch, his velvety voice whispered in my ear. Yes, I did. I spun around and placed my arms on his strong shoulders, looking deep into his amber eyes. Good, everyone is waiting in the living room. Our bed is all set, waiting for you later tonight. He pulled me up off the floor and gave me a kiss full on the lips. Just as I wanted to deepen it, he pulled away. I pouted and he just chuckled. He shifted my position so he was carrying me bridal style back to the living room and sat on the couch. I immediately snuggled into his arms on his lap. All right, let us begin this next chapter. It's called Nature. Alice bounced as she got ready to read. The chapter started out with Book Bella nervous with everything going on. She wanted to be changed sooner, although none of the Cullens agreed. Bella, there would still be time. The threat would not necessarily be gone right away if you're changed. Victoria will still hunt you. You might be more durable, but you wouldn't know how to fight a seasoned fighter right away, Jasper told me. I considered his point. I think she is just tired of feeling like liability, I told him. You're not a liability in this family. We all protect one another, no matter our strengths or weaknesses. Alice gave me a friendly smile. Edward wrapped his arms around me protectively and kissed the back of my head. Edward overreacts. The book must be joking. I have never seen him overreact when it comes to Bella. Emmett announced sarcastically, which got a few chuckles from around the room. Edward just scowled. I leaned up and kissed him full on the lips. I pulled back and he gave me my favorite crooked grin. Rose smacked Emmett on the back of the head. Ow. What is that for? 1. For being tactless about Bella being in danger in the book. 2. For picking on Edward when all he is trying to do is keep Bella alive. She told him, taking most of us in surprise that she was defending Edward. I could understand why my bookself was upset with Edward. He was holding marriage over her head as a requirement. Edward, you're not be very sensitive to her, Esme scolded him. He looked ashamed. Does he want to marry her, or is she right that he thinks it would delay her? Jasper asked him. I looked up at him, wanting his answer. I'm sure he truly wants to marry her. He looked down at me with eyes burning with such emotion that I lost my train of thought and blinked a few times. You know, I hope that it comes back to bite your bookself, Edward. You should have never made marriage like a deal. Alice told him pointedly. He nodded, but didn't say anything. I watched him looking at my left hand and he had a look on his face, like someone had told him that Christmas had been cancelled. My heart went out to him. I didn't want to make him sad. Could I see myself married to him? I knew that answer, but now, would I want my parents at my wedding? How would Renee react? Charlie, would it be a better? Resolved to my parents for me to be married or not before I disappear. Would it keep him from leaving again? It was a lot to think about. In the book, Edward was going on a hunting trip with his brothers. Apparently it brought back abandonment nightmares for Book Bella, even though she wouldn't tell him that. I felt my face burn and my heart sink to think of Edward far away, so soon. I'm sorry, love. I won't leave, Edward peppered my face with soft kisses. Don't be ridiculous, you need to hunt, I told him, kissing his cheek back. But, he started looking worried. We can always have a sleepover here, when he is gone. You don't have to be embarrassed to ask me. Maybe sleeping in his room would help, Alice spoke up excitedly. That could be fun. I knew Bella Barbie sessions would be involved, but if it got Edward to hunt, it would be worth it. Alice in the book was warning Book Bella she was on the lookout for trouble. In other words, Book Bella knew not to do anything stupid. That whole magnet episode has to more to it, right? Emmett asked. I think it's Bella trying to get her two halves of life to coexist. More importantly, her life, with this and her friendship with the wolves. Carlyle spoke thoughtfully. Book Bella was going to work the morning at Newton's. It had to be Newton's, Edward grumbled. Don't start. It's not like Forks is full of opportunities for jobs, I answered. However, apparently Book Bella was told she wasn't needed. In a snap decision due to some flyers, Book Bella decided to go to La Push. I bit my lip, as I heard Edward growl. Go, Bella. I need to win a bet. Emmett got all excited. Bella, Alice whined. Do you know how much it would scare me, to see you 1 minute and then have you vanish the next minute? I'm sorry, Alice. I wouldn't want to make her panic. Yes, she made it. Pay up, Jazz, Emmett cheered as Jasper handed over the cash. Edward hissed at him. Do you really think it a good thing that Bella is with the wolves? Rose asked, crossing her arms. It's only a book. It's not like she is really there, Emmett pouted. Book Bella had a happy reunion with Jacob. Edward's face appeared calm, but I could see his eyes were hard. The good mood with Jacob didn't last long though. He started to give Bella a hard time about accepting Edward back. It seems you stumped him. He apparently did not expect you to tell him Edward left to protect you, Jasper smirked. The more and more I hear from this boy, the ruder he gets. Esme frowned. I certainly don't wish that you didn't come back. I was upset Jacob was thinking Edward out of my life was a good thing. I'm glad I came back too. Edward murmured into my neck, making my heart flutter and cheeks blush. His family chuckled at this exchange. Book Bella was now giving Jacob the details of what happened when she left to go get Edward. I wish your bookself didn't tell him that I can't see them. They don't need that information, Alice huffed. I gave her an apologetic look. It's a good thing she didn't say anything about the mandatory change ordered by the Volturi, Carlyle mentioned. We don't need to cause problems with the wolves. Your bookself didn't need to ask him about what happened. My bookself told you? Edward stuck his lower lip out and pouted. Maybe, but your bookself has a tendency to edit and lie to protect me, I told him calmly. He scowled. It turned out though, that Jacob told me the same thing with more details. Sorry, bro, but he did make it sound more exciting, Jasper commented with a laugh. Gee, if he doesn't care about our names, maybe I will start calling them Fido, Spot, Rover, Fluffy, Bingo and Sparky to see how they like it, Emmett joked. Emmett? Esme warned, but she struggled not to smile. In the book, Jacob was trying to convince Book Bella that if she waited to jump, then Edward wouldn't be back. Of course, I was going to come back, Edward sighed a little harshly. There was a smug smile on his face when Book Bella told Jacob that being apart didn't work for Edward and her. Jacob started to be more of a jerk, telling her that Sam was mad at her for not hating the Cullens. He doesn't understand her at all. Doesn't he realize she did those things because she missed Edward, not because she hated him? My voice trembled and tears filled my eyes out anger and frustration. Edward tightened his arms and gave me a kiss. Oh, I think he realizes it. He just doesn't want to admit it. He is jealous and hates that Edward is back, Alice spoke up. Well, at least your bookself saw through it. How it was really Jacob and not Sam, who was thinking those things. Rose looked proud of me. The book started talking about an analogy of Book Bella being a fish and Edward an eagle. How you would never see a fish try to kiss the eagle. To prove a point I leaned up and kissed Edward fully on his mouth passionately. He returned the kiss with the same vigor before pulling back. He smiled at me. I much prefer calling you a baby seal, much cuter than a fish. Edward chuckled and I turned red. Oh, I think lamb is so much sweeter, Esme said with a smile, and there were a few more chuckles. No, tiger kitten is the best one, Emmett said with an evil grin and waggled his eyebrows. Everyone, but me, was laughing. Now my face turned tomato red and I buried it into Edward's neck. Alice continued to read. Jacob was being rather insulting about why he thought Book Bella loved Edward. It made me as mad as Book Bella that he thought I was so shallow. Yeah, Bella loves Edward because he is rich. That is why she refuses to let him buy anything for her. Jasper rolled his eyes. When Book Bella gave her reasons for loving Edward, I watched his eyes grow soft and he had a huge smile on his face. Ah, the other girls said. Emmett smirked but didn't say anything. Jacob told Book Bella the reason she should have choose with in her own species. She threw out a quip about Mike Newton. I wrinkled my nose, Edward growled. Jacob went into how he was human and didn't choose this. Book Bella defended Edward and the Cullens right back. Bella, as much as I'm touched that you're defending our family, I don't think it wise to antagonize Jacob. Carlyle spoke wisely to me. He was attacking people she loves. Her dander was up. I don't think she gave it a second thought, I answered. Well, here we go with the poor me spiel again. Rose sneered when Jacob started pouting in the book and Book Bella felt bad. She was vowing to make him feel better. I flinched a little at that part of me now. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Edward's eyes harden. Here in this reality I was starting to hate Book Jacob. Between insulting Edward and his poor me spiel I knew more than ever being friends was not going to happen. If he was going to be like that. What does that exactly mean? Emmett asked. It looks like a start of love triangle, Alice said, not meeting mine or Edward's eyes. No, I cried out in alarm. I only love Edward. I looked at him. He gave me a gentle smile and kissed me softly on the lips, but his eyes were hiding something. I know you do, love. It's only a possibility in the book, not now. He tried to calm me. I felt Jasper send some calming waves to me. I'm not sure if it's entirely possible, since you two have been mated anyways, Jasper suggested. Do you need to take a break? Carlyle asked me. I noticed he had the book in his hands. I shook my head. All right, then the next chapter is called Imprint, Carlyle began. The chapter started where the last one ended. Edward growled when the book mentioned Jacob was holding book Bella's hand. He grabbed my hands, kissed them and placed them against his chest. He is probably hiding his face from you so you can't tell he is lying, Rose snipped. Jacob was going on about the pros and cons about being werewolf. It sounded like he was the only that minded anymore. He was trying to get book Bella to stay the night and not go back. It almost seemed like he wanted an excuse to fight Edward. It sounds like he is purposely trying to bait Edward into a fight. That is why it has to be in La Push. He wants Edward to break the treaty, so he can have a just reason to fight him, I pointed out in irritation. As it's in the book, it's probably taking both Em and I holding Edward back that day. If you were to stay much longer, Edward would break the treaty, Jasper commented dryly. Well, Bella is right. Edward is obviously more mature than Jacob. He wouldn't purposely start a fight with Jacob, Esme commended her son. I would do my best, only for Bella's sake, he said grimly as he buried his nose into my hair. We listened as Jacob told book Bella about Sam's story, how he changed on his own without warning. I still can't believe they don't give those boys any warnings. I don't blame Sam for thinking he was insane when it first happened. Carlyle spoke, shaking his head. The younger Cullens rolled their eyes, while Esme and Carlyle looked saddened at the thought of their return to Forks set off the change. Jacob kept talking in the book. Until book Bella threw a fit over him not aging. I had to admit it was unfair, but I think book Bella overreacted. I flushed pink as Edward's family looked at me strangely. Apparently book Bella is as melodramatic as Edward, Jasper chuckled. I turned even pinker. Or she is picking up his bad habits. Rose rolled her eyes. The book started talking about imprinting, how it was such a powerful bonding between two. Apparently Sam was with Leah until he imprinted on Emily. How horrible, poor Leah. Bad enough to lose her love, but to her cousin, Esme said sadly. They asked her to be a bridesmaid. That is just wrong, Rose said incredulously. It turned out in the book Sam and Jared were the only ones to imprint. I felt relief, the same as book Bella, when Jacob said he hadn't imprinted on anyone, namely her. I saw relief in Edward's eyes as well. Again, I don't think it would have been possible for Jacob to imprint on Bella. She has already been mated with Edward and that bond between them is even stronger than imprinting, Jasper said reassuringly. Edward pulled me into a deep kiss until I was out breath. He pulled away and rested his forehead against mine. Breathe, my Bella, he said sweetly. Sweet baby sister, thanks for having more confidence in us than the dogs, Emmett said cheerfully as he and Jasper high-fived each other over my bookshelf, calling them indestructible. You're welcome, I said with a shrug as Edward pouted. You weren't there at the fight, I pointed out to him. It's a shame that wolves blame us for missing Victoria. I would have hoped they would realize that we should work together, Carlyle said with a sigh. I had to let the giggles escape me that book Bella was proud that Edward couldn't read her mind. He just huffed, which turned to a snarl a few minutes later when Jacob in the book got too close to Bella. I really wish he would stop touching book you. His eyes were black as flint. I placed my hand to his cheek hoping to calm him. Bro, remember it's a book. She's in your lap right now, Jasper told him. Edward relaxed and placed his chin on my head. Carlyle read on about the sun coming out. Does your scar really react that way? Carlyle asked, pausing in his reading. I nodded. Edward examined the scar with his own eyes. There must be a trace of venom in it still, Edward murmured, then kissed the scar. I don't think it would be a pleasant memory that Mike threw up on everything, Esme said with a grimace. I would pay to see that. Emmett laughed with Edward and Jasper. I just shook my head. In the book Jacob confirmed the earlier thoughts of what he was thinking that upset Edward. He was very pleased he upset Edward too. Jerk. I muttered. I was beyond angry that he would hurt Edward like that and enjoy it. That boy certainly brings new meaning to the term raised by wolves, Esme commented sadly. Love, I appreciate you defending me, but please don't hit a werewolf, you will hurt yourself. Edward gave me a small smile and then kissed my hand. Emmett, that wouldn't be funny. He glared at Emmett, who held his hands up in surrender. I wanted to know what he was thinking and I was annoyed that book Bella forgave Jacob way too easily. That wolf is testing my nerves. He should let you go and not be so forceful. Rose's eyes were full of rage. Emmett wrapped his arms around her and whispered something to her. I heard Edward sigh and clench his fist when Book Bella promised to come back next time Edward was gone. I grabbed his fisted hand and kissed it and rubbed my thumb over his knuckles. He eventually relaxed his hand. He moved it and started twining my hair around his fingers. Considering what we have to eat, at least we try and are conscious of what we are doing. It's not like we hunt like others of our kind, Jasper stated grimly. Book Bella went on a spiel that she didn't care who was what, that it didn't matter. You're certainly right, Bella. The world would be a much better place if we could see past being vampires and werewolves. Carlyle spoke with sincerity. Except for those darn nab-it Virgos. The dog is right there freaky, Jasper teased, giving me a wink, and I blushed. The others started to laugh. I scowled, trying not laugh. The chapter ended with Book Bella promising to return when she could. Well, Jazz, feel like making another bet? Do you think Bella is going to get there a second time? Emmett asked. Jasper looked thoughtful for a few minutes, his eyes bright with humor. Sorry bro, but I think I underestimated Bella enough. If she is going to keep us on our toes as a human, she would certainly make an interesting newborn. Edward hissed at Jasper. He just shrugged in response. Well, dear, it's your turn. Carlyle aided as he handed me the book. A.N. In case there is anyone who thinks imprinting is stronger than mating, it wasn't a personal opinion of mine. I actually think that the vampires would think theirs is stronger and the wolves would think theirs are stronger. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 22. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 22. Switzerland, an unhappy ending. I got myself comfortable in Edward's arms. I opened the book to get ready to read. The title of this chapter is Switzerland. The chapter starts off with Book Bella leaving La Push. She was very happy that she went, thinking Jacob needed her. I, on the other hand, now questioned his motives and disliked how he continued to treat Edward. I'm sure he needs you, but not for what you think. Emmett snickered and my face burned. Edward growled. Emmett, Esme warned. Book Bella's good mood vanished when she spotted the Volvo tailgating her. Ooh, someone is in trouble. Jasper snickered and I felt my cheeks go red. Edward, you shouldn't drive so close. You could cause her to have an accident, Esme scolded him. Your bookself should just pull over. I'm sure my bookself is just concerned and would be happy that you're safe, Edward pouted. You never lose your temper. Alice rolled her eyes. She could at least look at him or meet his gaze, he pleaded. Then she would lose all willpower to stay away until he cools down enough to be reasonable, I told him and kissed his pouting lips. The book went on where Book Bella arrived at Angela's. I had fun that day helping Angela and Ben hook up. We should do that more often. Think of the fun we could have, especially with Jasper's help. High school wouldn't be boring anymore, Emmett said animatedly. There will be no playing with humans that way, Carlyle said sternly. But Edward plays with Bella. Emmett whined and I turned bright red. No, Edward is too much of a prude. Jasper corrected and the siblings laughed. I turned even redder and buried my face in the book, Edward hissed. Book Bella helped Angela out with her announcements. Angela was asking Book Bella what was wrong. Book Bella started to tell about Edward being mad because of Jacob. He certainly is jealous, Alice, Jasper and Emmett commented together. I watched Edward's face and I wonder if they were right. Edward's eyes were distant as he played with a strand of my hair. Book Bella was convinced that wasn't it. That Jacob was only like family and Edward didn't like him because he was trouble, aka a werewolf. He was an instigator in a lot of the dangerous things you did. He didn't even try to keep you safe at times, Edward scowled. I mean, would a helmet with the motorcycle be too much to ask? Angela eventually changed the subject to college. I hope the situation in Seattle is taken care of by then, I prayed. With how much they are talking about Seattle, we will probably find out sooner than later, Jasper brought up. Could Victoria have something to do with it? I asked. It's too soon to tell, but I wouldn't count on it, Edward told me. Bella, we will not let you do anything to become a news headline. If we could handle Emmett, we will be able to handle you, Carlyle spoke firmly. The two girls talked how Alaska wasn't too cold for Edward. Defiantly better hunting opportunities than Antarctica. Edward chuckled and ruffled my hair. Book Bella was delaying as much as possible about going home. When she did, She was paranoid and kept looking over her shoulder, knowing that Edward was waiting. Charlie was happy of course that she went to La Push. "Do I really have her that scared of me?" Edward asked. "I think she is not looking forward to fighting with you," I answered softly. Edward was in Book Bella's bedroom and he was just staring at her, not speaking, until he growled at her when she said she was still alive. I flinched at the thought. "Edward, you shouldn't growl at Bella," Esme reprimanded him. "I'm sorry, love." He gave me a hug and kissed me on the back of my head. In the book Edward was telling Book Bella he almost crossed the treaty line. "Edward, as much I know your concern. The wolves would never consciously try to hurt her," I told him. "Bella, you would still be in danger." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Not enough for you to cross the treaty line. They're trying to bait you," I plead, touching his arm. "To me, even a little danger is too much." He hugged me to him. I read more as he held me tight. Book Bella was trying to reason he wasn't even supposed to know about it. "Bella, I see you disappear and you expect me not to call Edward. Especially if I don't hear from you. With everything going on, how can I not freak out?" Alice spoke vigorously. "You're more than right, Alice." She did not think it through. "I would never want to scare any of you that way," I told her. Book Bella and Edward got in an argument about whether or not she was going back. I was started to get frustrated with Book Edward again. "Edward, I love you and I would do anything for you, but you can't control my life like your book self is. I have to be able to make my own decisions," I appealed to him. "She is right, Edward. If you try to control her, like in the book, then you're only going to push her away," Carlyle reprimanded him. "You're right. I certainly wouldn't want to do that," Edward answered regretfully as he took his hand and rubbed my arm. Book Bella asked if he was jealous, which Edward answered no, it was her safety that he was concerned about. "Liar." Emmett coughed and they were some snickers. I just rolled my eyes. Book Bella's response by telling him that she was Switzerland and she wasn't going to choose sides between werewolves and vampires. She was neutral. "Sorry to break it to you, but Angela is not a witch," Alice giggled and I laughed back. "Are witches real?" I asked. "Yes," Carlyle said with a nod. Edward ended the argument in the book by telling her she smelled. I gave him a dirty look and he just chuckled until he saw Esme glare at him. I read how Edward had to go away again the following weekend, but I couldn't help but pout. I was even more irritated that Book Bella was already making plans to see Jacob again. I frowned, it seemed like. All Edward the First were doing was arguing in this book. "What are you thinking?" Edward asked, his eyes looked concerned. "I really don't like arguing with you," I answered sadly. "That makes two of us. But it's not going to be something we have to worry about in this reality." He kissed me softly. However, I couldn't help but to get annoyed that Edward paid Alice off to kidnap me. "Seriously?" I looked incredulously at him. He looked a little sheepish. I was about to get off his lap again, but I really didn't want to fight anymore. It happened in the book. I can't really blame Edward sitting right here. I just pinched the bridge of my nose and shook my head in irritation. "Okay. So he went a little overboard." He gave me a crooked grin and tried to dazzle me with his eyes. "Just a little. That was over the line." Rose bit back. "Alice, how could you've been bought that way? You knew he was getting you." "The car eventually." "I'm sorry. He must have been pretty persuasive. Besides, it would drive me crazy not to see Bella or for her to suddenly disappear." She tried to defend herself. "I'm sorry, I agree with Book Bella, it is psychotic of Edward," Jasper chuckled. "Although, what would you rather deal with? Angry Bella over the sleepover or Edward crazy with worry while hunting?" Emmett asked him. Jasper tilted his head in agreement. "You know, I bet am I going to find a way to get away?" I said a little smugly. "I'll be watching." "You're not going to get away from me again," Alice huffed. "Wanna bet?" I was determined. I had seen the pattern of the book. I was fairly certain it would happen. "You're going to bet against me?" Alice looked like she could laugh. The rest of the family had eyebrows raised and looked quite amused. "Okay, but if I win you're getting that car this time." I pondered for a minute before answering. "Okay, and if I win, no more Bella baby, ever, unless you ask, and you're not allowed to guilt trip me." She narrowed her eyes, then shrugged. She held out her hand and I shook it. Book Bella wasn't enjoying being held against her will. Alice tried to make it fun for her. "You're not going to let her use the phone?" "Geesh, I'm surprised you let her have Italian for dinner rather than bread and water." I rolled my eyes. Why can't you just have fun? Alice pouted. Because you're doing this against her will, I told her. So, if I asked like, say for New Year's Eve, you would have a slumber party with me and the other girls? Please? The boys always go on an annual hunting trip that night. Don't even, Edward, you're going. Alice pleaded and gave me her patented puppy dog face. Okay. I agreed half-heartedly. I wasn't looking forward to being separated from Edward so soon. I don't have to go, he told me, as he looked at me worriedly. I felt guilty for keeping him from his family. It will be okay. It's only one night, right? I asked and he nodded. Book Bella was in the process of calling Jacob to cancel. He was less than pleased. She probably made a mistake saying she was being held prisoner. It irritated me that he commented they didn't have hearts. Emmett and Jasper nearly fell over laughing with Book Bella's phone message for Edward, who was smart enough to look guilty instead of laughing. The rest of the family was laughing as well, as I blushed. Well, Edward, it seems like you really angered the kitten now. Emmett managed to get out in his laughter. Ha ha. At least my track record with bears is better than yours, Edward shot back. Emmett stopped laughing and scowled. Toward the end of the chapter, Book Bella went to Edward's room to find a bed there. Bella, you don't think I would really let you sleep on the couch or rug, do you? Edward sighed with a chuckle. Why would you need a bed in your room for? You don't sleep, I asked him innocently. I saw Emmett get a funny look in his eyes, just before he could speak. Don't even, Emmett. Edward hissed. The family broke out into laughter again and I blushed when my bookshelf refused to sleep in the bed and slept on the couch. Edward sighed and ran his hand through his hair. So stubborn, he mused and kissed my cheek. The chapter ended in a surprise as Rose came to talk to Book Bella. I closed the book and handed it off to Jasper. Edward was looking at Rose with concern. Rose, you're sure you want this part read? Edward asked hesitantly. Yes, I think she should hear it. Everyone else knows it anyways, if it's what I think it's, she answered solemnly. Emmett wrapped his arms around her protectively. All right then, this chapter is called Unhappy Ending. Jasper said calmly. I felt some relaxing waves flow through me and Edward wrapped me tight in an embrace. I was aware how tense the room was even though Jasper tried to keep it calm. I was preparing myself for something bad to happen. In the beginning of the chapter, Rose was nervous and asked me if she could share her story. Jasper went through Rose's story without any interruptions. By the end of the story my face was wet from tears. I noticed Esme and Alice were dry sobbing too. Rose's face was expressionless. Her story was so horrible. What do you say to someone when they tell you something like that? Rose spoke up first, however. Thank you, Edward, for respecting my past, Rose said softly. It wasn't for me to tell. I wouldn't feel right sharing anyone's story. I'm sorry if I insulted you when you first heard me speak. It wasn't personal, Edward told her. I know that now. Rose gave him a small smile. In the book, Rose was telling Book Bella why she really didn't like her at first. How she was jealous that Edward would want me over her. That it was all about vanity with her and how he didn't even show preference about Tanya and all the other women in Denali. I saw Edward look a little apprehensive of them being brought up. You never told her about Tanya? Emmett said with a chuckle. Edward shifted uncomfortably before answering and I just rolled my eyes. No, nothing happened, so why bring that up? He answered looking sheepish. You already know something, don't you? Jasper questioned with curiosity. Wait, how? What? Do you know? Edward asked alarmed before I could answer Jasper. The book I read, I answered both of them. I could see Edward try to recall what I might have heard. Thank you, Bella. That is so sweet, Rose cooed when my book self-complimented her as the most beautiful person on the planet. The rest of the Cullens, minus Emmett, rolled their eyes. Book Bella asked Rose next why she didn't like her. The main reason was because she thought I was choosing wrong, wanting to be changed. Rose, I can understand you have regrets and I'm sorry that you do. However, just because you have something you missed doesn't mean I'm going to miss it, I spoke calmly. She started to speak, but I held up one finger to continue. I could never have that future of watching my grandchildren on a porch one day with Edward, because Edward is immortal and he can't have children. If he can't have children, then it's not meant to be for us. I know I belong with Edward. I tried to live without him and it's not something I'm able to survive again. I can't just find some other guy to marry, just to have children, because I would never be able to truly love anyone else. That wouldn't be fair to the guy or any children. Look at Charlie and Renee. They're an example of a couple who had a child and didn't really love each other. It's not something I would put another child through when I know from the beginning it wouldn't work. I ended my spiel looking down at my hands in my lap. Edward's hands clasped mine and he brought them to his lips as he kissed them. His eyes were bright with emotion. I'm sorry, Bella, I wasn't questioning your love for each other. I just never saw it your way before. I understand though, I couldn't see anyone but Emmett being the father of my children as well. I guess I wasn't sure if you thought it through, she said softly. I nodded in response and laid my head on Edward's shoulder. I hoped with these new revelations that we would be friends or close to it now. Rose's parting words in the book were to not be too hard on Edward. Even if my bookself said not be hard on you, I hope you realize what your bookself did was more than overboard, Rose said looking at Edward. Yes, I would never want to make Bella that unhappy. He looked sorrowful. I gave his cheek a quick kiss. In the book Bella had nightmares and didn't sleep well. Perhaps it wasn't the best time to tell her that story, right before going to bed, Carlyle suggested. Rose looked apologetic. I cringed at thought of the dream. Overtired Bella was crabby with Alice the next day, who made her feel guilty by saying Edward was going to take her car away. Alice Whitlock, you know Edward wouldn't take the car back, don't make her feel guilty on top of everything else, Esme scolded. Bella muddled through school depressed. Edward wasn't there. Mike did ask her out that night. Edward growled at that thought. Okay, you need to be blunter with him, Rose commented. You're right. I just can't bring myself to be mean to him, I answered. What happened next in the book was not entirely surprising. Jacob showed up on his bike yelling at Bella to run for it. Kissing Mike is not going to help anything, Rose pointed out. Edward looked unhappy. That will never happen in this reality. I wouldn't want a disease, I said, wrinkling my nose. Bella, running away on a motorcycle with a werewolf, it's too dangerous. Is a helmet too much to ask? Especially speeding with someone who is clearly reckless. Edward was frantic. I placed both of my hands on the sides of his face. He relaxed slightly. Never going to happen, remember? Besides, if your bookself didn't have Bella kidnapped, she wouldn't go to drastic measures to rebel. He sighed, still not looking happy. I ran my hand through his hair a few times and he relaxed more and gave me a smile. Bella got away Jacob, leaving a ticked-off Alice behind. Edward cringed at the description of how fast the bike was going. I couldn't say I blamed him. I can't believe you got away again from me, Alice whined. I can't believe Alice lost a bet, Emmett chuckled. No. She wailed when the realization hit her. I smirked and even Edward tried to hide a smile. No more Bella Barbie against my will. When Alice found out it was because Jacob found a way around her gift, she glared at me. Alice, I'm sorry Bella ever told him anything about your gifts. I'm not going to say anything in this reality, since I have seen how they would use it against you and Edward. I wouldn't want either of you hurt, I told her, feeling guilty, even though I hadn't done anything. I got up and gave her a hug. I know you wouldn't. I just don't like being wrong. She pouted but returned the hug. Edward snagged me back into his arms and gave a tight hug as well. Bella, let me get you some dinner. Esme got up to go to the kitchen. Thank you. That will be great. I gave her a smile. Jasper tossed the book to Emmett for his turn. A. B. So I realized as I was writing this chapter that I invariably gave Emmett the next chapter. It wasn't plain, but I'm going to try and get it to work without embarrassing Bella too much. I didn't go into too much detail of Rose's story, because I didn't think it would be something anyone would make comments on during it. Chapter 23. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 23. What is this? JBPOV. We pulled up to the small white house. First thing I noticed was that my father's old truck was missing. I frowned. It didn't look like the girl I came to see was here. I was disappointed. I was hoping she would come down to the res Christmas Eve, but Charlie said she couldn't make it. I had a crush on this girl since she came down to the beach last spring. I thought she liked me too, but the next time I visited her a few days later, she seemed involved with a guy. Ironically, a guy from the family from our tribe's legend that I was telling her about. That same guy broke her here this past fall, and left her in the woods. She has been nursing a broken heart since. I was trying to work up the courage to be the guy to help her mend it. I figured enough time had gone by. I was going to start off being a friend and slowly work myself up to being more. A clearing of a throat brought me out of my thoughts. Son, do you think we can go inside before the game starts? My father spoke up. Oh sorry. I jumped out of the car we borrowed and got his wheelchair out. We made our way up to the door just as Chief Swan opened the door. Hey, guys, here to watch the game? He asked, still in his uniform. He helped me move my father's chair into the house. Well, I am, but Jakey here was hoping to see Bella, my father answered teasingly. Dad, I blushed. Sorry, Jake, she's not here, he answered, making his way back to the couch. Will she be back soon? I asked hopefully. Maybe my trip wasn't worthless after all. No, sorry, she is over at the Cullens helping them move back in, he answered, and I saw my father freeze. Oh, please, don't let him start this predacious nonsense again. I hope you forbid her to see that guy again. Especially, the way he broke her heart and her left in the woods, my father said stoically. Tried. I was a little late on that front. Belle's claims she ran in the woods after he left and he didn't know that she had gotten lost, Charlie answered, a little resigned. But, still, she has been depressed and hurting all these months. What if he does this again? My father was agitated. Well, as Belle's pointed out, she is old enough to date who she wants and I can't stop her. She was lost without him and apparently he has been lost without her. What can I say? But I can tell she truly loves him and that it's not going to go away. If I forbid her, she would just run faster to him. She is as stubborn as me. The other night she was the happiest I have seen her in long time. All I can do is pray he doesn't hurt her again. If he does, he may just meet my shoot gun, Charlie said with a shrug of the shoulders. I couldn't believe this. I missed my chance with Bella again. I ordered pizza. It should be here in a few. You look like a growing boy, Jake. What has your father been feeding you? Charlie asked. Nothing special. I shrugged, still in the doorway. Too bad Bella isn't here. Jake wanted to borrow a book from her, my father mentioned. That right, the pretense I was going to use to start a conversation with her. Didn't know you could read, Jake? Charlie laughed and I rolled my eyes. Go on to her room. I'm sure she won't mind. I headed up the stairs to keep up with my pretense. As my old man and Charlie settled in to watch the game, I entered what appeared to be her room. I looked around at her books trying to find something. They all appeared to be classics or romance. I looked at a pile of books on her desk. I picked up the Bonded Papers Midnight Sun and started to read. The main character was referring to school as a purgatory. I could relate. It seems like that these books were fantasy, worth a shot. I sat down to start reading. Well, surprised Jake made an appearance. He found the books and he going to start reading them. Wonder what he is going to think. Also, how long do you think it's going to take Bella to notice her copies are missing? And no, he hasn't changed yet. Sorry this is so short. I will have more soon. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 24. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 24. Temper and Target, BPOV. Emmett got ready to read. I hope this chapter is a good one. This chapter is called Temper, Emmett started out. The chapter started out with Jacob excited he managed to book Bella's escape. He was clearly looking for a fight to see if they would cross the border. He was very pleased Charlie seemed to like him better. I wonder who Charlie would like better, vampires or werewolves? I amused. The Cullens chuckled with me. My bookself asked about the latest pack scandal. Apparently there was one. Finally, we can get some dirt on the dogs. Emmett rubbed his hands together. Rose rolled her eyes, but she appeared a little interested. Apparently, Quill had imprinted. Now Jacob was staring at book Bella. Take a picture, it will last longer, Jasper joked. Is he trying to do what I think he is doing? I asked a little disgusted. Yes, but it's not working, Edward answered cheerfully. Bella, Jacob has already told you holding his hand meant something to him. Your bookself shouldn't still hold his hand, Rose criticized. I know that here, unfortunately there is nothing I can do about the book, I sighed. The truth about Quill's imprinting came out, after a bunch of guesses by book Bella. He imprinted on a 2-year-old. Oh, that is just sick, Rose screeched. The rest of us looked equally repulsed. That is just wrong. I shuddered. No matter how Jacob tried to spin it, it still didn't sit right with me. At least it sounds like she has a choice in the end, Carlyle pointed out, looking apprehensive. Book Bella asked Jacob when he thought it would happen for him. He was sure it wouldn't. He was still in love with Bella, Edward growled. Please, it's not something he can control, he can't promise it wouldn't happen someday, Jasper noted. Book Bella tried to go, but Jacob was talking her into staying. Oh Bella, you should have trusted your gut, Alice said. I know. She is only going to make things worse, I answered sourly. Jacob talked Book Bella into staying and riding the motorcycles. Then, they had lunch and started talking in the garage. Things like the La Push Taj Mahal and the past Valentine's Day. Happier times according to Jacob. How delusional is he? That certainly wasn't a happier time for me, I muttered unhappily. Bella, will you be my Valentine? Edward asked me. He looked at me from underneath his eyelashes and with a smile that caught my breath. I'll give you a lifetime of servitude from me. Yes, as long you don't get me conversation hearts, those things are nasty tasting. I giggled and blushed. He bent down and kissed me. Oh! Alice and Rose cooed. They looked at their husbands expectantly. Thanks, bro, Emmett said sarcastically. Rose narrowed her eyes. What, it's a month and a half until then. If I said something now I would just be copying Edward and you deserve better than that, Rosie. He was sucking up to her, which she seemed to accept. After Jacob finally apologized for ratting Book Bella out on the motorcycles, he asked if it was true about her being changed. Why would you tell him yes? Rose said edgily. Well, my bookself can't lie, so he would know if she lied to him anyways. Lying would probably just make him madder, I told her. Well, if it comes down to it, I'd rather fight the wolves than the Volturi. We would stand a better chance, Jasper spoke up, when Jacob said that it would start a war if they changed Book Bella. You think they would really follow us across the country or even to another continent? Alice asked. No, I doubt they would want to leave the reservation unprotected, Edward answered. He probably was bluffing to deter Bella in the book. He would know we wouldn't want any fighting. Book Bella brought up that he broke the treaty first. He said if the Cullens had a problem with that then they could start a war. Well, we hardly are going to start a war. It luckily ended well and no harm was intended, Carlyle responded. I blushed thinking about how I flirted with Jacob to get information on Edward. I grew grim as Jacob basically said they couldn't be friends anymore and he wouldn't forgive her once she was changed. You would still be Bella. The mutt knows nothing. Edward growled fiercely, causing me to flinch since it was right in my ear. Sorry. Love, he said apologetically as he kissed my ear. Baby sister, you shouldn't have told him the time frame. Just let him believe it's a few years, Emmett advised me and I had to admit he was right. Jacob, though, started to freak out and came close to phasing near Book Bella. Edward wrapped his arms around me protectively and hissed. When I looked him in the eye it wasn't anger I saw, but he was scared and worried. Edward, it's in the book. I'm right here, I told him. Bella, it's situations like that makes me so worried for you to be around them. You don't know how lucky you're in that book. He didn't phase right there, he pleaded. Well, you're not going to have to worry about situations like this, since I'm not going to hang around the wolves. I kissed his cheek and he relaxed. I couldn't stop the tears coming to my eyes when Jacob told Book Bella that she was better off dead. I heard growls go around the room. Stupid, mangy, good-for-nothing mutt, I heard Jasper snarl. You're certainly not better off dead, Esme called from the kitchen doorway. Edward kissed my tears away before hugging me tight. Please, Bella, you would have been too upset to drive. You should have had Alice meet you at the line, rather than driven all the way, Carlyle said worriedly. At the time she was probably trying just to get the hell out of there. I would have had to go into his house to use the phone if they would let me, I responded. I'm getting you a cell phone, Edward stated in a way I knew it was going to be pointless to argue. I hope you caked him good with the mud, Rose huffed. There were a few snickers at that thought. I saw Edward run his hand through his hair and tug at it as he heard about my trip back to Forks. Alice Cullen, the last thing you need to do is guilt that girl even further, Esme yelled from the kitchen. Alice cringed and looked guilty. Alice, you know I would not take that car from you. Edward glared at her. A hot shower would be a good thing, right now, and something hot to eat. It's a good thing you have those heated blankets and pads that should help, Carlyle said in his doctor mode. Book Bella awoke later that night when she rolled over and didn't fall out of bed. Do you fall out of bed often, Bella? Emmett snickered. Actually, no, I replied sourly. Ooh, Eddie is back. Now we can see Bella's wrath that will make bears look tame, Emmett said excitedly. Edward threw a pillow at him. Don't call me Eddie, he huffed, looking nervous about what was to come. The reunion was sweet in the book though. Apparently, I stopped being mad as soon as I saw him and kissed him instead. I was expecting wrath too. But this might be better, Emmett smiled evilly. All of a sudden I was very nervous. Apparently, our reunion was pretty intimate and here I was hearing it with Edward and his family. My cheeks burnt bright red. I buried my face into Edward's chest. If it's a consolation, I would love to be welcomed home that way. Should I make you mad more often? Edward whispered in my ear. I slapped his chest with my hand. When we got to the part of the leg hitch, I don't think it was possible to turn any redder. Whoa, is Edward actually going to get lucky? Emmett roared with laughter. Why the hell, out of everyone, did he get this chapter? I whined into Edward's chest. Emmett, I swear you tell any of those jokes, and you will regret it, Edward hissed. Emmett, I will not only help him but all the embarrassment Bella feels I will tenfold it and send it back to you, Jasper said through a strained voice. It was then that I realized he was feeling my pain. Sorry, Jasper, I mumbled, feeling guilty. Not your fault, he answered. Emmett, if you don't behave yourself, Edward will be getting lucky before you do next. I heard Rose snap. Okay. I'm sorry, Bella, Emmett sighed, sounding downcast. I wasn't moving my head to check. Apparently, Edward in the book decided to show Book Bella the benefits of the bed. I wasn't sure if I should be turned on or embarrassed. Love, I'm sorry for my ungentlemanly behavior in the book. He rubbed my back soothingly. I only nodded. I kinda wish he would be ungentlemanly, but there was no way I was going to give Emmett fuel for a fire. Ah, come on, just one little, Emmett whined. No, Rose interrupted him. When Book Bella asked if Edward changed his mind, he told me she was being ridiculous. Excuse me. I shouted into his chest. I heard about 4 loud slaps. Ow, did you have to hit me twice, Alice? Edward complained. One was for Bella. She snarled at him. Thank you, I mumbled. Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, you better never tease her that way. Esme's voice was now in the room. Yes, ma'am, Edward sighed nervously. When Emmett picked up reading again, Book Bella told Edward she liked danger and that she was going to spontaneously combust one day and it would be his fault. I could hear a few chuckles around the room. Who was laughing? I don't know because my face was still buried in Edward's chest. Oh come on, Eddie, give her a little something. You wouldn't want her to combust, there will be blood everywhere. Emmett threw in quickly before Rose could stop him. Should I move? Edward's voice was full of amusement. Don't you dare, I threatened. Embarrassed as I was, I wished Edward would be that intimate with me. Book Bella was trying to get Edward to give her the wrong impression again. Edward put his fingers under my jaw and he tilted my head to his. He met my lips and gave me a deep kiss that sent my heart thudding and left me breathless. I looked into his dark eyes that were slightly hooded. The way he looked made my heart flutter. You defiantly keep me on my toes, Miss Swan, in more ways than one, he murmured and kissed my jaw. All right. You two lovebirds, I would like to finish reading, since you killed my fun, Emmett spoke up pouting. He read about Edward apologizing to Book Bella for going berserk and having Alice hold her hostage. Good, I'm glad your bookself realizes that you were wrong and apologized, Rose said. Can I hold you hostage in this reality? Edward asked me teasingly, pulling me to him. I'll think about it, I giggled. Book Bella tried to apologize for sneaking up to La Push, but Edward wasn't mad. In fact, Book Edward seemed to do an about-face aboo the situation. He is also probably leaving out the fact that either I or Carlyle spoke to him about the situation, Jasper added in. What about me? Emmett pouted. No offense, but that would be exactly your forte, Jasper told him. Whatever or whoever it was, I'm glad that it knocked some sense into my bookself before I lost, Bella, Edward sighed solemnly. I doubt you would lose me, but we would have continued fighting and I don't like that idea, I told him. Edward asked Book Bella when she was going back. She eventually told him that Jacob wished her dead after finding that she was going to be changed. Edward admitted to want to kill Jacob for his comment. Book Bella was trying to convince him to slip in other areas. The room chuckled. "Keep trying, Bella, maybe you'll eventually wear him down." Emmett wiggled his eyebrows at me and I blushed again. Edward just sighed and shook his head. Book Bella started to ask Edward about Denali. "Whoops," Rose giggled. Edward was trying to avoid answering Book Bella on the subject. "You're only making matters worse for yourself by not saying anything, son," Carlyle told him with amusement in his eyes. "I would tell her too, if she directly asked," Alice told him. "You call her merely a little interested?" I asked him, eyebrows raised after his bookshelf description of Tanya. "Something tells me I should read that book, Midnight Sun, and soon," Edward sighed uncomfortably. I just laughed. "Brunettes, huh? So, Stanley had a chance after all," Emmett joked and Edward looked disgusted. "No, she doesn't. And it's only one particular brunette." Edward took a strand of my hair and wrapped it around his wrist like a band. "The girls in the family cooed," as Edward told Book Bella she was the only one to touch his heart and called her his one and only love. My Edward kissed my cheek as that was read and smiled wide. The chapter ended and Rose took the book from Emmett. Before Rose could start reading, Esme brought in some dinner for me. I tried the chicken and it was delicious, served over pasta in a delicate sauce. Rose opened the book to read. This chapter is called Target. That chapter started out with Alice bringing Book Bella home. There was a note telling her to call Jacob back and that he was sorry. Charlie gave her a hard time about not calling back. "I don't think anyone would blame you for not forgiving him after that comment," Esme sympathized. "Good riddance," Rose grumbled. Book Bella proceeded to do laundry. She noticed her missing pillow and some clothes. "Sorry, I don't clean or do laundry," Alice shrugged. "Would you get rid of my clothes for an excuse to shop?" I asked skeptically. Maybe that was why she was gung-ho on all those shopping trips in the book. Well, I guess it might be a slight possibility," she squirmed guiltily. Book Bella gave up searching when Edward arrived looking kinda scary. "Love you too," I joked. Edward only half smiled. "I'm not sure if I will like this next part," he admitted. He sat down next to me at the coffee table and wrapped an arm around me. In the book, Edward told her to wait and he did a quick check. He pulled Book Bella to the side and told her a vampire he didn't recognize was there recently. He expected it was the Volturi. There were growls throughout the room. "I guess they are not waiting 30 years, I said in a shaky voice. "Why wouldn't I see it though? I would be looking for things like this." Alice looked alarmed. "Maybe, when Arrow touched your hand he realized a way around you?" Jasper grimaced and the family looked worried. After calling Jazz and Emmett to track the scent, Edward brought Book Bella back to his house. "Charlie is way too pleased and we are not even fighting," I scowled. When we got to the house, Edward freaked out on poor Alice. Jasper glared at Edward. "Don't worry, Jasper. Bella will keep him in line." Emmett snickered at my bookshelf, scolding Edward for yelling at her. "I hope you know I was only yelling because I was scared for Bella and I wouldn't be mad at you, Alice," Edward sighed sheepishly. "I know, Edward, and I'm sure I wasn't happy it got by me as well," Alice told him. "Well, we can't rely solely on Alice. Especially if someone has figured out how to get by her," Carlyle informed us. In the book, the Cullens thought it had to be the Volturi, a member they hadn't met, with probably either Keyes or Jane making the decisions. Jasper and Emmett made it back with no luck and Carlyle didn't recognize the scent either. "Darn, still not getting any action in this book," Emmett pouted. Rose just glared at him. Esme in the book was hoping it was a nomad passing through. Most seemed doubtful of the idea. Another possibility hit me mid-chew and I quickly swallowed. "Riley," I stated, and everyone, but Edward looked confused. "Who?" Rose asked. "Riley, the vampire that was with Victoria," I answered her. "He may have been controlled enough at the point to leave Charlie alone," Jasper agreed. "Whoever it's, I do not like these possibilities," Edward scowled. "Well, keep in mind it's a book and Victoria and Riley are gone and the Volturi don't even know I exist," I tried to soothe him and myself. "Book Bella wanted to be changed in the book. Do I even have to answer why not now?" Edward asked. "No, I'm sure your bookshelf will." I smiled wryly, which of course he and the other Cullens did. We all just laughed. Apparently it was decided in the book to keep one of the Cullens watching book Bella 24/7. No one took too kindly to my joke about them having to kill themselves. Don't say it. I know, bad joke. I bit my lip and cringe. Edward just shook his head. Charlie once again tried to get book Bella to call Jacob. He waited until Edward was in the room. He then told me I was being petty when I refused. I sighed once again. I was going to feel guilted into doing something. My bookself had to decide to make him suffer for another 12 hours. Whoever is out there doesn't need to stand in the rain. You could easily be in my room until Edward gets back, I told them, feeling guilty. The weather won't bother us. Besides, we wouldn't want Charlie to hear us, Jasper told me. Rose arched an eyebrow to say otherwise. In the morning, book Bella told Edward she was calling Jacob to forgive him, which he wasn't surprised about. Of course not, like my bookself said, you don't hold grudges and you're one of the most forgiving persons I know, Edward whispered in my ear. You should be lucky she is, Edward, because if she wasn't you would have lost her before you got her, Alice told him sternly. I know, he lamented, you would have probably also lost her for that last stunt in the book too, Rose snipped. To my defense, I have not done that, and I never planned to after seeing the results, Edward sadly said. I gave him a sweet soft kiss. I didn't like to see my angel so sad. Jacob wanted to apologize to book Bella by cliff jumping together. He is joking, right? Carlyle asked, looking a little perplexed. I hope so, Edward muttered. I'll take you cliff diving, Bella, Emmett offered, earning a growl from Edward. What? We can find a safe place with not a lot of rocks or current. With her she would be even safer than with the dog, he continued. How about it, Bella? He was looking eager, but Edward was looking nervous and a little thoughtful. I don't know about that, Emmett. Let me think about it, I answered him. Book Bella told Jacob no, and probably not anytime soon. He of course blamed Edward. Bella started to tell him it was something else. Edward took the phone and spoke with Jacob. He let Jacob know of the intruder and they worked out a plan to protect Bella with Jacob's, if not the whole pack's, help. You went to the wolf for help? Emmett asked, surprised. I would do anything to protect Bella, Edward stated, tightening the arm that was around my waist. We know you would. Esme smiled at him. I think working with the wolves isn't a bad idea. Our goals are the same. If we kept working against each other we may only prolong solving the problem, Jasper commented. La Push is maybe the second best alternative. If we all had to leave for some reason, Bella would be safe there, Carlyle added. In the end of the chapter, Jacob was coming over to track the scent. He also mentioned to Bella not to shoot him. Well, darn, I was in need of target practice too. I rolled my eyes. There were a few snickers. I picked up the plate to return it to the kitchen, when Esme grabbed it out of my hands and was there and back before I could object. Thank you, Esme. That was delicious, I said gratefully. My pleasure, dear, she answered. Rose handed the book to Edward. We got settled on the couch again, with me on his lap. I had to have Emmett hold his comments in somewhat. I couldn't torture Bella that way. Thank you for all the reviews. Chapter 25. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 25. Scent and Legends, BPOV. Edward adjusted me in his lap, so he could easily hold the book at the same time. This next chapter is called Scent. His velvety voice spoke clearly. The chapter started with Bella thinking it was ridiculous for Edward to leave for Jacob to come. They're never going to be friends, Bella, Alice told me sympathetically. I know, but my bookself probably wishes, I told her. Edward's siblings were all laughing while his parents were shaking their heads, but their faces showed them clearly amused by Edward's antics in the book. Edward himself looked mischievous. What did I miss? What are you up to in the book? I asked him. He just shrugged and tried to keep reading. I placed my hand over the page he was reading. Tell me, now please? I inquired again. He remained silent. Alice? He is marking his territory. By breathing on you he is marking you with his scent for Jacob to find, she said, giggling. Real mature, Edward, I told him, fighting a smile, and removed my hand from the book. Be glad it wasn't the dog. We all know how dogs mark their territory. Emmett snickered. Ew. Rose, Alice and I moaned. Back in the book, Jacob had arrived so quietly when he arrived that he surprised Book Bella. She was giving him grief for not wearing a shirt. She thought he was arrogant about his muscles. "You think that is impressive, baby sister? Look at this." Emmett stood up and removed his shirt. "Now wait a minute. Just because you have biceps doesn't mean you have the abs." Jasper now stood and removed his shirt. "I just turned my head, so I was only looking at Edward. I wonder if he would take his off too. Well, I could dream, right? Was it fair that Book Bella had seen him without a shirt and I hadn't?" He looked at me amused and kissed my cheek. "Maybe later," he whispered into my ear. "Will you two buffoons put your shirts back on? No one but your wives wants to see that." Edward glared at the two, who were now flexing and posing around the room. They put their shirts on and sat down. Edward resumed reading. Jacob was telling her he didn't wear a shirt because it was easier just carrying his pants. Jacob went to check out the scent in Book Bella's room only to scare her when he returned again. "Sounds like Jacob needs a collar with a bell," Alice giggled. I was a little put out by Jacob's comment about the smell of my room. "My room doesn't smell bad," I grumbled. "I may not be a neat freak, but I would never let my room get like that." "He probably thinks it smells due to how much time Edward spends in there. Especially in your bed." Jasper snickered and I blushed. Red. Jacob was curious about what Book Bella thought about having a vampire boyfriend and if it freaked her out. I could see Edward beaming as he read. Jacob then wanted to know if we kissed. As a response, Edward started kissing my neck, working his way up to my lips. My heart beat hard in my chest before he stopped. Jacob then wanted to know when she was going to be changed. "You would have thought she would have learned by now not to say anything," I sighed. I wrinkled my nose in disgust when Jacob cut his hand and Book Bella tried to take care of him. "I still think it quite amusing. You faint at the sight of blood," Emmett laughed. "The smell of it, not the sight," I huffed. "It's unusual for a human," Carlyle put in, but it wasn't an amusement. He looked clearly curious. Carlyle also seemed interested when Edward read how fast Jacob healed. "Wish I could study that. I wonder how it works. It's a shame it couldn't be something used to help people in ERS." Carlyle's eyes were alive with excitement. Book Bella went on a cleaning binge that Jacob made fun of. "Thanks for the thought, but if you're doing that for me, the wolf's blood will not smell good." Edward kissed my forehead. "Oh," was my only response. It did make sense if I thought about it. If they were repulsed by the smell of the wolves, why not the blood too? Edward started to read again. This time Jacob was asking what it was like to have a werewolf as a best friend. When Book Bella said it was fine when he was being nice, he responded by hugging her and was instantly repulsed. Edward and his family started laughing. "Happy now?" I asked him, trying not to giggle. He just nodded, laughing too hard to speak. Jacob was now trying to convince her to come to La Push for a bonfire. He made fun of Book Bella, saying she had to ask, and he responded by indirectly calling Edward abusive and controlling. "You're not abusive," I huffed at the insinuation. "No, but he is controlling," Rose replied miffed. Edward hissed at her. When Edward came back in the book, he asked if I had stabbed Jacob. "Ops, I guess she is not as OCD as Jacob thought." I joked about missing the knife. "See, Bella, I told you. You could get into Dartmouth." Edward smiled at me. I rolled my eyes. Of course, this started off a disagreement with Book Bella and Edward about college. "I could always go to Dartmouth later. The only reason why your bookself wants it to be now is to delay me." I looked at him critically. "Perhaps, but I really don't want you to have regrets later on," he pressed. I flinched at the comment Edward made about people I know being dead and gone in a few decades. "He is right though," Rose said matter-of-factly. "Just because I will not see them anymore, doesn't mean I can't wait for when they're dead," I said sadly. Edward rubbed my back. "So I didn't do anything with her clothes." Alice looked relieved when Edward in the book said he was sure Alice didn't do it. "That is not a good thing. That means her visitor took her things for her scent," Jasper told her. She looked alarmed again. In fact, the whole room was nervous. "Why would they need my scent?" I asked. "We're not sure yet," Edward answered, hugging me tightly and exchanged a glance with Jasper. I looked over at Jasper questionably. He paused before answering. "I'm not sure yet. I rather not speculate out loud about it yet," he answered me. In the book, Edward called Carlyle They discussed the matter, plus Seattle. I'm afraid that I'm going to be right, Jasper sighed. Why isn't the Volturi doing anything about it? Emmett asked. Let's be glad they aren't yet. It would lead to them checking on Bella, Edward sighed. What is going on? I asked. Since it's obvious there are vampires out of control in Seattle, we might have to take care of it ourselves to avoid the Volturi coming here. Edward answered me honestly. I was half expecting him to avoid the question again. When Edward in the book mentioned how useful Jasper would be and that book Bella would have to ask him for the answers, I looked at Jasper again myself. He chuckled. I'm sure book you will ask me. So why don't we wait for the book to tell the story? He gave me a small smile. Edward in the book asked if I wanted to go to the bonfire, saying it was my decision, he wasn't my father. Then, why was he acting like her father? Alice asked. He wasn't trying to be her father, he is just scared for her safety, Edward grumbled. And was jealous. Emmett pointed out. Maybe a little, he admitted softly. I felt instantly bad, my bookself was hurting Edward. In the book Edward was trusting book Bella to be safe in La Push for a few hours, with the conditions of Edward and Jacob meeting at the border and Bella had a cell phone on her. Book Bella decided to bring the bike back to La Push and make Jacob either keep it or sell it and keep the money, since he put in all the hard work to fix it. That is very nice of you, Bella, Esme told me. I guess it would be the only fair thing to do if I was no longer going to ride it again. I shrugged my shoulders. I was surprised what came next when Edward saw he bought himself a bike, but of course it was bigger and better than mine. You bought a bike to ride with Bella? Jasper asked in surprise. That is so sweet, Alice sighed. My bookself, however, didn't quite agree. All she could see was the parallel difference between the bikes and Edward and me. I could see why. Bella, that certainly is not true, Esme whispered. Bella, love, I wish I could find a way to prove to you how wonderful and beautiful you are. You are not some broken tricycle compared to me. I guess I'm just going to have to tell you every day until it's ingrained in your beautiful brain. Edward's bronze eyes bored into mine, filled with sincerity. I blushed and went to turn my head. He wouldn't let me. Instead he held my chin with his long fingers and kissed me until my heart raced. You can't expect me to believe that you, who hates to drive under 100 mph, would enjoy riding with me? I still found this a little hard to believe. If you were having fun, of course I would, he insisted. Well, I hope I'm not disappointing you, since I'm not planning on riding a motorcycle, I told him with a small smile. He just gave me a wink before going back to reading. I'm a little confused. You want to crash? Esme asked. I think it's the thrill of the possibility. Edward never would let her get hurt and she knows that. Jacob on the other hand wouldn't stop it from happening. Jasper inferred. That is just messed up, Rose stated. I had to admit it did sound kind of stupid. Edward just shook his head. If it's a consolation, Edward, I think Jasper is right. Bella is more for the rush of it than who she riding with, Alice offered and he just shrugged his shoulders. I thought my bookself decided to stop altogether anyways, I pointed out. Do you think that would last? Emmett seemed curious and I shrugged in response. Who knows what is going through that girl's head, she even surprises me at times. In the book, Edward insisted on a helmet and jacket. My bookself is right, please if you do this, wear a helmet. I really do love what it would protect, Edward practically begged. Not to mention it's the state law, Carlyle interjected. Does your bookself even have her motorcycle license? I doubt it, since Charlie would find out if she did, I said a little sheepishly, even if it wasn't me who was actually on the motorcycle. Bella, you're a rebel, Emmett cried pretending to be shocked. Actually, since she usually rides it in La Push, she may be exempt from state laws, Jasper mentioned and Edward gave him a dirty look. Book Bella agreed to wear the helmet and jacket and Edward even told her she looked sexy in it. Edward looked a little sheepish as he read that part. I started to blush. Edward has called me beautiful before, but not sexy. I might have to think about that look for future reference. My, looks like my baby brother is growing up and noticing girls. Emmett snickered. He took notice of Bella nearly a year ago, idiot, Rose said as she smacked of the side of the head. Edward dropped off book Bella and she felt like she did when her parents used to pass her off. Great, I thought I was done with that stage of my life, I sighed. Edward gave me an apologetic look. Was it really that bad? Esme asked. It was just awkward, always feeling like I was in the middle. I sighed and Edward rubbed his thumb in circles on the back of the hand he was holding. Edward gave her a big passionate kiss in front of Jacob that left me blushing in reality. Trying to prove a point, Edward, Jasper snickered along with Emmett. Edward smirked in response. Apparently Edward didn't mind his bookself being ungentlemanly and more like a normal teenage boyfriend at times, anymore. Jacob tried to test his limits by hugging me even though I tried to push him off. He needs to learn more about personal space and body language, Rose said angrily. Why did Book Bella continue to be friends with this guy? Oh yeah, he kept making her feel guilty every time she tried to say goodbye. Rose is right, I need a bigger backbone. Edward finished the book and closed it with a snap. He handed it over to Esme. His face remained calm, but I could see that there was more going on behind his eyes. He looked down at me, smiled and gave me a chase kiss. Esme smiled over at us and opened the book. This chapter is titled Legends, she announced. Carlyle's eyes lit up brighter than the Christmas tree in the room. The Quileutes legends, I will love to hear them, the good doctor said excitedly as he tried to read over Esme's shoulder. She pulled the book from his view. Excuse me, little boy, but you're just going to have to wait like the rest of us, she teasingly scolded. He looked a little sheepish as the rest of us started to laugh. The chapter started out with the cookout part of the bonfire. Okay, that is just really gross. I was disgusted by the amount of food they had eaten. The rest of the Cullens looked a little disgusted as well. Bella is still a vampire girl, Emmett said with a smirk. Of course I said with a smile as I cuddled back into Edward's arms, which he tightened immediately. Esme read as I thought more about who was at the council meeting. Something didn't make sense. She's wrong, I murmured, which I did not realize was out loud to everyone was looking at me. I blushed. I think Seth might have changed. They already described a big growth spurt in a small amount of time. If possible, maybe Leah or she was imprinted on. No one told Jacob about the wolves before and Billy is head of the council. Leah wasn't told earlier when she was Sam's girlfriend. So, a sudden change of heart doesn't make sense. Technically, if Harry was on the council they could have told those two then. Seth does seem like a possibility, but it seems like only the boys change, not the girls, so I doubt Leah. Carlyle thought over my response. Why so many wolves though? There were only 3 before, to our 5. We only added 2 vampires and a human to our family. Edward saw-eyed curiously. I liked how he counted me as family. Maybe it's because the human is a danger magnet, Emmett teased and I stuck my tongue out at him, which only caused him to laugh. What about the situation going on in Seattle? Is that close enough to affect them? I asked. If they're right and vampires trigger the change, it very well could be, Jasper admitted a little worriedly. At this point of the chapter, the legend started. Everyone stayed quiet as they could tell Carlyle was dying to hear the stories. They were known as spirit warriors. The men separated from their bodies to defend their tribe by controlling the wind and animals. Fascinating. I wonder if they are still capable of something like that? Carlyle spoke intrigued. The thought made me shiver a bit and Edward pulled me close. The legends continued about Utlapa turning on the tribe and taking over Taha Aki's body. To try and save his people, Taha Aki merged his spirit with the body of a wolf. Eventually the two turned into a new man with great strength to kill Utlapa. It seems the Quileutes may not be true werewolves, something I have been wondering about since we were last here. I believe that the term shape-shifter may be more correct. How so? Jasper asked. Well, for one, they don't need the moon to influence their phasing. 2, they are more protectors, and werewolves are not. Edward was in agreement with Carlyle. Well, then, if they aren't really werewolves, why the animosity between your two groups? I asked. That is a good question, Bella, Carlyle replied, not really answering. In the legends, Taha Aki had many sons who all could shapeshift. The story of the third wife being as Taha Aki decided to no longer shapeshift after marrying his third wife, his true spirit match. 3 wives, lucky dog, Emmett said without thinking. A resound smack off the side of his head and Rose moved from her seat as she sat next to Edward and me on the couch. Idiot, Jasper chuckled softly. The story started with the Macaw tribe blaming the wolves for killing some of their people. When the wolves went to investigate, they found a sweet smell. How Book Bella was affected by the story was much to Jacob's humor. To the humor of most of the Cullens too, which caught my attention. You smell sweet to the wolves, don't you? I asked, already knowing the answer. There were a few snickers and Edward answered. Yes, apparently we do. He gave me a half smile. They're purposely trying to scare me, aren't they? Are they that stupid? I do realize the difference between the vampires that drink humans and those who drink animals, I vented. Out of the corner of my eye I could see Edward smiling. Esme continued. The legends as the tribe continued to search for what was destroying her tribe. The tribe eventually found the vampire and discovered how to destroy it. However, the first vampire had a mate who obviously wanted revenge. The third wife killed herself to distract the vampire in order to save her people. She gave her life for her people. How noble, Esme admired. Wow. This story definitely explains why they hate vampires so much, Emmett sighed. I guess that answers my earlier question, I said, biting my lip. Here I was hoping that maybe the two groups could be civil one day. The legends ended with the story of the Cullens. Hey Bella, that is us, Emmett said excitedly. Nah really, I said sarcastically, as rest of the Cullens started to laugh. I'm so glad I got to hear those legends. Carlyle was still very excited. Book Bella apparently fell asleep thinking about the third wife. Why am I getting a bad feeling about you thinking about her too much? Edward almost groaned. I shrugged. I could see my bookself's point. What she did was noble. When Book Bella awoke, she was at the border and Jacob had called Edward. Wow, he called Edward rather than trying to keep her there. Alice was even surprised. He probably figured Bella would be unhappy with him for allowing that to happen, Jasper added in. Book Bella was telling Edward how good the legends were and how she wished he was there. You should give yourself more credit, Bella. The way you perceive and notice things, I'm sure you would get most of the legends. Correct, Carlyle praised me. Book Bella waited for Edward by the window when she got home. Silly girl, your bookself should have just gotten into bed. She was both tired and cold, Edward told me. She probably wouldn't have slept well until your bookself was there, I answered him, kissing his jaw. It's rather pointless for Jacob to be running circles around my house while Edward is there, I mentioned. That is true, you would be protected with him there. Even if someone made a snap decision before I could see it, he would be aware because of his ability, Alice agreed with me. Not to mention he would be pissed. Edward would be in bed with Bella, Jasper added. Book Bella had a dream that night of Rose attacking Billy in wolf form. She tried to stop them and discovered a knife in my hands. Weird dream. Emmett chuckled. I'm sorry, I looked shyly at Rose. Why? It said it was because I was beautiful and could take on the wolf. I'm not offended at all. She shrugged it off. Phew, I'm glad, because who likes a pissed off Rose? Book Bella comments about just the scent of Edward makes her bad dreams disappear. I saw Edward smile widely and he kissed my forehead. I'm sorry, Esme, could you repeat that title of that book again? Thinking I must have misheard which book Edward was reading. Wuthering Heights, she repeated, clearly amused. But, Edward, haven't you read that book before? Why would you bother reading it again, if it's such a bad book? I batted my eyes trying to appear all innocent. His family was chuckling. He smirked, reached over and started to tickle me, causing me to squeal. Stop. I tried to gasp out between my laughter. I'm sure I have my reasons, he finally said, clearly amused by my now very red face. According to Edward in the book, he could see him relating to Heathcliff. Then, later on, Book Bella found a passage that she believed that Edward might have been reading. Crap, I thought so. Wuthering Heights is going to be to this book, like Romeo and Juliet was to the last. Which means Edward in the book was jealous of Jacob, but wouldn't ask her to not see again or hurt him, because he wouldn't want to hurt me. I think your bookself might have been right the first time. I think she just refuses to admit it, because she doesn't want to believe it could be possible, Jasper mentioned. She doesn't believe that it's possible because she knows that her whole heart belongs to Edward, so she can't see Jacob being a problem. I said softly. Jasper was going to say something else, but Edward glared at him. He pulled me into a tight hug. Inside I was starting to feel sick. I was getting more and more scared that my bookself was going to hurt Edward. I felt Jasper send me some calming waves. Are you okay, Bella? Esme asked, and I realized she was done with this chapter. I nodded and put a small smile on my face and nodded. A.N. Thank you for the reviews. Chapter 26. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 26. Time and Newborn, BPOV. I took a few calm breaths. It made no sense to panic now. I recalled our conversations from earlier this morning. We agreed to not let this hurt us since it was a book. I leaned my head into Edward's neck and ran my hand through Edward's hair, succeeding in calming both of us. Alice grabbed the book to read and she happily opened it. "This chapter is called Time," she announced. Alice already brightened my mood by hamming up her own line in the book of a prediction she was having. It was short-lived when I was trying to figure out what she was up to. "Alice, I certainly didn't miss that you changed to were having." I gave her a dirty look. I turned to Edward. "I'm glad your bookself made her tell my bookself." I kissed his cheek and he smiled. "Wait, you're not going to fight the party?" Alice got all excited. "It would be a waste of breath for her too." I rolled my eyes as Edward and a few others chuckled. Apparently the date caught Book Bella off guard. "I am surprised you didn't have a countdown calendar going on," Emmett snickered. "She's not ready," Edward indicated. "No, she's not, but she still wants it," I said to deferent the points. "She hasn't had time with everything going on to figure out how to say goodbye to people, or what to expect of herself after she changes." "We didn't have the choice to say goodbye, you know." Roses snipped and moved back to Emmett. "I know that," I told her. "Bella's right though. It's different for her because she knows it's coming. She has time to think of these things that we didn't. She would have more guilt of not saying goodbye when she knew she could, compared to us who know we didn't have the choice." Edward defended me. "Which is why she was also right in making me tell her things the other night she didn't think of before about being changed, so she could make a better decision." "I think your bookself is nervous because you're finally taking it more serious than before," Carlyle said, and I nodded in agreement. Book Bella was driving Edward nuts by being so silent. I heard him groan in frustration beside me. Edward in the book finally got her to talk to him. "No one is going to change you while you're still nervous about it," Edward told me. It wasn't as much as an order as he was trying to comfort me. I felt his nose graze along my chin to my neck where he placed a kiss. The chapter went on where Book Bella asked Edward what she was getting Alice for graduation. "You know the pixie is good when she knows her gifts before the person getting it," Emmett snickered. "Maybe being friends with wolves would work out. I will just buy her presents when I'm with them and leave them in La Push and she won't know." I smiled cheekily at her. She looked panicked. "You wouldn't," she nearly cried. The rest of the family was laughing. "You know that is a really good idea. I would love to surprise her for once." Jasper chuckled until she glared at him angrily. Edward in the book knew that wasn't Book Bella's true question. She wanted to know why he didn't want her to be a vampire. I moved my gaze to watch his face. He was staring at the ceiling. His bookself admitted he wanted it, but felt selfish for wanting it. He wasn't entirely convinced I would still have my soul. "So you do want her to be a vampire?" I heard Emmett question. "Part of me, yes, but I can't let myself be that selfish when it comes to her life," Edward answered. His face was still blank. "How are you being selfish when I want it too?" I asked with pleading eyes. "Because I'm aware of the repercussions of the change, like your soul." He still didn't look at me and I didn't give up looking at him. It wasn't until my bookself told him that it was because he wouldn't like me anymore after the change that Edward moved sharply to look me in the eyes. His eyes were wide with shock. "Have I really made you feel that way? Bella, love that isn't true at all. I will always love, you changed or not." "Edward," he implored. My face turned red. I was too embarrassed to admit that he did make feel that way sometimes. I was also relieved that it wasn't the reason. When I didn't respond, he crushed me to him and held me tight as Alice read more. Edward in the book talked more about how he would like it if I was more durable, so he wouldn't have to be as careful. But also how he would miss her heartbeat and blush. "He isn't the only one who would miss blushing Bella." Emmett laughed and I sighed. "Defiantly true about the heartbeat too," Edward mumbled, tracing over my heart with one of his fingers. "That and he likes making it race whenever he kisses you." Jasper snickered, which I in turn blushed, causing Emmett to laugh, and I turned even redder. Edward was trying to hold in a smug smile. The comment in the book, "You'll always be my Bella," touched my heart. I heard the females in the room sigh in content. "How would you know my soul is gone? If I'm still the same, only more durable, how do you know my soul is gone?" I asked him. He looked clueless how to answer. "Here is a different question. Would you be able to look Bella in the eye and tell her she doesn't have a soul if she believes she has one? Carlyle asked. No, I could never look her in the eye and tell her that, he admitted softly as he played with my hair. The next question in the book came from Edward in the book. He wanted to know why I didn't want to be his wife. I felt the blood drain from my face. I never said I didn't want to be your wife, I told him. His smile was half-hearted. Book Bella explained she didn't want it to be looked at as that girl who was knocked up and had to get married immediately after high school. That it wasn't a responsible thing to sow this day and age. All things said were ingrained into me due to my mother. Bella, Edward can't get you knocked up, he's too much of prudy vampire. Emmett chuckled. That was mostly right from speeches my mother gave me since I was young, I admitted. You worried about disappointing your mother, getting married so young? Esme asked gently. Yes, mostly, I said softly. I felt Edward playing with my hair, his face was thoughtful. Edward was concerned it was because I was eager for immortality more than him. Absolutely not. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him hard until he gently pushed me away. I stand corrected. His eyes were twinkling. Edward in the book explained how in his time he would be that type of boy. The one who would ask her for her hand, as soon as he knew she was the one. Sometimes I forget Edward wasn't from this century. I knew that it was standard for his time, but it wasn't today. Technically, you never got down on your knee and asked her. You decided to make it a requirement for you to change her, and that wasn't done out of love. Rose looked at Edward pointedly and he hung his head. It's shame marriage and eternity are no longer viewed the same. I do know how you feel. I thought it was when I was a young girl. Then after my first husband beat me and I left to hopefully save my child. I realized the reality was that it wasn't always true, Esme commented sadly. As sad as Esme was, I'm glad she could see it from my angle. Book Bella and Edward came to no new agreement, but they understood each other better. Who is up for a bet? Who is going to cave first? Bella agreeing to marry Edward or Edward agreeing to change her in the book? Emmett looked excited. I think Bella is going to be the first to cave, Jasper speculating. Okay, I'll take Edward, Emmett said with a shrug. You betting, Edward? I think I messed up enough on that front in the book, thank you, he grumbled. What followed in the chapter? Book Bella was reading a disturbing article in the newspaper about Seattle. The situation there had gotten worse. I was shaking a bit when it was read. Edward wrapped his arms tighter and nuzzled my neck until I relaxed. Sounds like Edward needs a bell on him too, Emmett said gleefully about Edward in the book startling Book Bella. And Edward threw a pillow at his head. He caught it and threw it back and Edward barely caught it before it hit me in the face. Edward hissed. Sorry, but you started it, Emmett whined. Boys, enough, Esme scolded. Edward in the book insisted on seeing Jasper about the situation. My bookself was wondering why. I blushed, feeling guilty at my bookself's assessment of Jasper. Don't worry about it, Bella, we haven't gotten to know each other like the others. I can see where you're coming from, Jasper said slowly. That doesn't make it right. I want to get to know you better, I don't want to assume things, I said. You know it would be better if Jasper was around Bella more, or at least her scent. It seemed to work for you, Edward, Carlyle spoke up. We could double date. Alice started bouncing at warp speed until Jasper grabbed and held her still. Hey, Emmett pouted. Fine, triple date then. Alice was still as hyper as a child on pure sugar and Emmett smiled. Her smile left her face when she was having trouble with her visions. What is going with me? She frowned. It's hard to say. Probably a lot of changing factors keeps your visions shifting, Carlyle suggested to her. Sounds like I'm a movie star, like Carlyle, and you're just a bear, Jasper teased Emmett after his description in the book. Yeah, pretty boy, Emmett grumbled. Nah, the pretty boy is Adonis over there, Jasper smirked. Don't be jealous that I am a god, Edward retorted with a big grin on his face. I blushed, but at the same time I couldn't help but laugh at their banter. Alice and Rose were giggling too. In the book, apparently Jasper was silently conveying information to Edward with his mind, which confused the whole room. What the heck can't be said out loud already, Emmett said, getting annoyed. I'm sure we will tell everyone, Jasper told him. First Jasper asked what Book Bella knew of his story. Well, it looks like that is about to change, darlin' sister, Jasper winked. I knew the story coming would be different from all the others I have heard. I was quite interested. The chapter ended with Jasper showing me a bunch of scars on his arm and my bookshelf asking him what happened to him. Alice shut the book. What? He's not going to answer, I asked. It's the end of the chapter. Alice handed the book to Carlyle. Wait, maybe Jasper's story isn't best before you go to sleep, Edward suggested. I'll be okay. You'll keep the nightmares away, I told him. Alice shot up the stairs quickly. I turned to look at Edward. She's turning on the blanket and the pad for us, he answered my unasked question. Jasper came over and showed me his scars. Jasper, who did this to you? I asked, both in concern and anger that it seemed like he had been attacked. I'm sure the whole long story will soon be explained, he smiled sadly at me. When Alice arrived back downstairs, Carlyle got ready to read. The title of this chapter is Newborn, he informed all of us. Edward pulled me into his arms and held me tightly as he could without hurting me. He also pulled the blanket around the two of us. I listened as Jasper explained how the covens in the south were different than others and they were only controlled by the Volturi. Jasper didn't seem to be holding back when telling me everything. Helps having a gauge on your emotions to know if I was truly scaring you or not, Jasper winked at me. You really trust the Volturi? Edward asked skeptically. I'm not sure if trust is the right word, as respect. I know well enough as long as you stay on their good side they will leave you alone. They stopped a lot from getting too out of hand, however, I can see where you would need to watch your backs with them still, after reading the last book, he answered solemnly. The chapter described the southern covens fighting one another with newborn armies to get control of areas with most human population. I held back a shiver at the thought. When it got to Jasper's description of 3 vampire women being the most beautiful women he ever seen, he got an elbow to the ribs from Alice. That was until I met you, my sweetheart, he winced from the blow. I covered a giggle with my hand. The chapter went in on how Jasper was changed by Maria. He started fighting wars with her for many decades while getting depressed. Finally, an old friend, who got away, came back and convinced him to leave. I knew he experienced the emotions we were feeling, but I never thought about him feeling the emotions of his prey. Do you think you would have eventually thought of animals as a substitute yourself? Carlyle asked Jasper. I don't know. I never gave it a second thought until Alice told me what you and your family did. I was willing to give it a try, but as you know, old habits can be hard to break. I felt sorry that I ever, though he only did it because of Alice. Jasper's story ended with him finding Alice, then the Cullens. Everyone stared at me with my comment of a nice story with the exception of Carlyle. Obviously, she meant the finding Alice part. I'm not that mental, I rolled my eyes. Carlyle confirmed my statement with almost the same exact words. Had me worried about your sanity there, little sister, Emmett teased. Worry about yourself, I mumbled, but was obviously heard, because everyone laughed. The chapter went on to how the Cullens now realized they were facing an army of newborns. Edward in the book was certain the newborns wanted to take the Cullens out. I didn't want to be right, and also sounds like Edward was maybe right in the book as well, Jasper sighed. So we get to fight a bunch of vampires, awesome. Emmett grinned and Rose smacked him off the top of the head. Who though? Esme asked. Whoever it is, knows how to get around, Alice. Carlyle rubbed his forehead with the palm of his hand worriedly. I agreed with myself that it's the Volturi, Edward sighed pointedly. The rest of the Cullens seemed unsure, like the book. In the book, however, they did agree that they might have to destroy the newborns themselves. They called on the Denali's for help. Unfortunately, the issue with Laurent was going to be a problem. The Denali's wanted revenge against the wolves for killing Laurent. Great, there go the numbers in our favor, Jasper sighed, running his hand through his hair. It's a good thing we didn't go after Laurent. Then we would be fighting with Denali's ourselves, Rose said nervously. All of a sudden the situation hit me. Alice, does the Denali's know how your visions work? I asked her. I guess that they do, she answered hesitantly. It's not the Volturi, it's Victoria, I said a little panicky. I don't think she is smart enough, love, Edward told me soothingly. Well, maybe that is why the situation is so bad in Seattle. Edward followed her to the south, right? So, she probably learned about the armies there. We already know she was in contact with Laurent. He could have gotten information on Alice from the arena, I insisted. I heard a low whistle come from Emmett. I'm still watching her decisions though, Alice stated. But not Riley's. Jasper mentioned thoughtfully. I think what Bella's thinking is more probable. Well, on the bright side, if Bella is right, then we don't have to worry about any of this happening, Esme said hopefully. Let's hope she is right. Not only will we not have to worry about it, but think about all those lives that have been saved since Victoria is gone, Carlisle said with hope in his eyes as well. In the end of the chapter, the Cullens in the book weren't as optimistic. They didn't think they could win without losing some of their family members. Well, that ended on a cheery note, Emmett said sarcastically. Perfect bedtime story, huh Bella? Not much of this book has been too cheery, I sighed tiredly. Are you going to be able to sleep, dear? Esme asked me worriedly, before I could answer Emmett did for me. She has her Eddie Teddy, she'll be okay. Edward hissed at him, while I blushed. Edward stood and picked me up bridal style. I told everyone good night as he proceeded up the stairs. When we got to his room, he placed me on my feet and gave me a sweet kiss on the lips. I walked over to the new bed that was now taking up a big section of his room. I felt him come up behind me and wrap his arms around me waist. I'm going to need a few human moments, I told him. He leaned in and kissed me on the neck, making my heart flutter before moving to sit on his bed. I grabbed my stuff and headed to his bathroom. I changed quickly and came back out. He had changed and was waiting under the covers again. When he saw me, he smiled a crooked grin. I walked over to the bed and stopped beside it. Are you going to show me the benefits of a bed? I asked him slyly, biting my lip. I can't if you don't get in, he chuckled, pulling me gently on. I climbed under the covers and cuddled into Edward. Bella, love, will you spend the day with me Friday, just you and me? No books and no one else? He asked, dazzling me with his eyes. I would love to. I smiled widely at him and his face broke up to a big grin back at me. He started a heated kiss and my heart was starting to beat fast. He moved to my neck and jaw and then back to my mouth. He paused briefly, then a devilish smirk lit his face as he reached down to hitch my leg over his hip. My breath caught and I raised an eyebrow at him. Forgive me. My curiosity got the better of me. He smiled crookedly at me again. I pulled myself to kiss him and dug my hands into his hair. He stopped after a few seconds. Both of us were breathless. He gently unhitched my leg and I gave him a small pout. Bella, I wish we could, but we can't love, Edward sighed. We could if you didn't have so many rules or if you changed me, I told him, rubbing the back of his neck with my free hand. Bella, I think it's time for you to go to bed. He kissed me chastely, avoiding what I just said. Fine, I love you, I told him as I snuggled into his chest. As I love you, his whispered and started humming my lullaby. A.N. Another day over and they are halfway through the book. Thank you all for the reviews. Chapter 27. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 27. Declaration and Wager, BPOV. In the morning we settled in the living room again to read a few more chapters before I went to work. Since it was my turn to read, I grabbed the book before sitting down next to Edward on the couch. I opened the book and read the name of the chapter out loud. The chapter is called Declaration, I informed everyone. The chapter started with Alice and Bella arguing whether or not it was a proper time to have a party. Alice, I never liked parties, so I highly doubt my bookself would ever regret not having one. Why must you always ruin my she pouted. Why must you always force her into things she doesn't want to do, by making her feel guilty? Rose asked back and Alice looked ashamed. Alice, if you want to have a party then have a party, but don't use me as an excuse, I told her. I went back to reading the book. The Cullens were reaching out to other friends to come and help. I wasn't too pleased how eager Edward was to fight. My bookself wanted to be changed to be able to help, but Alice told her how she would be more of a hindrance than a help. At least Alice's reasoning is better than yours. I looked at Edward. I wasn't asking because I was scared. I glared at him. He gave me an apologetic look. I rolled my eyes at the number of people Alice had coming to the party. I was glad though, my mother was going to be safe in Florida. I wonder if I could warn Phil not to demonstrate any slides, I pondered. How could you do that without giving away too much information? Rose asked. Easy, if I told Renee I visited a psychic and she saw it. She would believe it. The psychic part, but maybe not that I went to one. One phase she went through, she tried to learn to read palms. It didn't go well, I said nonchalantly. Edward is only patient to you. He is never that patient with me, Emmett quipped about my bookshelf comment on Edward's patience while she was on the phone. Well, sucks to be you then, I teased. Emmett's mouth fell open in shock while everyone else laughed. He either has extraordinary self-control or he is just stupid, Emmett chuckled at Edward's reaction to kissing me. Edward growled at him. Edward in the book said how he was going hunting and I was going to stay with Emmett, Jasper and Alice. Hey, you could have fun with me, Emmett pouted. I don't call being picked on and teased constantly fun, I told him crossly. Can you even go a day without teasing me? Sure, I can today. He was accepting the challenge. No, I think you need to start tomorrow. You already teased her today, Alice interfered to help me out. Fine tomorrow then, but today I can get it all out of my system, he smiled wickedly. I don't have to be bored. I can teach you how to beat Edward at chess or I can help you gang up on Emmett. I could even take you for a ride on the motorcycle. Edward so nicely bought me, Jasper offered. His offer sounded nice, but I saw Edward shoot him a glare at the mention of the bike. What about me? We could shop or I could do a makeover, Alice said excitedly and I grimaced. The chapter talked about how the more they hunt the stronger they would be for the fight. I felt as guilty as my bookshelf of the almost willingness I had for Edward to cheat to make him stronger to keep him safe. Edward in the book told Book Bella the reason the newborns were so strong was because of the human blood left over in their bodies. I would really be stronger than Emmett, I was awed by the thought. Keep dreaming, baby sister. No, sorry, I guess you can't do that if it's only Edward who is in your dreams, he teased, causing me to blush. Actually, Edward is right, you would be able to beat Emmett hands down, Jasper grinned. Please, Bella is going to be the first clumsy vampire. No way is she going to be able to be stronger than me. Emmett was actually starting to get upset. I scowled at the thought of me still being clumsy as vampire. Bro, if I am wrong, then, I will buy that new snowmobile you've been wanting, and if I am right you need to get me that motorcycle from the book. Jasper challenged. Is it in the book she needs to beat me or in reality? Emmett asked. In the book for now. Jasper answered with his hand out and Emmett shook it. Edward shook his head trying not to laugh. I was hoping on Edward being right. Great, my history teacher will think I'm on drugs, thinking of his response, if I wrote an essay on the vampire wars. There's a human experience for you, Emmett suggested. No, Edward growled. I think I will stick to legal things. I was in agreement with Edward. Edward eventually agreed to a push, if he could drop me off. Do you really think my bookself isn't capable of driving herself? Now she has to wait for a ride, rather than be able to go and leave at her leisure, I asked irritatedly. My bookself is just being extra cautious. Your truck isn't exactly the most reliable vehicle, he insisted. Which Jacob could probably fix if it broke down in La Push or at least give me a ride back to the line if that happens, I answered back. The dog does seems to know what he is doing with fixing vehicles. I'll give him that much. That truck is in decent shape for its age. It should have died years ago, Rose admitted. On the way to drop Book Bella off, Edward offered to bribe Mr. Varner to get me an A. Edward, you will do no such thing, Esme scolded and I gave him a playful scowl. Edward in the book was disturbed with whatever Jacob was thinking. Jacob was looking sick and tired after all the double shifts he was doing trying to protect Book Bella. You know, no one ever asked him to do that. It's almost pointless since Edward is in her room every night. Rose rolled her eyes. He is just being nice and trying to protect a friend, Esme stood up for him. It may be a nice gesture, but not worth making himself sick over. He is just going to make Book Bella feel even guiltier than she already does, I added. Plus, if he is there all the time, it limits what I can see if Victoria or anyone else comes near the area, Alice whined. I saw Alice shot me the dirtiest look when my bookself invited Jacob to the graduation party. She wasn't the only one who was unhappy. You invited that dog here? Rose said incredulously. If it's her party, shouldn't she get to invite who she wants? I asked innocently. Of course, dear, Esme answered me. I couldn't help but smirk. Emmett and Jasper were even chuckling until their wives glared at them. Edward looked a little disgruntled. In the book, Jacob ended up falling asleep, while Book Bella got stuck watching TV. That is more exciting than me, Emmett pouted playfully. No, not really, but at least I'm not changing 10 shades of red, I teased back. You're Jacob, Edward hissed, clearly upset. I don't have a Jacob. My bookself is probably referring to the friend side she rarely sees anymore compared to wolf side, I hesitantly whispered. I went back to reading and my bookself was using time to think things over. You would do anything to get out of the party, wouldn't you? Jasper chuckled. Probably. I really don't like parties, especially if I'm the focus of the attention, I replied back. Book Bella was thinking of her reasoning why she wanted Edward to be the one to change her, and I felt my cheeks burn as I read it out loud for everyone. Is that true? Edward asked me softly. I glanced at him and his eyes were warm. There was happiness in them, but I could detect a bit of hesitancy in them. I nodded, turning redder as I pulled the book up to hide my face. "Ah, that's so sweet," Emmett cooed sarcastically and Jasper snickered. "It's sweet," Alice declared as she gave him a death glare. "I agree, it's very sweet and understandable," Esme also defended me, glaring at Emmett. "It can be a very intimate bond between mates." Carlyle smiled down at his own mate and kissed her cheek. Book Bella thought of Edward's demands again. "You seriously think I asked you to marry me to delay your being changed?" Edward asked tentatively. "Yes, a little," I admitted, and he sighed. "You really think your mother would prefer you to become a vampire opposed to marriage?" Rose asked questionably. "Yes, you don't know my mother," I insisted. I wished for that simpler time that my bookself dreamed of too. I could see Edward's eyes brighten with the idea as well. "You two, defiantly do have a more difficult time than most," Jasper commented. Jacob finally woke up in the book and wanted to talk to Bella. "What good is the cell phone if you don't keep it with you?" Edward asked, almost scolding. "Sorry, it isn't like she is used to one, so she wouldn't be used to checking to make sure it's on her," I replied. When I got to the part where Jacob started to declare his love for Bella and wanting her to choose him over Edward, Edward was on his feet pacing behind the couch. When I stopped reading, he turned to me. "Why did you stop? I wanted to know how your bookself is going to respond," he demanded. I flinched. End of chapter. I told him. He took the book from me and threw it at Jasper. "Take it easy, bro, it's just a book, remember. Calm down and go sit back with Bella," Jasper told him. I felt some calming waves from him. Edward continued to pace though. I pulled myself into a ball, dreading what might come next. I was confident I was never going to choose anyone over Edward, but I didn't know how Jacob was going to respond. Alice came to sit with me, wrapping an arm around me. Jasper opened the book to read. "This chapter is titled Wager," he announced. Book Bella was shocked at first and then tried to leave. Jacob asked if she really never wanted to see him again. Book Bella said, "No, but the love she had for him was like family, she wasn't in love with him." Jacob said, "Fine, but she had to accept his bad behavior too," which he then tried to touch her cheek and she slapped him. Edward growled behind me and moved to stare out the window, his back to me. "Bella, your bookself," Rose changed her wording when she glanced at me, "needs to let him go." "You're right, she should have done it when her first instinct was to. Few chapters back, I agreed with her. My bookself soon realized it in the book too. However, Jacob misunderstood her trying to say goodbye as acceptance of his bad behavior. My bookself insisted that Edward was my whole life, and Jacob refused, saying that Edward leaving made Jacob part of my life and Edward was going to have to accept it. Edward hissed and hung his head. I could tell even with his back to me that he was pinching the bridge of his nose. "Not true in this reality though," I whispered, a few tears escaping from my eyes. "At least he is admitting he knows you love Edward more," Emmett offered, trying to unsuccessfully make me smile. When Jacob grabbed my chin and wouldn't let go, I started to feel uneasy. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Alice shoot a glance at Edward. Edward clenched his fist by the window and growled. Rose was also growling, while everyone else was frowning. "She doesn't need or want choices. She is happy with her decision," I whimpered. A few more tears fell. In a flash I was back in Edward's lap and he held me tight. I buried my face in his neck and breathed in his scent. In the book, Jacob started kissing Book Bella against her will. She was unable to fight him off. I started shaking hard with sobs in Edward's arms. He was trying to soothe me by rubbing circles on my back. I felt Jasper send calm waves to me, although I couldn't feel them working. "Why won't he stop?" My voice broke as I spoke. "It's only in the book. He can't hurt you here. If I get the smallest inkling of this, I will kill him for you." Edward spoke, trying to soothe me. By now my tears soaked his shirt. I felt Alice take my free hand and give it a squeeze. Why would you let her go with what he was thinking earlier? Rose snarled at Edward. He was probably only thinking of talking to her. If he thought about jumping her, I would never have let her out of the car. Edward answered her. I could hear the tightening of his voice. When Jacob was done kissing my bookshelf, she punched him only to hurt her hand. Knowing that she couldn't even defend herself, brought on a new wave of tears. Edward held me tighter in his arms. Don't worry, baby sister. I will break his jaw for you. Then, his legs, arms and neck, Emmett said more menacingly than I ever heard him speak. Got to leave something for me and Edward, Jasper snarled. I felt a little better thinking how I did have two true brothers and my angel who would protect me. I felt myself able to calm down enough to pull my head from Edward's shoulder. His shirt was now wet. I'm sorry about your shirt, I whispered. He rubbed some tears from my cheeks and placed soft kisses on them. I don't care about my shirt, he told me, giving me a soft smile. I'm sorry I left your side a moment ago. His eyes were apologetic, but I couldn't blame him for his actions. This chapter wasn't easy for either of us. Just gives me a reason to shop again. Alice winked and squeezed the hand she was holding. Book Bella was starting to walk to the border. Jacob insisted on driving her. This would be a good reason to have my truck with me, I huffed. You hurt your hand, you can't drive that thing with one hand, Edward replied softly. I could get at least to the border and then Alice could either come or send someone to help me. I was trying to remain calm. On the drive, Jacob was still trying to insist he was better for me. I don't think any father out there would want a guy who forces themselves on their daughter, Carlyle said bitterly. Of course, I would be changing myself if I chose someone other than Edward. I would be going against my heart. I was fuming. Edward couldn't kiss me like that, because he is too much of a gentleman to force himself on me if it wasn't wanted. I glared at the book with such intensity, slightly aware of Jasper shifting uncomfortably. You can use your tiger kitten claws to destroy the book later, Emmett told me, probably to trying to lighten the mood, but I just turned my glare to him. That dog is never going to get it, Rose hissed with venom. Jacob in the book was insinuating that Edward was going to leave me again. I slightly whimpered. Never, ever again. I love you. I'm never going to leave you again. Edward's eyes bored into mine with love and sincerity. He hesitantly leaned in to give me a soft chase kiss on the lips, which I tried to deepen. He allowed it for a few seconds before pulling back. Damn dog doesn't know what he is talking about. You kiss me just fine, I told him, and he gave me my favorite grin. I doubt Sam would have let him run around your house by himself just after he changed. Carlyle was skeptical. She wasn't kissing him back. That dog is delusional, Alice hissed. I need to get myself a baseball bat, I muttered. We have plenty. If they can withstand Emmett's blows, I'm sure it can handle hitting a wolf, Jasper smirked. Hard enough for him to actually feel it? I asked skeptically. Depends where you hit him, Emmett smirked. In the chapter, Book Bella got more upset that he was bringing her to Charlie's than to the Cullens. I'm glad you consider this your home, Esme said softly. I smiled at her. I could see Edward smiling too. Please make him bring you here. Jasper and I would be happy to take care of him for you. I'm sure he will be able to feel my fists, Emmett growled. Better yet, it would be more of a blow to his ego if we let Alice do it. The pixie smirked evilly. Although, maybe Charlie will truly see Jacob for the jerk he is if he brings him to her house, Alice suggested hopefully. When Book Bella got to Charlie's, Jacob followed her into the house. He is waiting for Edward. He going to try to get Edward to start a fight, again, Jasper was concerned. And that of course would break the treaty, I mumbled. As much as any one of us would want to defend you, striking at him would cause a break in the treaty, Carlyle answered solemnly. But she is a Cullen. She is Edward's mate. She is wearing the Cullen crest. He hurt and forced himself on her. He pretty much broke the treaty, again, Rose angrily argued back. Well, that is a good argument. The treaty doesn't specifically say a Cullen is a vampire. Just that we have to stay out of La Push and not bite or change anyone. However, she was in La Push, Carlyle reasoned. She technically had been invited and allowed to be there though, Edward pointed out. I was less than pleased to Charlie's reaction to breaking my hand. It was even harder though that he was glad Jacob kissed me against my will. I felt the tears of frustration come back. Charlie's glad he did that. That has to be wrong, I asked Jasper, hoping that I heard wrong. Charlie should be defending me. I'm sorry. That is what it says. Jasper answered apologetically. Charlie isn't going to be on my side, I said softly, stung with hurt. I'm sure it has to be more that he hoping to get rid of me, Edward answered, trying to soothe me. That didn't make me feel better. Book Bella finally got hold of Edward and he was coming for her. He wasn't happy with what happened, but he was an instant comfort to Book Bella. I saw Edward smile at that. At least Edward was on my side. Well, now you know, Edward, your body is better than an ice pack when Bella is hurt. You may need that for future reference, Emmett snickered. Ha, ha. I blushed. Edward smiled devilishly. If it's any consolation, if you hit Mike that hard, you would probably break his jaw. Edward gave me a playful smirk and kissed my hand. I rolled my eyes. I would rather not have Mike kiss me to test that theory of yours, I told him, shaking my head. I was upset again with Charlie. Edward hasn't even done anything, but to come get me after I asked him to. Why is he getting the blame? Technically, what you did could be considered self-defense and you could press charges on Jacob, Rose pointed out. Charlie won't arrest him, I huffed. In the chapter, Edward remained calm and tried to get her to leave, but Jacob followed him. Wow, your control is stronger than you think if you haven't killed him yet, Emmett commended Edward. I wouldn't want to fight in front of Bella for one. 2. It's quite possible I would be giving the dog what he wants by hitting him first. It would make me look bad to Charlie and break the treaty, Edward sighed. I don't think you're going to worry about her asking him to kiss her, Alice told Edward. You two don't have to fight over her. She is yours and only yours, I told Edward sincerely. He grinned crookedly. As I'm yours, my angel. He kissed my nose, making me blush. Doesn't sound like Edward is going to have to worry about trips to La Push anymore, either, Jasper added in. Why would I want to go back? I was still disgruntled. Edward brought me to his house, where Emmett immediately found it funny that I punched a werewolf. I'm glad I can amuse you all by hurting myself, I huffed. I'm not laughing, Edward seemed a little hurt. If I had known why you punched the dog, I wouldn't be laughing. I would be halfway to La Push to kick his hairy butt, Emmett claimed. Several raised eyebrows at him. Okay, I might have laughed a little. But come on, sweet little Bella decking a wolf. He started to chuckle. A few others joined him. I even saw Edward suppressing a grin. Again, glad I can amuse you, I said sourly. Apparently Jasper and Emmett were betting on something in the book. I saw Jasper shifted in his seat. What are you two betting now? Carlyle asked suspiciously. Our only bets you all know, Emmett said innocently. Edward wasn't going to answer Book Bella either until she threatened to go ask Emmett. Am I always going to threaten to ask someone else in order for you to tell me the truth? I asked with a sigh. I'm sorry. I'm sure I have a good reason for keeping what these two boneheads are betting about quite, he pleaded, trying to dazzle me with his eyes. I soon found myself lost in his eyes. Jasper cleared his throat. I looked over, forgetting he hadn't finished the chapter yet. The truth came out about Jasper and Emmett were betting how many times I would slip the first year. I was rather shocked and hurt they bet on something like that. You two are betting on her killing people. I'm so ashamed of you two, Esme said, horrified. We won't be betting on something like that if Bella is changed in this reality, Carlyle spoke sternly. Jasper was betting on the high end and I flinched that he would think that of me. Alice glared at her husband and smacked him in the head. He looked extremely sheepish. You rather have Jasper win the bet. Hey, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, Emmett pouted. Geesh, she was being sarcastic. Ever hear of it? I rolled my eyes. No, I haven't. Emmett tried to say with a straight face. I couldn't help but giggle slightly. Carlyle fixed her hand in the book. My bookself thought more about things. You belong at my side just the way you're. I don't want anyone else at my side beside you. My one and only love. Edward's eyes bore back into mine, making my heart skip a beat. Bella, I'm sorry if my stories made you uneasy, but no one in this house will willingly let you kill a human. Bet or no bet, I'm not going to let you kill just so I can win it, Jasper explained to me. What is your problem with penguins? They're cute, peaceful little guys, Emmett pouted. Emmett, after his first time watching Bambi, wouldn't hunt deer for about 4 months. Edward teased. I had to giggle a bit. That isn't true. Emmett narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's deer. You shouldn't be so modest. It was so sweet that you cared, Esme mentioned. It was irritating. Every time one of us hunted a deer, He would tackle us and say, "No, not that one, it's Bambi or Bambi's mama," Edward snickered. Book Bella in the end chapter was contemplating if there was anything or experience she wanted before she was changed. She couldn't think if there was going to be anything she would want more than Edward. "Well, what is it? What does she want?" Edward asked. He seemed very intrigued. "Sorry, the chapter ends there." Jasper shrugged his shoulders. He passed the book on to Emmett. N. Pretty emotional chapter, unfortunately not the worst to come. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 28. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 28. Epic and Alliance, BPOV. Emmett opened the book to read. Okay, this chapter title is epic. Emmett just got the first sentence out before Alice screeched so loud I had to cover my ears and made the vampires wince. Shopping. You're going to need new clothes. At least that is one positive thing about the vampire being in your room. She was bouncing happily. Help me, I begged Edward. He chuckled, wrapping his arms around me. She glared at me. Are we sure Alice didn't steal Bella's clothes? Emmett asked, and Alice stuck her tongue out at him. Apparently you need a doorbell at your window. Emmett laughed. Yeah, that won't alert Charlie when Edward sleeps over, Jasper snickered. How about only Edward is allowed in the window entrance and everyone else uses the door as if they were human, I adamantly hinted. Where is the fun in that? Alice giggled. Hey, I did save the day, though. Alice pouted, referring to getting me an outfit to wear to graduation. Yes, you did, I told her gratefully. However, in the book, my bookself clued into something the way Alice said it. My bookself was trying to explain what I figured out, but Alice was too distracted by the clothes. Wait, you only own one skirt? Alice is right, we do need to take you shopping. Rose got distracted from what was important in the story as well. Can that wait until later? Obviously something is more important than shopping, Edward hissed. Book Bella explained her discovery to Alice. How whoever was in her room and whoever was in Seattle was the same person, because of the holes in her vision. The family was hissing. Book Bella went on to say how Edward was wrong and whoever stole her scent did it as a test and her scent was for the newborns to find her. Edward growled and pulled me tight in to his chest protectively. I guess we know now both Bellas are right, Jasper smiled at me proudly. Promise you'll only use your powers for good, Bella, Emmett teased. Why are you two joking? Edward hissed. He still hadn't let me go. Because I'm convinced now that Bellas is right about Victoria too. Victoria is dead, we won't have a fight on our hands, Jasper stated, staying calm. Edward slightly relaxed his grip on me. Why would you be relieved by them wanting to destroy you? Rose looked at me as if she was questioning my sanity. Because no one is after my family. You're all safe, I answered honestly. I would give my life for them to protect from all this. Isabella Marie Swan, our family isn't all safe if you're in Dang. We would still fight them to keep you alive, Carlyle sternly spoke. He is right, you're the missing piece of our family. Our sister, daughter and Edward's mate. You read the last book. If we lose you, we would also lose Edward, Rose spoke sadly. My heart plummeted, with the thought of Edward ending his life. When Book Bella mentioned the Cullens were safe to Alice, she pretty much told her the same thing Carlyle just did. Wait, you two are going to keep this from me, Edward hissed. Only until after the graduation ceremony. If we told you before, you would fly into a panic and never let Bella go, Alice tried to reason with him. Not a good feeling when you're being left out, is it? I asked him. No, it's not. My bookself had good intentions though, he lamented. So do ours, Alice pointed out. You know what this means? She went on. The rest of us were looking at her curiously. I thought it would have to do with how to keep it from Edward. I'll have to go shopping for Charlie too, she squealed. Again, with the shopping. Edward just shook his head at his sister's one-track mind. Apparently, Charlie drove both Book Bella and Edward to the graduation ceremony. Edward was in the back of the cruiser. I'm so curious as to what Charlie had to be thinking that you and he both found amusing, Jasper mentioned while chuckling. I'm rather curious myself. Edward looked amused. I wasn't. I wanted Charlie to accept Edward, so I wouldn't have him pressuring Jacob on me. My bookself is worried about your bookself, but I would believe it's nerves. Edward rubbed his nose along me chin. Probably you just thought she would be nervous tripping on stage. There is always at least one? Emmett smirked at me. My cheeks turned pink. And Bella would be that one. Jasper smirked too. Jerks, I muttered. Boys, leave her alone. Esme scolded them. See, Edward thinks you look beautiful. You should let me buy you more clothes, Alice pleaded. She is always beautiful, Edward proclaimed, kissing me on the forehead. Emmett read more. Apparently Jessica thought we were the best of friends again. Ara. Fickle little witch, I muttered. Bella, I'm surprised at you. She was a good friend to you in the first book, Esme admonished. Well, apparently after reading Edward's story her thoughts were anything but. She tried being my friend because I was new and she was hoping people, or should I say Mike, would notice her, I grumbled. Not to mention other nasty things, Edward agreed with me. She is just interested in the party Alice is having here, Rose added. The graduation started and Alice appeared at the last second to get her diploma. Well, at least I didn't trip on stage. I smirked in Emmett's direction when he was done reading the graduation scene and he just chuckled. At least the party should cheer you up, Alice mentioned excitedly. Edward in the book was still concerned over me in the book, which turned to suspicion when my bookself asked about Alice. Geesh, Alice couldn't block him by thinking something more normal, Jasper asked her. Well, Bella would have given me away asking what I was thinking to block him, Alice pouted. Book Bella started to tell Edward everything in hopes the party would be cancelled. You really want out of that party, don't you? Aren't you at least a bit afraid Edward will flip out in the middle of the crowded gym? Emmett asked. I probably thought being around a group of people would make him stay in control rather than flip out. I bit my lip as I admitted. Isabella, don't you realize that it isn't good? In fact, it would be worse for me to know that you, the core of my existence, is in danger. His eyes were wide with emotion. If he was human, I know there would be some tears. He just hugged me to him and I rested my cheek on his shoulder and ran my fingers through his hair. Hey, now what about Jazz, Rosie and myself? No love for us? Emmett teased about my bookself, mentioning everyone else being safe. That's not true, you know. I love you all, I answered him, but he pouted. Hand me the book for a minute. He handed me the book and I grabbed a pen off the coffee table and started to write. Alice immediately started to giggle and I saw Edward smirk. I handed the book back to Emmett and he smiled. He looked at the book and frowned. Hey, you only added Jasper and Rose here. And? I asked as innocently as I could mange. The family all started to laugh as Emmett pouted before reading again. Seriously, you want me to be calm, after you tell me you're in even more danger? Edward looked like he was pain. Edward, remember it's just a book. I'm here and I'm safe, because of you. I kissed his cheek. Charlie arrived in the book, so Edward and Book Bella had to stop talking. Edward in the book was still in a little state of shock and was on the rude side to Charlie before leaving. You're leaving me alone after I tell you something like that? I asked him in surprise. Wow, I'm surprised too. Normally something like that would keep you stuck like glue to her, Rose agreed with me. I'm sorry, Bella, that I wasn't there when your bookself needed me. Edward was looking ashamed. I'm sure if Edward wasn't there, one of us was watching in the shadows. Carlyle suggested to make me feel better. I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I knew what my bookself needed at the moment was Edward. I snuggled into his arms. Charlie took Book Bella to the lodge for dinner. I wrinkled my nose. So the lodge is out for places to take Belle for dinner then, Jasper chuckled. A stuffed moose head, that is tacky. Alice was wrinkling her nose as well. See, Edward didn't go far. He is watching over you. Esme smiled at Edward. He only gave her a small smile. I should be beside her holding hand, while she is upset, he said regretfully. You should really be eating, Bella. Even if you have to force it down, you're going to need your strength. Carlyle was in his doctor mode once again. Book Bella did have a small minute with Edward while waiting for Charlie. Charlie talked to Book Bella on the way to the party. At least he realizes now I didn't want Jacob to kiss me, I huffed. Charlie was a great dad and after all he'd been through the last few months I was grateful. Maybe you should take Charlie up on his offer on how to punch someone. Emmett snickered. I would have better luck if he taught me how to shoot a gun, I replied, thinking no matter how hard I punched, Jacob would never have felt it. Ye of little faith, did you really think I would leave the driveway unmarked? Alice giggled. Bet ya I know who had to do all those lights too. Jasper grumbled until his wife glared at him. I would do it, for you, in a heartbeat, my darlin'. Jasper smiled wide at her and she smiled and giggled. Seems like Edward isn't the only one who knows how to dazzle. Emmett ended the chapter with Charlie dropping me off at the Cullens. Why do you have to be a party pooper? Alice whined. She's there, isn't she? I told her, but she just pouted. Emmett gave Rose a kiss and handed her the book. Rose didn't hesitate as she picked up the book and read the title of the chapter. This chapter is called Alliance, she spoke clearly. Sounds like we are possibly going to have help from the wolves or someone else, Jasper said. The chapter started off where the previous one left off. Edward caught up with Bella on the porch. My kisses can scare you? Edward asked nervously. When you kiss like that, with so much tension like the world is going to end or something, I answered cautiously. It brought back bad memories. The last kiss like that was on my birthday. I was frowning and Edward was looking at me concerned. Sounds like I should get you an outfit for the after party too, Alice squealed. Maybe I could hide in Edward's room during the party. Not going to happen. Alice glared at me. Edward in the book refused to let Book Bella go as he went to explain what I figured out to Carlisle and Jasper. Jasper didn't like the numbers in the book. Well, it seems like honesty you just need to find Jasper, no need for Jacob, Rose mentioned Rill. Maybe we should be careful of the lighting if we look odd underneath it. Carlisle was concerned with my comments about the Cullens in the book. The younger Cullens and myself laughed hard at Mike's response to Emmett at the party. Emmett, was that really necessary? Esme looked at him with disapproval. What? It said. I smiled at him. Not my fault he got scared. Emmett acted all innocent. You know, Alice, you need to let Bella live her own life. You keep treating her like your doll. With the dressing of her and then parties, that life isn't for everyone, Esme told her. It's just one of things I wish I had a chance to have, Alice admitted. But Bella isn't you. She should have the chance to live her own life without anyone trying to live precariously through her, Carlisle pointed out. The party went on and Edward stayed at my side until suddenly he left to go speak to Alice. Alice had seen a vision, but she wasn't sharing and Edward disappeared. I have the right to know what is going on. Especially, since it concerns me, I hissed, glaring at Edward. We probably don't want to make you upset during the party, Alice said meekly. Bull, you both saw my face. You know I know something is up and yet you still refuse to tell me. I was starting to seethe. In the book, Jacob showed up with Quill and Embry and Alice left me alone with them. Book Bella was trying to ignore Jacob, but he wasn't having it. He kept trying to get my attention as I looked for any of the Cullens. They apparently all left me behind. I fought tears of my frustration. What happened to, I will be right back? You left her alone with someone who assaulted her the last time she saw him. Not only that. Why is it she is the only one not in this meeting? I hissed, feeling incredible hurt. Bella's right. She deserves to be in that room. Jasper sided with me. I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you until the wolves left or I kicked them out myself. Alice looked guilty. I'm sorry my bookself left your bookself's side. Edward looked at me apologetically. When Jacob grabbed my bookself to get her attention, Edward growled. Well, bro, Bella has a point. You should be at her side, especially now the wolf is there, Emmett remarked. Jacob started with guilt when my bookself was giving him the brush off. No good manipulating dog. Bella, please don't fall for his bull in this reality, Rose implored me. Not going to have to worry about it. Jacob has given me no reason why he would make a good friend, I retorted. Book Bella accepted a gift from Jacob, still trying to get him to leave. Your bookself is actually going to wear the bracelet, Edward hissed. Well, if she didn't, the longer it would take to get him to leave, I hissed back. Besides, I'm already wearing a bracelet full of charms that represent my family. I'm not going to be wearing his. I said the last bit more calmly. I held my arm up into his view. He smiled as he fingered the lamb charm. Jacob knew something was going on and he wanted Book Bella to explain. He was being rather impatient about it too. We need to teach you to lie better, Rose announced. Actually, telling the wolves could be beneficial. Carlisle was thinking out loud. However, my bookself doesn't have all the details yet, so he is trying to force information out of her she doesn't know yet. Edward rubbed my shoulders, trying to calm me. In the chapter book, Bella was backed into a corner by 3 wolves. Wonderful. Where the hell is your bookself? I pleaded with Edward. I was trying to remind myself I couldn't blame him here for his bookself. I knew a few times both of us seemed to forget that, and I wanted to put a stop to it if I could help it. I don't know. Things must be really bad if I haven't come back by now. Edward was looking very worried and upset with himself. He hugged me to him. Finally, Alice made an appearance and tried to get me away safely. Yay, I'm the hero, she cheered, and I gave her a smile. However, Jacob wasn't going to let Alice go either, without a fight. I heard Jasper and Edward both growling. In the book, Jasper is the one who rescued us. Seems the dog doesn't care too much for me. Jasper smirked and few of us snickered. He does seem to like pressing the wrong people's buttons, Esme sighed, thinking about the part in which Jacob was glaring at Alice, so Jasper glaring at him. You should make him so scared he runs out with his tail between his legs. Emmett snickered. Jasper smirked and answered. The only thing that probably held me back was Bella reminding us of the party. My bookself probably did hear you, but wasn't going to let my guard down. My bookself should have been there. Where the hell did he go? Edward was irradiated with himself. He was pinching the bridge of his nose. Alice in the book agreed to tell Jacob what she saw. The newborns were coming to Forks. No, they can't come here. What about the people in the town? I cried out. This isn't good if there aren't enough of us to protect everything. Carlyle looked worried. Book Bella wanted to go meet them. Like hell, your bookself is. Edward hissed. All of a sudden he was in front of Jasper. What do you mean, not a bad idea? Are you insane? Whoa, calm down. I don't mean for her to actually be there. If we know the path they're taking, we can meet them partway and Bella could leave a fresh trail away from the town. We can then get her somewhere safe from where the fighting will be. Jasper explained his intentions. I would be willing to do that. I agreed to anything to save anyone else from getting hurt. I know you would. But I don't like you that close to danger, Edward sighed, coming back to the couch and pulled me onto his lap. It's probably our best option, Jasper persisted. You will be there, you will keep me safe, I told Edward, placing a hand on his cheek. He immediately leaned into. Yeah, but remember the prologue. Apparently Edward is separated from us, defending Bella on his own. Emmett pointed out. Edward looked pained. Nice, did you have to bring that up now? Rose snapped at him. Everyone remember, this a book, makes no sense to get worked up about it now. Alice reminded all of us. I felt Edward relax marginally underneath me. The wolves decided to enter the fight to help with the numbers. Book Bella wasn't too happy about this. No confidence in the wolves though? Emmett asked. No, I can see where she would be concerned. They will have no idea what they're in for. They're young idiots who just jump into it without thinking, I sighed. The wolves agreed to meet the Cullens for instruction on the newborns. Bella is right. They are so eager for the fight and not taking the fact they should listen to Jasper seriously. They're going to get hurt, Esme mentioned softly, shaking her head. The chapter ended with Jacob brushing of Book Bella's concerns. Rose handed the book to Edward. We should have time to read one more chapter before Bella needs to eat lunch and get to work. Alice brought up. I looked at the clock in the room. The morning had flown by. I was half tempted to call out, but I didn't want Charlie thinking I was abandoning everything for Edward. That would probably only lead to a strain in our relationship and not help Edward building one with Charlie. I suppose I should go home after work to cook him dinner too. Edward leaned down and kissed my cheek before opening the book to read. A.N. Another 2 down. Thank you for all the reviews. Chapter 29. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 29. Instruction, BPOV. Edward opened the book and read the title, Instruction. I can't believe I'm training the wolves, Jasper said with a chuckle. The only one that seemed worried anymore in the story was Book Bella. It will be okay, Bella, with 6 or 7 wolves plus the 7 of us. We can easily take on that number of newborn, Jasper said calmly. No matter what anyone says, there is still a danger of someone getting hurt. That will have me worried. I bit my lip thinking both the Cullens and wolves were being too cocky. That could lead to mistakes. We a lady know something backfires if something gets to where we are hiding Bella, Emmett reminded us again. I started subconsciously to rock back and forth while Edward rubbed my arm. Edward was outnumbered in the preface. It was newborns or maybe Victoria and Riley? A combination of the two? All I knew was they were in trouble. Book Bella insisted on going to the meeting. even threatening to call Jacob if Edward wouldn't take her. Edward was scowling as he read that part. Rose let out a spiel of laughter. Good for you, girl. You finally learned to turn the tables on him, she smiled at me. Not good, it could be dangerous. The two groups never tried to work together before. Edward scowled even more. Bella's bookshelf might be right thought. Both groups would be less likely to start a fight with Bella there than not there. Carlyle agreed with my bookshelf. Edward in the book was still trying to convince Bella that everything was going to go all right and be fine. Your bookshelf could relax and believe what my bookshelf is telling her, Edward tried to soothe me. Except for the whole fact that your bookshelf has a history of lying to me about how dangerous the situation is, I retorted back. The time came and Edward was running with Bella. She was thinking of everything going on and was deducing that Victoria was behind it all. Was your bookshelf purposely trying to drive me nuts by asking if I know what you're thinking? Edward looked at me teasingly. I don't know. You tell us, I answered, smiling sweetly at him. He arched an eyebrow. Well, you do have the book, I reminded him. He chuckled and went back to reading. Bella went on to explain about her theory about Victoria. Edward didn't quite believe her. Sorry, bro, I think she's dead on, Jasper said with a chuckle. Edward just doesn't want to admit that he is wrong again, Rose laughed. Yeah, laugh it up, Edward mumbled. Well, come on, Edward, when has Bella not been more perceptive? She clued into something was off with us on day one. We all made mistakes, Alice was giggling. Well, not all of you. Esme didn't do anything, I smirked, and Esme just smiled radiantly. The Cullens got ready for the wolves' arrival at the old ball field. Edward was going to act as an interpreter when the wolves arrived. Holy, 10 wolves? Emmett looked wide-eyed. All those poor kids, Esme looked saddened. Well, fighting those newborns is going to be a piece of cake now, Jasper looked happy. I think Bella is right again. The numbers must be huge due to the situation in Seattle, Carlyle pondered. I wonder if that means the pack will not be as big now. Perhaps even Jacob, Embry and Quill won't change since they changed after you left around this time? I suggested. Possibly, but given that Jacob is Ephraim's heir he will probably still change, Edward thought it over. So not only are lives saved in Seattle with Victoria gone, but some of the Quileutes boys are kept from turning into wolves, Carlyle sounded pleased. Carlyle started off talking to the wolves before handed over control to Jasper. After some brief instructions they started mock fighting. Emmett was first up. What do you mean I fight like a newborn? Emmett was clearly put out. Meaning you use mainly your strength and a straightforward approach, Jasper told him. Jasper easily took Emmett out in the training exercise. Emmett in this reality frowned. Like you ever fight fair, he huffed. Up next was Alice, since my bookshelf was worried about her. I'm not as fragile as I look. Appearances can be deceiving. The pixie smiled deviously and gave me a wink. Her fight with Jasper seemed to be describing more of a dance than a fight, which Alice won. Are you two foreplaying in front of everyone or actually fighting? Emmett wagged his eyebrows at them. Alice just giggled while Jasper smirked and kissed the top of her head. I was relieved that Emmett was finally teasing someone else other than Edward and me. Edward was next to fight in the book and Alice came and stood with me. She was warning me that if I made definite plans she was going to rat me out to Edward. Everyone turned to look at me. I avoided Edward's stare as I shrugged my shoulders. Sorry, but I have no clue what she is up to, I bit my lip. Like you're not about to go risk your life thinking you're saving us all? Edward questioned. Well, those might be her intentions, but I don't know what her exact plans are, I said sheepishly. Edward sighed and used one finger to move my chin until I was looking in his eyes. Please just let us protect you, love, his eyes were pleading with me. Well, even if I agreed right now, it's my bookshelf that needs to be convinced, I answered cautiously. Edward and Jasper's fight ended up being a draw. Maybe we gave the dogs too good of a show. They only need to know how to fight the newborns, not us. Jasper looked a little hesitantly. Nearly everyone in the room flinched at the thought of Jasper fighting Esme. Jasper looked very uncomfortable. I wouldn't look forward to that one? He hung his head. Now, just a minute, young man. If you say not to underestimate Alice, maybe you shouldn't underestimate me either. She looked at him with raised eyebrow. He smiled wryly at her and gave one swift nod. After the training was done, Book Bella was nearly dead on her feet. The wolves were invited to come back for the next night. The wolves wanted to sniff all the Cullens to get their scents before leaving. Ew. I don't want those dogs that close to me. Rose wrinkled her perfect nose up. Would you rather they bite you by mistake? Edward asked her. She continued to scowl. Jacob was apparently making faces at me, trying to make me laugh. Leave it to Bella to pet a werewolf and make him purr as if he was an actual puppy. Emmett was laughing. I blushed. Ew. How can you laugh at that when he licked you like that? Rose looked disgusted. Well, she is very overtired at that point, I tried to reason. Which is why your bookshelf should have stayed and slept, Edward responded tensely. You honestly think she would have been able to sleep knowing everything going on without you beside her? I looked at him, biting my lip. He looked at me for a minute and then sighed, looking resigned. Jacob and Edward were discussing what to do with Book Bella. Your first thoughts go to missing the concert? Jasper smirked at me. No, my first thoughts were about keeping Charlie safe. I smirked back and he rolled his eyes, but chuckled. What are you going to do, Bella? Give tickets to the concert to the whole town? Emmett laughed at me. Forgive me for trying to keep people safe? I said, trying not to get upset. What you are doing is very sweet, but everyone should be safe. We're being just extra cautious with you. Edward leaned down and kissed my nose. You boys could discuss this later, perhaps the next night. Bella is about to fall asleep standing up, Esme said with much disapproval in voice. She is going to get sick with all this lack of sleep and not eating well. Carlyle looked worried. Edward in the book tried to leave a second time, when Jacob came up with a second idea. You're going to let him carry Bella through the mountains? She doesn't seem to be completely comfortable with him alone anymore? Rose hissed. What other choice would we have if it works? Edward sighed with a shrug. One of the other wolves? Like Sam? I suggested. I didn't like the idea of Jacob either. Unfortunately, Jacob would probably be the most willing. Edward ran a hand through his hair. Jacob's idea worked. This brought about the idea of my bookshelf leaving a false trail to the clearing and then Jacob taking me to a spot in the mountains. What do you mean you wouldn't have them both in danger? Alice asked. Meaning that it is probably how Edward ends up with me, I answered, looking guilty. I wouldn't feel guilty. Apparently that was a good thing he was there. Jasper looked at me. Edward gave me a quick hug and I snuggled into his embrace. Apparently, Edward didn't like a brief idea that Jasper had of having me in the clearing. Great, now we know what Bella's bookshelf is going to try and do. Edward sighed, exasperated. His family looked at him. She is now going to try and find a way to be in the clearing, he explained, glaring at Jasper. Sorry, you know I wouldn't want her to get hurt. Jasper looked guilty. It would be a good idea to have Seth with her while we are all fighting. Not only will he keep her there, but Edward wouldn't be well focused if she was alone. Carlyle agreed with the decision in the book. Why is Jacob the good guy? Edward was frowning. Because Jacob doesn't gloss over the truth to Bella, Rose answered with a smirk. The chapter soon ended after that. We have time to get you some lunch before work. Edward placed the book on the coffee table and stood, placing me on feet by his side before leading me into the kitchen. My shift at Newton's was almost over. I had been glancing at the clock every few minutes ever since I started my shift. It's been the longest time frame I had been away from Edward since he came back and I missed him like crazy. Mike was in foul mood the entire time. When Edward dropped me off, he gave me a very deep, passionate kiss, something he usually didn't do in public. Mike had been almost demanding what was going on. When I told him the abridged story and, yes, we were together again, he hadn't talked to me since, unless it was about a customer. I looked up when the bell over the door rang. Jasper and Emmett walked in with smiles on their faces. I looked out the door and saw both Edward's Volvo and Emmett's Jeep parked out front. Edward was leaning against his car with a smirk on his face. Why didn't he come in? I turned back around in time to see Emmett throw a punching bag over his shoulder like it was nothing. Jasper was holding some boxing gloves. They then walked over to the baseball bats. Emmett was picking up a few and appeared to be testing a few out. Just before I could go over and ask them what they were doing, Emmett looked around, spied Mike and called him over. Hey, Newton, give me hand a second. He waved him over with a huge smile on his face. I don't think Mike has been addressed by any of the Cullens before with the exception of Edward. He appeared nervous, but was trying to put on a brave face. I glanced at Jasper and he looked clearly amused. I froze. I was half tempted to stop them, but the other half was dying to find out what they were up to. Mike, right? Emmett asked. Mike nodded. Yeah, what can I help you with today? Mike's voice came out strained. Emmett had a bat in hand as he spoke. Well, you see, I need a bat to protect my little sister. My eyebrows shot up and Emmett started smacking the bat into his hand with every other word he spoke. Mike flinched with every smack. Seems like some guys can't get the hint that she isn't interested and they keep bothering her. They don't understand that she is with my brother. Emmett was smiling menacingly. Poor Mike looked like he was going to puke. Emmett McCarthy, you behave yourself, I whispered, knowing full well he could hear me. He turned to me with a full-teeth smile. Hi-ya, baby sister, didn't see you there. He gave me an innocent look. Jasper was fighting back a twitch to his lips. Hi, Em. What are you up to? I fought hard not to smile, it would only encourage him. Oh, just picking up a few things, I need. He turned back to Mike. I glanced back out the window. Edward's shoulders were shaking with laughter. He caught my eye and winked. I turned back to watch the scene before me. You're joking, right? Mike said, stuttering over each word. He looked nervously at Emmett, then Jasper. Emmett paused, then threw his head back with a howl of laughter, causing Mike to jump. He then gave Mike a small pat on the shoulder, jokingly causing the blond boy to stumble back. Of course Emmett continued to laugh. He started to ask Mike a few things, while I noticed Jasper walking up to me. He tossed the gloves at me. See if those fit, lil' sis, he said lazily as he leaned against the counter to watch Emmett and Mike. Why? I asked, picking up the gloves, noticing for the first time they were lady gloves. So we can teach you to fight right, without getting hurt. Jasper winked at me. I glanced through the window at Edward as he nodded at me. I was surprised Edward was okay with this. I quickly tried on the gloves and they fit. Why are you guys torturing Mike? I asked. Jasper shrugged. Oh, come on, you're supposed to be the one to tell me these things, brother dear. He chuckled and answered me softly. Alice saw a vision of Mike trying to throw himself at you, and he would try to get you to choose him over Edward. Trust me, Emmett would be better than Edward right now. Jasper's mood was now more serious. I frowned. Emmett had decided on a bat and was walking up to the register. Mike was following behind carrying the punching bag, who was struggling more than Emmett had. A few minuets later I followed them out to the door and ran directly into Edward's arms. He pulled me tight and kissed me, sending my heart racing. When he pulled away I looked up into his loving amber eyes. Why didn't you come in? I pouted. Well, I think it was best if we kept Mike alive. Besides, these two seemed to have it handled, he answered. He misunderstood me. I meant more that I missed him and I wanted to see him. He led me to the door of his car and opened it so I could get in. I looked around to say goodbye to Emmett and Jasper, but they had already left. He was in his side at human speed. Mike must be watching. I meant I missed you, I told him, looking down at my lap. Embarrassed. I felt his cool breath on my cheek before I felt the kiss. I missed you more, he whispered into my ear. Then why didn't you come in? I asked again. To keep me from killing Mike. I saw Alice's vision. He kissed my cheek a second time before starting the car. He reached over and took my hand from my lap and gave it a gentle squeeze. Before I knew it, we were in front of Charlie's. The cruiser was in the driveway, symbolizing Charlie was at home. Are you coming in? I asked. He shook his head and I frowned. I'll be back when he is asleep, he told me. He gave me a chase kiss. I moved to get out of the car when he pulled me back into a deeper kiss. I'll try to be back sooner, but we will have to be very quiet, he said when he pulled away, leaving me breathless. I got out of the car and ran into the house quickly. I let myself in. Bells? I heard my father call from the living room. Hi, Dad. I'll get dinner ready in a minute, just need to run my bags to my room. I quickly ran to my room, dropping my bags on the bed. I quickly checked to make sure my window was unlocked and ran back down. I kept supper simple. Just some grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup. I called to my father when it was ready. We ate silently, not too much different from normal. When I started to get up to clear the dishes, Charlie cleared his throat. You'll never guess who stopped by the station to see me today. He eyed me cautiously. Who? I asked as I started to fill the sink with water. Edward, he answered. Edward visited Charlie. Why, and how come he didn't say anything to me? I take it you didn't know, he continued when he noticed my face expression. I shook my head. What did he want? I asked inquisitively. My father seemed oddly calm, so maybe the visit went well. Well, we had a talk. He mainly wanted to apologize to me for what had happened last fall. That wasn't his fault though, I said tersely. Maybe, maybe not, but he wanted to apologize for not making sure you make it back to the door, before he left. Boy seemed genuine. I respect that he manned up and took the blame, even if it wasn't fully his fault. My father watched me closely. He seemed to also realize how badly he messed up and how lucky he is you took him back. That boy must really love you to come talk to me. I blushed. I was touched Edward would do that. He must be serious about getting on Charlie's good side. I know I love him, I told Charlie, and he gave me smile. Just be grateful, Bells. I would hate to see you like you were the past few months again. He looked uncomfortable expressing feelings. I went and gave him a hug. Don't worry, Dad, I will look before I leap. I inwardly smirked at my own joke. Charlie then excused himself to watch the game. I finished the dishes and went to my room. I quickly grabbed my toiletry bag and turned the blankets and heat pads on for later. I didn't spend long in the shower and went quickly back to my room, hoping Edward did in fact arrive early. I looked around my room and was disappointed that he wasn't there. I decided I would look at Twilight. It was supposed to be my version of what happened last year. I was curious to how detailed it got. I went to my desk and noticed the pile of books missing. Odd, last I knew they were here. Maybe Edward hid them when I was asleep, so Charlie wouldn't find them. I glanced over the room, searched under my bed, and then even pried up the loose board where Edward had hid my gifts. Nothing. What are you looking for? A voice came from behind me, making me jump. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. I turned to look into amused golden eyes. Edward walked over from the window and pulled me to my feet. My copies of the books, did you move them from my desk? I asked him curiously. Edward frowned and went over to my desk. I take that as a no. Has Alice been here? Thinking that she may be the only other possibility. No, she hasn't. Edward's voice was now hard. Someone has been in your room though. Has Jacob been in here recently? He looked at me. Not that I know of. The last time I saw Jacob is when you dragged me to prom, I answered. Well, he has been in here and recently. Edward spoke stiffly. I left my room and yelled down the stairs to Charlie. Hey, Dad, has anyone been in my room recently? Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you. Billy and Jacob were here last night. Apparently, Jacob wanted to borrow a book. I told him he could go ahead, you wouldn't mind. Is everything okay in there? He called back, sounding both worried and guilty in the end. He just took the book I was reading, that's all. I lied, but didn't know what else to say. Sorry, he called. I walked back to the room in a trance, not knowing if this is a good thing or not. I closed the door behind me. Edward was on his phone, speaking too low for me to hear. His eyes shot up to meet mine. He hung up and crossed the room and pulled me into his arms. Are you okay? He asked softly. I'm not sure, I mumbled. He pulled me over to the bed and sat me down on his lap. I was trying to wrap my head around that Jacob was going to read these books. It was embarrassing enough Edward's family was reading them. But Jacob, what if he showed the other wolves? The information they would learn, would it be a good thing or a bad thing? Bella, love, you're scaring me. Please, tell me what is going on in that beautiful head of yours. I looked at him. His eyes were full of concern. Jacob, and possibly the other wolves, have the books. I can't decide if it is a good thing. It's mortifying that they're reading all my intimate thoughts. Emmett is bad enough, but others, teenage boys, I don't even know, no less. I cringed and hid my head in his chest. His arms tightened around me. Well, he wasn't a wolf when he was here. However, Alice can't see him right now. No one can decide if it's a good thing or not for them to read these books. It could lead to good results, like them realize how much we love each other, that we are peaceful and we are able to work together. And the bad? I asked with voice muffled into chest. That Jacob may think he has a chance with you. Jasper's almost mishap and your pending change, he sighed, rubbing circles on my back. Jacob will never have a chance. I pulled away and looked in his eyes. He gave me a smile. My book self has been hurting you in the book and this reality. I'm so sorry. I bit my lip. Don't apologize, you have done nothing wrong, neither has your bookself, he told me gently. Edward, that isn't true. I've seen your facial expressions. I stopped when he placed a finger over my lips. Bella, you can't control what happens in the book, any more than I can. My bookself has done some messed up things. Your bookself isn't hurting him. He hurt himself when he let you go for too long and Jacob moved into a portion of her heart. She did nothing intentional to hurt my bookself. I know she is trying to make everyone happy with that big heart she has. I know you love me and your bookself loves my bookself. But in trying to make everyone happy she is making it worse. What if it gets worser before she realizes it? I said tearfully. Then, we remember it is just a book. It hasn't happened and we make sure it doesn't happen. We got these books so we can fix our mistakes. Remember what we said yesterday, we weren't going to get mad over this. I love you no matter what happens in this book. I will never leave your side again. Edward brushed my tears away. And the wolves reading the books? I asked. Not much we can do about it now. We can't cross the treaty line. We can try and ask for them back, Edward sighed gently as he rocked me in his arms. I could go get them, I suggested. I'm not comfortable with that. I rather you didn't. If the wolves read something they don't like, I don't want you in the front line of fire, he answered me honestly. What if I was with Charlie? I suggested. That might risk Charlie finding out too much. We don't know how stable any of them are right now. Do you really want to risk Charlie? No, I knew that he was right. Are you ready to sleep? He asked. I knew I felt tired, but I couldn't sleep just yet. Edward moved us under the toasty covers and I laid my head on his chest. Were you going to tell me that you visited Charlie? I asked with a yawn. That conversation went better than I thought it would. He doesn't seem to hate me, like the book. So I guess that is a start. He suggested I go fishing with him someday. I felt him grin. If he invited you to go fishing, that has to be a step in the right direction, I smiled at the advance. Well, as long as it isn't in La Push, I plan on taking him up on the offer, Edward sighed. Good, I smiled and pulled myself up so I could give him a kiss. You didn't have to do that, I told him. Yes, I did, he said softly. Go to sleep, sweet angel, it has been a long couple of days. And we have more of the book to read. Tomorrow. Can we burn the books when we are done? I asked. If you wish, he chuckled. Can you kiss me again? I asked, glancing up at him through my eyelashes. If I must, he said sweetly and bent down and gave me a long passionate kiss. Sleep now, my angel, he started to hum my lullaby. A.N. They now know about Jacob having the books. They're hesitant to know if it is a good thing or not. I have been asked about Jacob and he is going to disappear for a while. He has some catching up to do. You will at some point see his reaction to the books. Thank you for all reviews. Chapter 30. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 30. Selfish and Compromise. EPOV. I watched my sweet angel sleeping in my arms. Her warm body pressed against me and her face was peaceful. She clutched my shirt with her tiny hand. I reached down and moved a lock of her hair from her face and tucked it behind her ear. She let out a sigh and snuggled closer. I played with the charms dangling on her wrist, fingering mainly the lamb and my family crest. I thought of the last few days. The books had been hard to read at times. Despite our promise yesterday, there were times I found hard to keep my promise. But all the resentment I felt was to myself. I screwed up by leaving her and was now paying for it. Another man was after my Bella's heart. It nearly drove me insane when he begged her to leave me. I was scared for a moment that Bella's bookself would indeed choose him. He could give her what I couldn't. Bella's reaction warmed my dead heart. She had chosen me and never gave Jacob's offer a second thought. His response was to throw himself at her, and the only thing that kept me from crossing the line to get the dog's butt was the fact she had been in my arms, upset, needing me to comfort her. Bella wanted me for me. I was elated. Not because I could offer her immortality, but she wanted me. She wanted it to be my venom to bond us further. Her reasons against marriage was nothing personal either, which made me feel more relieved. I wasn't going to give up though. I wanted her as my wife, and no matter how long it took, I would wait until she was ready. I would also ask her in this reality rather than almost demand. She deserved better than that. I heard Charlie get up and move about the house. It was the right thing to do to speak to him. I was glad I did. The book didn't say if my Bookself did, but I knew I had to try harder in this reality to be on his good side. I owed it to Bella. I heard the front door shut and the cruiser leave. My angel started to get restless and her breathing change. In a few minutes her beautiful brown eyes opened and locked with mine. "Good morning, love," I whispered, kissing her cute nose. "Good morning," she smiled back at me. "Are you ready for another day of reading?" I asked her gently. She wrinkled her nose. "I guess the sooner we are done the better." She stretched and got up. An hour later we arrived at my house. She slid off my back and I grabbed her hand when I walked through the door. The rest of my family was waiting in the living room. "I know I can't tease her today, but that doesn't mean you're off the hook." Emmett gave me a grin. I rolled my eyes, knowing he was completely harmless. Emmett may like to tease, but he was loyal and caring. After Alice's vision yesterday, he more than wanted to protect Bella from Mike. Jasper was more than willing to. It was funny watching Mike squirm and his thoughts. I don't think I will have to worry about Mike for a while after yesterday. I sat on the couch, pulling Bella into my lap with me. She promptly snuggled in and wrapped her arms around my neck, kissing my cheek. "If everyone is ready, I do believe that it's my turn to read," Esme said sweetly as I opened up the book on her lap. "The title of this chapter is Selfish." Instantly I thought it had to be me. Bella was the selfless person I knew. The chapter started with Bella's bookself waking up after the long night. Apparently she was restless when she slept. I knew my bookself should have insisted that she stay behind and sleep. I felt more panic leaving for overnight hunting trip. It was too soon. I haven't even been back a week. "You're going. She will be fine. She will have fun with us since we're not holding her against her will." "See?" Alice calmed with her vision. In the vision the four women were laughing and making cookies. Bella was smiling. I felt more relaxed. I felt Bella's warm hand on my cheek. I turned to her. "You okay?" she asked softly, eyes looking concerned. I smiled and nodded. My bookself felt similar to me, that he should have made her stay. Bella's response had me smiling though. She told my bookself I had to consider part of the family. "I'm sure you're not going to have to twist any arms for him to accept that," Jasper said with a wink. I was happy the two of them grew closer. It made it easier letting him get closer to her than before without me getting worried about his control. Rose seemed to care for her more too, so I didn't mind so much when she was yelling at me defending Bella. I groaned inwardly about the mention of the wolf's present resting on Bella's wrist. I had been rude about it yesterday. She pointed out that her bookself accepted it, trying to get rid of Jacob. Where my bookself was during the ordeal still bothered me. I should have been by her side, after what happened the last time she was left with him. I knew Alice felt just as guilty. My other family members felt twinges of guilt that she was looking for one of us, not having any help. "You know, Edward, I think you're reading too much into the bracelet in the book. She appears not to given it a second thought since it has been on her wrist until you mentioned it," Rose pointed out. Which did seem true. "Would you have thought of accepting my gift if it was not a hand-me-down?" I asked, looking at Bella with the look that she called dazzling. She blushed shyly. "Of course I would accept that from you." She smiled softly, her eyes glowing with love. I knew when it was first mentioned my bookself must be talking about my mother's heart charm. So I could give my Bella gifts. I just had to keep it simple. I saw how much she loved the lion and CD. She didn't protest me getting her a cell phone. Maybe if I start out with small things I could eventually work up to bigger things. Give it to her Friday. Oh, and on the necklace. That way she can keep it separate from other charms and keep it close to her heart. Alice thought excitedly. I smiled. My bookself was annoyed that it seemed to be that I was the only not allowed to give her gifts. I would love to spoil Bella if she would let, which I knew she wouldn't. There is so much irony that they both think the other isn't good enough for the other. Why question it? Just be happy, Emmett of all people pointed out, but he was right. In the book the conversation ended when Alice called saying Bella was up to something. Apparently my own bookself was aware due to her sleep talking. I could feel the heat from Bella's cheeks with her sitting in my lap. She looked sheepish. Her dream in the book was about following Jasper in the woods to get to me in the clearing. Bella admitted she liked Jasper's idea of being in the clearing. I shot him a look, biting back a growl. "Sorry, my bookself really didn't mean any harm." Jasper looked apologetic. Bella and my bookself argued back and forth about her getting to the clearing. I had to hand it to her. She was very determined when she wanted something. We're going to have to tie her to a tree or something to keep her from coming, Jasper snickered. I'm not a dog, she huffed irritated. The rest of us choked back chuckles due to the irony of her statement. My bookself tried to distract her bookself from the topic by talking about the wolves. The wolves have secrets, oh do tell, Emmett lit up with curiosity. Besides Jacob being second in command, which was something he didn't talk about, Leah was a wolf. Huh, I knew it, Bella exclaimed gleefully. We should just learn to trust Bella on these matters. She's more often right than wrong. Now you just have to trust yourself too, Alice announced. She's right. My apologies for not believing you earlier. Carlisle looked over impressed with my Bella. Bella was beaming in my lap. My bookself went on to say how Leah didn't deserve her sympathies for how she was torturing the other wolves. Sorry, but she scorned women. She has reason to be bitter. It isn't like those boys are going to be understanding, Rose defended the female wolf. She's right. Leah's situation is harder than the others, Bella agreed with Rose. Leah in the book was making it rough, by bringing up things like Embry's paternity. I wonder if he knows who his father is, Emmett pondered curiosity. My bookself was running out of things to distract book Bella and she knew it too. I felt my Bella giggle in my lap. Her giggles ended fast with what came next. Her bookself was telling my bookself she had to be with me, because she was terrified of losing me again. That not being in the same spot with me during the fight would drive her insane with worry. And of course my Bella felt guilty for thinking that. She thought she was being selfish. I'm so sorry, my angel whispered, tears in her eyes. Bella, sweetheart, there is nothing to be sorry about, Esme told her. But she's trying to pull Edward out of the fight and you're going to need him for the fight. Her tears were overflowing. She buried her head in my shoulder and I held her tight. Bella, love, it is okay. I would rather you told me that than hiding it. I kissed her head. The rest of us will be fine without Edward. In fact, we might be better off without him with us. Jasper calmly told her, trying to calm himself with his power. What do you mean better off without me? I controlled my voice, trying not to upset Bella further. No offense, but when you're away from Bella you do tend to worry about her more than when you're with her. Your lack of focus won't help in a fight. Plus we should keep one of us with Bella anyways. We should have thought about it, Jasper explained his reasoning. I knew part me knew he was right. I would be worried the entire time. Plus the prologue showed it good for me to be there. More fun for me. Emmett was gleeful. I think anyone being secluded from their mate during the fight would be worried. Bella would be no exception, Carlisle spoke out in agreement. Bella, please don't feel guilty, love, as my bookself said to your bookself. She gave him a choice and he chose the best option. I felt her calm down in my arms. My bookself called Alice to stay with book Bella when I left to talk to the rest of the family. Before Alice could arrive, myself in the book asked who the third wife is. Well, it is a good thing we have these books since Bella's bookself isn't going to tell us, Jasper commented. We know you want to help, but sacrificing yourself wouldn't be a help, Carlisle told her sternly. You're helping us by keeping yourself safe. Alice tried to tell book Bella she worried for nothing. Book Bella wanted to know if Alice could let Jasper go by himself. Why is it different if it was Jasper? Bella demanded of Alice, wondering. I guess it really isn't, is it? If I was in your place and Jasper was in Edward's, I would probably feel the same. My bookself was probably trying to make you feel better, she answered. And even I would have stayed, if Alice needed me, like you need Edward, Jasper said, giving Bella a small smile. I saw my angel give him a small one back. Would it really be upsetting not fighting anymore? My angel looked at me. Her eyelashes were still damp. Upset. No, disappointed that I'm not going to take care of the things myself that is after you, yes. But I would be happier doing what you need from me. So I stand by my bookself's decision. I kissed her nose, going with the truth. Alice worked it out with Charlie to have Bella keep her company shopping, while the rest of us were on a camping trip. You know, Bella, for someone so perceptive, you can be slow at times, Rose chuckled. Well, maybe if I was warned it was coming, my Bella tried to defend herself. You can't lie though, so it wouldn't have worked. Alice pointed out, but Rose and I could help you with that. I had to smirk at the thought that Bella was happy to be kidnapped by me. I know my bookself must be very happy to spend alone time with book Bella as well. It seems like they didn't get to do any of that in this book. Alone in the house with a girl. Ooh, Eddie, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Emmett was teasing me. I rolled my eyes. I think my bookself is really going to enjoy that time with you, my angel said shyly, looking up at me. So will my bookself. I brushed a lock of hair away from her face as she blushed. Are we sure those two can be left unchaperoned? Jasper teased. Bella's blush increased. Please, it is Edward. Nothing is going to happen, Emmett laughed. But I bet your girl would be very happy if it did, he added for me alone. Bella and I were soon at the clearing in the book. Her bookself was happier. I was happy that my bookself was staying with her to ease her fears. Staying out would be the right thing to do. Bella's fears came back when she saw the wolves. I don't think you have to worry about the wolves. Even if they get hurt, they heal very fast. Much faster than you would, Carlyle tried to comfort her. I know, but it is just difficult for me to accept that because of me that it is happening. Bella sighed, leaning into me. Practicing uneven numbers isn't necessarily because we're outnumbered. It's just a good strategy to have just in case, Jasper informed Bella. I was unhappy that my bookself had to leave Bella with Jacob. She seemed like it was just love for a very good friend most of the time. The difficult thing was that it was obvious that Jacob thought different. She seemed to be petting the dog, not realizing how happy she was probably making him by petting him. The funny thing was, she was thinking of him as a pet dog, not a human being. Can we get you a pet dog, Bella? Emmett asked. No need for the wolf then. No, I'm okay. Thank you. I don't need a dog, warning Charlie when Edward arrives to the house. Bella rolled her eyes. A chapter came to an end soon and Esme handed off the book to Alice. Maybe to you the dog in wolf form feels like your old friend, because he isn't being as rude or trying to throw himself at you, Alice suggested to Bella. It could be. I'll never really know though, she shrugged. Alice got ready to read next. This chapter is called Compromise, she read. Bella's bookself was happy that she could get some people relatively safe from the fight. Well, that's good. Charlie should be safe in the ocean from all that, Bella sighed. Her bookself was on her way to my house in the book. She was trying to relax like my bookself had asked her to. Well, your bookself seems surer than before. You might be as ready as you can be, Carlyle noted. Was she? Nothing I said before could deter her. She was determined. She knew most of the facts and she handled it well. She believed she would have a soul. Her wanting it to be my venom touched me. We both wanted the same thing, in a sense. I looked down at her and she looked up to meet my eyes. She blushed then smiled. I will miss that. I knew now what I didn't before. It will be her decision to make about the change. I will no longer stand in her way, if that is what she truly still wants. So what is this human experience you still want? Alice asked if I knew that she too wanted Bella to experience everything she could before her change. Oh, I'm sure it will come out soon enough, my angel blushed even redder. Taking advantage of an empty house at a boy. Emmett wiggled an eyebrow at me. Bella noticed and narrowed her eyes at him. Hey, I'm just not allowed to tease you today. No one said anything about Edward, Emmett smiled innocently. Maybe Jasper is right. They just might need a chaperone, Rose giggled. Bella buried her face in my chest. I was glad that I couldn't visibly blush. The thought of a night alone with my Bella kissing that way in the book stirred so many emotions through me. I wanted to be with her in so many ways. I hated that I had to resist. I held her close to me. All right. Leave them alone, Esme told everyone. I could see the amused glint in her eye though. I beamed when Bella loved my mother's charm. Bella glanced up at me. It sounds really beautiful. You really want to give me something of your mother's? She bit her bottom lip. I removed her lip from her teeth before speaking. Absolutely, nothing would make me happier than for you to wear something of my mother's. I smiled down at her, thinking more of my mother's ring than the charm. Back in the chapter, Bella's was extremely nervous, trying to tell me something. What on earth would have her nervous to ask me for? Oh come on, you can't be confused to what she really wants, Jasper asked. I tried to think about everything. What was I missing? Jasper just chuckled, shaking his head. You're hopeless. Bella in the book was trying to go over everything that I wanted. She still wasn't happy about the marriage part. She made it sound like I was forcing her. She refused no extra time, but didn't fight too hard on the tuition. If you're going to look young enough to go to high school when we move around, Then I want to too, Bella explained. I didn't realize you liked school so much, Bella? Esme asked. I think it has to do more with fighting the girls off him, Alice giggled. Why can't I get you a new car? I pouted playfully. Because I love my truck, get over it. Bella glared teasingly back. What if the truck can't be fixed the next time? Jasper asked. Maybe, but it better break down on its own without any outside help. She glared more meaningfully at me. I held my hands up as a surrender. I remembered her threat to my vanquish. She would follow through too. Alice smirked. I already promised not to touch the truck, I reminded her. After some coaching, my bookself got book Bella talking about that she was afraid that she wouldn't want me the same way after she changed. She wanted a human experience before she was changed. Well, that is what my bookself wanted for her, so what would it be that she'd be afraid I wouldn't give her? Come on there, little bro. Have you seriously not figured out what she really wants? That concerns you? I looked at Emmett questionably, putting things together in my head, and then it clicked. I seriously think you're the last one to figure it out, Jasper chuckled. I looked down at Bella. Her face was redder than I have ever seen it, and she was avoiding looking at me. My bookself promised, but it was obvious he hadn't picked up on what she really wanted yet. She was trying to figure out how to be seductive, and I grew nervous. It was already hard enough to resist her in normal circumstances. We can help you out, Bella. That's what sisters are for. Alice beamed at her, while I glowered at the pixie. Don't they realize I don't want to jeopardize her safety? Relax, Edward, or you're going to hurt Bella's feelings. Jasper warned me. I looked at my angel, whose face was red and nervous. She looked like she was about to run. Could you excuse us for a minute? I picked her up and ran upstairs to my room. Careful how you phrase it, Alice called after us. I placed her on the bed. I grabbed a notebook and pen off my desk and knelt before her. I started to write so my family wouldn't overhear us. Bella, I love you more than anything. I would love to be with you that way. However, I could easily get caught up with being with you that way that I might hurt you without meaning to. I pushed the notebook to her. Why can't we try? We can start off slow and work our way there. You used not to be able to kiss me, and you do now. If we slowly build to it, maybe it wouldn't be hard. I really want this. She blushed and didn't look at me. It is still very risky. I tried to reason with her. So, if you never change me, we will do nothing more than kiss. I only feel this way for you, and I want to be with you more than anything. Please? I saw tears in her eyes and she bit her lip. I wanted to give this to her, but it was just too hard. Bella, the fact I could hurt you scares me too much. I ran a hand through my hair. That is why we work up to it. If it gets too hard, we can stop. Please, can't we at least try, please? I looked into her pleading eyes. She was even pouting. She has been around Alice too much. Please. She mouthed, touching my cheek with her hand. I hung my head and thought for a minute. Could it hurt to try? Maybe. If it works out well in the books, then we can try. My bookself may be hard to convince, though. Trust me, I know. She smirked at my last statement. I love you, Dido. She looked me in the eyes and gave me a big smile. I pulled her close and kissed her with as much passion as I could allow myself. I heard her heart speed up. I pulled back, breathless as she was. Let's go downstairs before they send Emmett to get us. I heard him laugh and pause halfway up the steps. She nodded and she allowed me to pull her into my arms to run down the stairs. Bella, are you doing okay with reading this? Esme asked, kindly concerned. Bella hesitated and Alice spoke up. I looked forward, and it doesn't get that bad. Might as well. I guess good day to challenge Emmett not to tease me. Bella smiled angelically. That's okay, you'll do just fine, Emmett thought. Alice started to read and my bookself didn't get it until Bella's bookself started to unbutton my shirt. My Bella buried her head into my chest. You should have just ripped it, Bella. That way he can't rebutton it. Jasper laughed and my sibling joined in. I heard a soft groan into my chest. In the book it started off an argument. Bro, why would you stop her from taking her clothes off for you? I hissed at Emmett. I'm with Jazz, you should rip your shirt. Edward would be so dumbfounded you may win the argument, Alice giggled. Ever seen a girl's boobies, bro? Emmett quitted. I spoke too low for Bella to hear. My bookself was harsher than necessary with Bella's bookself. In the process she had felt rejected. You didn't have to be so forceful when stopping her, Rose glared harshly at me. That could have been done a lot nicer. Esme was glaring at me along with Alice. My brothers and father were frowning. Dude, not cool. No wonder she felt rejected, that was too cold, Jasper thought. Bella, love, I'm incredibly sorry for that. It was uncalled for, my bookself should have handled it better. I rubbed her back and she just nodded her head. I had a feeling she was going to be buried into my chest like this for a while. Luckily my bookself realized he hurt Book Bella's feelings. You should feel horrified, Rose yelled at me in her mind. Oversensitive. Bella growled into my chest. She wasn't being oversensitive, you were being a jerk, Alice defended her. Yes, he was, I agreed. Smart move, son. You're in too deep to argue your way out of it. There is no list. You're the only one that counts, Bella hissed into my chest. That made me feel elated. Unfortunately, our bookselves were still arguing over the matter. Her bookself was worried about her not wanting my bookself after she was changed as much as she does now. My bookself had the concern over hurting her. Did you really need to break the bed? I saw you pull up a full-grown tree and throw it, for crying out loud. I know that you're strong, Bella's muffled voice asked. He was just trying to remind her. His biggest fear would be that he hurts you, I told her. I don't think you could hurt, Edward. It is like an automatic impulse in your system that stops you when you get too close. It has been that way since day one, Carlyle suggested. Bella's bookself seemed to think like Carlyle on the matter. I leaned down and kissed my angel's hair. I left my nose in her hair to breathe in her scent. Most of me prayed that she was right and everything would be okay. Book Bella was breaking my bookself down. Promising to marry me, if I had sex with her. Also promising to do other things I wanted for her if we just tried. Her bookself was pleading with me and I knew his resolve was going to fade just like mine did in the bedroom upstairs. The next thing I knew, we were getting very intimate in the book. I shifted a bit uncomfortable. I didn't want her to feel my obvious problem the images were giving me. Between the two of you, I'm going to be driven insane by the tension. Jasper was yelling at me. Perhaps we should stop. Esme suggested again. Please, it is Edward, nothing is going to happen, Emmett snickered. Although you should have just gone for it. She's right, you're not going to hurt her. Alice would have seen it and called to stop you. I knew he wasn't trying to be a jerk with the last statement. Soon in the chapter my bookself stopped us from going too far. He was insisted that they got married first. Bella pushed back from my chest with a flushed face to look me in the eye. She wasn't happy to say the least. Excuse me, you're the one who lies and has a hard time keeping promises. So why is it me that you think is going to go back on my word? Her eyes were flashing. That was true in the book, I grimaced in response. She has a point, out of the two of you, Bella would keep her word. First. Alice was in agreement. My other family members were on her side as well. Your bookself is just stalling, Rose pointed out. I do truly believe he wants to wait until marriage, though. The other part was unfair and untrue to say. I pleaded at Bella with my eyes for forgiveness. Our bookselves were now engaged in the book. My bookself was happy while Bella in the book wasn't as pleased. So are you happy now? You got what you wanted. Bella engaged to you. Rose looked at me with eyebrow raised. Bella was looking at me too, her face as subdued. No, not really. I rather she was happy that we were engaged rather than feel disgruntled and feeling like I was forcing her about it, I answered sadly. Well, you're the one who started it on that track. Carlyle reminded me. Oh, Edward, I certainly hope that you asking her properly in this reality. Engagement shouldn't be just over sex and other deals. The day the one you love asks you to marry them is a memory that lasts a lifetime or eternity. Make sure that it is a good one. Esme told me. Now in the book Bella was trying to get me to break down that night. My bookself was still resisting. She found it funny, thinking I was protecting my own virtue. Bella started shaking with laughter, trying to hold it in. The rest of the family wasn't as nice. To think my little brother corrupted by a little girl. I was getting tired of Emmett's thoughts. It's not my virtue, it's yours. I couldn't help but chuckle a bit and tickled her face with a strand of her hair, causing her to laugh out loud. My bookself went on about other rules he had broken that he didn't want Book Bella breaking so she could go to heaven. I agree with Bella, never die, never a problem, Emmett chuckled. Oh, a wedding this summer, so much to plan. Alice was getting excited. Please convince Bella to let me plan it. I shook my head and Alice pouted. Hate to burst your bubble, Alice, but there is no wedding this summer. It's only in the book. No one asked me yet in this reality. Bella's eyes were twinkling with amusement. Wait, does that mean she wants me to ask her? Alice shook her head. I'm not looking at that for you. You would have to ask and get a response like everyone else. Who cares what anyone in this small town thinks? Another week later and they will be on to something different. Rose rolled her eyes. But I knew Bella was more concerned about leaving her parents with the best resolve. My bookself suggested Vegas. No, no, you're not going to get married in Vegas. Alice was practically screaming. Alice, it is our wedding in the book. We will get married where we want. Bella stood her ground. It is our wedding. You can't tell us no, I said sternly. I would give my Bella whatever wedding she wanted. I didn't miss the fact she said, our wedding, rather than, our bookself's wedding. I wonder if that meant anything. Alice, we will respect what they want, without making them feel guilty about it otherwise, Carlyle said sternly. Is it possible you want to get married so soon to claim her as your wife, so Jacob knows there is no chance? Jasper asked. I shrugged. There is no chance for Jacob. I do belong to Edward in both realities. Married or not, Bella answered harshly, then froze and turned nearly as white as me. Oh my God. Jacob, and who knows who else, is going to read this. She looked sick. Don't you want Jacob to know that you belong to Edward? Alice looked confused. Yes, I want him to know I belong to Edward, that's not the problem. I rather them not read our intimate details, she said, red in the face. Are we really okay with the wolves reading these stories? Rose sneered. I don't know if there is much we can do. Carlyle sighed. Is Bella comfortable with them reading the books? I shook my head. We can try contacting the council and see if they will give them back. But damage has already been done. I'm not sure if it can be fixed, Carlyle told us. We can go get them, Jasper hissed. I'm sure he felt Bella being uncomfortable. We can't break the treaty. Carlyle ruled it out. Then I will go, Bella spoke up. Bella, that is really risky, even more than it was in the books, since you're not friends with Jacob in this reality, I told her. The best we can do is trying to reach the council. Carlyle ended the discussion. My bookself was asking Book Bella if she wanted her ring. I saw Bella cock an eyebrow. She refused at first, but when she thought she hurt my feelings she changed her mind. She apparently learned how to work me. You're in trouble now. Jasper thought as he was chuckling. I glanced at Bella, she was smiling mischievously. You go girl. You finally are learning how to turn the tables on him, Emmett commended her. She blushed, but giggled at Emmett's antics. Rose just looked at him and shook her head. Thank you, I think. Alice, please skip the description, I asked her. I didn't want Bella to hear about my mother's ring before I really asked her. Alice nodded. Why? You don't already have this ring, do you? Bella looked at me in surprise. Well, I would want to give you my mother's ring, but if you want something else, I trailed off sounding sheepish. I don't need you to buy me a ring, was all she said as she blushed and looked away. I smiled. My smile was even brighter when I knew she liked the ring and I had managed to get it on her finger. I just wished she was happier about it though. My bookself finally did the right thing, by getting down on one knee and asked her properly and she accepted. About time, you moron. You should have done it that way in the first place, Rose grumbled. Although in your bedroom is still tacky. Well, that was better. Esme smiled at me. What would you say? That wouldn't be nice. Emmett was curious. I don't know, because I wouldn't be rude about it. Bella shrugged and I felt her hand come up and behind my head as she ran her fingers through my hair. She turned and looked at me thoughtfully and I smiled at her. I knew she loved me. I just hoped I could convince her sooner than later to become my wife. Well, Emmett, you lost another bet, Jasper grinned slyly. Yeah, I hear ya, he grumbled. I hope that this chapter met expectations. Thank you for reviews. I think Edward should now realize that he needs propose better. Sorry if I disappointed any with Emmett not teasing Bella. He was challenged not to. But I think him getting Edward through his thoughts was better. Chapter 31 I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Myers does. Chapter 31, Trails and Fire and Ice. BPOV. I was still processing the last chapter, in my mind. Book Bella and Edward were engaged in the book. After book Bella basically pled that she would marry him if he would have sex with her. It felt wrong. We're getting married just so she can have sex and he will change her. I was never one of those girls who sat and thought about how I would get engaged one day, but somehow I couldn't help feeling disappointed and upset on how it happened. It also seemed a little like he just wanted to claim her as his. From his comment, "You belong to me and no one else," she was already his. I didn't miss the happy gleam in Edward's eyes though when Book Bella had his mother's ring on her finger on the book. I also didn't miss how disappointed he seemed how it all went off. Carlyle opened the book and got ready to read, continuing on. This chapter is called Trails. "Wait, you would give me back the ring?" Edward looked hurt. Oh boy, I thought, how'd I say this without hurting him further? Well, before we or my bookself is ready to tell people she wouldn't want to wear it. In a small town it could get back to Charlie I'm wearing a ring before I'm ready to tell him and he would be upset. Not to mention we are about to meet Jacob. No matter if I don't have feelings for him, he does for me. If he found out about the engagement he might be distracted during the fight or be so mad that he talks the wolves out of helping. I tried to reason. She makes a good point. Angering the wolves right before the fight wouldn't be to our advantage. Jasper agreed with me. I'm sure it wasn't personal. I took my hand to Edward's cheek and leaned in to kiss him. Isabella. Alice shrieked so loudly I fell out Edward's lap in shock and a vase broke on the mantel. You're not wearing sweats to your wedding. I forbid it. Alice, what I wear is my decision, I told her. She fumed. I didn't order your wedding dress for you to wear sweats, she huffed. I was confused and by judging the others' faces they were too. Alice, when did you order me a dress? I asked, extremely curious and confused now. A year ago last week, she answered, and then froze when she realized what she said. Alice, I wasn't in Forks yet a year ago last week. In fact, that was about the time I decided to come. I looked at her. She had a vision over a year ago that Edward and I were going to be married. She looked away and I looked at Edward who looked equal as shocked. Apparently Alice hid this well. Alice? Edward questioned. I think we should get back to the book now. Oh, look at that. A vase broke. I'll go clean that. She avoided answering, got up and left to grab something for the broken vase. I don't know if Edward had been in shock like me, but he finally noticed I was on the floor and picked me up. Are you okay? He asked and I nodded. I guess I should continue. Carlyle sounded amused as he started to read again. What, you two would have eloped and not have told anyone? I hope in this reality we at least know. Esme looked hurt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make anyone unhappy. I frowned. I knew Edward would probably want more of wedding ceremony anyways. Gee, I wonder why Alice is really in a bad mood. Emmett chuckled and Alice glared at him before taking her seat with Jasper. Why would it be snowing in June? I whined. That's right, you don't care much for snow, do you? Jasper laughed. Down sleeping bag my foot. I'm getting a heated sleep bag, I mumbled. You realize you're not going to actually need it. I doubt you're going to have go camping in the snow now, Edward told me. Book Bella and Alice were arguing over the wedding. Or should I really say Alice was laying the guilt on thick. So what, Alice, if I have the wedding I want, you'll no longer love me? I hissed at her getting angry. I didn't say that, she was on the defensive. No, but you did say if I loved you, I would do it your way. That isn't that much different. I turned away from her, tears of anger forming in my eyes. Alice, I don't care in what reality, but you won't guilt Bella that way ever. If, or when, we get married, the wedding will be her choosing. You're not going to be allowed to bug her about it unless she asks you for help, Edward growled. Okay, I'm sorry. I do love Bella. I'm just trying to make you happy. You know, Edward, you're not innocent for the guilt thing either, Alice said sadly. I'm well aware of what my bookself has done to screw up, and I already plan on making amends. Do you? His voice was still tight. Yes, I don't want to hurt her either. Alice smiled softly and Jasper wrapped his arm around her. Could we at least go to Vegas with you, if that's what you really want? Rose asked. At the moment, I don't even have any wedding plans, I answered, wondering if after all this, if Edward would even still want to ask me. But, in the book, Emmett started and I cut him off. Please, we all know that my bookself is going to give in to the evil pixie. I rolled my eyes and smirked. Alice in the book tired to convince Bella about a more traditional wedding, even using Esme and Edward as her persuading tools. Alice, you won't use me to guilt her, Esme reprimanded her, but I saw the wistful look. I knew she wanted to be there. I knew my Mother would want to be at my wedding. She would just want it to be much later in life. I looked at Edward and he looked nervous. If you want a more traditional wedding, why did you suggest Vegas? I asked him. I would want to make you happy. If you agreed to marry me, I would do it any way you want. I would be happy as long as I could call you my wife at the end of the day. He smiled softly at me. Somehow in the book, Alice thought my book self agreed to the wedding. Alice, I hope I don't have to repeat myself on this, but you won't force a wedding of your wanting on them. Let them have what they want. I would have hoped you would have learned your lesson last fall. Carlyle looked over the top of the book at her with a stern expression. We both flinched at the reminder and Edward's arm tightened around me. She only nodded in response. Wait, another diamond on me? The only other thing you gave me at this point is the heart charm. Is the heart a diamond? I looked at Edward. Yes, he sighed. We're afraid she wouldn't accept it otherwise, Jasper asked. Probably. He ran a hand through his hair. In the book our bookselves started to create the trail. Yes, definitely, leaving a few hair strands would help make the trail stronger, Carlyle approved. Our bookselves came to talking about getting married. Edward was telling me that I didn't have to let Alice have her way. I saw Edward shoot a glance at Alice, who just sighed and crossed her arms. They jokingly talked about having Emmett marrying them. I giggled at the idea. I saw Edward smirking at the idea as well. Alice looked horrified and most of the other Cullens looked amused. Emmett looked like a kid in a candy shop. Oh, can I, really, in this reality? He bounced in his seat. Without waiting for an answer he ran over to the computer in the corner of the room. Emmett, we haven't said yes, Edward called after him. What is he up to? Rose asked. He's getting his clerical license online. Edward rolled his eyes but smirked a bit. You know, with M as the officiate, we will defiantly have a blushing bride, Jasper chuckled. It was starting to seem that his whole family was on board for a wedding. The funny thing is he hasn't even asked me yet. I wasn't still complete sure if I was ready, however, I knew my hesitancy was starting to crumble. Carlyle kept reading since Emmett could hear him. Apparently, our bookselves were almost done leaving a trail when my bookshelf fell, cutting her hand. I saw Edward wince. It's just a cut, Edward, I rolled my eyes. I'm sure you remembered a first aid kit anyways for Bella, Carlyle chuckled. I bit back my chuckles and covered my mouth with my hand, when my bookself thought Jasper would love me spreading my blood around for the newborns. Are you trying to get me into trouble with Edward? Jasper started laughing. Emmett was laughing as well, as he came back to sit down. No, but wouldn't it work? I asked, not sure if my bookself was doing the right thing. Yes, it would work. But it wouldn't be worth you getting hurt or infected, Jasper said, still smirking. Edward in the book started to fix my hand. I was surprised to learn that Edward, though he was over the scent of my blood. Amazing. Your bookself is that in control of Bella's blood. Carlyle looked at us in amazement. Well, I hope I don't have to go thinking Bella's dead to get that much in control, Edward countered. How is it now? Jasper was curious, as well as myself. It definitely has been much easier than it ever been before, however, I don't want to test it out. Edward smiled and lifted one of my wrists to his nose. He inhaled, closing his eye, and then turned my hand over and kissed it. He did seem to be able to get closer to me this last week than before he left. In the chapter our bookselves finally met up with Jacob. Is it so hard for him even to pretend to be polite to you? I huffed. I would see through it anyways, love, Edward chuckled at my annoyance. Bella is right though, you're trying. You think he could at least try? Esme was in agreement. She probably didn't like seeing Edward hurt like I did. How did you expect him to take you to the site? As a wolf? Did you expect to ride him or something? Emmett laughed. I don't know, I guess I thought it would be better, so I wouldn't have to listen to him talk trash, I answered, turning pink. And apparently Emmett can't go a day without teasing Bella, Jasper smirked. Emmett stopped laughing and scowled. After Edward gave the directions in the book, they split up. I playfully hit Edward on the shoulder. He looked at me with one eyebrow raised. For someone who likes to claim me as his, you could have kissed me goodbye, I pouted playfully at him. My sincere apologizes, love. I promise to kiss you every time I say goodbye to you. He gave me his crooked grin. He leaned down to kiss me. Well, it did seem to work nicely on Newton yesterday. Jasper smiled and the brothers all FST bumped. Well, At least in this reality there are no vampires after you any more. Alice smiled cheerfully. I had to smile too. Victoria is dead, so no newborn army. As far as we knew, the Volturi didn't know I existed. Jacob in the book commented on the heart as well. Is it really that big? I asked wide-eyed. Would you no longer accept it if I said, yes? Edward questioned. I would just be too nervous that I would lose it. I know it must be special to you since it was your mother's, I told him. That was my real concern. It is special, which is why I would want to give it to you, he said lovingly as he kissed my neck, then gazed into my eyes. Rose returned me to my thoughts in reality when she spoke up. Bella is obviously not comfortable with him still. He is practically forcing himself again. We should have asked for another wolf to do it. And that kiss was an assault. I wasn't comfortable at all with Jacob talking about the kiss. It was obvious he was trying to kiss me again. At least Bella isn't taking any of his bullcrap again. She seems to be holding her own. Emmett smiled at me. Why didn't I bring that bat with me? I questioned after last time. Or maybe I should just bring pepper spray. I think the holding his breath could work nicely. Then he can't talk, Rose smirked. Kids, Esme said warningly. Please, it isn't like he doesn't deserve it, Edward scowled. My bookself mentioned she likes Jacob better as wolf because of the no talking as well. He thought it was because I didn't have to hide my true feelings for him. No, I'm pretty sure it is the no talking, I insisted. It was even truer in this reality. I do agree with you, nothing but insults come out of his mouth, Esme agreed. That dog has a real problem with personal space, Edward hissed, clearly irritated by the situation. In the chapter book, Bella was telling Jacob her concerns of the fight and her asking Edward to stay out. Needless to say that Jacob was less than sympathetic. Bella, it isn't going to be your fault if someone gets hurt. Even if Edward stayed in the fight, that wouldn't guarantee nothing would happen, Carlyle informed me. That dog is a jerk to blow your concerns off like that. If he really cared for you, he would at least try to comfort or reassure you, Alice frowned. I think it does prove I love you more. I love you enough to know that you need me with you, more than my need to go prove myself on the battlefield. He just loves the fact he can fight more. Edward's eyes were flashing. I kissed his cheeks and he took a breath and calmed down. Good Lord, she's not in love with him. Is he ever going to get it through his thick head? I snarled at Jacob's insinuation. I could pound it in for him, Edward growled. Edward, Esme said sternly. I'm not apologizing for that, he said calmer. Why couldn't you meet us where the trails cross? The sooner I'm back with you the better, I pouted. I'm sorry, love, apparently I didn't know it would be so uncomfortable for you. He kissed my cheek. You're going to want that dog to stay with you? Emmett was surprised. No, I would have my phone on me, and if there was a real problem and it didn't work, one of you could get to me then. Jacob is only staying for his own sick purposes, Edward growled. He probably thinks Edward is going to change Bella there or get lucky, Emmett teased. I blushed. Apparently he had given up on trying not to tease me. Close to the end of the chapter book, Bella found out due to Jacob's lineage he should be alpha and technically chief of the tribe. We should all be glad he didn't want Sam to step down. This boy is too immature to be chief or the alpha, Jasper commented. Could you imagine if he did? Then he would probably abuse his power to get at Edward or the rest of us, Rose sniffed. I agree, he has some growing up to do emotional and mentally before he would be ready for that, Carlyle was adamant. Bella, you can't be serious in the book? He isn't grown up, Alice asked. Not as much as she thinks. If he was mature he would accept it. I have chosen Edward and moved on. I ran my hand in Edward's hair and he sighed contentedly. Finally at the end of the chapter book Bella and Edward were reunited. What, no kiss? Hello, Edward. Prove to that dog she is your girl and kiss her in front of him, Emmett quipped. I won't complain, I told him, then blushed. I know you wouldn't, he teased, his eyes bright with amusement. He leaned in to kiss me and at the last moment pulled away. I pouted and narrowed my eyes. He leaned in again. This time I turned my head away and he kissed my head. Hey, this time he pouted. Well, maybe you shouldn't have teased her, Alice giggled. Carlyle handed me the book and I got ready to read. I opened the book and read the title. This chapter is Fire and Ice, I read out before continuing to the chapter. You didn't bring enough things to keep Bella warm, Carlyle frowned. Edward looked very worried. The storm was worse than they thought in the book, and my bookshelf was freezing. He grabbed 2 of the blankets and wrapped me up in them. Edward, my bookshelf is cold, not me here. Could you loosen them? I need to be able to read the book. He looked sheepish, but he did what I asked. Sounds like we should stock up on more winter camping supplies. Jasper looked mischievous. I guess we are going to have to make another trip to Newton's. Emmett smiled evilly. All 3 boys looked at each other and exchanged a glance that could only say that they were up to no good. I hope whatever they were planning that they did it on my day off. Let's see. We would need a portable tent heater, heated sleeping bag, and those packets that heat up and you can place in your boots and gloves. Alice was making a list out loud. Oh hell, that dog is coming in the tent, Rose hissed. Rose, enough. He is the only possible solution for her to get warm, Esme chastised her. Yes, but he is going to have to get too close for comfort to her for that to happen. Rose was still disgruntled. My stomach plummeted. There's no way in hell I would want Jacob in my sleeping bag. Edward was seething. I snuggled close to him and his arms wrapped around me. He grew calmer, but his eyes were hard. I'm not trying to pick on either of you, but, Bella said before that Edward's intimate touch makes her warm. So maybe you should be the one to heat her up in a more fun way. Emmett seemed like he was trying to be serious instead of his usual teasing manner. I would suggest changing me and letting me burn, but I knew that wouldn't go over well. Okay, so once I'm thawed out, can't he at least get out of the sleeping bag? I whined. Don't worry, I doubt he would try anything right in front of Edward, Esme tried to soothe me. Yeah, but I'm sure the dog is going to enjoy torturing Edward with his thought, Jasper muttered. Edward moved to pinch the bridge of his nose. I moved his hand and clasped it with mine and leaned and kissed his forehead. I wish I could be able to be that for you, he looked so sad. Edward, even if he is thinking of me, my only thoughts are going to be for you, I reminded him and kissed him softly. At least, Bella is trying to torture him back. Emmett laughed at my bookshelf getting pleasure at making Jacob jump with my cold touch. So what does the wolves smell like to you? I was curious. Wet dogs, a few of them answered at once. I wrinkled my nose. Great, Seth is there now. Now they can switch places, Alice hopefully suggested. My bookshelf fell asleep in Jacob's arms, or half asleep, as she seemed to overhear a conversation between Edward and Jacob. I wonder if you're dreaming or not. You do have interesting dreams, Carlyle pondered. Their conversation was interesting. Edward planned on answering Jacob honestly. You would really tell him those things? Rose asked. If it got him to stop thinking about Bella. Edward's voice was cold. I felt some guilt with him thinking I could really choose Jacob over him. I will never give him concern for that in this reality. When was the second time we would have thought Bella was dead? Emmett looked CNFUSED. I think he is referring to when James bit her, Alice answered him. I sometimes wonder if it would have been easier if Edward just let the change happen back then. Out of those options, only one is a good one, and that is the fourth, I told Edward. Why am I not surprised you think that? He chuckled. Well, face it, option 3 was just about the stupidest idea you ever had, Rose indicated. Option 1 is just never going to happen, Jasper chuckled lightly. And Bella is hell-bent against option 2, Alice smiled. Yes, I know, Edward sighed, resigned. Who does Jacob think he is telling your bookshelf to leave her? She wasn't happy and she was never going to be fully happy. I cried out in frustration at the book. I was half tempted to throw it across the room. Relax, I won't leave you. Edward kissed my cheek. You would consider Jacob being better for Bella? Jasper looked shocked. I might have though about it, doesn't mean I think he is, Edward sighed solemnly. Good, because he isn't. He's emotionally abusive and too forceful, Rose growled. Also, as your bookshelf points out, he hasn't imprinted on her. If she was his true match that would have happened. Carlyle was more thoughtful. I didn't want to think Edward could easily leave me if I thought I wanted someone else and always wait in the shadows. In the end of the chapter Edward asked Jacob about the third wife. I blushed, knowing that my bookshelf was just going to get herself into trouble. Please don't leave the tent. Who knows what he will do next? I shuddered thinking about the forced kiss. Nothing is going to happen, because the only person you'll share a sleeping bag with is me, Edward sighed decisively. I blushed crimson. Oh, Emmett started and Rose slapped her hand over his mouth. Jasper and Alice laughed. How about we get you some lunch, Bella? Esme changed the subject. N. Approaching the end of the book. Not sure when Alice ordered the dress, so I thought I would make it funny. All those camping items exist. I checked it out. Seems like Emmett couldn't help himself with not being able to tease Bella. Thank you for all the reviews. Also, a poll is on my profile that affects this story. Please check it out. Chapter 32. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 32. Monster and Snap Decision, BPOV. I sat down at the coffee table using Edward's legs to lean against with my sandwich. Okay, let's get this next chapter over with. It's called Monster, Jasper read with one eyebrow cocked. Book. Bella awoke the next morning overheated. It would have been a better idea if Jacob got out as soon as she was warm enough. Being too hot when you sleep isn't a good thing, the doctor of the house informed us. Another good sign that Bella belongs with Edward. She never mentions she is cold with him. But she does mention a few times that Jacob was too warm to be around for any length of time, Jasper pointed out. I felt Edward's fingers run through my hair. Edward helped my bookshelf out of the sleeping bag, but not without waking Jacob up rather harshly. Edward, that wasn't nice after he helped you guys out last night, Esme scolded. I'm sure it was a big inconvenience for him to cuddle with Bella, Rose snarled, and I grimaced. I didn't want to look back and see Edward's expression. My face grew grimmer as I forced a bite of my sandwich down. I hope whatever my bookshelf said while sleep talking wasn't that embarrassing. My stomach twisted a bit at Edward admitting it might make his top 10 worst nights. However, it did make me wonder about Edward's top 10 nights and if I fit in any of them. Jacob in the book was upset by this and ran off being rude to Bella. He could have been much nicer when you were telling him to be careful, Esme just sighed and shook her head. Is it so wrong to worry about him getting hurt? I sighed. No, the girls answered. Stupid boys, I grumbled when Edward talked about missing out on the fun. Tell me about, Alice and Rose said at the same time. Then they laughed. What? Our boys said in unison. I just rolled my eyes. Book. Bella got Edward to start telling him about his top 10 nights. All of them involved her. That is definitely true. He tugged on my hair, causing me to turn, where I was met with a kiss. I pulled away smiling and blushing. Book. Bella asked what she said in her sleep. Edward answered her, again with the, my Jacob. Edward sighed. Yes, but she explains it being the Jacob that is her friend, to Jacob who is a jerk, Esme soothed him. I think it is clear the Jacob that Bella likes is the side of him before the change. After he changes she rarely sees that side of him. Jasper was analyzing the situation. I frowned at the list of other top nights. Why are you frowning? Alice asked. Well, in this reality, most of those nights haven't happened, I said wistfully. In this reality you could add Christmas Eve and you could add Christmas Day Eve, Edward sighed softly. His words made me smile happily. In the chapter Edward's favorite night was the night we got engaged. I heard Edward sigh behind me. The chapter started going downhill when Jacob heard Edward and ran away in pain. Aw crap, I thought. I paused. My sandwich was halfway to my mouth. This isn't going to be good. Book. Bella was upset, to say the least, by how Jacob found out and that it was hurting him. She wanted to go after him. Bella, that wouldn't be good timing. You should wait until after the fight, Carlisle suggested. I know that, but Book. Bella would never forgive herself if she doesn't apologize to him and something goes wrong in the fight, I whispered. Edward in the chapter went after Jacob to bring him back. My bookshelf was realizing she was hurting everyone, especially Edward. I'm the monster, I whispered so softly, referring to the title of the chapter. A tear slipped from my eye. I dropped the sandwich back on the plate. I was no longer hungry. Edward sat down on the floor beside me. He tried to make me look at him, but my gaze was frozen on the plate in front of me. Bella, you are not a monster. My bookshelf knew he was outside the tent. My bookshelf brought up our engagement purposely for him to hear. You did nothing wrong. Yes, maybe he should have heard it from you, but I'm the jerk who needed to throw at his face, he insisted. Bella, he is right. You have too big of a heart to be a monster, Esme reassured me. I allowed Edward to pull me to his chest, but I still couldn't look at anyone. I would never join that fight knowing how upset you're up there, Edward sighed soothingly. I noticed he left out the part of fighting with Jacob. Eventually, Edward brought Jacob back to talk with me. His bookshelf was obviously hurt. I was fighting back more tears. I felt Edward wrap one arm around me, the other reached out to hold my hand. None of this is going to happen in this reality, Alice called to me softly. I felt Jasper's calm waves and took a deep breath. Book Bella tried to apologize to Jacob for hurting him and that she was taking herself out of his life. He commented how she could only make things better by staying. That dog is a glutton for punishment. I hope your book self stays strong in letting him go. Emmett's voice was hard. Now he realizes that he has been hurting you all this time and should have backed off. What a prick, Rose snarled. Jacob in the book basically said he would take himself out of the equation, and when I meant take himself out, I meant get himself killed. Damn dog. He's trying to guilt her even worse than before. He knows she would never let him kill himself. Jasper's voice was harsh. I can't believe he just did that. Esme shook her head disapprovingly. I saw Edward out of the corner of my eye pinch the bridge of his nose. I was too frozen to comfort him. Somehow, I don't think he wants you to beg him to stay. Carlyle's voice was cold. My whole body started to shake with sobs. I knew Carlyle was right. Sure enough, in the chapter, Book Bella asked him to kiss her, knowing it was the only way. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. My voice was trembling and broken as I chanted it over and over. I was slightly aware of Edward rubbing my arm. Just finish quickly, Jasper, it will do no good to stop now. It's almost over, Bella. Hang in there, Alice called softly. Jacob started to kiss Book Bella. At first she resisted and tried to stop it. Jacob accused her of wanting him dead and said to really kiss him. So he forced another kiss again. This time something snapped in her and she started to enjoy the kiss and realized a part of her loved him. I sobbed even harder, feeling my stomach twist and turn. I felt sick with my bookself. At least, even if she realized her feelings, she knew it wasn't enough. She even imagined her possible future with Jacob, but it disappeared almost as soon as she saw it. When the kiss ended, I flew out of the room and into the bathroom, getting rid of everything I had eaten that day. I knelt in front the toilet shaking. I felt cool hands hold my hair back and rub my back. When I was done, I leaned back. A pair of concerned golden eyes were looking at me. It's okay to take a couple of deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth, Jasper said soothingly. Alice handed me a wet cool cloth and sat beside me on my other side, taking one of my hands. I'm so sorry, my voice shook. I was terrified to think how I just hurt Edward. For what, Bella? It was in the book. You have done nothing, Jasper said calmly. None of this is your fault. I shook my head in disagreement. My tears were falling fast. But Jasper cut me off. Not one of us blames you for that kiss. He told you he was going to kill himself if you didn't. Even if he was lying, which he probably was, we all know you would have done it to save him. I would have been more surprised if you didn't, he informed me gently. I agree, Alice said, wrapping an arm around me. But she betrayed Edward. They're engaged. He must be so hurt. My voice trailed off as I sobbed. He isn't upset with you, Jasper answered. How can he not be? She realizes now that her heart doesn't completely belong to him, I whimpered. Because he understands why and he blames himself, not you. When he left you in the book, Jacob was the one who helped you start to heal, which placed a part of him into your heart. If Edward never left, then Jacob would never be there. Jasper smiled softly before continuing. If it makes you feel any better, it isn't the same kind of love you have for Edward. It might be stronger than brotherly, but it's not true love. Jacob continuously drilled into you with manipulations that you loved him, especially when you were most vulnerable. Jacob has manipulated you into believing what he wants you to think it is. But, it said a part of my heart belonged to him, I whimpered, tears still in my eyes. Yes, but even if you love Edward with your whole heart, it is not uncommon for parts to belong to others. For example, a part of your heart belongs to Charlie and Renee. Part of it, I'm sure, belongs to Alice, Esme and others in the family. Just because a section of our heart belongs to someone doesn't mean it is the same love or true love. His words made me feel a little better. What about the vision? I asked, sniffling. You mean the vision Jacob painted for you to see? It disappeared for a reason, Alice told me. Where is Edward? I asked softly. He stepped out. Even if he wasn't upset with you, he was with himself. Esme and Carlyle are talking to him. And Emmett is chasing Rose down from crossing the border to kick the dog's butt. Alice gave me a hug. Could you get him for me? I asked, hoping he wasn't too upset to talk with me. I'm right here, love. Edward's voice came from the doorway. Alice and Jasper hugged me quickly and then left us alone. Edward sat down beside me and pulled me onto his lap and hugged me tightly. Edward, he stopped me by placing a finger on my lips. Don't apologize for something you haven't done, he told me. Bella, even in the book it isn't your fault. I opened my mouth to argue, but he continued. If I never left you, you would never have found comfort with him. If Jacob and I weren't fighting over you, this wouldn't have happened. Jacob is guilty of manipulating you. I wasn't much better in the situation. I'm not innocent. I should have let him go earlier. Edward shook his head. He wouldn't have let you. What you did was unintentional. You never set out to purposely hurt anyone. In fact, you tried to do just the opposite. Jasper is right about that kiss. He tricked you into it, and I would have been more surprised if you didn't kiss him in hopes to keep him from killing himself. He kissed my cheek softly. My bookself deserves part of the blame, I insisted. And I disagree, so we are at a stalemate. He smiled softly. However, I bet we can both agree that it happened in the book and will never happen in this reality. So let's both let it go and not stress over it anymore. I saw the sincerity in his eyes burning bright. He leaned in for a soft chase kiss. Should we stop the book for the day? He asked. No, the sooner we are done the better. I moved to get up. No matter what happens next in the book, remember that I love you and I'm not leaving, not for anything. He took my hand and led me back to the couch. I sat in his lap and snuggled in and placed my face in his chest. I wasn't ready to face everybody yet. Edward's arms were tight around me, his face buried in my hair. There was only a slight bit of the chapter left, where Jacob kissed Bella briefly one more time before leaving her crying. Jasper silently handed the book over to Emmett for him to read next. This chapter is called Snap Decision. Emmett started reading. The chapter, his voice was more somber than its usual cheerfulness. I was wondering how many of them were upset with me. No one blames you for the book, Lil, sister, Jasper called softly. I felt Edward give my forehead a tender kiss. Of course we don't, please don't blame yourself either, Esme's voice was soothing. Emmett started reading the chapter. How are you going to stop Bella from dying if you're not willing to change her? He paused and asked. Emmett just read please. Edward avoided the question. Edward in the chapter was trying to soothe me. He wasn't mad at me. Apparently Jacob was going to kiss me no matter what. Why am I not surprised that Dog was so underhanded? Rose seethed. Just because Edward can't break his jaw, doesn't mean I can't. That mutt has messed with my family too much for my liking. Emmett's voice was cold. I let out a small whimper when I heard Edward admit he could see what happened through Wolf's mind. It's going to be okay, love, he whispered in my ear and then kissed it. Our bookshelves talked about what happened in the book. His reason for Jacob being in my bookshelf's heart wasn't much different than what Jasper told me. Bella, your bookshelf is already beating yourself up enough. I'm not going to yell and make you feel worse about it. What good would that do? Especially when I don't blame you. Edward's velvety voice questioned calmly. I heard him sigh and chuckle when I told him being understanding was worse. Edward in the book was willing to step aside and I told him to fight, then threw myself at him. Edward, either you have super strong will or you're incredibly stupid. Why would you keep resisting her? Emmett snickered. Because, I wouldn't want to take advantage of her in that situation. I rather our first time be under better circumstances. Edward kissed my head since my face was still buried. Edward in the chapter had several reasons not to at that moment. One of them was the fight was starting. Why is it always Alice you're worried about? What about the rest of us? Emmett complained. Of course I'm going to worry about Carlisle, Esme, Rose and Jasper too. I teased, looking up for the first time in a while. I'm sure my face was still red and blotchy. Emmett narrowed his eyes and cleared his throat. Did I forget someone? Edward isn't down there, I fainted innocent. There were a few snickers. Emmett just began to pout. Oops, and of course my brother Bear, Emmett, ISM led sweetly. He just chuckled finally and went back to the book. I'm a genius, finally someone noticed. Jasper smiled as Edward complimented in the book. Sweet, I'm finally getting some action. Emmett was excited. Rose just rolled her eyes at his antics. I couldn't help giggle at Edward's running commentary and advice he was giving about fighting while listening to the fight. How is that funny? Rose asked. He just sounds like Charlie when he is watching a football game. yelling out suggestions to someone who can't hear him. I sigh and ran my hand through his hair. All of a sudden something changed and Edward had us out of the tent and sent Seth away. Why did you send the wolf away? He could have helped you. Carlyle looked alarmed. Edward had stiffened, but he was still holding onto me tight. Maybe it's part of the plan. Because of the complication earlier, Edward was nervous. My bookself thought something happened in the clearing and was going to demand to be taken there. Bella, bleeding in the middle of the fight wouldn't be a good thing. Yes, it would drive the newborns crazy, but with the exception of myself and Edward, it would also affect the members of this family. Carlyle was stern in telling me. I bit my lip. It was obvious Bella didn't think of that. Actually, it would affect me. Just because my thirst wouldn't be affected doesn't mean I would be distracted by the fact that you're hurt and lose my focus. Edward rubbed my arms. However, Bella was wrong and it was Victoria and Riley. They arrived at the campsite. Edward started growling and held me tight to him. Well, now we know how Edward was outnumbered, Jasper mumbled. Could have been worse. Knowing myself, I'm sure I had Seth hide to surprise them. Edward seemed confident of the situation, but his grip on me stayed firm and protective. Turns out he was right too. Just before Riley could attack him, leaving me open for Victoria, Seth leapt out and attacked Riley. I held my breath and held onto Edward tight as I listened to the fight. Please, breathe love. It's just a book. I'm fine. He kissed my cheeks and played with my hair. I really doubt Edward is dancing with Victoria, Jasper chuckled. Shut it. I want to know if this ends well. My nerves were fried. It all seemed to be going all right until Seth appeared to be hurt. Oh no, poor Seth, Esme cried. Bella got nervous and wanted to help, so she got a sharp rock ready to cut herself. Edward groaned. Bella. I know, I mumbled. Turns out that Seth was faking, but Edward had to act quickly to remove one of Riley's arms after he threw Victoria into a tree. Ew, your body parts still move on their own when they aren't attached? I asked, grossed out. Hence, why we have to burn them, Emmett replied. Seth nearly destroyed Riley all by himself, with the exception of the one arm. Edward taunted Victoria to keep her from running, until he destroyed her himself. Bella is right, you're the only one fast enough to catch her, Alice cheered. I felt Edward's lips on my neck. Your neck is the only neck that I have ever and will ever kiss, he mumbled into it, kissing it over and over. My hero. I pulled away so I could kiss him on the mouth enthusiastically. He returned with same amount of vigor. Clearing of a throat brought us both back to reality. My face blushed bright pink. Good job, son. Carlyle smiled at him. His brothers gave him high fives. And it was done without anyone cutting themselves open. Jasper smiled Riley at me. Well, how was she to know Seth was faking it? She wanted to help, I grumbled. Edward sighed and kissed me. Promise me you'll never intentionally hurt yourself, no matter the circumstances. Edward stared into my eyes with such intensity and I forgot to answer him. Bella? I blinked and he gave me crooked smile. Promise me. Promise you what? I was confused. I could hear some laughter. Promise me you'll never intentionally hurt yourself no matter the circumstances, he repeated. I promise, I smiled. Difficult chapter to write. I hope everyone is happy by it. I chose Jasper mainly to calm Bella down. 1 because of his gift and 2 he seemed best to explain what her bookself was going through. Feeling wise because it seems to be alluded to him having a background for it. I couldn't make Edward mad at her when he wasn't in the books. Thank you for all reviews. Don't forget to check out my poll. Chapter 33 I do not own Twilight or its character. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 33. Mirror and Ethics, BPOV. Rose opened the book and prepared to read. This chapter is called Mirror. She smiled. The chapter started at the end of the fight. Edward, I know getting the pieces burning is important, but you should check on Bella. Esme reprimanded him for ignoring Bella as he was cleaning up. Okay, seriously, why hasn't your bookself said anything yet? She is freaking out that you might have gotten hurt avoiding her like that, I huffed. I'm sorry, love, I'm probably upset that I just had to kill in front of you. Edward was hesitant in answering. Edward, you just saved her life and yours. Why would that upset her? I kissed his jaw. Look, Edward made friends with the puppy. Maybe we can keep him, Emmett said excitedly. Everyone glanced at him as if he had lost it. He is still a human being, Emmett. We can't keep him like a normal dog. Carlyle tried to speak sternly and tried not to laugh. I'm sure his mother wouldn't like it too much. Esme suppressed a grin. Edward's bookshelf started approaching Bella as if she was a crazy person. She was fine, but was questioning Edward's behavior. I'm not too sure if Bella is the one we should be concerned about losing it, Jasper snickered. Finally, she was able to unfreeze and make sure Edward was unharmed and started kissing him over and over. Now, that's a hero's welcome, Alice giggled and Edward beamed. I started laughing when Edward's bookshelf thought mine would be scared of him. When are you going to learn you're never going to scare me off? I couldn't stop laughing. Must have been all those times she's been dropped on head as a baby, Jasper teased and I shot him a glare and Edward growled. Wait until next time? Several voices reacted to Book Bella saying she would ready to fight the next time. Life is never going to be boring with Bella in it. Emmett laughed so hard he shook Rose, until she shoved him off his seat. That is true. Edward's eyes twinkled as he looked down at me and I blushed. Book Bella was in the process of asking about the complication, when one of the wolves got hurt. Darn wolves. Bella was right, they didn't take it seriously. Now one of them is hurt. They should have kept track of their numbers. Jasper sounded irritated. Which one got hurt? Esme asked in concern. I'm not sure, let me keep reading, Rose said in huff. You could tell she didn't care too much about the wolf. Edward was running Book Bella back to the clearing. On the way, he told her the Volturi was coming and they had to be there. So they really did hold back in hopes of destroying our family. Carlyle's voice was cold and disbelieving at the same time. Book Bella insisted on Edward telling her about which wolf was hurt. Hesitantly, Edward finally explained what had happened. Jacob was hurt helping Leah. Book Bella passed out. Great, now she is going to blame herself, I thought. Good, he got what was coming to him, Rose snarled. Rosalie Hale, Esme scolded. What? He hasn't done nothing, but caused harm. He hurt Bella repeatedly and he hurt Edward. Why should I have any sympathy for him? Rose huffed. The wolves helped us out if a tight situation. Carlyle's voice was stern. Wolves, yes, but I still say that Jacob has caused more harm than good. Rose wasn't going to be swayed. Luckily, Jacob was going to be okay. You believe I would lie to you about Jacob being okay? Edward sounded hurt. Well, it wouldn't be the first time you lied to protect me or make me feel better. I leaned my forehead to his cheek. Carlyle chuckled at the thought of him going to veterinary school. It would be a change if I did that for a while. He looked amused. While waiting for the Volturi, Book Bella noticed a newborn in the clearing. She appeared to be about 15. It gave me a harsh view of a newborn. Oh, that poor girl. I hope we can help her, Esme was concerned. Odds are the Volturi may not let us, Jasper said dryly. Alice shook her head and gave Jasper a kiss on the cheek. See, Edward isn't the only overprotective one, she giggled at Jasper protecting her in the book. The Volturi arrived questioning the scene. You know, in hindsight, it is going to make us look stronger than we are to the Volturi. Jasper seemed worried. Which will make us look more of a threat, Edward hissed, pulling me to him. The Volturi got their answers and tortured then killed Bree, the young vampire. They hinted at Book Bella needing to be changed soon and that they didn't intervene sooner in hopes that the Cullen family would be broken up some. That poor girl, Esme softly sobbed. We will definitely have to make sure we keep a low profile. We don't need to bring ourselves to their attention, Carlyle sighed. Sounds like they will be checking up on her, sooner than later. She should be changed soon before they find out about her. Particularly if we want to avoid detection. Alice looked over at Edward. Bella will be changed if and only if she wants to be. None of the rest of us will have a say in it. Edward's voice came evenly back. None of us? Emmett raised an eyebrow. So I didn't miss what it sounded like Edward just said. Edward was silent. His family was all looking at him. Edward? I asked softly, watching his face bring one hand to touch his cheek. He sighed, then looked down at me. If this is what you truly want, it should be only your decision, and I do mean what you want. Not you making the decision based on anything, like you think you would be protecting us from conflict from the Volturi or wolves. I will not fight against it anymore. I want you to be happy and not to have any regrets. He smiles hesitantly at me. I do want it. You would be the one to change me? I bit my lip. I didn't want to get too happy too fast. Edward frowned and looked nervous. I would be there to help you, son, Carlyle offered. I will try to be the one. But, I would like to ask you one thing first, Edward answered. This better not be a whole marriage stipulation thing, Rose interceded rather harshly. It's not. I learned my lesson on that front. Would you please wait until after graduation, so you could have a little more time to say goodbye to your family and it would make your disappearance a little easier? He smiled, taking my hand in his. I can do that. Thank you. I threw my arms around his neck and peppered his face with kisses, then kissed him hard on the lips. He kissed me back, placing his hands on the small of my back. My hands slipped into his hair. Well, maybe some good did come from this book after all. Edward was on board finally with me being changed, and I couldn't be happier. Edward, sorry to interrupt, but it is your turn. Rose smirked, breaking us out of our kiss to hand him the book. I leaned into his chest and smiled happily. Right, then this chapter is called Ethics, he started to read, pausing to kiss my cheek. The chapter started out with Alice giving Book Bella a makeover. She didn't want to be there, she wanted to go check up on Jacob. Your bookself shouldn't be so worried. It would take a lot to permanently hurt one of the wolves or kill him. Jacob will be fine, Carlyle informed me. I know, but she worried about something like this happening. She is going to feel guilty until sees him for herself, I mumbled half-heartedly. Wait, Edward, your bookself is there? Emmett questioned. Probably to help Carlyle, both medically and for my mind-reading abilities. Plus, I'm sure I wouldn't want anything to happen to Jacob since I would know it would hurt Bella, he answered calmly. I slipped my hand into his hair and ran my fingers through it. Apparently, Book Bella was also worried about other things. She was worried about what kind of newborn she would be. Secretly, I was glad to see her focus on still being a vampire and not just worried about Jacob. Everyone is a little different, especially if they have a talent. Sometimes, though, those talents aren't discovered right away. I believe these three figured out sooner than later. Carlyle answered, looking over at Alice and Jasper, who nodded, since he already knew the circumstances with Edward. It would also be interesting for Bella since she has chosen it, Jasper surmised. Well, our little Bella isn't a normal human. I'm sure C should make an interesting vampire, Alice exclaimed excitedly. Maybe she will still be clumsy. Emmett snickered and Jasper joined in. I groaned, I hope not, or there will be an eternity of endless jokes on the hands of these two. I cringed when I thought about how they had to re-break Jacob's bones. After all this, at least we have built a trust with the wolves, Carlyle smiled. It will be good to have some sort of allies, than more enemies, Edward agreed. Book Bella was then asking why Alice could see her and Jasper could affect her while Edward, Arrow and Jane couldn't. It does make sense. Alice and Jasper affect the body, while others need access to the mind to work. Your talent is probably a mental block or shield. Carlyle seemed to affirm earlier beliefs. Although, who knows once she is a vampire? If it is this strong while she is human, there is no telling when she is a vampire how strong that shield may be, if it is true. Over time, she might be a physical shield or she might be able to extend her shield to others. Edward seemed to be at odds and excited at the possibilities. It was the first time I heard him talk positive of me being changed. Or she might be able to lower it and you could hear her, Jasper suggested, and Edward's eyes lit up. He smiled and kissed my forehead. The last question Book Bella asked was if she still saw her becoming a vampire. Were you beginning to have doubts? Rose asked. No, she knows her path. But she was probably asking more if she was making a good decision or not. I felt Edward's arm tighten around me. Charlie was a little suspicious when my bookself got home. They talked about Jacob's accident. It is quite ironic that Jacob ratted you out on the bikes and the story is now that he crashed on one, Jasper smirked. Deserves him right, Rose muttered. Another plus on this is that Charlie sees Edward in a better light, Esme smiled and I rubbed the back of his neck with my hand. Edward gave us both a smile. Before Book Bella could leave, Charlie asked that before she ran off with Edward or did any major changes to at least say goodbye. I sighed sadly. This past year was the most I ever spent with him. I was going to miss him. Apparently Charlie is being very observant, Carlyle indicated. Book Bella made her way to La Push and her first thought was that she missed Edward. She knew she couldn't live without him and needed him. But that it wouldn't be right to ask him to hold her hand while she was breaking another guy's heart. Edward kissed my cheek. Bella, I don't think there is anyone here in La Push that doesn't recognize the sound of that truck. Emmett laughed and Jasper joined him. We can hear you start that truck at Charlie's from here, Jasper added, and everyone was laughing but Esme and me. Can you really? I asked, looking at Esme, because I didn't trust anyone else. No, dear. They're giving you a hard time, she smiled. Jacob knew her decision as he saw Book Bella. He also seemed doped up. Dr. Fang, Emmett snickered at Carlisle's nickname. Jacob first apologized for leaving me with Edward, but got upset when he found Edward wasn't mad at me. Of course I am not mad at Her. She did nothing wrong. Did he forget that I would have seen him lie to her to get her to kiss him? Edward snarled. Edward would never physical hurt me. He almost makes it sound like he wished he had. I was both disgusted and hated the thought. What the hell is with him thinking it's okay for them to both manipulate Bella to love them? Rose hissed. My bookself threw it in Jacob's face about the fact that he threatened to kill himself if she didn't kiss him, then took it back. You didn't have to take it back, it was the truth, Jasper told me. It turned out Jacob didn't blame her either. However, unlike Edward, he was able to yell at her. Jerk, any decent man would never yell at a lady. Esme appeared angry. How is it right to yell at her for kissing him, when he practically threatened her that she had to? Alice was bitter. I heard the slight tighten of Edward's voice when my bookself broke down crying. Jacob said he would back down since he loves her more. Please, if he loved her more, he would never put her through this. Emmett's voice was dark. I felt guilty when my bookself said in another reality she and Jacob would be soulmates and have a future she would want. She told him, though she never had a choice. It had always been Edward. Edward just rubbed the back of my hand with his thumb. I wouldn't give up this reality for anything though. I kissed Edward on his jaw. With Jacob reading these books, he might realize it is lost cause trying to win your heart from Edward. In this reality you might be able to be friends, Carlisle suggested. Maybe, maybe not. I don't exactly trust Jacob now in this reality to test that theory. I also don't want to chance hurting anyone, I said, leaning my head against Edward's shoulder. They briefly talked about Book Bella's plans for the future. Bella said goodbye and he told her he would still be waiting. He needs to give up already, Rose groaned. It's interesting you called Jacob your son, but you refer to Edward as the planet you revolve around and that you're the moon. Jasper was thinking it over. I just blanched at thought. Jacob isn't my son in this reality. I do truly hope he finds someone. He needs to move on, I sighed. So do I. Maybe he will finally leave us alone, Edward sighed, then kissed my nose. Another chapter done with, just one more in the epilogue. He handed the book over to Esme. Thank goodness, I sighed, hoping it had to go uphill from here. Eclipse is almost over. Thank you for all reviews. Please check my poll if you haven't already. Chapter 34. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 34. Needs and Choices. BPOV. Okay, let me see here. This chapter is called Needs, Esme said softly. Edward pulled me close into his arms and I happily snuggled into his chest. Book Bella didn't make it far before breaking down crying and Edward came to get her. Why would you come? You shouldn't be the one to comfort me over that. I wouldn't want to hurt you even more. I asked sadly, my eyes wide as I looked at Edward. Bella, your bookself needed me, Edward sighed softly. She might be right, though it should have been me, or maybe even Esme, Alice suggested. Bella eventually made it home and Charlie questioned why she did it then. Your bookself was right to do it then. The longer you prolonged it, the worse it would be, Rose agreed with my bookself. Over the course of the night, Book Bella cried for hurting Jacob and also hurting Edward. She was also upset in realizing the two magnets were herself in two halves that she was trying to push together that wouldn't work. Ah, so that's what the magnets mean. Emmett seemed content. Edward just shook his head and played with my hair. Lastly, Book Bella went into hysterics over Edward seeing her cry for Jacob. See, maybe it would have been better if I was there, Alice mentioned, and Edward scowled. I could have helped too, Jasper suggested. No, she needed to cry to get it all out of her system, Esme said quietly. By the morning, in the chapter she had it all out of her system. Edward questioned her choice. She made the right decision. She was able to cry Jacob out of her system overnight and she just wasn't crying over just Jacob, but Edward too. But, when Edward left, Well, we don't need to go into that again. Anyways, I am right about this. I am a genius after all. Jasper smiled brightly. I couldn't help but laugh. Great, that's all we are going to hear for the next century, Emmett grumbled. Book Bella told him using a quote from Wuthering Heights that she knew who she couldn't live without. I felt Edward nuzzle my neck with that statement. His bookself repeated a quote with something to the similar affect. I smiled at the part about the soul. You know, I think my bookself is right. Maybe all this time I didn't believe I had a soul, because, for over 100 years I was without you. You're my heart and soul, Bella. I blushed and I heard the girls sigh. Edward kissed my nose. That is just sappy, Emmett snickered. It's sweet, Rose glared at her husband, who rolled his eyes. First thing Book Bella wanted to do that day was to see Alice. And why are we seeing me? Alice looked all smug and happy. Probably to see you about going to Vegas. I did say you could go with us. I smiled sweetly, trying to keep a straight face. Her face fell while she narrowed her eyes and huffed. It didn't take us long in the book to discover why they were visiting Alice. Yippee! I get to plan your wedding. I get to plan your wedding, Alice chirped repeatedly, bouncing in her seat. In the book, Emmett chanted back at her. Alice looked confused for a minute then started to pout. Well, at least it's a start, darlin', Jasper kissed her cheek. Alice in the book agreed to my rules and then asked if I wanted to see my dress. The dress isn't really upstairs? Is it? Rose asked. Doesn't matter, no one will see it but me and Bella. Edward can't see it before the wedding, Alice said decisively. So that's a yes? I asked. She kept her lips firm. I glanced at Edward and he was smirking. I suddenly had the urge to run up to her closet to check. Don't you dare. She glared at me. I leaned back into Edward's arms. Alice, he warned. She relaxed against Jasper. She beamed again when she found out how Book Bella made Alice her maid of honor. Edward took Book Bella to our meadow, where they discussed all her plans. Edward in the book called all deals off abruptly. I looked at him with hurt eyes. He looked confused though, so I didn't say anything. See, Bella, isn't that who is going back her word? Rose gave Edward the evil eye. Turns out that Edward wasn't backing out of the deal. He just wanted to give her what she wanted, no strings attached. Now he comes to his senses, Rose muttered. Edward in the book was upset with himself, thinking all his choices for her were always wrong and he continuously hurt her, time and time again. He wanted her to be happy by doing it her way. He was ready to change her that night and he was also ready to give her what she wanted. He started kissing her and things quickly heated up. Mortified, I buried my head once again into Edward. Well, it's about time, little brother, Emmett snickered. Please, you don't think they will honestly go through with it? Jasper was suppressing a laugh. Good chance, it's usually Edward who stops them and he is the one who is initiating it, Rose giggled. Children, if you can't behave yourselves we are stopping now, Esme sounded uncomfortable. My bookself ended up stopping Edward. Ah, come on. Bella, I thought you wanted it, Emmett sounded disappointed, which I found slightly disturbing. Good, I am glad that Edward actually responded correctly when you wanted him to stop, Rose said approvingly. Would there even be any doubt? Edward would never force himself on me. I looked up to kiss Edward's cheek and he smiled and gave me a hug. Absolutely not. Edward was raised as a gentleman. Esme spoke highly of him. In the book though, Edward wanted to continue by telling Book Bella he wanted her right now. I caught Edward's darkened eyes with mine. I blushed and looked away. He looked away too, rubbing the back of his neck, looking sheepish. We both shifted uncomfortably. Jasper looked amused, but uncomfortable at the same time. Are we sure Edward is a gentleman? Emmett snickered. I glared at him. More than you, Edward shot back. Sorry, love. I wanted to say that's okay. I don't mind if you want to jump me in this reality, but I kept my mouth shut. Book Bella stopped Edward, telling him she wanted to do everything right. Don't you realize by now that what makes Bella happy is making sure others are happy? Carlyle grinned. Yes, though sometimes I wish she would put herself first and not everyone else. Edward kissed my neck and laid his head on top of mine. The chapter ended with my bookself telling Edward that had to go do something highly dangerous. I felt Edward freeze above me and the other Cullens look at each other in alarm. What on earth now? Alice asked. And why are you so amused? Jasper looked at me, curiously. I shrugged. I had a feeling that I knew what was coming. Sure enough, Book Bella was telling Edward it was time to go tell Charlie, and it was a good thing that he was bulletproof. At this we all started laughing. I'm sure Charlie wouldn't really try to shoot Edward, Carlyle said through his laughter. Edward kissed my hand and just chuckled. Esme ended the chapter and handed the book to Alice. Alice wasted no time getting ready to read. Let's finish this. The epilogue is titled Choice. It also appears to be in Jacob's POV, she announced with a raised eyebrow. Ick. Rose looked disgusted. My thoughts were similar. I didn't want to hear what he was going through. It would only make me feel guilty again. Apparently, Jacob was trying to be off by himself to sulk, and Leah was bothering him. She wanted him to get over Book Bella, because she didn't want to be grieving or fantasying about Book Bella. Wonderful. So the whole pack is now thinking inappropriately of my Bella, Edward growled. I rested my hand against his cheek and he calmed down. Jacob shot back at Leah about her still grieving over Sam. I'm so glad we can't read each other's minds. Imagine the torture that would be, Emmett commented. The rest of us looked at him skeptically. Yeah, just imagine, Edward sighed dryly. Oh, sorry about that, bro. Emmett looked sheepish. Edward just snickered. From the sound of it, Book Bella choosing another guy isn't what bothered him. It was her choosing to be a vampire. Do you think he fought so hard, not because he loved Bella, but because he didn't want her to be a vampire? Alice brought up. That is a good possibility, Jasper confirmed. Apparently, Jacob received a wedding invitation. I thought Book Bella made it clear that she didn't want him invited. I was slightly annoyed. I may not care for Jacob right now, but there was no need for us to rub our wedding in his nose. I don't think it would have been me. Not that the dog knows anything. I'm sure you saw the wedding invitation and liked it. I would not choose something that wasn't of your taste. Alice defended herself. Maybe Charlie insisted. Rose offered. That could be a possibility. It turned out it was Edward, and he looked guilty in this reality. Edward, it is really inappropriate to invite him to your wedding. Esme looked disapprovingly at him. Would you really want to see Bella marrying someone else? Wouldn't that hurt you? Jasper questioned. It would kill me to see her marry someone else, but if at the same time, if that was what she wanted and she was happy, then I would somehow try to be happy for her. Edward's voice was solemn. I'm not going to choose someone else. I kissed him. As a result of receiving the invitation, Jacob lost it and ran away from everything and himself. I felt a twinge of guilt over the turnout. I heard Edward sigh and look equally as guilty. Well, that was the end of that book. Alice dropped the book on the table. I felt relief, only one book to go now. Most likely, in the next one we would get married and hopefully I would be changed. I was still elated by the fact that Edward finally agreed to change me. No strings attached that I couldn't live with. I could wait until the summer. It was worth it, considering what he was agreeing to. Should we start the next book or take a break? Carlyle asked. I glanced at the clock. I should get home and make dinner for Charlie actually, I told them. Maybe it's safer to take a couple days break. I know some of us may need them. Jasper glanced at me. Sounds good. We can start again after the guys get back from their trip, Alice said decisively. I stood up to stretch. The other Cullens got to their feet as well. Here you go, Bella. Rose handed me my keys. You fixed my truck already. Thank you, Rose. I thanked her warmly. No problem. She smiled, but I could tell she was hiding something. Shall we? Edward gestured to the door. I went out front to where my truck was waiting. Edward opened the driver's door, so I could get in. I went to start up the truck, preparing for its roar. The truck started, but the roar never came. I looked around confused. No, this was definitely my truck. I heard laughter come from the front porch. Rose gave the whole engine an overhaul. It should be quieter and faster now, Edward grinned. Thank you, again, Rose. Even though I loved my truck, I wasn't going to miss its noise. I headed out back to Charlie's with my Adonis at my side. We pulled into my spot at Charlie's, and before I could cut the engine, Edward had my door open. Is it all right if I stay for a while? He asked politely. Stay as long as you like. I threw my arms around his neck. He chuckled. You may like that, but I don't know about Charlie. We entered the house and I went into the kitchen to make my grandmother's stroganoff. Edward offered to help me out. We worked silently for a while. While we waited for it to cook, Edward pulled me into his lap. You know, I'm getting used to sitting on your lap. It's going to be odd sitting anywhere else, I teased. Then don't, he whispered as he started kissing my neck. That might get a little awkward at school. I tilted my head to give him better access. He chuckled and pulled away. His face was serious now. Bella, if you want to choose another path with your life, please don't feel obligated that you have to stay with me, he said seriously. Edward, I love you. I know what it's like not to have you in my life, and I don't want to ever go down that path again. I don't feel obligated to be with you. I feel like the luckiest girl on earth, I told him. He smiled, then kissed me with a surge of passion. I turned in his lap and straddled him. My hands flew into his hair and I felt him caress my back, pressing me into him. He moved from my lips to my neck to give me a chance to breathe, then moving back to the mouth again. I felt my heart race and pound against my chest, but for once I didn't care, nor did I want it to stop. Edward pulled away and I felt lightheaded. Luckily he was still holding onto me. You two are just too cute. I jumped, turning to see Alice in the doorway. Gee, Alice, come right in, I said sarcastically. It wouldn't have done any good luck to knock. You wouldn't have heard us. She giggled. I saw Jasper appear from behind her, looking highly amused when she said us. At least they didn't bring Emmett. I thought it would be better if we pop in, rather than let you two get caught by Charlie in a more embarrassing situation. I blushed red and moved off Edward's lap to check on dinner. I slightly swayed and Edward steadied me. Hello? I heard as Charlie opened the front door. In the kitchen, Dad, I called back. Oh, hello everyone. Alice, Edward and I don't believe we've met? He looked at Jasper. Jasper Hale, sir, Jasper said politely. Right, you're another one Dr. and Mrs. Cullen's adoptive kids, Charlie questioned. Yes, actually, Aunt Esme is my real aunt. She took my sister Rose and I in, Jasper replied in his southern charm. Wonderful Lady Esme, she's a great cook too, my father complimented her. Yes, we all think so. We all are incredibly lucky to have her, Edward smiled. Speaking of Esme, she will be wanting us to get home. Alice hopped up from her seat. Jasper and Edward followed. They called bye to Charlie and I followed them to the door. See you later tonight, I stood on my tippy toes for a goodbye kiss. Until then, he kissed me lightly then headed to the Volvo. Alice and Jasper must have driven it over. I waved as they drove out of sight. A.N. Eclipse is over. One book left. Thank you for all reviews. Check out the poll if you haven't yet. Chapter 35 I don't own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Myers does. Chapter 35. Preface and Engaged. I leaned my head against the car window and closed my eyes. Apparently Esme drives just as fast as the rest of them. We were heading home from a day of shopping. I agreed to it as long as Alice promised to be reasonable and listen if I said no. It was actually productive. I found a leather biker's jacket that I liked with Rose and Alice's help. They both talked me into getting some things from Victoria's Secret. Rose called them confidence builders even if Edward never saw them. I agreed willingly. It was obvious one of my problems in the book was lack of self-confidence. Carlyle has had no luck reaching the wolves. He pointed out if they started reading perhaps it was best to let them read all of it so they didn't make assumptions. I still wasn't thrilled with the idea. Right now though, I missed Edward horribly. Even if it had only been a couple of hours. It was hard to say goodbye last night to him. He had stayed with me until I fell asleep. I was trying hard not to cry in front of him. I thought back to yesterday with a smile. Edward picked me up early and we had an amazing day together. We started off in the ice rink in Port Angeles. I never skated before and was hesitant to try it. Edward promised he wouldn't let go of me and we could stop at any time. He rented us skates and even tied mine on for me. Edward kept one arm around my waist and linked hands with my other. I had to admit even though I was nervous at first I was soon laughing as Edward pulled us along at a reasonable speed and spinning us. Edward was grinning widely, occasionally sneaked kisses. I could tell he was having a good time too. After we were done, we had lunch at a small cafe. I ended up eating one-handed while holding Edward's hand with the other the entire time. Much to our waitress's dismay, he never looked at her once, but only at me. When we were through, we took a walk through Port Angeles, holding hands, occasionally stopping at a store. We went into one where Edward picked me out a phone. I had insisted on it being as simple as possible. I didn't need anything fancy. Edward did suggest a text option saying we could talk to each at night while he was hunting, so not to wake Charlie. I agreed to that. When Edward and I got back to his house, it was empty. He brought me to his room and told me to have a bath or shower. Then Alice had picked me out something to wear that was behind the bathroom door. When I was ready to come down to the living room, Alice kept the dress simple. It was dark blue with thick straps and a modest scoop neck and flared at the waist. For my feet was simple ballet flats, the same color of the dress. I went downstairs and to find the living room was transformed with a small table set by the fireplace and all the furniture had been pushed out of the way. Edward had surprised me. Instead of going out to eat, he decided to cook for me. He had found a recipe for mushroom raviolis that came out very tasty. After the meal he handed me a small box. I opened it and saw the beautiful heart charm on a necklace. I gave him a kiss and asked him to place it around my neck, where it rests now. "Bella, we are back," Esme called, breaking me from my thoughts. I tried to smile, but it came out half-hearted. "Don't worry. We will keep you so busy, he will back before you know it," Alice said reassuringly. After all the bags were put away, mine in Edward's room, we were all in the kitchen. I ate some of the leftovers from last night. When I was done, Alice was beaming ear to ear. "Okay, so first, I thought we should bake some cookies," she said excitedly. "Why?" Rose asked, wrinkling her nose. "It will be fun," Alice insisted. "I'm in," I agreed. It was better than Bella Barbie. "So am I," Esme agreed, started to pull ingredients out. "Also, I think we should start the next book without the boys," Alice said so fast I almost missed it. "Oh, Alice, I don't know about that," Esme looked up from her recipe. "Well, think of it this way. Most likely the book is going to start off with the wedding and honeymoon. Do you really want Emmett reading about your honeymoon?" Alice asked. I turned pale. The other books were bad enough. No, I don't wish to share that with Emmett, but Edward has the right to know. I was on the fence with my decision. "Well, Edward could always read that later." "I think Alice might have a point about Emmett," Rose said with a smirk. "I'll leave it to you girls to decide it." Esme smiled as she started pouring ingredients in a ceramic bowl. "Start reading, Alice," I decided. "Okay, this book starts with a preface." Alice opened the book to read. "Yes, Bella, I think it definitely safe to say you had more near-death experiences than anyone I know," Rose giggled. "Ha ha." I reached over for some chocolate chips. "Someone who I love is killing me." My thoughts were all over the place. Edward would never. Esme was shocked. I was suddenly scared of Edward reading this part. Edward would find some way to blame himself. "Alice, tear that part out of the book," I told her. "Edward can't read that, he will freak out. He will leave me again to protect me." I was panicking and Esme moved to hug me. "Edward isn't going to leave you again, Bella," Esme tried soothing me. "Please, Alice, just rip it out and rip it up," I begged through my tears. "Okay. But Bella, Esme is right. Edward isn't going to leave again." Alice tore the pages up. I calmed down as Esme gave me another hug. "I'm going to continue on to the next chapter. It's called Engaged." Alice smiled at me. The chapter started out with book Bella being paranoid about everyone staring at her. Great, just great. Why is everyone staring at me? Praying that the reason wasn't my being engaged right out of high school, like one of my fears. Not sure yet, but tinted windows, that's not the truck. Maybe you have Carlisle's car for some reason, Alice suggested. What happened to my truck? I was getting annoyed and impatient to find out. Nothing better have happened after all the work I just put into it. Rose furrowed her eyebrows. She was more involved with the story and wasn't paying attention to what she was doing. Rose. Alice called out a second too late and Rose put the hand blender into the bowl while it was on. Batter flew everywhere. Ew. Rose whined, pulling some off her shirt. I couldn't help but to start to giggling. Never mind, dear, I will clean it up. Esme smiled. Alice went on reading. More and more people were watching book Bella. I was going to hate that attention. Seriously, what are they all staring at? My back was already up and it was only the start of the book. I bet it's the car, Rose smirked. I was suspecting Rose was right when a few men at the gas station asked me questions about my car that I couldn't answer. I saw Rose roll her eyes at the exchange. Turns out the car was a Mercedes Guardian. Rose burst out laughing, leaving the rest of us looking at her. What is up with the car? Beside that it isn't supposed to be out yet, I asked with narrowed eyes. Rose was actually breathless from laughing. She looked highly amused when she answered. Well, you probably have Edward to thank. It would be a very safe car for you. The car has missile-proof windows, 4,000 pounds of body armor. Practically so safe a tank could roll over you and cause no damage, Rose said with a giggle. Esme and Alice were also giggling. You have to be kidding. I will kill him. I looked at her in disbelief. He just cares for you, dear. Esme suppressed her laughter. Well, it is Edward, Bella. And by the way, humans can't kill vampires, Alice giggled. No, but they can get run over by a tank-proof car, I mumbled, causing more laughter. Who is your favorite mechanic? Rose frowned. In this reality, you are, I complimented her. Look at this way, Rose. In the books you're not exactly friendly to her, Alice reminded her. For all I know, Edward paid you to hurt my truck. I sighed as I stole some of the cookie dough out of the bowl as Esme put it on the cookie trays. How can you eat it like that? Rose wrinkled her nose. It's good, I insisted. Not very healthy though, Esme scolded me, but she was smiling. Exactly, Edward would be less than pleased to know we let you do this. Alice smirked and moved the bowl out of my reach. So don't tell him. Besides, you didn't let me do anything. I am old enough to make my own decisions, reaching again for the bowl. Let's get back to the book. Esme shook her head and placed the first trays in the oven. So much for being ostentatious. I have a car that sticks out more than Alice's Porsche or Rose's BMW. Thinking how the car was designed for Middle East diplomats and drug dealers. What does that mean, the before car? Esme asked. Alice shrugged. I'm sure Edward is not laughing over the car. He probably doesn't see anything wrong with it. Em and Jazz on the other hand probably are enjoying it more than they should. Rose was still laughing. You're not curious to what the other car is? Alice asked. No, and that wasn't the deal. I only agreed to one car. I ran my hand through my hair. I cringed at the mention of Jacob. He was still not back at home and Charlie was worried about him. Why are you still concerned about him? Rose looked less than pleased. Calm down, Rose. He was a good friend. She felt like she hurt him. It would only be natural for her to care some. Esme tried to calm her down. My bookself would feel guilty. She would feel responsible for having him run away from home and living life as a wolf, I said sadly. But it isn't your fault. He brought a lot of it on himself. When it didn't work his way, he acted immaturely by running away. Alice gave me a hug. Bella, what are you going to do about Jacob in this reality? Rose asked with an eyebrow arched. Well, I definitely don't plan on being close with him. However, I have to be civil with him. Charlie does consider the Blacks to be family. What can I say? It's complicated. I put my elbows on the counter and leaned into my hands. We know, dear. It's not an easy situation. Esme wrapped an arm around my shoulders. I'm not trying to be mean. I just hope we can all avoid the drama of the books. It would be better for everyone, even the dog, Rose admitted. I totally agree with you. I sighed again. Well, on the bright side, at least there is one wolf that isn't going to be against us. Alice talked about Seth becoming friends with Edward. I hope since the problem in Seattle is taken care of, Seth can stay a boy, Esme said as she took the first batch out of the oven. So do I agreed, grabbing a hot cookie. Milk, dear? I nodded when Esme asked. Here we go. I thought his book had a flashback of Bella and Edward going to tell Charlie about their engagement. Book Bella was scared stiff to tell him. You really don't think Charlie would try to shoot Edward, do you? Rose giggled and Alice joined in. I'm sure he would at least think of it, I mumbled with a mouth full of cookie. I groaned out loud while the others laughed when Charlie jumped to conclusion that I was pregnant. I knew that would happen. So, Bella, since the guys aren't here, would you say yes to Edward if he asked you now? Alice asked, trying to be innocent. Don't you know? Rose looked at her skeptically. Alice shrugged. I'm not sure what I would say right now. If I say yes, my parents, especially Renee, would be upset. If I say no, I would disappoint and hurt Edward. I just wish it could wait a few more years, I answered honestly. But if you are changed this summer, then your parents can't be at the wedding if you get married in a few years, Esme pointed out. Wouldn't you want them there? Yes, I would. That's why I'm so undecided still. I am not even sure Edward would want to marry me after all this. I stared at the counter in front of me. I think that's one thing Edward isn't going to change his mind on, Esme said with a smile. Rose and Alice grinned too. Do guys still ask the father for the daughter's hand in marriage still? I asked. It was something I had seen only in books and a few movies. Yes, some do. In fact, Emmett asks Carlisle before every time we get married again, Rose recalled smiling. I remember your 8th time. Carlisle actually told him, no, Alice giggled as she remembered the event. His face was priceless. Esme was also laughing. I started to worry as I heard Charlie's initial response. Oh my God. I am going to give him a heart attack. I was getting panicky. Shush, don't worry. 1. Edward has been to medical school and would be able to help him. 2. I would have foreseen that and warned you guys. Alice calmed me down. Charlie said he had known it was coming and wanted to know why so soon. He seemed like he couldn't come up with an argument. Charlie seems to be taking it okay. Rose smiled genuinely at me. I grabbed another warm cookie to eat. I had to say it, I was surprised. The next part startled me. Charlie was laughing so hard, confusing my bookself. Edward wasn't any help because it looked like he had trouble not laughing too. What is it so funny? I asked when Alice started giggling too. Apparently, Charlie said he was fine with it, but I had to tell Renee. Why didn't you ask me how it would go over with Renee? Alice asked. Probably didn't think about it, I answered her. Apparently Renee thought we have been engaged since April. The only thing she was upset about that I waited so long to tell her. Have I stepped into the twilight zone? I was in utter shock over my mom's reaction. Nope, Alice smirked and kept reading. My mother told Book Bella that she knew that my bookshelf was making a good decision. Why question your mother's acceptance? Esme was looking curious. She had the whole kitchen cleaned up by now. I guess my bookshelf is in shock, I answered, feeling shocked myself. Bella, you do realize now that all your reasons not to say yes to Edward went out the window? Rose smirked. I guess it did, I mumbled, still completely baffled by my mother. I was vaguely aware of a phone ringing. Bella, that's your phone. Alice looked at me with a sly smile. A quick look at caller ID told me it was Edward. Don't tell him about the book yet, Alice hissed. Hi? My voice was still a little off. Bella, love? Are you okay? Edward's velvety voice came over the cell. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. How is your trip? Trying to avoid any more questions by shifting it to him. The trip is going well. Are you sure you all right? He sounded concerned. I'm fine, honest. We were just in the middle of making cookies and some girl's stuff that you probably don't want to know about, I told him. The others were stifling their giggles. Should I let you go then? He sounded disappointed. No, I want to talk, I said quickly. We talked for a few more minutes before I promised to call him before going to sleep. I hung up, missing him even more now. I felt Esme give me a hug. Come on, we are supposed to be having fun. This is just the start, Alice said cheerfully before going back to the book. I'm so glad your mother and I could get along, Esme smiled encouragingly. Me too, I said with a smile. Charlie still wasn't happy about the wedding, but he was more unhappy with Renee for not being the heavy. Alice, why are you torturing Charlie? That's not going to win you any points, Rose teased. Someone has to do the alterations to the suits and dresses. It most likely is going to be me, she smiled angelically. You're the only one who would probably have luck getting Charlie into a suit anyways, I smirked, thinking he was worse than me when it came dressing up. You have to go to your happy place to get into your wedding gown? Rose looked shocked. You should know by now that I hate to be the center of attention. A big wedding would mean being stared at by a bunch of people, especially since I probably trip or mess up in some way and only embarrassing myself, I tried to reason. Then we shouldn't have a big wedding for you guys, Esme stated, looking at Alice, not me. No, it's okay. I know Edward probably wants a formal wedding. It said in Midnight Sun how he kept picturing me in a white dress walking up an aisle on my father's arm. Thinking it could never be him that I marry. It's his wedding too. I would want to give him what he wants. I shrugged my shoulders. But you shouldn't be uncomfortable, there has to be something in between that would work. Esme was decisive. Why am I not surprised that your happy place is Edward? Alice started giggling as my face turned bright pink. Ignore her, dear, it wouldn't be unusual for any of our happy places to be with our mates. Esme smiled. I smiled back. I could easily see how my happy place was with Edward on our real honeymoon. Hopefully everything would go well in this book. I know it would be what would convince him in this reality. Well, this chapter is over. It's time for all of us to get in our pajamas. Alice got excited. Ah, I think I will skip. Rose was against the idea. Please, Rose, don't be a party pooper. This is supposed to be a slumber party, Alice pouted. Fine, Rose sighed resigned. Yeah, everyone get changed and meet back in the living room, Alice called already out of the room. I followed, making my way to Edward's room. N. Here is the start of Breaking Dawn. I decided to change it up a bit. I really didn't think Bella would be happy with Emmett reading about the honeymoon, so I decided to help her out. Edward will read the first part, don't worry. The boys will be back for Jacob's section on. Thank you for all reviews. Poll is still open. I'm still trying to update every other to every 2 days. It all depends if the site is working. Chapter 36. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 36. Long Night and Big Day, BPOV. I went back downstairs and saw that Alice and blankets and pillows in the living room. The others were already there. Rose was wearing a red baby doll style silk nightgown with puff sleeves with ruffle trim. Esme was in a simple white cotton nightgown. Alice was wearing bright pink strap tank with lounge pants that were a pink leopard print pattern. I was in the same blue pajamas from the other night. Get comfortable and we'll start reading again, the pixie chirped. Once I was settled, she handed me the book. Okay. This next chapter is called Long Night. I started to instantly blush. Apparently Edward and Book Bella were getting very hot and heavy on my bed. The more and more I read, the more I blushed. This time I didn't have Edward's chest to hide in. However, the plus was Emmett wasn't here. The other girls were giggling. And this is why I suggested Emmett shouldn't be here, Alice laughed. Bella, I don't think I have ever met anyone who blushes more than you do, Rose giggled. Gee, thanks, I sighed, blushing more. Just remember, Bella, it is okay to think you're a lottery winner for getting Edward, but at the same time it's okay for Edward to feel the same way. You both bring out the best in each other, Esme smiled at me. He definitely smiles more now that you entered the picture, Alice beamed. He is defiantly more tolerable, Rose grinned. I tried to read more. It seemed that Edward and Book Bella were very intimate in this chapter. Apparently he has agreed to practicing, and I in particular was looking forward to that part of our future. Although, I was increasing jealous that my bookself keeps seeing him without a shirt and I have yet to see that. I wonder if I could hide his shirts on him. Alice started laughing. Won't work. He would just borrow one of Jasper's, she continued to laugh. There is no way Emmett and Jasper are going to let him out of the bachelor party, Alice giggled. What do they do? I was nervous in asking. Hunting, they answered while rolling their eyes. I didn't see how that would be different than any other hunting trip. I'm sure you're not saddened by all this practicing that you two are doing. Alice giggled at thought of my nearly sleepless nights. Definitely not. I just hope it works, I blushed. The chapter went on with Edward wanting to make sure that I was ready. Yes, I'm sure that your parents will miss you very much, Esme smiled sadly. They will be the hardest part about the change, I said sadly. Make sure you spend time with them now then, Alice said. Rose remained quiet. I wasn't sure how she felt about me becoming a vampire now. Why does he keep bringing Mike into the equation? I wrinkled my nose. Because he is symbolic of the typical all-American boy, Rose shuddered. There has to be better choices than Mike, though, and be human, Alice was questioned. Be nice girls, Esme scolded half-heartedly. That is being nice, we said at the same time, then laughed. For someone who is highly moral, he wishes he knocked me up before the wedding. I shook my head slightly mortified. I think he wishes more that he can give you children, Rose said softly, not looking at me. Even if he could give me a baby, we would be too young. I think we are too young to be getting married, let alone to have a baby, I answered. But it is the idea you would be giving up any chance when you're changed, Esme replied. I would still be giving up any chance since I would only want to be with Edward. Could any of you have a baby now that didn't come from your mates? Esme and Alice immediately shook her head. Rose after a moment did too. Book Bella gave similar reasons for not having a baby and threatened to call his brothers if he was going to continue to mope. Directly after Emmett and Jasper appeared on the scene. You could win a tug-o-war against Emmett after you're a vampire, but I still wouldn't use Edward. A rope or steel cable would be a better option, Rose giggled. I just hope they don't wake Charlie and I have to explain why 3 guys are in my room, I giggled with others. That and you would have to explain why Edward didn't have his shirt on, Rose giggled. I really don't think you will have to worry about them being late. Alice will have their butts if they do. Esme smirked and Alice just grinned. Of course, my sweetie is going to be the one reassuring you, Alice said highly of Jasper. Rose and Alice growled at the idea of the boys going to a strip club. Well, at least I can trust Jasper to tell me the truth. I smiled wryly at Jasper being honest with me, while Emmett wanted to give me a hard time. I don't think you would have to be worried about a strip club with both Edward and Jasper's abilities. They would never be able to enjoy it. Alice smirked looking at Rose, who scowled, probably thinking Emmett wouldn't mind going into one. After the boys left, my bookshelf nerves came back. Alice, you can't be serious. Me in a long dress with train and heels on those stairs. I was in an alarmed state as I pointed to the stairway. I'm sorry, but I kinda have to agree with her, Rose arched an eyebrow. You will be fine. Alice rolled her eyes dismissively. Turns out Book Bella was also worried about the Denali cousins, specifically Tanya. Well, since the wolves haven't killed Laurent, they shouldn't be a problem with wolves, Alice noted. You really don't need to worry about Tanya either, dear. True, she did want Edward at one time, but she understands the true bonding of mates. She would be happy for you both. Esme helped calm my fears. The chapter started going into the immortal children. Vampires were stealing babies, turning them into vampires. I was horrified at the thought. It is truly sad, Esme was frowning. Those children would have no chance to grow up and live real lives. Rose looked as if she could cry. I read Carlyle's description in the book of the events, including the connection to the Denali sisters. I can see why they would want to put an end to that. It sounds like it could get out of control, more than the newborn armies. I was still struck by the story. The explanation changed at some point to a dream, or should I say nightmare. I was surrounded by Volturi guard who were advance on a baby. When I went to protect the baby, I saw that the baby killed my loved ones and friends. I shuddered as I closed the book. Geesh, Bella, you and your dreams. Rose shuddered as well. Edward should have stayed with you to keep you calm. Esme looked worried. No, the groom isn't allowed to see the bride after midnight, Alice huffed. Alice, I don't think an old superstition is worth the poor girl's anxiety, Esme said softly. Well, Bella should just put herself in her happy place, instead of thinking of horrible things before going to sleep, Alice insisted. It's not like I can control my dreams, Alice, I explained to her. I handed the book to Rose. Bella? Alice asked sweetly. I knew she wanted something, Alice, I said just as sweetly back. I know I'm not supposed to do any makeovers without asking, but could I braid your hair? Please, Alice asked. Are we talking just simply braiding, nothing else? I asked suspiciously. She nodded. Oh, okay then, I agreed. She squealed and moved behind me and started sectioning my hair. This next chapter is called Big Day. I noticed the other 3 had huge smiles on their faces. I had to admit I was excited for this part as well. The chapter started off from my bookshelf waking up from my nightmare from the last chapter. Leave it to Charlie to go fishing on my wedding day, I sighed fondly thinking of my father. Looks like Edward has to learn how to fish now. Alice had an evil grin on her face. Why? Rose looked perplexed. Don't you know? Charlie has asked Edward to go fishing with him, Alice answered with a giggle. Well, I'm sure Emmett or Jasper could show him, Esme smiled. Edward has never fished before, I asked curiously. Not a pastime for him when he was in Chicago. Emmett and Jasper did when they were human, Rose answered this time. I just learned something new about Edward. Are my makeovers really that bad? Alice pouted. Well, the end results are usually good. But you tend to drag it out and tend to give me no option in them, I explained feeling guilty. So I can still do makeovers if I shorten the process? She asked hopefully. Maybe, but only if you ask first, I answered cautiously. I hate secrets. Why can't he tell me where he is taking me for the honeymoon? I huffed. Probably so you can't complain that it is too extravagant, Rose snickered. You could try using the method you learned in the last book to get it out of him, Alice giggled. Or you could tell me, I told her sweetly. Nice try, but it wouldn't be my thing to tell, she smirked. Look at it this way, Bella. In reading this, you'll find out, Rose smiled. That was true. I'm amazed that you were able to keep the dress from Edward for so long, Esme admired Alice. Honestly, is that dress upstairs now? I asked. Yes, all right, but I haven't been able to do my alterations to it yet, so you can't see it until it is done, Alice huffed. Why can't I see the decorations before? I will probably be too nervous and preoccupied trying not to fall down your stairs to notice, I whined. She does have a point, Alice. She is the bride. She should be able to see it before, Esme agreed with me. At least we know it smells beautiful, Rose suggested. The chapter went on through Alice preparing me for the wedding. Rose was even helping. She was obviously looking gorgeous for the wedding. Thank you for your compliment, Bella, but even I wouldn't want to upstage the bride on a wedding day. I'm sure all eyes are going to be on the bride, not me, Rose beamed. It was very sweet for her to say, but at the same time it reminded me that everyone would be staring at me. My bookself was surprised Rose was even helping out. I know I haven't been nice to you in the past, but I do accept you as family now. I also realize in these books I may be guilty in areas of trying to decide how you should live your life too. I want you to know I think Edward was right the other day. Just don't tell him I said that. It is your life. You have the right to decide how to live it, she said softly. Thank you, Rose. I gave her a smile. You poor girl, you're so nervous. Perhaps we should have sent Emmett to pick up her mother and stepfather and had Jasper on hand to help her calm down. Esme looked at me in a motherly fashion, concerned how nervous I was before the wedding. I still can't get over my mother's reaction. I never dreamed she would take it so well that she would love helping with the planning. All I heard for years was what a mistake it would be. I was still beside myself over my mother's reaction. She seemed to be having a field day getting ready for my wedding. Well, it has to help some of your fears of getting married, Esme smiled. Knowing that they will know she is happy with Edward, and they are happy for her, is help. I'm glad my bookself is leaving them in a good resolve. It's what I wanted, I admitted. So I can blame all your dislike for getting dressed up in parties solely on Charlie, I see, Alice teasingly remarked after Charlie was disgruntled about being so dressed up. My grandmother's combs sound so lovely. I was touched by the gift that allowed having a part of my grandmother with me that day. They will look very lovely in your hair too, Rose complimented me. Wouldn't it been easier to put the garter before the dress? I asked, thinking about my balance issues. I'm not going to let you fall. Alice rolled her eyes, but smiled. She finished my braid and flipped it over my shoulder. She was now looking at Rose with a similar pout she gives me. Fine, Rose huffed, but soon smirked when Alice bounced over behind her to start braiding her hair. Book Bella was still nervous as the wedding was about to start. Alice was trying to get her to focus on the fact that Edward was waiting downstairs. Remind me to apologize to Jasper in advance for all my nerves, I sighed, feeling bad for the pain my bookself must have been putting him through. I'm sure he is doing okay if he is near Edward. Edward is probably so happy he would be counterbalancing you. Alice winked at me. Bella, you should be looking up and not at your feet going down the stairs for the pictures, Alice whined. I don't want to fall, I told her. You're not going to fall. Charlie has you anyways. Alice rolled her eyes, looking amused. I wished I could trust her, but it isn't like I was going to make a conscious decision to fall. Book Bella's nervousness ceased once she saw Edward. Edward was looking very handsome and he was very happy. My bookself suddenly was more than eager to get married. The wedding sounds like it will be beautiful, Alice. Esme smiled at her. I nodded in agreement. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Carlisle is best man, but for some reason I thought he would have chosen Emmett, Rose commented. He probably didn't want to choose between Jasper and Emmett, I suggested. Or I might have seen Emmett not behaving himself and wouldn't allow it to happen, Alice smirked. I still think it would be neat to have Emmett marry us. He did, after all, get his license for it, I stated, knowing it would irk Alice. She did glare at me. Carlisle or Jasper would be better for that role, if it had to be a family member, she said in all seriousness. Emmett can be serious when he needs to be, Rose defended her husband. The rest of us just looked at her. Well, he can, she insisted. Looks as if someone is happy after all about getting married, Rose giggled, and I blushed even more. It was very apparent that my bookself was very happy to be getting married to Edward now. He is going to gloat that he was right, and it didn't even take 50 years, Alice giggled. Enough, girls. Esme tried to be stern, but she was smiling too. Make sure the makeup is waterproof, Alice muttered to herself as we heard my bookself was crying during the vows. I blushed pink. By the time we reached the part where the groom kissed the bride, I had tears in my eyes. It seems that getting married to Edward would be a god thing. My parents are going to be okay with me. We would both be happy. There was really no reason to say no, except I wasn't ready to say yes yet. When Alice could spill it to Edward, he should be the first to know when I made that decision. The chapter ended with everyone congratulating us. That sounds like a beautiful wedding, Esme sniffed. Rose and Alice nodded in agreement. It does sound like Alice and Esme did a wonderful job, I smiled. I pulled out my cell and sent a quick text to Edward. B. I love you. I didn't have to wait long for response. E. As I love you. I smiled as I placed the phone on the table. Less than 12 hours to go. I could do that right. A. N. Thank you for all reviews. Poll will close by the end of the weekend. Chapter 37. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Chapter 37. Gesture and Isle. Esme. Before Esme could start reading, Alice had finished Rose's hair and was now looking at Esme, begging with her eyes. What do you want, Alice? Esme looked amusingly at her. She probably knew what was coming. Can I do you hair next, please? She battered her eyelashes. If you must, Esme smiled wryly, before opening the book to read. This next chapter is titled Gesture. The chapter started out with a receiving line at the wedding. Wow, I am surprised the Billy wants to be there. I was surprised that after everything that happened with Jacob that he would be there. He is probably there because he is good friend to Charlie, Esme suggested. I can't believe Edward is letting the wolf hug him. Rose looked disgusted. I think it is nice we get along with the wolves, Esme smiled. They have proven to be a help, Rose. Plus having a better alliance with them would be good when we change Bella, Alice agreed. Why did we invite Mike and Jessica? They're obviously not real friends, I questioned. Well, most likely to show them that you two are officially off the market, Alice answered with a shrug. It would be mean to rub it in people's faces, Esme scolded. I agree, if we get married I would only want people there that would be happy for us, not to rub it anyone else's face, I agreed with Esme. Up next in the chapter book, Bella met the Denley cousins. Despite Tanya hugging Edward to long for my liking, she didn't seem too bad. I smiled when Edward introduced me as his wife. See, she isn't so bad, Alice smiled at me. They do seem upset for not helping us before, Esme sighed regretfully. The chapter went on with more traditions. Ew. Why did he eat the cake? Rose's nose was wrinkled like Esme and Alice. That is twice you made him eat, Alice pointed out. Actually, I never made him eat the pizza. I asked him what would happen if someone dared him. I never actually dared him to do that. Emmett is probably the one who dared him to eat the cake. I tried to shift the blame. She may be right, it could have been Emmett or Jasper's doing. It sounds like the work of those two, Esme shook her head. Looks like you might have to go get your garter back from Mike, Rose smirked. Doesn't Edward understand that since Angela caught the bouquet that Ben should caught the garter? Now Mike is probably going to put my garter underneath his pillow or something, since Bella had it on, Alice ranted and I blanched at the thought. We came to the dancing and I was glad that Edward was doing the letting. I wondered if we were dancing to my lullaby or a different song. Oh my Edward and I should have paid more attention. We shouldn't have shown you and Charlie up like that. Esme looked ashamed at herself as Alice plopped down by her feet after finishing the braid. That's okay, I'm sure, no matter what, Charlie and I wouldn't look that graceful out there, I smiled at her. I wasn't even sure if Charlie could dance, period. Apparently there was going to be a lot of dancing expected of me. Mike is definitely not going to be allowed to the wedding, if he going to have dirty-filled thoughts that are going to irritate Edward. I was annoyed that this could possibly happen. It was supposed to one of the happiest days of our lives, it shouldn't be soured for Edward by Mike of all people. Wait. Bella, You hadn't looked into a mirror at all yet in the book? Alice was about to have a conniption. Alice, my book self was too nervous before to look in a mirror. It would have just made her more nervous, please understand that, I tried to reason with her. She does sound like a beautiful bride, Esme smiled, giving her pixie daughter a hug. That dog actually had the nerve to show up at the wedding. Rose looked indignant at the possibility. Well, he was invited, so we need to be polite, Esme was firm. But I still think he shouldn't be invited either. I don't think it right to rub it in his face that I choose Edward. I sighed. But your book self seems to be happy to see him, Alice noted. Yes, I'm sure she is happy he came home and no longer is living life as Wolf. But unlike my book self, I can see the problems that can happen and the hurt it can cause. I sighed, leaning back on the couch and wrapping the blanket around me. Well, hopefully the wedding can serve as closure, Esme suggested. It was a good thought, if we lived in an optimistic world. Unfortunately, how the books seemed to go, that was not going to be how it worked. The conversation started out okay between the two. Like two old friends, I was starting to think Esme could be right. Until Jacob reacted to our honeymoon plans. How is that any of his business? I hissed, irritated. It's not, neither is your change. You should have changed the subject earlier. Rose looked less than pleased. I know you can't lie, but that doesn't mean you have to tell the complete truth, Alice advised me. Jacob in the chapter nearly lost control and was quickly escorted away by the wolves. Is my book self being stupid for wanting this before the change? I asked, fearing that I was trying to get Edward to do the impossible. I knew I could expect brutal honesty from at least Rose. It's not stupid for wanting it. However, it doesn't mean it's not going to be risky. Our cousins, as you know, are succubus and their mates live all the time. I myself am not aware of incubus allowing their mates to survive, but this is Edward we are talking about, Alice started to explain and looked to Rose. But you see, when we do mate with our mates, it can getting quite rough at times. Also, in the heat of the moment, we are known to bite each other. Which in your case could be bad. Your practicing is a good idea to get Edward used to those emotions he hasn't experienced before, Rose spoke freely. So in conclusion, I was still confused on what to decide. In conclusion, it may be possible, but it is dangerous and shouldn't be taken lightly, and you're not stupid for wanting as long as you stay aware of those factors, Esme finished it up. Also, Jacob is a pessimist. He isn't going to like you being with anyone like that, Rose added in. Edward escorted my book self back to the party. We both blame ourselves now. I was upset that day of all days that Edward was upset and worried if he should be with me. Great, thank you Jacob, I muttered. At least by the next time Edward and I were dancing together, he was in happier mood. I sighed, wishing I was in his arms now. I glanced at the clock, time seemed to be going by so slow. I blushed as Esme read about Edward kissing me. We both were apparently ignoring Alice. Sorry, I gave her apologetic look. Sure you are, she looked irritated, but couldn't keep the straight face for long as she started to giggle. I have feeling you two are going to give Emmett and Rose a run for their money one day soon. I blushed bright red and Rose started laughing. I am sure Emmett would be up for competition, she said through her bell-like laughter. Yay! I'm so glad you enjoyed the wedding. Alice was beaming with joy. So can I plan your real wedding? Please, Bella? I am not even engaged yet, Alice, I reminded her, but... Alice, you will not beg her on this. Esme spoke sternly. Fine, she huffed, falling back into the love seat, crossing her arms over her chest. I got very teary-eyed as my book self said goodbye to my parents. At least they were happy for my book self. The end chapter dealt with Edward and my book self leaving for our honeymoon. Really, someone should have made sure Jacob completely left our property after that other incident. Now he is sticking around trying to sound pitiful for you to hear. Rose spit through her teeth. That is just really sad. Bella is right, inviting him to the wedding is a big mistake, Esme agreed and handed over the book to Alice. Me again. This next chapter title is, Alice paused for dramatic effect, Esme Island. You own your own island? I glanced over at Esme. Yes, it was anniversary gift from Carlisle, she smiled brightly. Wow, so Edward wasn't alone in the big gift giving. No wonder he thinks he needs to give me big gifts from what he has seen the others give. We listened as Alice read about the trip was fairly uneventful but long. There are actually a lot of little islands out there that aren't charted. I am sure Edward would be more than happy to buy you your own. Island. Alice looked at me with twinkling eyes. No, that is okay. Please don't give him any ideas, I begged. Although, the idea of being alone with Edward on a tropical island was appealing. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about the dog showing up at honeymoon, Rose smiled. He wouldn't. Try to think if Jacob would even dare to try if we stayed on the main continents. He might have, and unless Sam ordered him not to. He was pretty upset, Alice grimaced. Too bad we had to arrive at night. I would have liked to see the island better, I bit my lip wishfully. I started to shift nervously and blushed as it got closer to when Edward and my bookself were about to have our first time together. Our bookselves were both apparently nervous. Alice and Rose were giggling, only making me blush brighter. I know I said it before, but I am so glad Emmett isn't here, I breathed out in relief. Oh, he would be having a field day with this, Rose giggled. As if he hasn't tortured me enough over the other parts, I sighed. Well, I guess it would be fair to get back at him, Alice's eyes sparkled evilly. How so? Rose looked skeptical. Alice ran to her room and back before I could blink. With these, we can decorate his Jeep. Alice threw a bag on the coffee table. Inside were gigantic hot pink glittery flowers and heart magnets. Also there were washable markers that allow you to write on car and would wash away easily. He will die. Let's do it, Rose giggled, standing up. I'm in. I was getting excited. Girls, I don't know about this. Esme warned. Please, Esme, you seen how he has been enjoying teasing Bella and Edward over these books, Alice pleaded. I have no part in this, Esme sighed resigned, but was smirking. Let's do it now and then come back to the book. Alice picked up the bag and headed to the door. I followed after Rose. It did take us long to decorate Emmett's Jeep. We wrote phrases on it like, I'm a Barbie girl, and, honk if you like bears. We were giggling the whole time. Before we left the garage, I took one of the markers and wrote EC plus BS forever and drew a heart around on the Volvo's back window. We went giggling back into the room where Esme was on the love seat shaking her head. If you all are ready, I am going to start again, Alice chuckled, reopening the book. Why did you choose a lot of pink? I thought you would choose blue for Bella, Rose inquired. I much prefer blue myself, I added shyly. It was Edward's favorite color on me. I suppose I could make a note of that, Alice giggled in a good mood over the prank. Ooh, you two are skinny dipping? Rose and the others giggled. I turned pink and buried my head in a pillow. It wasn't the same as Edward's chest. I must have packed some silky or satiny robes. You could have worn one of those, Alice suggested at my clothes dilemma in the book. I'll keep that in mind, I mumbled into the pillow. I am not understanding. What is wrong with the lingerie? Alice sounded worried. It isn't something I would usually wear, my voice still was muffled. But it is your honeymoon. Most brides wear those things, Alice insisted. I didn't feel like arguing, so I kept my mouth shut. Bella, you shouldn't be so worried. Edward is just as inexperienced as you in this, Esme told me calmly about my bookself having a breakdown in the bathroom. Most are nervous their first time. You're not alone in feeling like that, Rose added. Hearing Rose say that made me feel better. Book Bella joined Edward on the beach, where Edward reminded her to tell him if he was hurting her. The next scene was waking up the next day. Aw, Emmett is going to be so disappointed, Rose laughed. There is no way that Emmett is reading this section, I growled. In fact, I only think Edward should be allowed to read it. That's okay, dear. I am sure Carlisle and Jasper wouldn't mind missing this part, Esme smiled softly. I was smiling at first. My bookself seemed very happy, but my smile faded when Edward was in a bad mood. I was confused. What had happened? Was it that bad for him? I looked up at the other's face and they looked confused too. Why does he think he hurt my bookself? She doesn't feel like she in pain. I said it out loud, but it was really to myself I was talking to. Who knows with Edward? He always been a pessimist, Rose shrugged nonchalantly. Well, at least he bit the pillows instead of you, Alice commented hesitantly. Book Bella was covered in bruises. All this over bruises? Please, I give myself bruises every day. I was irritated with Edward's bookself for blowing it out of proportion. In way he did hurt you though, Esme pointed out sadly. But it didn't hurt, that is my point. She wasn't in pain during and not in pain after. He isn't listening to my bookself telling him these things, I huffed. It's Edward, he is going to beat himself up over this, Alice sighed. Bella is right, he blowing this way out of proportion. Bruises heal. It could have been much worse. Rose sided with me. My bookself kept trying to convince Edward she was fine and worked out better than she thought. She took his anger as he didn't enjoy it. On the contrary, I think it is just the opposite. I think he really enjoyed it, that is why he was less reserved than normal, Alice deduced. You think so? I questioned. Yes, I believe Alice is right, Rose smiled kindly. I smiled when Edward called it the best night of his existence, and it was better than even drinking human blood. See, he may be idiot after the fact, but he did enjoy it, Alice smirked. Book Bella convinced Edward that she was happy and she had enjoyed the experience before Edward ruined it with his sour attitude. He decided she was right at that. He decided to leave it in the past and make Book Bella happy. He agreed to do whatever it would be to make her happy. He should join her in the shower then, I pouted. Now why would you want that? Rose snickered. Remind to get more pillows for the island and maybe a good vacuum. Esme's eyes were twinkling, so I was glad she wasn't too upset about the pillows. How did the dinner turn out? Edward was nervous in making it just right. Esme asked me, after Alice read about Edward cooking Book Bella breakfast. It was very delicious and so sweet of him. I smiled widely, remembering the gesture. Better than going to a restaurant? Rose asked. Much better, in many ways. I liked being able to eat a meal and not feel awkward that I am the only one eating in at an expensive restaurant. My smile was still big. My smile fell when I found out Edward was not going to touch me again until after I was changed. Great, there goes trying to convince him in this reality it is safe, feeling depressed. Don't get upset yet, maybe your bookself gets him to change his mind in one of the other chapters. Alice gave me an apologetic look as she handed me the book. Here's hoping, I answered half-heartedly as moved to open the book. Chapter 38. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Ch 38. Distractions and Unexpected, BPOV. I glanced down the title and snorted. This chapter is called Distractions, I announced bitterly. The other softly chuckled. You okay there, Bella? Alice giggled. Just peachy, I sighed. I started to read about all of Book Bella and Edward's adventures on the island. It was quite obvious that Edward was trying to wear me out. Well, at least you can say that you are not bored. Esme bit her lip to avoid smiling. I rolled my eyes. Why did Edward always have to go overboard in everything? Esme, I am sorry. We should have cleaned that mess and not left it for a cleaning crew. I felt guilty for our bookshelves. Nonsense. It was your honeymoon. You shouldn't have to worry about those things. Esme dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Some of the riskier lingerie it is then. By the way, do not be embarrassed if I saw anything. It was Edward being a stubborn idiot, Alice grinned. Plus all you need is confidence in the outfits to pull it off, Rose grinned slyly. Although, playing mind tricks on Edward seems to be helping too. Esme smirked at my bookself, trying to convince him by making a deal to keep me human longer. You know he really wants that too. It's underhanded and devious. Maybe you have picked up a few things from me and Rose, Alice smirked. Not that it is working, I muttered, and Edward thinks I am stubborn. There was a brief talk about Bella's nightmares. Edward noticed my bookself was no longer sleep-talking and commented on her dreams being more vivid and it involving the Volturi. What she didn't tell him was about a little green-eyed boy she was trying to protect. My curiosity was up. My dreams seemed to always be subconsciously trying to tell me something. What could this mean? Bella, are you okay? Esme looked worried. I realized I had stopped reading and the girls were looking at me in concern. Just thinking, I mumbled. About? Rose prompted. My bookself's dream, I stated, biting my lip. Are you sure a male vampire can't get a human female pregnant? I remember when I was doing research about vampires coming across a story of an incubus getting a human pregnant. Was it just a myth? Pretty sure that they can't. It was most likely myth. Why? Alice asked. Whenever the books mention my dreams like that, it's usually like my subconscious trying to tell me something. I was still hesitant though. My bookself couldn't be pregnant, right? You think you might be pregnant in the book? Esme questioned, eyes lighting up. I don't know. It talks about my bookself being tired and eating a lot. Now, the weird dreams of a child with green eyes, which happened to be Edward's human eyes. I don't know, maybe I am reading too Much into it. I shook my head to clear it. I glanced around. Rose was looking at the floor. Rose, I am sorry if I am upsetting you. I felt guilty knowing she always wanted a child. You're not. You may be right, thought, and for that I will admit I am a little jealous, she admitted sadly. Rose, I am sorry. I wish it could be you. I know how much you want it. I bit my lip. On the bright side, Rose, if somehow Bella is right, then we can be the spoiling aunts who can watch the child grow up with us, Alice suggested cheerfully. You two would make the best aunts. And Esme would make the perfect grandma. If, somehow, I am right in this. We might be jumping to conclusions. I gave them a smile. Rose was slow in responding, but soon she had a smile on her face. Well, I started to read again, and Edward in the book lulled me to sleep. My bookself awoke a while later and burst into tears. She apparently had a good dream and had wanted it to be real. Well, you can add over-emotional to your symptoms lists. Rose raised an eyebrow. Isn't too early for all these symptoms though? It was one of things holding me back. Who knows, if you are pregnant the baby will be half vampire at least. Who knows how that will affect it? We may need Carlyle to answer these questions, Esme answered. Well, there's your way to break Edward down, just cry and plead. Alice winked at me. I could never do that on purpose. I looked at her mortified. However, that is what worked for my bookself to convince Edward to have sex with her again. When Book Bella awoke the next morning, she felt guilty. Luckily, this time it went smoother without any bruises. I blushed when I read about the destruction of the nightgown and bed frame. Sounds like someone has been having some naughty dreams. Rose scolded playfully. At least Edward only damaged a bed frame and didn't bring down a whole house. Alice teased back and Rose threw a pillow at her. Alice caught and threw it back. I couldn't help to giggle. Please, at least I don't have to jump my husband. Rose was still teasing as she hit me with a pillow. I went to throw it back and completely missed, hitting Esme. Esme, I am so sorry. I was mortified, as the others started laughing. Don't start things you can't finish. Esme quirked an eyebrow as I prepared to get hit by a pillow when Esme changed her mind at the last second and hit Alice. After the pillows were flying until there were feathers everywhere and we were laughing. Okay. Let's stop and finish the chapter. Esme ended the pillow fight with twinkling eyes. Shouldn't we pick up the feathers? I asked, breathless, trying to pick feathers out of my hair. We can do that later. Esme told me. I started to read again. Edward had discovered that he was able to control himself better after he knew what to expect. See, I told you. Practice makes perfect. I smiled at the book. Lets us know when the book Edward answers you back. Alice giggled and I blushed. My bookself started commenting on how she thought the island was affecting her. I don't think it is the island. Rose smirked and shook her head. So now you're willing to stay human as long as Edward keeps having sex with you, Alice giggled. I guess my bookself wanted her fill before she feels like she is missing out for the next few years. I blushed bright red. I was very happy that Edward had changed his mind about waiting again. I suppose no one should be surprised about the house in New Hampshire, Esme smiled. Rose, I beg you, talk him out of that tank-proof car. Please, I begged her, already forgetting the real name of that monstrosity. I'll see what I can do. But it is Edward, so I can't promise anything, she smiled. Book Bella refused to hike all around the island that day and insisted on watching a DVD while the cleaning crew was there. When the clean crew got there, apparently one woman was Takuna Indian and was suspicious of Edward. Apparently she was shocked when she caught them kissing. Edward losing track of the thoughts around him and his surroundings doesn't often happen. You must be better at seducing him than you thought. Rose gave me a wink and I blushed. Should we be worried about Cow's suspicions of Edward? I asked in concern. I am sure Edward is keeping tabs, or he was until you kissed him, Alice answered with a smirk. Many native cultures have legends. We just have to be careful, Esme informed me soothingly. After the cleaning crew left and a quick lunch, Book Bella convinced Edward to go burn off the calories in a fun way. Well, it definitely seems Edward got over his aversion of sex before the change now. Rose smiled at me as I handed her the book. I was quite happy about that myself. Rose brushed some of the feathers off her, then opened the book. This chapter is called Unexpected, she spoke in a clear voice. The chapter started out with another nightmare. Similar to the others, but the ending had changed. It almost seems that you dreamed that you're a vampire protecting the baby in this one, Esme observed. It dreams like that one, that make me happy that I can't dream, Alice shuddered. I frowned to learn that Edward left me on the island. We probably should have A/C units added to the house. Not only for Bella's comfort, but for appearances too, Esme surmised. Have you guys ever thought of hunting in the water? Like for sharks or other things? I got curious. Never tried it. It would be harder to track though, since we can't use our sense of smell underwater, Alice admitted. Sounds like a challenge the guys would like though, Rose smiled. Book Bella couldn't get back to sleep and decided to cook some chicken. The chicken immediately made her sick by the taste and smell. I glanced at the other women and I could tell they were thinking what I was. Could my bookself really be pregnant with Edward's baby? A tear slipped down my cheek at the thought that I could give him a baby that he wanted. His bookself said he wished I could get pregnant. In the morning my bookself got sick twice, concerning Edward. My bookself thought it was just food poisoning from the chicken, but Edward thought I should see a doctor. What's in the blue box? Rose asked. Most likely tampons, I answered. My bookself was trying to count the days in her head. I guess I am going to be packing a pregnancy test or two, Alice grinned. When Book Bella told Edward she was late, he went into shock. Meanwhile, my bookself was trying to process everything and she discovered she also had a small belly bulge. In her mind Book Bella was with sorting all her knowledge of vampires and pregnancy. My bookself is really pregnant, I whispered. After Rose read Book Bella felt something move inside of her. Yes, I do believe you are, Esme smiled at me. The other girls were smiling too. I took their smiling as a good thing, but I was concerned why Edward was acting how he was. What is wrong with him? Why isn't he answering his own phone? I bit my lip and started bouncing in concern. Apparently Edward is in shock, Alice looked worried. He is not going to handle this well, is he? I asked, but no one responded. Why are you asking me? What is wrong? Don't you know? I turned to look at Alice. I don't know. I would tell you that you were pregnant if that is what I saw. Alice looked confused. When Book Bella talked to Carlisle she told him she thought she was pregnant and described all her symptoms to him. Before he could confirm or deny, Edward came alive at my bookself saying she felt something move. He grabbed the phone to talk to Carlisle himself. Carlisle thought she was pregnant, but before I could get happy, Edward's actions were upsetting me. Great, he is freaking out on me. I was worried. Maybe your bookself is right and he just wants to get you to Carlisle to get you checked out. The baby does seem to be growing quickly, Esme suggested, looking hopeful. You know the odds of the baby completely looking like Edward is slim to none. Besides, I am sure if you ask Edward, he going to want to see some of you in the baby, Rose informed me. It was apparent that Book Bella already loved her baby. I guess I can say I have two wonderful big brothers now, I said with a smile after the book mentioned about wishing I had an older brother. Who wouldn't hesitate to protect you? Alice smiled. I couldn't ask for better brothers than Emmett and Jasper. They may like to tease, but I could tell that they care. My smile dropped and I felt completely panicked. Edward wanted my bookself to have an abortion. What? Why? I thought he wanted to have a baby. I absent-mindedly rested my arms across my stomach protectively. I do not think Edward is seeing this as a baby. The part of him who thinks he is a monster is probably overruling, thinking that part of him is in the baby as well. Alice trailed off while explaining. She didn't have to finish. I knew what she probably trying to say. He should talk to me then. Not just decide this for me. How can he and Carlisle just decide that I am going to get rid of it? I was in shock. I want to assume Edward jumped to conclusions. I am sure Carlisle would never make you abort the baby unless absolutely necessary. It goes against his very nature. Esme spoke, but even she looked unsure of herself. In the chapter we were interrupted by a cleaning crew. Edward tried to send them away, but the women wouldn't leave without seeing me. Before leaving, she went on a spiel about something Book Bella did not understand, but Edward did. All my bookself understood was something about muerte in Spanish, which I knew meant dead or death. Wonderful, that's all Edward needed to hear. Rose sarcastically spat. She was right. Edward was more freaked about whatever the lady said. In the end of the chapter my Book Bella called Rose for help. There is no telling that it is a bad thing. For all we know, everything could be fine. I bit my lip in thought after Rose ended the chapter. Wow, out of all of us you called Rose? Alice looked surprised. I probably thought she would be the best one that would help me protect the baby by standing up to Edward. I looked over at her. She gave me a smile. Of course I am going to help you, or at least I hope my bookself does. You are right, we have no idea what the pregnancy means. Edward shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Rose was adamant as she slammed the book down on the table. Okay, I think everyone should take a deep breath and remember Edward hasn't done anything yet. It would be unfair to yell at him as soon as he walks through the door. Alice gave Rose a pointed look. She just huffed. I think we should keep our minds blank, so Edward can read this book on his own without any interference, Esme suggested. I glanced up at the clock. It was almost midnight. Should we watch the ball drop? Alice got up excitedly and turned on the TV. I pulled out my cell, debating whether or not to call Edward at midnight. Noise from the TV came out as the countdown started. 10, 9, 8. I was about to hit call when I heard the front door open and I looked up in surprise. A.N. Small cliffhanger. Although I will be nice, yes, it is the obvious. The girls finished the first part of the book. Edward will soon catch up so they can start Jacob's sections tomorrow. Next will be Edward's POV. Thank you for all your reviews. Chapter 39. I do not own Twilight or its characters. Stephanie Meyer does. Ch 39. EPOV. Preface and waiting for the damn fight to start already. I sat down on a log inside. I had my fill of animals and now my thoughts drifted back to my Bella. I never wanted to leave her tonight. I had only gotten her back a week ago and it seemed too soon. She seemed a little distant at first on the phone earlier, and I started to worry about her. She said she was having a good time with the girls, but something seemed off. When I got her text a little later, I smiled. Getting her a cell phone was a good thing. Now we can communicate when we are away from one another. The last few chapters of Eclipse were hard to read. I was unsurprised to hear that Bella's bookself had feelings for Jacob in the book. Bella had taken the revelation very hard and had blamed herself. I knew I was the one to blame in that book, not her. It was my stupid decision to leave that started everything. In this reality I knew it was only me Bella loved and I was not worthy of it. I was going to make the rest of my existence mission to make her happy. Yesterday seemed like the perfect start. She was smiling the whole day. I even got her to skate with me, which she seemed to enjoy. You're killing the hunting vibe, bro. Jasper came out behind the trees and leaned against one across from me. Sorry, I mumbled. You miss her, I get that. Do you need to talk about it? He asked. It's just hard. It seems I just got her back only to go away again. Most of the time we have spent together is going over these infernal books. I will be glad when they are over. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Look at it this way, at least now most of what happened in the books will not occur. Bella will never get close to Jacob now. She is not in danger. But maybe he is best for her. I sighed again. Don't start thinking that way. You two belong together. You offset each other perfectly. Do you really want her with Jacob? Someone who constantly manipulates her and is forceful with her. I shook my head in response. Do you think I can do it? Be with her intimately and not hurt her? I asked one of my other main concerns. I think you could and I know Bella believe that you can. It seems to be ingrained in you from day one not to hurt her. You need to trust yourself though. I stayed quiet as I thought over everything we talked about. I just wanted to be holding my angel in my arms. You want to go back, don't you? Yes. The books always mention she doesn't sleep well without me near and it makes me feel guilty. I don't want to ruin anyone's good time out here tonight though. Coming up with an excuse. Jasper just raised an eyebrow knowing I was only speaking the partial truth. What is going on? Carlisle asked. He and Emmett also stepped out into the clearing. I was talking to Edward about heading back. Alice wanted me to get something done for her, Jasper answered. I'll take this one. I figure I owe it to you too. I could head back now, Carlisle shrugged. Aw, man. I was just getting into the zone, Emmett pouted. Look at it this way, if we leave now, we can get back about midnight to celebrate with our girls, Jasper enticed him. All right then, Emmett agreed, thinking about Rose, and we ran back to Carlisle's car. We arrived back at the house, not bothering to pull into the garage as we heard the countdown starting. We hurried to open the door. 7, 6, I spotted my angel on the couch looking up in surprise. I ran to her, scooping her up in my arms. 5, 4 inches. Hello, My love. Edward, what are you doing here? Her eyes were wide, but she had a huge smile on her face. 2 inches. This, and I leaned in to kiss her as they yelled. 1. On the TV. I kissed her with as much passion as I could allow myself. I felt her hands in my hair tugging tightly. Eventually, I pulled away. Happy New Year, my love, I whispered against her mouth. Happy New Year. Welcome home, I am glad you are back, she smiled shyly. What is with all the feathers? I heard Emmett asked. I looked up to see feathers around the room and the girls burst into giggles. Rose started a pillow fight, Alice giggled. At least I wasn't the one to hit Esme, Rose shot back, but was looking at Bella. Those of us who weren't there stared at Bella, whose face was bright red. She buried her face into my chest. In my defense, I was trying to get Rose back for throwing one at me, she groaned. I couldn't help but to laugh. Man, did we miss out on all the fun. What else did you do? Emmett whined. The girls just laughed. Why is the next book out? Jasper asked, looking at the book on the coffee table. The girls immediately looked guilty. We might have started it without you, Alice admitted. Edward, it was for the best. Bella would have been more than mortified to read it with the others, especially Emmett. In fact, it is probably best if only you read the first few chapters. Edward is going to read the first 7 chapters tonight. We can tell the rest of you what you missed, Alice continued. Carlisle and Jasper just shrugged. Why can't we read it? Emmett pouted. Because you're not mature enough, Rose smiled at him. It gets good, doesn't it? Emmett smiled evilly, looking at the book which was now in my hands. Bella groaned into my chest. Don't even think about it. Come on, love, let's get you to bed. I glared at Emmett, then pulled Bella up to carry her off to bed. Wait, I need to help clean up, Bella tried to get down. We got it, dear. Have a good night, Esme smiled at the two of us. I wasted no time getting to my room. I am glad you came home early, but didn't you have fun out there? My angel looked at me. I had my fill, then I couldn't stop thinking about you. Thinking of holding you in my arms and kissing you. You sleeping without me holding you. I kissed her collarbone and her neck. I like the braid, it gives better access, she giggled. I reluctantly put her down. About 10 minutes later we were curled up in our bed with the heat on. Anything I should know before I start reading, I teased as she snuggled into me. You get me that car and you are a dead man, she narrowed her eyes at me, looking incredibly cute as she did so. I heard my sisters laugh below us. I am already a dead man. I smirked, rubbing my nose to her cheek. I will find a way to do it again, she mumbled almost incoherently. That bad? I chuckled. Anything else? I asked. Try not to flip out and remember it is a book. She yawned, her eyes were close. I frowned, concerned. Anything good? I pressed. I don't trip going to the altar, her voice mumbled. I knew she was almost asleep. So we are married then, I kissed her lips softly. Just read it already, Edward. I barely made out her words as she drifted off. A few hours later I put the book down in shock. My angel was pregnant. With what? I wasn't sure. All I knew is it couldn't be human and was growing much too fast. My bookself wanted to terminate the pregnancy and Bella of course wanted the baby. She was so upset that she turned to Rose. I wished I could see this as a good thing, but I couldn't. What if my bookself was right and this kills Bella? I was trying not to panic. It is a book, I reminded myself, like Bella told me to before she fell asleep. Carlisle, I need to talk to you, I whispered. Meet me in my office then. I carefully slipped out from Bella and she whimpered at the loss of contact. I'll be right back, my angel, I kissed her cheek. I ran down to Carlisle's office. Did they tell you about the book? I asked, sitting down across from him. Yes, interesting turn of events. I never heard of a vampire getting a human pregnant before. I actually started to do some research. He leaned against his folded hands on his desk. It can't be safe for her, I sighed, running my hands through hair. We don't know that yet. The book will surely tell us what to expect. True, the baby is growing fast. I doubt the child will be like the immortal children. The most probable outcome would be some type of cross between vampire and a human. He thought his answer through carefully. You think she could survive this? I asked, willing to remind myself it was a book. As I said, I don't know. She mostly likely has to be changed at delivery. He shrugged his shoulders. This is new to all of us, Edward. The book will be the best way to tell us. I pinched the bridge of my nose. The obvious solution is none of this should happen. That we wait until after she has changed. I heard the door fly open behind me. I rolled my eyes as the rest of my family entered. You shouldn't be deciding these things without, Bella, Rose snarled at me. Haven't you learned anything, Edward? You shouldn't make these decisions or discuss this without her. Alice looked pissed off as well. She would never forgive you for forcing her to have an abortion. I am not making any decisions without her. I sighed in frustration. I wanted answers to some questions. What are we talking about? Emmett looked confused. About Bella being pregnant, Rose answered impatiently. Why couldn't you wait until she is awake to ask the questions? I know my overreactions hurt her in the book. I was trying to avoid that. I tried to reason. As well as your intentions are, you may hurt her in this reality of discussing it without her, Esme told me gently. Apparently I couldn't win. I could hear Bella's heartbeat from here increase. I noticed Jasper looking up to the ceiling. She is radiating some fear and sadness. He tried sending her some calming waves. I got up to go back to her. We can continue this when Bella is awake. Carlisle got up as well. Bella's heartbeat got more frantic and I started to run back to my room, just as I heard her sit up. Edward, she cried out. I flew back into the bed. Shush, love, I am right here. Are you okay? I pulled her into my arms. She was shaking slightly and her breathing was uneven. Bad dream? Want to tell me about the dream? I asked her. No, where did you go? She asked me, starting to calm down, but avoiding the question about the dream. I needed to ask Carlisle something. I wasn't gone for very long. I rubbed her back and kissed her forehead. About the book? She seemed more alert. Yes, I couldn't wait until morning. Please go back to sleep, I whispered. What couldn't why until morning? What upset you? The bruises. That my bookself is pregnant, she asked sitting up. The bruises upset me at first. But reading on, I know I overreacted. I tried to make her lie down again. So it is the pregnancy? She whispered, tears in her eyes. I brushed the tears from her eyes. I would be lying if I said I wasn't scared out of my mind about it. However, it was wrong for my bookself to assume your bookself felt the same way as he did in the book. Also, it was wrong trying to force you into an abortion without talking to you about it. I told her sadly, giving her a small smile. I thought you would have been happy. That you would want a baby. You talked a few times now that you wish it could happen. She looked down at the sheets. That part is true, but we don't know what the outcome of this pregnancy could be. I will admit my bookself is jumping to the worst case scenario. However, I don't think your bookself is realizing the dangers of it either. I spoke truthfully. If the outcome is good, would you want a baby with me? She whispered very softly. My dead heart would have leapt if it were alive. I placed a finger under her chin and looked her in the eyes. Whatever would make my angel happy, I reminded myself. If the outcome is good, I would be more than happy to consider having a baby with you. However, are you willing to accept that if it is the worst case scenario to give up on the idea? I asked her. She paused before nodding her head. Please, Angel, go back to sleep. We can figure everything else out in the morning. I pulled her back into my arms, lying down, and started to hum to her. Edward, don't forget the good things. We are happily married in the book, she whispered before falling asleep again. Yes, that was the highlight of that part of the book, I smiled. I was in the kitchen making breakfast for Bella, while she was taking a shower. Esme was talking me through the steps on how to make an omelet. I had just put it on a plate when I heard Bella on the stairs. Emmett, I am capable of walking down the stairs, she complained. Not in your condition, he told her as I made my way to meet them. The rest of the family gathered looking at the scene just as curious. Emmett was carrying Bella bridal style very slowly down the stairs to the couch. Bella's arms were crossed against her chest, looking annoyed and confused. Alice and Jasper were already on the couch trying to hold in their laughter. When I read Emmett's thoughts, I held back a chuckle as well. What condition? She asked. He placed her on the couch very gently. Stairs are not good for pregnant women. Especially if they are already clumsy, he told her. Bella's eyes flew open in shock and her face turned pink. Rose and Esme covered their mouths from laughing. Carlisle was just shaking his head, suppressing a laugh. I am not pregnant right now. The Bella in the book is. Bella spoke as kindly as she could, trying not to start laughing. The rest of us burst out laughing though. Oh, right. I should have known that Edward wouldn't have done anything yet. Emmett looked sheepish. Why didn't you stop me? Because I needed a good laugh. I laughed handing Bella her breakfast. She gave me a kiss as I sat down next to her. Is everyone set to start reading? I believe that we are all caught up, correct? Carlyle asked with the book in his hands. Everyone nodded. All right. Apparently this is book 2 and it is in Jacob's point of view. And it starts with a preface, Carlyle read. Apparently it was 2 lines. Well, isn't he the cheery fellow? Jasper snickered. He may be more melodramatic than Edward. If this is all in Jacob's point of view, how are we supposed to know how Bella's pregnancy is doing? I asked, frustrated. My main concern was Bella's health, not how the stupid dog was coping. Hopefully he will give us insight to the situation. Bella is optimistic about the situation while you are pessimistic, Alice suggested. Jacob isn't going to be neutral though. He is still upset I chose Edward. He is going to be less than thrilled to find out that I am pregnant. He's probably going to be as pessimistic as Edward. Bella rolled her brown eyes. If they wanted a neutral view, SM should have chosen someone like Esme, Alice or Jasper. Well, I am sure we will find out. Shall I continue? Carlyle asked. Hold on. This reminds me of something what happened to the other preface. I was curious to why there was none. The girls avoided answering and were blocking me. Was it that bad? I got worried. I looked at Bella. She was staring at her plate intently. Is one of you going to answer me? I was getting annoyed. I asked Alice to rip it out, because I knew you wouldn't take it well and blame yourself, Bella whispered. It talked about someone I love killing me. I froze for a second. Before we jump to conclusions, most of the prefaces talk about Bella dying and yet she is still alive in each book. Jasper pointed out. It only made me feel slightly better. Bella looked upset, so I wrapped my arm around her. Well, then, let's read more and find out. I managed a smile. I felt Bella relax enough to start eating again. All right, this chapter is titled Waiting for the Damn Fight to Start Already, Carlyle read with one eyebrow raised. The chapter started out with Jacob whining and complaining about a fellow pack member. Why is it only Colin and Embry's parents who don't know? Some of the others don't have parents on the council, right? Emmett asked. I don't seem to understand their logic myself. The parents of such young boys you would think should know. Although, no one understands secret keeping like ourselves, Carlyle seemed thoughtful. The mutt seemed intent on waiting to hear some information about Bella. According to this, another 2 weeks have gone by since the end of Bella's point of view. I couldn't help but growl loudly at Jacob's insinuation that I would smash